Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Chapter 91 Yungxiang Village, page 51. In this life, Xiaoyu was reborn as a native of Zishu province, and naturally he loved hot pot immensely. If he didn't eat it at least once a month, he would feel restless. Hot pot is the soul of the people of Zishu. Xiaoyu, you must take what I say to heart. Distracted by Xiaoyu, Long Yanning looked at him seriously and said, word by word, your own strength is very important. Even if you don't want to become one of the 4 heavenly kings, you must have the strength to protect yourself. Xiaoyu was moved by Long Yanning's solemn expression. He knew that Teacher Long was worried about him, so he looked at Long Yanning seriously and said, Teacher Long, I promise you that after this, I will focus on trainers and will temporarily stop scientific research for the next 6 months. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yanning's brows relaxed slightly and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, but her face still had that cold expression. She said insincerely, you don't need to promise me. This is your own business. Yes, it's my problem. Xiaoyu looked at Long Yanning's upturned lips and knew that Teacher Long's mood had improved a little, so he quickly added, but I still need Teacher Long to keep an eye on me. Long Yanning turned around, as if she hadn't heard Xiaoyu's words, but her steps became much lighter. Let's go eat first. I haven't had breakfast yet, and I'm a little hungry. The Pokémon Association headquarters is located in the city center, near a bustling commercial district. The two walked on the pedestrian street, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, looking like celebrities who had stepped out of a TV show. They arrived at a highly rated hot pot restaurant nearby and began to enjoy the food. During the meal, Xiaoyu secretly made an excuse to go to the restroom and used the disposable item Rare Treasure Detector, disposable. The detector pinpointed the treasure's location precisely. Xiaoyu checked the map and discovered that the treasure was quite far from their location, more than 50 kilometers from the center of the capital city, a drive of over an hour. Xiaoyu noted the location and took out his phone to search for it. Xiaoyu secretly memorized the name Yungxiang Village before returning to the private room. What are your plans for the afternoon? Where would you like to go? Long Yanning, her lips rosy and face flushed after finishing her hot pot, crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair. Fine beads of sweat covered her fair forehead as she looked at Xiaoyu with her curved eyes and asked, I want to go to the outskirts of the capital city to take a look. Xiaoyu made up a reason. He had just searched for Yungxiang Village and learned that it was a rural area near the capital and a popular weekend getaway. Instead of the bustling city center, I'd like to see the countryside of the capital. Every city center looks the same, all high-rise buildings and heavy traffic. Let's go to Yungxiang Village instead. I heard it has farmhouses and hot springs, making it a great tourist destination. Long Yanning frowned as she looked at Xiaoyu. It would take more than an hour to drive from the capital to Yungxiang Village, and nearly 3 hours round trip, so she wouldn't have much time to play. But after thinking about it, Long Yanning decided that since she had already promised Xiaoyu, she would go along with it. After resting for a while, the two immediately made the most of their time and drove to Yungxiang Village. Yungxiang Village is a rural area near the capital city, far from the city center. It boasts beautiful scenery and attracts wealthy people from the city center for leisure and vacation year-round. Therefore, Yungxiang Village has built many luxury homestays and guest houses, as well as recreational facilities such as artificial hot springs. The two parked their car in the garage and then strolled through the village. Almost every household had built a 4- or 5-story villa, which looked quite luxurious. Where are we going now? Long Yanning asked Xiaoyu. Just wander around aimlessly, follow your instincts. The most fun thing is to wander without a destination. Xiaoyu said this, but he headed straight for the location pinpointed by the treasure hunting device. The two climbed over a small hill, crossed a stream, and walked for nearly 30 minutes before finally arriving at the cemetery behind Yungxiang Village. As they drew closer, Xiaoyu glanced at the map and confirmed that the treasure was inside the cemetery. However, the cemetery was surrounded by an iron fence, and outsiders could only enter through the main gate. There was a 60-year-old security guard on duty at the guard post at the main gate. "Grandpa, can we go in here?" Xiaoyu asked the old man as he walked to the door. "You don't look familiar? You're not here to sweep the tombs, are you?" "Well, you can't go in yet. You need to have a Beijing Hukou household registration, and then you have to spend money to buy a burial plot inside. Then you can wait a few decades. Judging from your good health, you might only have to wait 60 or 70 years. It has to be said, this old man's mouth is really sharp. Unlike me, I'm almost there. Maybe I'll be living inside in 4 or 5 years. Grandpa, please stop talking. You go ahead with your work, I won't bother you anymore." Xiaoyu quickly stopped the conversation. If he couldn't afford to offend this kind of old man, couldn't he at least avoid him? Perhaps because it was rare to encounter a living person while on duty, the 60-year-old man seemed to open up and started chatting with Xiaoyu. "Young man, if you're applying for a security guard job, you can get in too. Don't underestimate our line of work. The monthly salary is 7 or 8,000, with full social insurance and housing fund coverage, 1 day on, 1 day off. Apart from being a bit scary, it's no worse than others. The key is that we get a discount when buying graves inside. Let me tell you, the feng shui of this cemetery is excellent, a truly auspicious place. Look at the shape of this hill in front, doesn't it resemble a tortoise shell? Burying someone here will not only ensure longevity for their descendants, but will also produce high-ranking officials." Grandpa, please go ahead with your work." Xiaoyu quickly interrupted the old man. "We're here for tourism, we'll be leaving now." Xiaoyu, exasperated, bid farewell to the old man and quickly left with Long Yaning. Watching the old man's rapid-fire words, Long Yaning couldn't help but laugh and said, "Xiaoyu, is this your feeling? It's not very accurate. Why are you chatting with an old man at the cemetery?" Xiaoyu was now completely exasperated and a little anxious. It would be difficult for him to find a reason to enter the cemetery in broad daylight under everyone's watchful eyes. Perhaps he should wait until dark and sneak in at night. "Teacher Long, please don't laugh at me," Xiaoyu couldn't help but say. "This was a mistake. Where do we go now?" Seeing Xiaoyu's discomfiture, Long Yanning's smile grew even brighter. She looked exceptionally beautiful when she smiled, much more so than when she had a cold expression. "Let's go fishing, have dinner, and then soak in a hot spring," Xiaoyu said. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yanning blushed slightly. Did Xiaoyu mean he wanted to stay overnight? She felt a little strange. It felt more like the two of them were on a date. "No, it's too late. We have training tomorrow morning." Long Yanning quickly refused. "We need to go back early. We must be back before dark at the latest." Xiaoyu suddenly became anxious. "I haven't even gotten the treasure yet, and you're telling me to go back? All my time has been wasted." Xiaoyu was unwilling to go back like this. "Let's go fishing first, and we'll see what happens later," Xiaoyu said. Chapter 92: A Trip to Yunxiang Village. Into the night, Xiaoyu and Long Yaning spent the entire afternoon by the stream, fishing with their rods. They caught nothing but king magi carp, not even a single goldfish, and all of them were of common or rare quality. They had absolutely no other catch, which made Xiaoyu sigh. "Why can't I catch a kyogre like Lily?" Xiaoyu dreamed of a kyogre with the best in-class aptitude and rare level strength. After fishing, Xiaoyu and Long Yaning enjoyed a sumptuous country dinner. Although it was a country dinner, the food was delicious, with a touch of rustic charm, and most importantly, the ingredients were extremely fresh, all just picked from the fields. After dinner, the two disagreed. Xiaoyu insisted on staying in the hot springs before leaving, but Long Yaning insisted on going back immediately because she had training the next morning. "Teacher Long, let's go back a little later today. We've finally managed to get out of town, so we should definitely enjoy ourselves to the fullest," Xiaoyu urged. "Let's go soak in a hot spring too." "No way." Long Yaning shook her head decisively, firmly disagreeing. On one hand, training did start tomorrow, Monday, and on the other hand, how could a lone man and woman be together, especially since they were teacher and student? It was simply inappropriate. Xiaoyu naturally understood Long Yaning's concerns, and he quickly said, "We'll go back immediately after soaking in the hot springs. It doesn't matter if it's a little late, as long as we can get back tonight." "Teacher Long, I heard that the hot springs here are very famous, and even Pokémon can soak in them. It's said that they can heal Pokémon's hidden injuries." "This is a rumor, a false advertisement made to promote themselves." Long Yaning firmly refused. "Besides, I didn't bring a swimsuit." "You can buy them. They're available at hot spring boost houses," Xiaoyu said. "Teacher Long, it's rare for you to come out like this. You usually work so hard, you really can relax a bit." Xiaoyu flattered. "As long as we can make it before tomorrow morning's training camp, that's fine. Besides, my Pokémon have been training so hard lately, I want to let them relax too. Your Pokémon also get a break." Teacher Long, it's important to balance work and rest, and to relax appropriately so that training can be more efficient. Soaking in hot springs can help with sleep and also has the benefits of body shaping. Despite Xiaoyu's persistent pleading, Long Yanning eventually gave in and was dragged to a hot spring in by him in a daze. Would you like to soak in the public hot spring area, or would you like to book a private hot spring room? Private area, let's book a hot spring room. Xiaoyu naturally chose to book a hot spring room. He didn't want Teacher Long to soak in the hot spring with other people. He could admire Teacher Long's good figure all by himself. While checking into the hotel, Xiaoyu went to a nearby shop to pick out a swimsuit for Long Yanning. This shop was clearly ripping people off. If you didn't have one, you had to buy it. The prices were almost double those in a department store, and they were all brand name items, with the cheapest costing over 1,000 yuan. Moreover, Xiaoyu discovered that the less fabric used, the more expensive the price. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and bought the most expensive pair for Teacher Long, while picking out the cheapest pair of shorts for himself. Spend money wisely, not waste it on trivial matters. Women always take their time changing clothes, unlike Xiaoyu, who only needs to take off all her clothes, put on a pair of shorts, and soak in the hot spring early on. Xiaoyu rented the best hot spring room, which had 3 rooms, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and a chess and card room. The hot spring area is very large, about half the size of a basketball court, enough for more than a dozen people to soak in. Since it was a rare opportunity to relax, Xiaoyu released his 3 Pokémon, Grovel, Nombat, and Charmander, all of which came out to soak in the hot spring together. Even the fire-type Charmander was soaking in the hot spring, enjoying the water, only sticking its tail out of the water. 5 or 6 minutes later, Long Yanning arrived late. She appeared by the hot spring with a blush on her face. Xiaoyu only caught a glimpse of her before Long Yanning immediately dived into the hot spring, leaving only her head above the water. Then, she followed Xiaoyu's example and released all her Pokémon. The appearance of Pokémon like Haxorus, Komodo, and Deinosuchus quickly filled the spacious hot spring, making it slightly crowded. Xiaoyu wasn't idle either. He placed the snacks and drinks he had prepared earlier on the table and set them aside. Teacher Long, have something to eat and a couple of drinks. I'm not eating. Long Yanning frowned as she looked at the snacks and drinks Xiaoyu had taken out, feeling that Xiaoyu had ill intentions. I still have to drive later. It's all right, Teacher Long, don't worry, just a couple of drinks, Xiaoyu advised. Seeing that it was getting late, he already had his own plans. If Teacher Long agreed to stay the night, he could sneak into the cemetery in the middle of the night while Teacher Long was asleep and retrieve the treasure. Please have someone drive you later. Besides, when you're out having fun, you should naturally have a good time. Don't worry, Teacher Long, I'll wake you up very early tomorrow morning. Set your alarm, just make sure you get to the secret realm before 9 o'clock. Long Yanning doesn't really have many hobbies, but drinking is one of them. Whenever she's not busy and has time, she'll have a couple of drinks with her other best friend who also loves to drink. Now, hearing Xiaoyu say this, she's a little tempted. Especially soaking in the hot spring, feeling warm and comfortable all over, she can't help but want to have a couple of drinks, and she licks her lips. As Xiaoyu spoke, he took 2 wine glasses, poured the wine into them, and handed them to Long Yanning without giving her a chance to refuse. Then have a drink. Long Yanning licked her lips. She looked at Xiaoyu and felt that he had ill intentions, but she was not worried at all. First of all, she had an excellent alcohol tolerance. If Xiaoyu had ill intentions, he would only suffer in the end. How could an 18-year-old boy like Xiaoyu be her match? The 2 of them soaked in the hot spring and drank alcohol. The more Xiaoyu drank, the more he realized something was wrong. The scene of Teacher Long being drunk that he had expected did not appear. Instead, Teacher Long became more and more energetic as she drank, shedding her initial hesitant appearance and frequently pouring herself more alcohol. He himself was getting a little dizzy, but Long Yanning seemed to be completely unaffected. Damn it, I misjudged. I didn't expect to mess things up here. I hope I don't fail to get Teacher Long drunk tonight, but end up completely drunk myself. How am I supposed to find the treasure in the cemetery then? Teacher Long, let's know when to stop. Just a little tipsy is fine, don't get drunk, Xiaoyu couldn't help but advise. He was genuinely a little scared by Teacher Long's demeanor. This is nothing, don't worry, I'm not drunk at all. Long Yanning's face was flushed, not just because of the wine, but also because of the hot spring. Chapter 93 The Most Rare Treasure in the Capital. Vomit. Xiaoyu leaned against a tree by the roadside, vomiting violently. It was already 2 a.m., and he really hadn't expected Teacher Long to have such a high alcohol tolerance. At first, Teacher Long was quite reserved and couldn't let loose in front of Xiaoyu, but after drinking for a while and getting slightly tipsy, Long Yanning completely let loose. Page 52. Completely ignoring her sexy attire, she engaged in a drinking contest with Xiaoyu, and later Long Yaning was drinking alone until 1 a.m. before returning to her room to rest. Xiaoyu, already half drunk, rested on the bed for a while, and only after confirming that Long Yaning was asleep did he slip out of the guest house and stagger towards the back mountain. If Xiaoyu hadn't found a chance to slip away halfway through, he probably would have been drunk to the point of unconsciousness. But he was also feeling unwell, his stomach was churning, and he only felt much better after vomiting. I absolutely must not let Teacher Long drink alcohol in the future. She's just too crazy. Xiaoyu secretly made up his mind that he would never let Teacher Long drink alcohol again. Xiaoyu walked along the winding mountain path for nearly 20 minutes before finally arriving at the cemetery behind the mountain. He stood drunk outside the iron fence, and in a daze, he grabbed the iron fence with his hands and suddenly jumped over into the cemetery. Damn it! Because he had drunk quite a bit of alcohol, Xiaoyu slipped when he landed and almost fell flat on his face. Luckily, the forest lizard next to him was quick-witted and grabbed him, preventing him from making a fool of himself. Well done, forest lizard. Xiaoyu patted the forest lizard on the shoulder and praised it in a low voice. I'll definitely find you a beautiful wife in the future. How about that melodic from last time? Chamo. The forest lizard cried out, but Xiaoyu didn't understand what it meant. He could only sigh and think that he had to capture Alatias and Alachios as soon as possible to serve as his royal elf translators. Buzzbat, you go scout ahead, the forest lizard and I will follow you, Xiaoyu then said to the buzzbat in the air. The night is the domain of the buzzing bat, where it can unleash its full potential. Xiaoyu only released Nombat and Grovel. As for the poor Charmander, Xiaoyu was kept in a pokeball because the flames on Charmander's tail were particularly noticeable in the dark. He couldn't be exposed while sneaking into the cemetery. Xiaoyu quickly moved forward according to the location on the one-time treasure finder, but after only a few steps, he heard a series of sounds, and it seemed that fighting was taking place ahead. Numbat. Xiaoyu and the forest lizard quickly followed, only to see that the Numbot was attacking a Ghastly. Ghastly is a ghost-type Pokémon, extremely rare, and its final evolution, Jengar, is an even more powerful Pokémon. I never expected to encounter a Ghastly in the graveyard. A Ghastly with gym leader level potential. Its strength is at the rare level. Xiaoyu was surprised. Gym leader level Pokémon are extremely rare in the wild, and he never expected to encounter one in the graveyard. It was a pity that Xiaoyu couldn't catch a gym leader level Pokémon, otherwise he really wanted to catch one. Although its potential was a bit lacking, ghost-type Pokémon have special uses, such as lurking in Xiaoyu's shadow to protect him. Goblin, go help Nombat. Quickly take down this Ghastly. Seeing the Ghastly suddenly appear and being blown by the cold wind, Xiaoyu became much more alert and immediately commanded Growlin to help, use Dark Strike to the vitals. Chamo. The forest lizard's wrist emitted a black light, Dark-type energy surged, and its body suddenly rushed forward, closing in on Ghastly. The black Dark-type energy slashed at Ghastly. At the same time, Nombat also launched an attack, using the Wind Rush move, which sent a gust of wind slicing towards Ghastly. Faced with the combined attack of Nombat and Grovel, Ghastly was completely powerless against the difference in strength and was knocked down to the ground. Xiaoyu glanced at Ghastly, feeling a pang of regret. He couldn't catch a Pokémon with gym leader potential, so he could only continue forward. Along the way, Xiaoyu frequently encountered ghost-type Pokémon, which made him feel that something was wrong. These ghost-type Pokémon generally had high potential, but their strength was very weak, at most only at the rare level, which Xiaoyu found very strange. Xiaoyu felt extremely regretful that he couldn't catch these wild Pokémon, which was truly frustrating. After walking for a few minutes, Xiaoyu, with the forest lizard and the buzzing bat, arrived at a tombstone. Those who have abandoned me, the days of yesterday cannot be retained. Those who trouble my mind, today is filled with worries. A long wind carries wild geese across 10,000 miles. One can enjoy this view from a high tower. Penglei's writings have the strength of the Jianan period, and in the middle, Xiaoxia's style is also elegant. With soaring spirits and boundless thoughts, we yearn to ascend to the heavens and gaze upon the bright moon. You can't cut water with a knife, you can't drown your sorrows with a cup of wine. Life is full of disappointments. Tomorrow I'll let my hair down and drift away in a small boat. The tombstone only has this one poem by Li Bai engraved on it, without even a signature, which is puzzling. The signal from the treasure hunting device came from under the tombstone, clearly indicating that the treasure was beneath it. Xiaoyu bowed to the tombstone first, silently saying in his heart, I'm sorry, I'm just borrowing your grave for a while. Forest lizard, help me dig it open. Buzzbat, go keep watch and let us know if anything happens, Xiaoyu said in a low voice. For the sake of the treasure, Xiaoyu had no choice but to become a tomb raider, chanting Ba Buddha in his heart while having the forest lizard dig up the grave. With the help of the forest lizard, they successfully dug through the soil in just a few minutes, revealing the golden coffin. Open it. Xiaoyu looked at the golden coffin with some trepidation, but the forest lizard had no such concerns and directly lifted the coffin. Inside the coffin was a white skeleton, and next to the skeleton were various rare treasures. Xiaoyu's eyes immediately locked onto one of the treasures. Hoopa's judgment jar, damaged, extremely dangerous. The jar of punishment was crafted from Arceus's life-giving powers of water, fire, and earth. However, it has been damaged over time, and its 6 golden rings have completely disappeared. Furthermore, all the earth elemental life-giving power within the jar has been lost, leaving only a small amount of water and fire elemental life-giving power. Because of the damage to the judgment pot, the core energy of Hoopa's psychic, ghost, and dark types, which was sealed within it, is slowly leaking out, which will accelerate the growth of psychic, ghost, and dark type Pokémon. Currently, all psychic type energy has been leaked, with 0% remaining energy, 32% remaining ghost type core energy, and 100% remaining dark type core energy. With only 32% of its core energy remaining, ghost type Pokémon can significantly accelerate their growth. The dark type core energy is at 100%, which can greatly accelerate the growth of dark type Pokémon. Arceus's limited water and fire type life source power can improve the potential of water and fire type Pokémon. However, the punishment pot will be completely destroyed after use, triggering the quest, the Jar of Punishment. This is a decision-making task depending on the host's choices. Different new tasks and development directions will emerge. Choice: please make a choice from the following options as soon as possible. Option 1: repair the judgment pot. The punishment jar is severely damaged, but there is still a slim chance of repairing it. Quest requirements: collect Arceus's water, fire, and ground life forces to repair the judgment jar. This will unlock the Hoopa questline. Completing the final quest will reward you with a judgment jar gold ring, one-time use, which can summon any legendary Pokémon. Option 2: destroy the jar of punishment. The leaked core power from the judgment jar gave birth to extremely powerful ghost-type Pokémon. The Imperial City's shiny Aegislash and Dusknoir were born from this, able to grow rapidly in a very short time by absorbing the ghost-type core energy. Now, with the disappearance of Aegislash and Dusknoir, new ghost-type Pokémon have begun absorbing ghost-type core energy, resulting in the birth of many ghost-type Pokémon in just a few days. Mission requirements: consume the ghost-type and dark-type core energy within the judgment jar to accelerate the growth of Pokémon of the corresponding types. Then, consume the small amount of water and fire-type life source power remaining on Arceus to completely destroy the judgment jar. No reward. Chapter 94: Return to the Dragon Realm. The task of making a decision. The two choices are very clear. The first choice is to repair the punishment jar. The task is quite difficult and requires collecting Arceus's 3 types of life essence power. However, the reward is also extremely generous, and you can directly reward a legendary Pokémon. If Xiaoyu were already an Elite 4 level trainer, then he might be somewhat interested in this choice, but right now he's just a weakling, so it's best for him not to get involved in this kind of thing. The second option is much simpler, but there is no reward, or rather, the process of completing the task itself is a reward. Xiaoyu made his decision without much thought. It was obvious that he should choose the second option. His current strength did not allow him to choose the first option. He rejected the system's empty promises and accepted some substantial rewards instead. Besides, Xiaoyu already has a quest lead about Latios and Latias. He shouldn't try to do too much at once, and a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Replenishing his strength is the most important thing right now. In particular, the Ghost-type core energy in the second option accelerates the growth of Ghost-type Pokémon, which is crucial for Xiaoyu and is extremely suitable for the unhatched Dragapult, allowing it to accelerate its growth. As for Dark-type core energy, it's obvious that Xiaoyu needs to catch a Dark-type Pokémon. Currently, there are only 3 Dark/Dragon-type Pokémon: Hydreigon, Guzzlord, and Roaring Moon. Among them, Roaring Moon is an ancient species of Salamence. Ancient and future species Pokémon are called Paradox Pokémon, which have not yet been discovered in the current world. Obviously, this means that Crimson Mirage has not yet appeared. Crimson Mirage is the 3rd god in Pokémon's sacred world who created Paradox Pokémon, and is also the legendary Pokémon that created Crystallize and Paradox Pokémon. Latest information from Sacred World. Since Roaring Moon cannot be captured, Xiaoyu's choices are limited to Hydreigon and Guzzlord. Needless to say, these 2 Pokémon are extremely rare. First, Hydreigon is a pseudo-legendary Pokémon that is extremely difficult to obtain, and Xiaoyu is unlikely to acquire it in a short period of time. Second, Guzzlord is an Ultra Beast, which is even more difficult to obtain than pseudo-legendary Pokémon. This forced Xiaoyu to consider that he could only catch Dark-type Pokémon after collecting all 6 Dragon-type Pokémon, or give them to his father and brother to use. However, it seemed that neither of them had any Dark-type Pokémon with good potential, so he could only wait and see. For the time being, Xiaoyu will likely be unable to use Dark-type Core Energy and will have to use Ghost-type Core Energy on Dragapult for now. As for how to use the remaining life source power of Arceus with both water and fire attributes after solving the energy core problem, Xiaoyu was also thinking about it. Obviously, the fire-type life source power core should be given to Charmander, but what about the water-type? Kingdra? Dracovish? Million? Xiaoyu shook his head, unable to think that far ahead for the time being, and could only take it one step at a time. After storing the punishment jar in the system space, Xiaoyu continued to have the forest lizards help him close the coffin, then fill it with soil, trying to keep it as intact as possible to avoid anyone discovering that someone had moved the coffin. Sorry, brother, I disturbed your sleep. It's okay, you can go back to sleep. I'm leaving. Xiaoyu bowed to the tombstone again, then climbed over the iron fence with the forest lizard and returned to the hot spring inn. Xiaoyu quietly opened the door, went inside, and, not daring to turn on the light, tiptoed back to her room, where she then fell into a deep sleep. 2 hours later, before dawn, around 5:30 in the morning, Xiaoyu's alarm clock rang. With dark circles under his eyes and a haggard expression, he struggled to get out of bed, quickly washed up, changed his clothes, and then went to wake up Long Yaning. Yesterday, Long Yaning repeatedly told Xiaoyu that he must wake her up early this morning so that they could return to the dragon's secret realm as soon as possible, which is why he set an alarm for 5:30 in the morning. Teacher Long, Teacher Long. Xiaoyu knocked gently on the door, but there was no response from inside. Boom boom boom. Checking the time, Xiaoyu had no choice but to knock on the door again, but this time his voice was much louder. Teacher Long. The room remained completely silent. Seeing that no one responded for a long time, Xiaoyu had no choice but to open the door. With a gentle twist, the door opened. What does Teacher Long mean by this? Why is she so trusting of me that she doesn't even need to lock the door? Did I miss something? Xiaoyu put aside these chaotic thoughts, walked into the room, turned on the light, and saw that Teacher Long was still wearing the same clothes she wore at the hot spring yesterday, sleeping on the bed in an indecent position, with only a thin blanket covering her body, which could not cover her graceful figure. Swallowing hard, Xiaoyu walked up to Teacher Long and shouted, "Hey, Teacher Long, wake up. You're going to be late." Long Yaning finally reacted when she heard Xiaoyu's voice, letting out a soft hum in her sleep, her voice melodious. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing in my room?" "Teacher Long, we're going to be late. We have intensive training today. Call me to wake you up," Xiaoyu said loudly. Upon waking up and hearing about the training camp, Long Yaning immediately regained consciousness. She remembered what happened last night and was startled. She quickly sat up and saw that she was still wearing the same clothes as last night, with Xiaoyu standing to the side. Her face turned red, and she quickly covered her graceful body with the blanket. "Ah, get out, I'll get up right away." "Okay, get up quickly, Teacher Long." At 6:30 a.m., Xiaoyu and Long Yaning returned to the Dragon-type secret realm on time. Today, Xiaoyu thoroughly experienced the feeling of traveling at lightning speed. The security guard at the entrance of the Dragon Realm looked at Long Yaning and Xiaoyu, who had rushed back early in the morning, with a strange expression. While he was shocked, he silently covered his face with a newspaper, lay down on the chair, and pretended that he had not seen anything. Page 53. What's going on? Does the Dragon King know? Should we tell the Dragon King? Xiaoyu went straight to the training ground and began training. Long Yaning returned to her dormitory, quickly changed her clothes, and took a hot shower. She looked at the swimsuit still in the laundry basket, feeling the warm water hitting her body, her face flushed. Remembering the way Xiaoyu looked at her that morning, she cursed him as a pervert in her heart. Xiaoyu, who was severely sleep-deprived, was in a bad mood, but he was very excited. His weekend plans went very smoothly and he had gained a lot. Now he just needed to keep training and wait for the Doran Misia to hatch. With only 5 months until the start of the High School Cup, Xiaoyu felt a sense of urgency. He planned to spend most of his time training Pokémon over the next 5 months, and a small portion of his time catching his 5th Pokémon. He desperately needed the 6 A-rank Dragon Scales awarded for the 5 Pokémon. These scales would greatly accelerate the growth of Dragon-type Pokémon, providing significant assistance to Xiaoyu and increasing his chances of reaching the finals. Xiaoyu is currently focusing all his energy on these two things, and he has to temporarily give up on scientific research. The intensive training begins now. Chapter 95, Plans for the remaining 5 months. With 5 months to go before the start of the High School Cup, Xiaoyu has other training plans besides ensuring that several Pokémon reach the Lord level. First, there's the special training plan for Buzzbat. Xiaoyu has his own ideas about Buzzbat's role in Xiaoyu's team. Nobu's stats are currently the worst in Xiaoyu's team, but as Xiaoyu's starter Pokémon, Xiaoyu has a special feeling for Nobu. Therefore, Xiaoyu has carefully and repeatedly made detailed plans for Nobu's future training. Firstly, Noibat is definitely not as good as Sceptile and Charizard in terms of special attack, so it is undoubtedly not suitable as a main special attacker. In addition, Noivern has the unique ability telepathy. Therefore, Noivern is best suited for supporting harassment and supplementing some special attack output, making it extremely suitable for doubles battles. With the positioning clear, Xiaoyu's future training of Wing Fu should lean towards this direction. First, the Tailwind skill is a must-learn. Second, Feather Rest restores stamina, and finally, the Rage Fang skill, as a very unique offensive move, can also be learned. Of course, you also need to learn the standard support skills like Guard, as well as the Taunt and Switch skills. The Dragon Tail skill, which forces a character swap, is also very important to learn. Only by mastering so many skills can one successfully become a support player. As for special attacks, Nombat should prioritize learning Dragon Pulse, Draco Meteor, and Air Blade and Hurricane, 2 powerful stab moves, before learning various stab moves such as Psychic, Dark Pulse, and Shadow Ball, which Sceptile and Charizard cannot learn, to fill in any gaps in its offensive capabilities. Noivern isn't particularly strong in special attack, but its deep move pool is a highlight. Besides the 2 stab moves, Draco Meteor and Hurricane, it also has the powerful non-stab move, Sonic Blast, which is quite impressive. However, Xiaoyu's team has too many special attack Pokémon, so Noivern must also serve as a support and harassment Pokémon. The skills that support characters need to master all require money to purchase, and skills like Flamethrower, Shadow Ball, and Dark Pulse also require money to purchase. Moreover, these are all extremely popular skills, with a single learning costing over 500,000. As for the prices of Defend and Provoke, they are even more expensive. So, just training a Sonic Dragon to learn the Light skill would cost several million. Money is so important. After planning the training program for the Buzzing Bats, the next step is the Forest Lizards. The Forest Lizards' role in Xiaoyu's team is as the primary dual attacker, excelling in both physical and special attacks. While its physical attack isn't as strong as its special attack, it boasts a deep move pool. Conversely, while its special attack is stronger, its move pool is shallower. Only by doing both can we achieve success in both areas. The future Sceptile will definitely become an all-around character, capable of fighting against all Pokémon except Ice-type Pokémon. As for TMS, you must learn the Sword Dance skill during these 5 months, and try to learn skills such as Earthquake, Rock Slide, Thunder Punch, and Cross Scissors to increase your attack range. Next up is Charmander. Xiaoyu has been hesitant about Charmander's training plan. With its powerful solar power ability, Charmander is undoubtedly more suited to a special attack build. With the solar power ability and Torkoal, nicknamed Little Groudon, as a sunny day setter, it has the ability to dominate the battlefield. In addition, if it carries Charizard Mega Stone Y, after Mega Evolution, the solar power ability can serve as a second sunny day setter. Therefore, from any perspective, Charmander is more suited to a special attack route, and specializing in one aspect can definitely train Charmander into an extremely terrifying special attacker. However, this would result in Xiaoyu's team having too many special attackers. There's also another problem. If Xiaoyu obtains Charizard Mega Stone X instead of Charizard Mega Stone Y, what will happen to Charmander? It will only be able to take the physical attack route. How to choose? Xiaoyu fell into deep thought, truly undecided whether to let Charmander specialize in one aspect. He had considered many things. A Charmander specializing in special attack had a higher potential if it didn't encounter Pokémon that countered Charmander Y, such as a special defense Pokémon like Chansey or Blissey. It would be extremely powerful. However, a Charmander specializing in physical attack X was a better fit for the team, compensating for any weakness in physical attack, and also allowing for a dual attack build, making it more versatile. Xiaoyu was really hesitant. At this point, since both options had their advantages and disadvantages, Xiaoyu decided to ask Charmander for his opinion. Sometimes, the Pokémon's own wishes are also very important. For example, if a male Krilla prefers close combat, it is undoubtedly more suitable to evolve into Gallade if it prefers ranged attacks, then it is undoubtedly more suitable to evolve into Gardevoir. When faced with such a choice, humans often only raise Pokémon according to their own wishes, ignoring the Pokémon's own feelings. As for the unhatched Dracomisia, Xiaoyu's only requirement for it was to evolve as quickly as possible. Before evolving into Dracomisia, its combat power was pitifully weak. Skills and such could be put aside, the only thing that needed to be done was to accelerate its growth. After making the plan, Xiaoyu looked at the 3 Pokémon beside him, walked over to Charmander, and said, "Charmander. Ugh." After spending a month together, Charmander and Xiaoyu have become very close. Upon hearing the call, Charmander immediately ran to Xiaoyu's side, its eyes fixed on him. "Charmander, let me ask you a question. Do you prefer to charge in and fight other Pokémon up close, or do you prefer to use fire to attack enemies from a distance?" Xiaoyu said, keeping a close eye on Charmander. He said seriously, "Charmander, this is a crucial question. I hope you will answer me seriously. If you prefer close combat, raise your claws. If you prefer ranged attacks, wag your tail." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's question, the little fire dragon began to think seriously. If it were newly born, it would definitely enjoy close combat with its enemies. However, after being educated and beaten by the buzzing bat, it gradually realized something. That is, sometimes physical strength is not enough to win. For example, the noisy bat can rely on its 2 cheating skills, ultrasonic wave and shadow clone, to torment its enemies and win. Sometimes, you can win a battle without even having to make contact with the enemy. Little Charmander gradually began to envy this way of fighting, and it was no longer willing to be a reckless brute. Woo! The little dragon wagged its tail and made its choice. Xiaoyu was slightly surprised when he saw this answer. He had always thought that Charmander would prefer close combat, but he did not expect it to choose the special attack path. "Are you sure, Charmander? I hope you make a careful choice." "Ugh." The little dragon nodded firmly, having made its decision, it naturally wouldn't regret it. "Okay, I understand. Then we'll have to train even harder from now on, little dragon." Chapter 96 Hatching, Doranmesia. Since Charmander has decided to go for a high-damage, single-target attack strategy, the most suitable team composition for it is a Sunny Day team with Torkoal, and it must also learn the Solar Beam skill. With its grass/fire coverage and sufficiently high special attack, Charizard can pose a threat to many Pokémon. Aside from the Chansey family and Pokémon like Latias and Latias, its powerful special attack makes it capable of handling most Pokémon. After finalizing all the training plans, Xiaoyu began to strictly train each Pokémon according to the plan, while also keeping an eye out for various TMS. Currently, Xiaoyu's favorite moves are Noxua's Taunt and Grovel's Swords Dance. As for Charmander's Solar Beam, he's not in a hurry for now, because Charmander can't learn Solar Beam until it evolves into Charizard. The morning training session passed quickly. After changing the training plan, Charmander shortened the physical training time in the morning and focused all his energy on training his special attack skills. During lunch, Sumuza was still at the same table as Xiaoyu, chattering away with him. Recently, she had been battling Xiaoyu. After Melodic learned the Mystic Guardian skill, Xiaoyu's Grovel had a hard time defeating Melodic. "Xiaoyu, what did you do this weekend?" Sumuza asked curiously, resting her chin on her hand and looking at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, with dark circles under his eyes and feeling drowsy, could only make up a reason when he heard Sumuza's reply, "I had something to do over the weekend and didn't sleep well." After saying that, Xiaoyu couldn't help but yawn. He hadn't slept enough last night. Even if Xiaoyu were an Iron Man, he couldn't withstand staying up all night like that. "Then you should get some rest." Seeing that Xiaoyu was really sleepy, Sumuza said. After lunch, Xiaoyu returned to his room and checked the learning costs for the Provocation and Sword Dance skills. The Taunt skill is alright, only 800,000. This price is almost 3 times that of Water Pulse. Such a powerful transformation skill is ridiculously expensive. That's not even the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is the Sword Dance skill. You can't even buy the Sword Dance skill learning machine. Moreover, in the past month, the lowest transaction price was 1.5 million, and the average price was over 2 million. Xiaoyu was truly speechless. These people were really rich. Was it really worth it for a Sword Dance skill? However, after thinking about it, Xiaoyu realized that as the top physical attack enhancement skill, 200 million was actually not expensive. However, for Xiaoyu, 200 million is a huge sum of money. As the old saying goes, having money doesn't guarantee you'll become an excellent trainer, but not having money guarantees you won't become one. After checking the price, Xiaoyu's plan to learn the moves had to be put on hold for the time being. He also took a rare break, taking a nap for an hour before continuing his training in the afternoon. Time flew by, and Friday arrived in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu had been sticking to his special training and adjusting his schedule every day for the past few days. Xiaoyu, who was in an energy training class, suddenly received a call from Long Fan, who told him that Duolong Misia was about to hatch and that he should hurry to the hatching room. Xiaoyu quickly put away the 3 Pokémon and rushed to the hatching room, where he saw that Dragon King and Dragon Yanning were already standing to the side. "We're here. If we had been any later, we might have missed it," Long Fan said kindly. Long Yanning, who was standing to the side, simply nodded to Xiaoyu. Ever since she returned from her trip with Xiaoyu last week, she and Xiaoyu had always maintained a cold demeanor and kept their distance from each other when there were outsiders present. Only when they went to the forbidden area every night would Long Yanning give him serious, meticulous, and responsible guidance, reverting to her familiar demeanor. This puzzled Xiaoyu. They weren't an underground organization, so why all the secrecy? After giving a brief greeting to Long Fan and his daughter, Xiaoyu immediately turned his attention to the elf egg. The Doromia Pokemon egg had begun to shake slightly, and fine cracks appeared on the shell. If Xiaoyu had been any later, the Doromia would probably have already hatched. Xiaoyu released 3 Pokemon, intending to let them all witness the hatching process of Dragapult, thus deepening their bond. Crack! The eggshell broke, and the seemingly silly golden dragon Misia crawled out from the crack. Elf egg. Page 54. Flash Doran Misia. Gender, male. Attributes, dragon, ghost. Qualification, champion level. Ability, penetrate. Skills, ambush, dragon tail, shadow clone, strange light, spell, bite, lightning flash, startle, entanglement. A shiny pseudo-legendary Pokemon? That's quite rare. Long Fan looked at the golden Dragapult, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He then looked at Xiaoyu and said, "Take the little guy back and remember to raise him well. And most importantly, don't show him to anyone before your Dragapult evolves, and don't leave the secret realm alone." Long Fan looked at the shiny Dragapult, and a hint of greed flashed through his mind. Even someone of his caliber would still be tempted by a shiny pseudo-legendary Pokemon. However, Long Fan's greed was fleeting. After taking Xiaoyu as his disciple, he regarded him as the true successor. As his master, he naturally could not keep this pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Long Yanning was also surprised to see the Dragon Messiah. With this Dragon Messiah, Xiaoyu's future achievements would be even greater, and she couldn't help but feel happy. "It's nice to meet you, little guy." Xiaoyu looked at the adorable Dragapult and put it into his Pokeball. "Let's go back to class," Long Fan said. "Ah." Another day has passed in the blink of an eye. It's Saturday, and the Move Learning class is here again. Today, Long Yanning will teach the Dragon Pulse skill, and Xiaoyu naturally won't miss it. With Teacher Long teaching him the Dragon Pulse move, Xiaoyu can now legitimately teach all Pokemon except Dragapult the Dragon Pulse move. Long Yanning continued to explain while having Noivern demonstrate. This time, Xiaoyu wasn't listening very attentively, only focusing on the application of Dragon Pulse in actual combat. As for how to use it, he completely ignored it with a TM. He could directly learn the Dragon Pulse skill. The morning passed quickly. Xiaoyu doesn't plan to go home this week. After calling his grandparents, he will stay in the dragon's secret realm for special training. He must seize every minute to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Just then, Long Fan called, "I'll be going on a business trip soon. If you need any help, you can contact Yanning." Since the evil Pokemon in the capital was captured, Long Fan no longer had to guard the secret realm all the time, and would occasionally go out on missions. Chapter 97. The Story of Sushio. Long Fan's departure was not simple. As one of the top combat forces in China, his every move affected everyone's nerves. However, this time Long Fan left suddenly and secretly. Except for a few people, no one knew that Long Fan had left the Dragon System secret realm. They still thought that he was guarding the Dragon System secret realm. Moreover, Long Fan not only left, but also took Long Yanning's staff-tail scaled Dragon Z and the newly developed Z Power Bracelet with him. With 2 Z Pure Crystals in hand, Long Fan is definitely a walking weapon of mass destruction. Long Fan's target this time is the Goddess Mountain Range, the world's highest peak. News just received from the Pokemon Association has confirmed that an entire population of Styracoids lives within the mountain range. The appearance of this Styracoid population has stirred up many foreign powers and underground organizations like the Dawn Society. Long Fan's secret journey to the Goddess Mountain Range is aimed at both taking down the Styracoid population and striking at the Dawn Society. Last time, the Dawn Society kidnapped the Pokemon Association's Gible, causing the Pokemon Association heavy losses. This time, the Pokemon Association is naturally going all out to settle old scores and new grudges. To ensure the mission's success, in addition to Long Fan, the Alliance has arranged for another Ice-type Heavenly King from the Northeast region to accompany them on this trip to the Goddess Mountains. The name hasn't been decided yet, brothers, hurry up and sign up. Xiaoyu was naturally unaware of the major events happening in China. His strength was still too weak, even among his peers, let alone compared to these veteran Elite Four level trainers. Although he has a limitless future, he is still too weak at present. However, now, Xiaoyu has a sliver of a chance to change his fate. That is, the Ghost-type core power of the punishment pot can greatly accelerate the growth of Ghost-type Pokémon. Normally, pseudo-legendary Pokémon like Dragapult would need 5 to 8 years to fully grow up. It's extremely rare for someone like Sushio to raise a Tyranitar to the Elite Four level in just 3 years. No one knows what Sushio went through or what price he paid during those 3 years. In fact, many people online have given high praise and expressed regret for Sushio, because people like Sushio represent the most authentic portrayal of ordinary people in this world. He came from humble beginnings, but he was tenacious and persevered, climbing up from the bottom step by step. During this time, he changed his main Pokémon one after another. His original starter Pokémon had to be sent back to his hometown because of its limited aptitude. Finally, when he was 38 years old, he reached the level of a near Elite Four member. For many scions of powerful families, reaching the quasi-Heavenly King level is something that can be achieved simply by growing slowly and without much effort. However, for someone like Sushio from a humble background, it requires 20 years of hard work. Even so, after reaching the Elite Four level, he saw no hope of advancing to the Elite Four level. He appeared quite ordinary among the trainers who were close to Elite Four level, and there were many young people who were younger and more outstanding than him. He worked hard to complete the mission, but he could only get the qualification to select a Pokémon egg once every few years. Moreover, if he could not select a Pokémon egg with the potential of a champion, he would have to wait for several more years. His life was stuck in this way, and he could not see any hope of advancing to the champion level. After 7 years of hard work and diligence, the 45-year-old Sushio finally made up his mind after seeing a member of a powerful family easily obtain a Tyranitar's Pokémon egg. In this life, one should go against the current. My name is Sushio, meaning all things are over. Sushio, who had always appeared honest and diligent in front of outsiders, completely erupted. He used Zoroark to lure the Zhao family's Elite Four level trainer away, then ruthlessly slaughtered the entire Zhao family and took away the Elite Four level Tyranitar's Pokémon egg. Many people say that if the association had given the Tyranitar's Pokémon egg to Sushio, the association might have gained another loyal subordinate. We've strayed from the topic. Let's get back to the main point. Normally, pseudo-legendary Pokémon take about 5 years to grow up with full training, but now that time will be greatly shortened. Xiaoyu released Dragapult from its Pokeball. Dragapult is incredibly weak right now. Before evolving into Dragapult, Dragapult cannot learn any moves as its strength increases. It can only learn moves through tutorials and TMS. That's why Dragapult is considered the weakest pseudo-legendary Pokémon in the early game. However, after evolving into Dragapult, its strength increases dramatically, making it one of the most powerful and well-rounded Pokémon in terms of overall combat strength. It can be used to fight enemies with dual swords, or to break through walls and provide support. Xiaoyu stroked the little head of Dorganmesia and fed it some Mumu milk and energy cubes. After it had eaten most of it, Xiaoyu took up a punishment jar. As soon as the judgment pot appeared, Dracomesha became extremely excited, as if it had smelled something. It pounced on the judgment pot, clinging to it and greedily absorbing the ghost-type core energy emanating from it. Dorganmesia's strength is too weak now. He only absorbed a little bit, but his body began to tremble slightly, showing great excitement. Little guy, grow up quickly. Xiaoyu looked at Doromizia, very curious about how fast it would grow with the help of the ghost-type core energy inside the judgment pot. The weekend is almost over, and Monday is here. Long Yanning announced that starting this month, a training camp competition will be held every month, and the top 3 winners will have the opportunity to enter the Dragon-type Secret Realm Forbidden Area for training. This is the rule of every training camp. Xiaoyu was not excited about the reward at all, because he could go to the Forbidden Area to cultivate every night. Besides, with his current strength, he was at the bottom of the class and could not make it into the top 3. The competition is an elimination tournament, 1v1 singles. Each person can only use one Pokémon, and the use of any items is prohibited. Only Dragon-type Pokémon can be used in the competition. Long Yanning simply announced the rules, and then announced the competition schedule. Xiaoyu's first opponent was none other than his old acquaintance, Sumuze, which made Xiaoyu suspect that Teacher Long had done it on purpose. Sumuze was among the top 3 in the training camp, while Xiaoyu currently only had one Dragon-type Pokémon, Nombat, and Sumuse only had one Dragon-type Pokémon, Dragonair. That Hakuryu was a top-tier powerhouse, a single Ice Beam would have won the match. Xiaoyu glared at Long Yaning with a dark expression. He genuinely suspected that Long Yaning was doing it on purpose, that she wanted to see him get brutally beaten by Sumuse. Xiaoyu never imagined that Teacher Long had such a cunning side. When Sumuse saw that her opponent was Xiaoyu, she smiled, walked to Xiaoyu's side, put her hands behind her back, looked up at Xiaoyu, and said cutely, "Xiaoyu, I didn't expect that we would meet in the first round." "Yeah," Xiaoyu replied irritably. "Don't worry, I'll let you have your way," Sumuse said with a smile. "No need." Xiaoyu shook his head. This wasn't an important match, so there was no need to give way. Giving your all is the greatest respect you can show me. Let me see just how strong your ace, Hakron, really is. Alright. Sumuse admired Xiaoyu somewhat after hearing his words. Since Xiaoyu said so, she naturally wouldn't hold back anymore. Chapter 98 Sumuse's Trump Card. On the competition field, because it was only a 1v1 match, the battles were very quick, and each match ended in just a few minutes. Soon it was Xiaoyu's turn to compete against Sumuse. Xiaoyu released his only Dragon-type Pokémon available at the moment, Nombat. Dragapult was not yet available, so Xiaoyu's only choice was Nombat. Sumuse was no exception. She used her powerful Hakuryu. Xiaoyu vs Sumuse. The match begins. Long Yaning, acting as the referee, glanced at Xiaoyu and Sumuse and announced the start of the match. Hakuron uses electromagnetic waves. After communicating with Xiaoyu, Sumuse naturally decided to go all out. Although no matter how she fought, Xiaoyu's chance of winning was zero, Sumuse still very steadily had Hakuryu use electromagnetic waves to paralyze the Nombat while slowing it down. The vast difference in strength meant that Hakron's electromagnetic waves unsurprisingly hit the Buzzbat, successfully paralyzing it. Buzzing Bat, Shadow Clone. Xiaoyu naturally couldn't stand idly by. Even though he was no match for them, he had to go all out. First of all, the ultrasonic wave skill definitely wouldn't hit Dragonair, so Xiaoyu chose to have Nombat use the Shadow Clone skill to create several clones and reduce the chance of being hit. Despite being paralyzed, the Buzzing Bat struggled to use its Shadow Clone technique, enduring the numbness in its body. Seeing the 4 or 5 Buzzing Bat figures appear in the air, Sumuse remained expressionless. With her extensive combat knowledge, she handled the situation with ease. Without any hesitation, she directly ordered Dragonair to use the Tornado move. Dragonair, Tornado. The Dragon attribute energy burst forth, forming a tornado that swept up all 4 or 5 Buzzing Bats in the air, giving them no chance to escape. The storm raged, and after the tornado subsided, Buzzbat had fallen to the ground, exhausted and unconscious. The match is over. Sumuse is the winner. Long Yaning announced the result expressionlessly. Xiaoyu had already anticipated this outcome. With the strength of this Dragonite, a top-tier creature, it was one of the best in the training camp. To be honest, the extra electromagnetic wave move he used at the beginning was a waste. How to fight this? If Xiaoyu were given a Lord-level opponent, he might be able to put up a fight and last a couple of moves. At least he wouldn't lose so humiliatingly. But against Sumuse's Hakuryu, Xiaoyu has absolutely no chance. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu looked at Long Yaning in the center of the arena with a resentful expression. He could vaguely see that the corners of Long Yaning's mouth seemed to be slightly upturned, as if she was happy to see Xiaoyu get the short end of the stick. Long Yaning did indeed arrange this match on purpose because she suspected that the two were dating. She thought that if Xiaoyu, as a boy, was inferior to a girl in this match, he would feel ashamed and then be motivated to train harder. Long Yaning went to great lengths to get Xiaoyu to fully commit to becoming a trainer. However, what she didn't know was that Xiaoyu had already developed a thick skin. This little thing was no blow to him at all. If you deleted his Douyin, TikTok, account, that would be a real blow. Page 55. 3 days later, Draco's strength and size increased by leaps and bounds. In just 3 days, Draco's size increased dramatically. At the same time, Draco's appetite was also enormous. Every day, it consumed several times more energy cubes, moo milk, honey, and other foods than other Pokémon. Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the ghost-type core energy of the punishment pot was. Its ability to accelerate growth was incredibly strong, and its effects were truly remarkable. Judging from the current situation, the accelerated growth effect is almost 5 times the normal speed. Based on this calculation, Draco's growth rate may be extremely amazing. It is very likely that it will evolve into Draco during the High School Cup. Once it evolves into Draco, it will be a force to be reckoned with. However, along with Draco's rapid growth, it also faces a critical problem. The Ghost-type energy in Draco will overwhelm the Dragon-type energy, resulting in a severe imbalance. Therefore, Xiaoyu has recently had to reduce the amount of Ghost-type energy cubes and try to feed them all Dragon-type energy. At the same time, Xiaoyu has to take Dracomezia to the forbidden area of the secret realm every night to train and replenish Dragon-type energy. Only by doing this can the balance between Ghost and Dragon types be barely maintained. Xiaoyu was somewhat relieved at this moment. Fortunately, he had obtained Ghost-type core energy. If it had been Dragon-type core energy, he wouldn't know how to replenish Ghost-type energy. As Dracomesha grows rapidly, other Pokémon are also growing quickly. Buzzbat, keep your body steady and get ready, I'm going to increase the wind speed. The Nompet was flapping its wings vigorously to fight against the gale. In front of it was a huge blower that could create strong winds. It was an instrument specifically used for training flying-type Pokémon. Get ready, 3, 2, 1, increase the wind speed. As Xiaoyu finished his countdown, he pressed the button, and the giant blower was turned up. The roar of the engine on the blower became louder, and the wind speed could be clearly felt to increase. The change in wind speed caused the buzzing bat to be blown backward, forcing it to flap its wings frantically and struggle to regain its footing. Very good. Xiaoyu didn't hold back his praise when facing Buzzbat, and then prepared to start the next training. Buzzbat, get ready to dodging training. Recall what I taught you a few days ago. Ready, set, go. Xiaoyu took some stones from a box next to him, held them in his hand, and then threw them in front of the giant blower. Affected by the strong wind, 7 or 8 small stones were instantly blown towards the buzzing bat. Faced with the flying stones, the buzzing bat could only try to dodge while resisting the strong wind. However, there were too many stones, and it could only barely avoid some of them. It was still hit by a stone, which left a bloody mark on its body. Buzz! The buzzing bat let out a painful cry, its expression showing distress. But even though he couldn't bear it, Xiaoyu had to harden his heart and continue. Very good, buzzing bat, you've only been hit once. Hang in there, we'll do it again. This time the number of stones will increase. Focus on feeling the stones and use your ultrasound to locate them. Xiaoyu took out a handful of stones from the box next to him, held them in his hand, and said to the buzzing bat, get ready. A bunch of stones were thrown, and the buzzing bat tried its best to dodge, but there were still too many stones, leaving it very little room to dodge. At the same time, it also had to resist the strong wind in front of it, which made the buzzing bat unable to keep up. In the blink of an eye, several more bloody marks appeared on the buzzing bat's body. Due to its injuries, the buzzing bat's body suddenly swayed, lost its balance, and was blown a considerable distance before gradually regaining its footing and struggling to fly back. Chapter 99 The Special Training of the Buzzing Bat. Xiaoyu felt extremely sorry for Wing Fu when he saw his injured appearance, but there was nothing he could do. No pain, no gain. If Xiaoyu is soft-hearted, Noiser will likely be eliminated from Xiaoyu's team and kept in the breeding house as a heartless breeding dragon. Of course, this is a joke, but if Noiser doesn't work hard and is eliminated, it will most likely only be able to serve as a flying pet in the future. Nombat's aptitude is already the weakest in Xiaoyu's current team. If it's indulged and not given strict requirements, Nombat will absolutely become a burden. The earlier the bird flies, the harder it will work. The worse its aptitude, the more effort it needs to put in. Look at Grovel. That's the kind of Pokemon that leaves no room for other Pokemon to survive. He's highly talented and incredibly hardworking. Any trainer would adore him. Even Shinji would want to hug and kiss him. Furthermore, another reason why Xiaoyu trained the Buzzbat in this way is that the Buzzbat's role in Xiaoyu's team is to harass and support characters often become the enemy's priority target in battle. The current training is precisely to prepare for dodging in extreme moments and to simulate future battles. The injuries sustained during training are all for the purpose of minimizing injuries in future battles. As the saying goes, a sharp sword is forged through tempering, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. To become stronger, you must put in twice the effort. There is no shortcut to success. Unlike those transmigrators who are incredibly powerful and start with divine beasts and super powerful functions, Xiaoyu's system has always been an auxiliary function. There's no tenfold experience, no starting level cap, and no starting with a divine beast. This system is based on equivalent exchange. You get rewards for completing certain tasks. It can only play a supporting role, not directly make Xiaoyu stronger. Continue. Xiaoyu looked at the battered and bruised Buzzbat, hardened his heart, grabbed another handful of stones, and kept encouraging Buzzbat, saying, "One last time, we'll rest immediately after we're done." Buzz. Having spent a long time with Xiaoyu, Buzzbat actually understands Xiaoyu's personality very well. Normally, their interactions are very casual and relaxed, but during training sessions like this, Xiaoyu is absolutely a man of his word, and failure to complete the task is absolutely unacceptable. Buzzingbat knew that acting cute wouldn't work. Only by working hard to complete the training could it make Xiaoyu happy. Buzzbat, recall what Teacher Long said, learn to feel with your heart, use ultrasound to identify the enemy's attacks, and then think about the trajectory of these attacks, make predictions in advance, and figure out how to dodge the attacks, and if you can't dodge them, how to minimize the damage to yourself. Xiaoyu spoke earnestly, helping the Buzzingbat recall Teacher Long's teachings. These little tricks were all taught to Xiaoyu by Long Yaning. She discovered that Xiaoyu's Buzzingbat's grasp of ultrasound was still too shallow, and he had not grasped the essence. Long Yaning told Xiaoyu that the sonic dragons, which possess telepathic abilities, are actually very special and powerful, especially when they master the echolocation ability of ultrasonic waves. The combination of telepathy and ultrasonic positioning becomes extremely powerful, with their evasion ability almost maxed out, making it very difficult for enemy attacks to hit the sonic dragons. These are the 3 stages of Noivern's growth. The first stage relies on senses, fighting with eyes and intuition. This type of Noivern is the weakest and most useless. The second stage uses echolocation with eyes and intuition to fight. Almost all Noivern remain at this stage, fighting in this way. The third stage fights with the heart, using telepathy and ultrasound. In this third stage, Noivern doesn't even need eyes to clearly perceive its surroundings. It's practically a living radar. Of course, most Noivern remain at the second stage. Only Noivern with telepathic abilities have a very small chance of reaching the third stage. This requires not only developing ultrasonic response positioning ability, but also specifically developing and training Noivern's telepathic abilities. Get ready, Noibat. Remember to focus your attention and use your ultrasound to sense your surroundings, feel the movement of the wind. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, constantly encouraging Noibat. Then he began to count down. It's about to begin. 3, 2, 1. As Xiaoyu's voice fell, he threw out the pebbles in his hand. Dozens of pebbles were instantly blown towards the buzzing bat by the giant blower, like bullets. Faced with the flying pebbles, the buzzing bat recalled Xiaoyu's words and emitted ultrasonic waves to echolocate the pebbles. Buzz. With the feedback from the ultrasound, a clear map of the surrounding environment is formed in its mind. At this moment, the ultrasound is its true eye, far more useful than its eyes. Ultrasonic localization successful. But ultrasound localization is only the first step. The real difficulties lie in the second and third steps. The second step is to predict the trajectory of the pebble, which tests the ability to predict, or intuition. This is also the key to the power of Noivern with the psychic ability. After training, Noivern with the psychic ability can do this very easily, while Noivern with other abilities find it difficult to do so. The third step involves adjusting one's balance in extremely harsh surrounding conditions, dodging pebbles while dealing with strong winds. This step tests one's physical strength. After all, if your eyes and brain can keep up, but your body can't keep up, it's better not to train at all. Therefore, physical strength is also a crucial factor for Sonic Dragon. Faced with dozens of flying stones, the buzzing bat remembered Xiaoyu's words. It thought about how to dodge the stones. Then it suddenly stopped flapping its wings, and its body suddenly pressed forward, parallel to the horizontal plane, forming a streamlined body that looked like a thin sheet of paper from the front. It performed difficult maneuvers such as 360-degree turns in the air, like a fighter jet. While spinning, it successfully dodged the first dozen or so stones flying in from the air. But before the buzzing bat could even rejoice, it was soon hit by stones from behind. As it was struck by the stone, the buzzing bat instantly lost its balance, flew backward, and crashed to the ground, rolling several times. Buzzbat. Seeing that Buzzbat was injured, Xiaoyu immediately turned off the blower, ran to Buzzbat's side, and quickly picked it up. Buzz. The buzzing bat's eyes were brimming with tears. The pain in its body made it unable to hold back its tears, and it stretched out its paws, begging Xiaoyu for a hug. Seeing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. She quickly took Buzzbat to the infirmary, comforting him as they walked. "All right, Buzzbat, you did a great job just now. You can definitely succeed next time, but you're not focused enough. You dodged the stones in front at the beginning, which proves you've learned how to dodge. But you got hit by the stones in the back because you weren't prepared to dodge them. Next time, as long as you stay absolutely focused and dodge continuously, you definitely won't get hit. But you did a great job this time, and I'm very happy," Xiaoyu said, patting the buzzing bat's head and praising it continuously. The buzzing bat is still a child. When it gets hurt, it wants Xiaoyu to hug it. When it is wronged, it wants Xiaoyu to comfort it. When it is happy, it wants to share it with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is its everything. Sometimes the relationship between Pokémon and their trainers is quite special. A trainer can have countless Pokémon, but a Pokémon only has one trainer, and the trainer is everything to it. Looking at the young Noibat, Xiaoyu was actually looking forward to the future when Noibat evolved into a Noivernosaurus. He wondered what it would be like when it was majestic and powerful, and when it carried Xiaoyu as it soared through the sky. He wondered what it would be like when it became a dominant force in the world. You should know that Noivern is the overlord of the night sky. Even pseudo-legendary Pokémon like Hydreigon would fear it at night and avoid battle before it gets dark. Xiaoyu looks forward to Noibat becoming an invincible being in the dark in the future. This point was mentioned earlier, but many people complain that Hydreigon is a pseudo-legendary Pokémon and Noivern is nothing. However, this point is mentioned in the official Pokédex for Noivern and Pokémon Purple, and it's also in the encyclopedia. The author really researched a lot when writing this book, trying to avoid making mistakes. I will correct any problems, but I won't change anything already mentioned, such as Lycanroc's Fire Fang and Fire Punch. Chapter 100 Commemoration. After taking the buzzing bat to the infirmary for treatment, Xiaoyu hurriedly took the buzzing bat back to the forbidden area of the dragon-type secret realm. In the forbidden area, 3 Pokémon, Dramatia, Gravel, and Charmander, are waiting for him. After returning to the forbidden area, Xiaoyu first went to see Dracomesha. Although Dracomesha was only a few days old, it was growing extremely fast due to the influence of the core energy of the Judgment Pot. It wouldn't be long before it caught up with Charmander and Nombat. However, because Dracomesha cannot learn moves before evolving, Xiaoyu uses the simplest training method that combines physical training and energy training. First, he increases the weight to improve physical strength, and then practices energy control when the child is tired. This cycle is simple and brutal. The reason for training Dracomesha in this way is that Xiaoyu has a very clear vision for Dracomesha to be an all-around pick. Dracomesha has the potential to be a champion and has also absorbed the Ghost-type core energy from the Judgment Pot. Although it has not yet reached the level of a near master, it is already extremely outstanding among champions. Just how strong are Pokémon with champion-level potential? Just look at Wei Yeken's Lucario to see. Wei Yeken's Lucario was an all-rounder, with such a rich move pool that Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. That Lucario could handle almost any opponent, and Xiaoyu also wanted to train Dragapult to be a Pokémon like that. You should learn support moves like Phosphor Fire, Light Screen, and Reflect. Physical attacks like Dragon Arrow, Phantom Dancer, and U-Turn are also essential. Special attacks like Draco Meteor and Shadow Ball are equally important. All-around ace. It is an undeniable fact that Drolongor will become Xiaoyu's trump card in the future. This is the true strength and charm of a quasi-god. What is an ace? It's when everyone mentions Durambarado and thinks of Xiaoyu, and when they mention Xiaoyu, they think of Durambarado. They complement each other and achieve mutual success. Just like when you mention Metagross, everyone will think of Steven, and when you mention Steven, everyone will think of his shiny Metagross. Speaking of Steven, one has to mention the Masters tournament that Xiaoyu witnessed in his previous life. Steven's Metagross, which could only hold off Primal Kyogre and dodge Mega Rayquaza's Dragonite attacks without taking damage, actually couldn't beat Ash. To be honest, if Steven hadn't held back, his Mega Metagross could have easily crushed Ash's team. At least in the game, a Mega Metagross of the same level can easily defeat Pikachu. Xiaoyu could only sigh that Pikachu truly lives up to its name, its ability being stronger against stronger opponents and weaker against weaker ones. Of course, Xiaoyu didn't mean to look down on Ash, he just thought it was a bit outrageous. Xiaoyu had always liked Ash the anime character, and after seeing a hypothetical scenario online in his previous life, he liked Ash the character even more. The online speculation that Ash is already dead is unfounded. The real Ash is actually a passionate 10-year-old boy in the real world, just like everyone else. He suffers from severe delusions, longing to travel to mountains, forests, and rivers. He imagines the mice he sees when he gets home as Pikachu, the turtles as Squirtle, and the airplanes in the sky as Ho-Oh. However, during a school accident, Xiaozai fell from a height and was seriously injured, his life hanging by a thread. As he lay on his sickbed, on the verge of death, he had a dream about traveling. In his dream, he arrived in the world he had imagined, met Pikachu, and began his journey. But in reality, everything in the Pokémon world is his fantasy. The stories we see are just his fantasies when he longed to travel, his obsession with becoming a Pokémon master. In reality, he has already died, which is why he is forever 10 years old, remaining 10 years old even after 25 years. The Pokémon world is ultimately just a dream. It was all just the fantasy of a 10-year-old boy. In his previous life, Xiaoyu responded angrily to the netizens' speculations. "You brat, how dare you corrupt my resolve?" Xiaoyu shook his head, trying to clear his mind of these chaotic thoughts. He wondered if he also had delusions. How could he have gotten so far off track? Regardless of whether the Pokémon world was Ash's fantasy before his death, it had at least accompanied Xiaoyu through a long period of his past life. Page 56. As long as I firmly believe that the Pokémon world exists, then it must exist. After devising a training plan for the Dragon Mezia, Xiaoyu turned to look at Charmander. Since Charmander had decided to pursue the ultimate White-Type boost route, Xiaoyu focused most of his energy on training Charmander's energy. The ultimate White-Type Charizard, a feast of violent output. Since Charmander began to intensify its special attack training, it has shown extremely high talent. Although it has only learned 4 special attack moves so far, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Ember, and Ancient Power, it is more than enough for its current needs. In terms of moves, Xiaoyu plans to have all his Pokémon learn the move Sunny Day first. After all, Charmander's Solar Power ability can only be triggered under Sunny Day. If all 3 Pokémon can learn Sunny Day, and there are no Pokémon with the Solar Power ability, they can only use their moves to activate the weather, and then Charmander can deal damage. Charmander, let's focus on improving your energy control. Keep practicing Dragon Pulse, Spark, and Ancient Power. Xiaoyu's training for Charmander was quite simple. Special attack training is a gradual process, and even with various instruments to assist, the most crucial thing is to continuously improve your strength through training. After arranging Charmander's training, Xiaoyu finally turned his attention to Grovel. Compared to the other Pokémon, Grovel was the most reliable. Xiaoyu only needed to give instructions, and it would train on its own. If it didn't understand something, it would ask Long Yanning's Pokémon for help. Excellent. If all Pokémon were like this, I, Xiaoyu, would be very pleased. Perhaps next time we could have the Forest Lizard help the Buzzbat with its extreme evasion training, and have him supervise the training of Charmander and Dragapult as well. That doesn't seem like a bad idea. Xiaoyu stroked his chin, wondering if he looked a bit like a slave owner. Forest Lizard, come here, rest a bit, and eat some more energy cubes. Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt and quickly called the Forest Lizard over to rest, while also feeding it some energy cubes. Chamo. The Forest Lizard glanced at Xiaoyu, made a sound as if to say that it wasn't mealtime yet and not to disturb its training, before continuing its training. Xiaoyu could clearly sense the Forest Lizard's disdain, and could only touch his nose to hide his embarrassment. Xiaoyu. Suddenly, Long Yanning walked in from outside the door, looking at Xiaoyu with a serious expression. Someone is looking for you. Come out with me. Xiaoyu frowned, somewhat puzzled. It was already 8 or 9 o'clock at night. Why would someone be looking for him so late? And judging from Teacher Long's solemn expression, things didn't seem simple. I see. Xiaoyu realized the seriousness of the situation, nodded, recalled all 4 Pokémon into their Pokeballs, and followed Long Yanning outside. What happened, Teacher Long? Xiaoyu followed behind Long Yanning, but had no interest in admiring Teacher Long's graceful figure. He secretly inquired about what had happened. The Pokémon Association has sent people. It must be related to the exclusive Z-move. Chapter 101: The Aftermath of Exclusive Z-Moves. Xiaoyu followed Long Yanning into the conference room, where an old acquaintance sat opposite him, his uncle, Lin Suiyang. Beside Lin Suiyang was an unfamiliar, refined-looking middle-aged man. Xiaoyu. Lin Suiyang, the younger uncle, was a free spirit, not at all like someone from a scholarly family. Even though he was in his 40s, Lin Suiyang was still like a passionate young man in his 20s, greeting Xiaoyu with a smile on his face. Uncle. Xiaoyu replied with a smile. No matter what it was, since it was Lin Suiyang who came and had such a bright smile, it couldn't be a bad thing. This reassured Xiaoyu. Let me introduce you. This is Jiangheng, the vice president of the Pokémon Association. Jiangheng was the vice president who strongly opposed Xiaoyu receiving a pseudo-legendary Pokémon when they were discussing the reward for Xiaoyu. Lin Suiyang and Jiangheng don't get along well. They're competitors. This time, Pokémon sent Jiangheng to cooperate with Lin Suiyang to keep Lin Suiyang in check. Chairman Jiang. Xiaoyu had heard his uncle mention Jiangheng before, so he knew that Jiangheng was not as kind as he appeared. He was a petty person who held grudges. President Lin, this is your nephew. He's so young and promising. At only 18, he's already developed his own Z-crystal. He's sure to become a pillar of our nation in the future. Jiangheng praised Xiaoyu with a smile. If he hadn't already known about their enmity, he would probably have been deceived by his words. Thank you for your kind words, President Jiang, Xiaoyu replied politely. Alright, we're here on important business, let's get down to business first. Lin Suiyang spoke up at the right moment, bringing the topic back to the main point. Seeing this, Long Yanning also got up and left, preparing to leave the room. The two of them had come to see Xiaoyu, and since they were discussing serious matters, she, as an outsider, should naturally avoid suspicion. Yan Ning, sit down and listen with me, Lin Suiying called to Long Yan Ning. There are some things about the Dragon King. Seeing this, Long Yaning nodded, sat down next to Xiaoyu, and looked at Lin Suiying and Jiangheng opposite her. Lin Suiying looked at Xiaoyu with a serious expression. According to the news that just came, Long Fan, the Heavenly King, appeared near the Goddess Mountain range. He joined forces with Chu Qishuang, the Ice-type Heavenly King of the Northeast region, and together they killed a Heavenly King-level trainer from the Dawn Society and captured a 4 Heavenly King from the European region. Listening to Lin Suiying's words, Xiaoyu realized for the first time that Long Fan had accomplished such a major feat during his few days of disappearance. Although Lin Suiying spoke lightly, Xiaoyu could sense the immense danger involved. A battle between Heavenly Kings is not something to be taken lightly. The situation is absolutely brutal. The 2 Heavenly Kings, Long Fan and Chu Qishuang, will not be returning for a while. Besides discovering the Halberd Dragon clan in the Goddess Mountains, there is another more important discovery. Therefore, they must stay in the Goddess Mountains for at least a month, and at most half a year, before they can return, Lin Suiying said solemnly. President Lin, can you tell me the specifics? Hearing that it would take so long, and considering that the matter involved her father, Long Yaning couldn't help but ask. I'm sorry, this is confidential, I can't tell you. Lin Suiying's expression was unusually serious, and his tone was solemn, making Xiaoyu and Long Yaning realize that things were definitely not simple, and they began to worry about Long Fan. Don't worry, Dragon King and Shu King are not in any danger for the time being. Perhaps realizing that his tone was a bit stern, Lin Suiying quickly softened his tone to comfort the two. However, to Long Yaning, the fact that they were not in danger for the time being meant that they were very likely to encounter danger in the future. Long Yaning couldn't help but worry even more, her face full of worry and concern. Don't worry, Dragon King and Shu King are blessed with good fortune and will be fine. Now, let me get to the important matter. During the battles between Dragon King and the Dawn Society and other regional Elite Four members, the Z-Force bracelet and exclusive Z-move developed by Xiaoyu played a crucial role, directly killing an Elite Four level Pokémon on the spot. Lin Suiying didn't hold back in praising his outstanding nephew. With their unique exclusive Z-move, Dragon King and Shu King dominated the battlefield, successfully seizing most of the Spinosaurus population. Furthermore, the captured European Elite Four member is a valuable bargaining chip, and we are currently negotiating the ransom with the European Pokémon Association. In his report, the Elite Four praised you highly, and he also requested that you receive a share of the ransom. Lin Suiying smiled at Xiaoyu. The Pokémon Association has also agreed to the Elite Four's request. We'll discuss the specific rewards later. The Elite Four also asked me to pass on a message to you: train hard and don't embarrass your master at the High School Cup. I understand, Uncle. Please also pass on a message to Master for me. Thanking him, Xiaoyu said. Okay, Lin Suiying replied. Ahem. Just then, Jiangheng coughed slightly, perhaps seeing that the two had gone off topic, and quickly interrupted them. I'll take care of the rest. Because of the exposure of the exclusive Z-move, coupled with its immense power, all countries have begun to take notice of this newly emerging exclusive Z-move, and as its inventor, you are very likely to be in danger. Jiangheng looked at Xiaoyu, his tone calm. Even though we have controlled the number of people who know about the exclusive Z-move to a very small number, many people were involved in the development of the Z-Power bracelet, and the Pokémon Association's private collection of exclusive Z-crystals can be traced back to you by simply checking the timeline. In addition, you developed the corresponding action for the Z-move, and so on. All these points can be linked together by those with ulterior motives to trace you back to your head. In other words, you are very likely to be assassinated by various countries. Xiaoyu was suddenly startled. He had anticipated this situation, but he hadn't expected it to be this serious. Ultimately, it was because the effect of this exclusive Z-move was just too good. Long Fan had fully utilized the exclusive Z-move, which attracted the attention of various countries. Seeing Xiaoyu's expression darken, Lin Suiying quickly comforted him. Of course, you don't need to worry too much. The Pokémon Association is taking you very seriously. As long as you stay within the Dragon-type secret realm, you are absolutely safe. However, you need to be careful when leaving the Dragon-type secret realm. You must be accompanied by someone, at least a near Elite Four level trainer, preferably an Elite Four level trainer. At the same time, to reduce the possibility of you encountering danger, we have also decided to announce your exclusive Z-move tomorrow to attract the attention of various countries, which will help relieve your pressure. However, we will not disclose the manufacturing process of the Z-Power bracelet. Our plan is to exchange benefits with various countries by selling Z-Power bracelets. The Z-Power bracelets are not very confidential. As long as a country gets the first batch of Z-Power bracelets, it can be counterfeited. Therefore, we only plan to make money from the first batch. Countries that want to buy Z-Power bracelets must purchase at least 20 sets. According to the regulations, you will also get a share of the profits from this purchase. We're here today mainly for two things, one is about your safety, and the other is about the reward, Jiangheng interjected, looking at Xiaoyu with a smile. If you have any thoughts, you can tell us. Chapter 102 Additional Rewards and Dividends. Between safety and rewards, Xiaoyu's biggest concern is his own safety. After all, if you lose your life, no amount of reward will help. Speaking of his own safety, he is now in a real bind. Just thinking about those terrifying ghost-type and psychic-type Pokémon and their unpredictable assassination methods gives Xiaoyu a headache. You don't need to worry too much about safety. Because of your outstanding contributions to scientific research, our Pokémon Association has decided to provide you with a Pokémon of champion-level strength to protect you. Of course, the service period will not be too long, 5 years. Jiangheng said calmly, it will be free for the first 5 years, but you must pay for the cost of raising that champion-level Pokémon. Also, once it exceeds 5 years, if you want to renew the contract, you will need to pay an additional fee every year. By the way, you're the first person in the whole country to enjoy this kind of treatment at your age, Jiangheng said with a smile. Of course, there aren't many people in the whole country who can enjoy this kind of treatment. Young man, you have a bright future ahead of you. Xiaoyu estimated that 5 years would definitely be enough time for him, but having a Pokémon with champion-level strength right away would be really awesome. He wondered if he could use this Pokémon to do some evil. Xiaoyu couldn't help but fantasize, a smile spreading across his face as he quickly thanked him. Thank you. You don't need to thank me. Pokémon with champion-level strength will only intervene when you're in danger, they won't obey your commands otherwise, Jiangheng said with a smile, seemingly sensing Xiaoyu's dangerous intentions. Currently, you can choose from the following Pokémon: Gengar, Bulbasaur, Espeon, Gallade, Psychic Brave Eagle, Green Form, Mastiff, and Umbreon. Considering that assassination mainly targets ghost and psychic types, the list only includes ghost, psychic, and dark types. Jiangheng said, taking out a list and photos and placing them on the table. Xiaoyu Guang's favorite name is Gengar, because Gengar has an extremely strong ability to enter the shadows and provide all-day, all-around protection. Secondly, there is the Super Warrior Eagle, also known as the Emerald Warrior Eagle. This warrior eagle is a psychic and flying type. The psychic type means that it can effectively sense and prevent assassination attempts from ghost and psychic types. At the same time, the warrior eagle is extremely good at flying and can help Xiaoyu escape in critical moments. It's important to understand that he's not the protagonist of a wish fulfillment novel. When faced with an assassination attempt, his first thought would be how to fight back and kill the enemy. Xiaoyu's priority was to escape and delay, waiting for rescue. Xiao, I suggest you choose Gallade. Seeing Xiaoyu hesitate, Lin Suiyang spoke up at the right moment. That Gallade is very strong, and its teleportation ability is extremely powerful. Remember, extremely powerful. Trust me, choosing Gallade is the right choice. Hearing his uncle's words, Xiaoyu naturally knew that his uncle must have his reasons. As the vice president of the Pokémon Association, he must possess some information that others didn't know, which was why he said that. Since Lin Suiyang had spoken, Xiaoyu naturally chose Gallade without hesitation. I choose Gallade, Xiaoyu said. Lin Suiyang, you can't do it like this. Jiangheng said with a smile, forget it, it's not important anyway. The basic training cost for this Gallade is 5 per month. Just transfer the money to the designated account on time, and then leave an address and someone will deliver Gallade's food every week. But I suggest spending a little more money to buy some energy cubes for Gallade to eat. A monthly feeding cost of 5 is not high for a Pokémon with champion-level strength. In fact, it can be considered very cheap. Of course, this is just the most basic feeding cost. But if you calculate it, if you have 6, it would be 30 a month, and 360 million a year. That's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. As expected, no powerful trainer is poor. Xiaoyu secretly pondered in his heart that for the sake of his great trainer career, he must find a wife who is well-educated, gentle and virtuous, capable in both formal and domestic settings, as beautiful as a peach blossom and as aloof as ice, a rich woman who can be both powerful and delicate. Having discussed safety, let's move on to the reward. Jiangheng, with a fake smile, looked at Xiaoyu. Actually, your reward has already been issued. Originally, the association didn't agree to issue you another reward, but the Dragon King strongly supported it. Considering the power of your exclusive Z-move is evident to all, and the Pokémon Association profited significantly from purchasing exclusive Z crystals in advance, plus the profits from selling the Z Power bracelet, which, according to regulations, allows inventors to share in the profits. The Pokémon Association has decided to issue you a supplementary reward after comprehensive consideration. Jiangheng's words sounded grand, but they were really just out of consideration for Long Fan and Elder Lin. If it were an ordinary person, the Pokémon Association would never have mentioned the matter of issuing supplementary rewards and dividends. Regarding the rewards, you don't need to consider this batch of Triceratops. Of the Triceratops that have returned, only the Dragon King can take one, the rest must be kept for breeding. Even the Ice-type Elite Four member, Chu Qishuang, can only receive the reward after the first batch of bred Pokémon eggs are produced. Jiangheng directly stated that it was best not to think about Triceratops for the time being. The Pokémon Association hasn't released a reward plan yet, so we're here specifically to ask for your opinion. Jiangheng adopted a negotiating stance and looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu didn't rush to answer, but instead pondered the Pokémon Association's bottom line and what conditions he should propose. If Xiaoyu were to say what his ideal reward would be, it would be 3 pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Garchomp, Salamence, and Dragonite. All 3 Pokémon are physical attackers and Dragon-type, which are exactly the Pokémon Xiaoyu desperately needs. However, Xiaoyu estimates that the Pokémon Association is unlikely to agree, but he still has to try. A pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Ideally, it would be Garchomp, Salamence, or Dragonite, Xiaoyu said directly to Jiangheng. Hearing Xiaoyu's conditions, Jiangheng smiled and looked at Lin Suiyang beside him, saying meaningfully, Suiyang, you see, I knew your nephew would want pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Tell me about your nephew. He's not that old, but he's quite bold, wanting to get 2 pseudo-legendary Pokémon in a year. That might not be a good thing. Lin Suiyang, who was standing to the side, also smiled and said to Xiaoyu, don't be too greedy. A pseudo-legendary Pokémon is absolutely impossible. If you want a Dragon-type Pokémon, I suggest you apply for a Duraludon with champion-level potential or higher. Aluminum Steel Dragon? Doesn't our country not have that? Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Of course our country doesn't have any, but Europe does. This time they're trying to ransom one of the 4 heavenly kings, Lin Suiyang said meaningfully. We can offer you terms first, but we can't guarantee whether we can reach an agreement. Then let's go with Duraludon. Xiaoyu didn't hesitate. Duraludon's steel type was crucial for Xiaoyu's pure dragon-type team. With this Duraludon, he would have a way to counter fairy types and wouldn't be too passive. In that case, we have reached an agreement. Jiangheng confirmed with Xiaoyu, we can only do our best to get you in Duraludon with a champion-level aptitude or higher. By the way, if you don't have a Duraludon, do you have any other Pokémon you would like as a backup option? Haxorus or Dracovish? Xiaoyu named 2 Dragon-type physical attackers. These 2 Dragon-type Pokémon are among the more powerful physical attacking Dragon-type Pokémon besides pseudo-legendary ones. I'm afraid Dracovish won't work. Dracovish is a fossil Pokémon, and it's extremely rare, Jiangheng said. Then we'll only have Haxorus. Alright, we've finished talking, so let's get going. Young man, get ready to enjoy your fame tomorrow. Chapter 103 God of Ice. Located at the foot of the Shend mountain range, the Shend Peak Base Camp is also a transit point for climbing Shend Peak, the world's highest peak. A biting wind howled, and heavy snow fell from the sky, turning the whole world into a vast expanse of white, clean and pure. Long Fan, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, huddled in the room, warming himself by the fire. A pot of strong liquor was also warming on the table. The weather here was just too terrible. All he wanted to do was stay in bed and not move. Senior Long. Beside Long Fan stood a beautiful woman. Even though she was wrapped in thick winter clothes and wore a fur hat, her delicate features were still visible. When shall we depart? Page 57. Chu Qishuang's voice was soft and sweet, sounding like the gentle Wu dialect of the Jiangnan water towns. It was hard to imagine from her voice that she was a native of northeast China. Little Chu. Dragon King wasn't very familiar with Chu Qishuang, the newly appointed 4 heavenly kings of the northeast region. This was the first time the two had met on this mission. Rest a little longer. You're getting old, and your health isn't what it used to be. It's too cold today. Seeing Chu Qishuang become one of the 4 heavenly kings at such a young age, Long Fan couldn't help but sigh that young people in this era are becoming more and more powerful. This reminded him of his daughter and his newly accepted disciple. He noticed that in recent years, the current masters and heavenly kings have become increasingly younger. Almost every year, we hear about which province has produced the youngest gym leader or the youngest potential Elite Four member, and this record is constantly being broken. This is actually normal. With the improvement of breeding techniques and the advancement of science and technology, the time and effort required to breed Pokémon will be reduced. For their generation, it usually takes about 10 years to breed a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Senior Long, are we not going out again today? Just as Long Fan was reminiscing about the past, Chukishuang spoke up again, her voice as soft as ever. With this heavy snow, let's stay home and wait until it stops. Long Fan leisurely picked up the wine glass on the table, took a sip, and felt a burning sensation in his heart, which dispelled some of the chill. Then he slowly said, going out in this heavy snow would only be suicide. These things can't be rushed. This is its home ground. We don't have the advantage of terrain, so we have to seize the right moment. Long Fan's words brought Chukishuang back to a day earlier, when various forces clashed in pursuit of the Spinosaurus clan, and the huge noise caused by the battle between elite 4-level trainers eventually alarmed the king on the snow mountain. It was an extremely large Articuno, its blue body blotting out the sky. The 3 dark blue feathers on its head looked like net holders. Its huge eyes swept over everyone present. It was the absolute king of the ice and snow world. This world is not without legendary Pokémon trainers. If it were just an Articuno, it wouldn't have shocked Long Fan and Shinkishuang so much. However, the Articuno they encountered was no ordinary bird. Its strength was terrifying. Even legendary Pokémon have varying strengths. Take Articuno for example. It has appeared many times in the anime, including the Articuno that was defeated by Charizard and the Articuno the ice god that appeared in the movie. Although both are Articuno, their strength is not on the same level. The power of this Articuno reminded Long Fan of Darkrai, the nightmare god that appeared in the Secret Realm a few years ago. That Darkrai was truly terrifying, a true nightmare. It unleashed its dark hole attack, completely overwhelming the entire field, dragging almost all Pokémon into a dark world, plunging them into eternal slumber, and causing countless deaths and injuries. The oppressive feeling brought by this Articuno was just as suffocating. As soon as it appeared, it brought a blizzard. Its huge blue figure blotted out the sun, and its blue crest and phoenix-like blue tail danced in the air. Snowflakes fell continuously along its path. It's worth noting that in the Pokémon world, an ordinary Articuno is only about 1.7 meters tall and weighs only about 110 kilograms. But this is the real world. This Articuno is over 10 meters long, its blue wingspan resembling a dark cloud, making it hard for everyone to breathe. When it flew over their heads, all that remained was an overwhelming sense of oppression. The appearance of the giant Articuno sent a chill down Long Fan and Chukishuang's spines. What a divine beast this was. It unleashed a storm of snow with a single flap of its wings, sealing off an eternal winter. This was the true god of ice. Fortunately, the giant Articuno didn't attack Long Fan and the others, it merely drove them away. Otherwise, having just endured a fierce battle, their chances of winning against the giant Articuno would have been extremely low. However, if they could capture such a legendary Pokémon, anyone would be qualified to contend for the championship. As a result, the Goddess Mountain Range has been listed as one of the world's most dangerous areas by the China Pokémon Association. In addition to the Goddess Mountain Range, other dangerous areas around the world include the Alps, Antarctica, and so on, all of which are inhabited by legendary Pokémon. The appearance of the giant Articuno was completely blocked by the Chinese Pokémon Association. Apart from Long Fan and Chukishuang, the number of other people who knew about it could be counted on one hand. Even Lin Suiyang and Jiangheng did not know the specifics, only that Long Fan and the others had an important mission in the Goddess Mountains. Although this giant Articuno is powerful, there is still a sliver of hope of catching it. Unlike Rayquaza, which inhabits the Alps and spends its time on the ozone layer, and Kyurem, which is ferocious in nature, catching it is a question of whether it can even come back alive. The next day, the Pokémon Association of Europe began negotiations with the Pokémon Association of China regarding the captured Elite Four members. At the same time, the Far Spring Labs held a press conference to announce that researcher Xiaoyu had developed a unique Z-move that was different from Type Z moves. The news shocked everyone present. Less than a month after Xiaoyu developed the corresponding action for the Z-move, he has made another new research and invention, causing a huge stir and instantly going viral online. At the press conference, Lin Suiyang, head of Yuanquanhe Laboratory, Mr. Lin, and Lin Suiyang and Jiangheng, two vice presidents of the Pokémon Association, were present. At the meeting, Lin Suiyang, director of the Yuanquanhe Laboratory, personally introduced the exclusive Z-move to everyone. Exclusive Z-moves are more powerful Z-moves than Type Z moves. They have stricter requirements for activation. They require a specific Pokémon to use a specific move, the Pokémon to hold an exclusive Z-crystal, and the trainer to wear a Z-power bracelet. Ordinary Z bracelets cannot be used to activate exclusive Z moves. We will now play a video to demonstrate this for you. The video shows Komodo Z being cast. There are many videos, and they have been blurred, making the image quality look like it was shot with a landline camera. This was intentional on the part of Yuanquanhe Labs, as they wanted this effect. Many people doubt the power of the exclusive Z move, but we'll let the facts speak for themselves. Lin Suiyan explained, 2 days ago, Long Fan, the chief of the Elite Four in North China, secretly carried out a mission and used Komodo to kill a Dawn Society Elite Four member and capture a foreign Elite Four member. Chapter 104 Exclusive Z Move Release Conference. Mr. Lin, may I ask where the Dragon King is currently on a mission? Mr. Lin, may I ask what mission the Dragon King has gone on to carry out? Would you mind revealing it? Mr. Lin, which country do the 4 heavenly kings who were captured belong to? The capture of the 4 elite warriors from abroad immediately caused a huge uproar, shifting the focus of reporters' attention from their exclusive Z moves to Long Fan's secret mission, especially the foreign reporters, who kept asking questions. I'm sorry, this is a confidential matter of the Pokémon Association and cannot be disclosed. I also hope that everyone will refrain from asking such questions and wasting everyone's time. At this moment, Jiang Heng, the vice president of the Pokémon Association, said at the opportune moment, in the message sent back by the Dragon King, he specifically mentioned that the exclusive Z move is extremely powerful and very effective, and is the key to successfully completing the mission and capturing the foreign Elite Four. At the same time, the theme of this press conference is also the exclusive Z move, so I hope everyone will try to ask questions related to the exclusive Z move. At this moment, a blonde, blue-eyed foreign reporter quickly raised his hand and asked a question aggressively: is China willing to release detailed information about its exclusive Z move and the manufacturing technology of the Z Power bracelet? Let all countries make progress together. Technological innovation can only progress by sharing. Being closed off will only limit the development and innovation of technology and restrict the progress of human civilization. When a certain country developed the Z move, it imposed a complete technological blockade on China. The blockade was only lifted when we developed the Z move ourselves. Now they're demanding that we share the technology, which is utterly ridiculous. Facing the reporter's question, Old Lin responded bluntly and sharply. As a witness to that difficult period, Old Lin always prioritized national and personal grievances, his patriotic heart remaining strong even in his old age. If it weren't for the public setting, he probably would have directly pointed at the reporter and launched into a tirade. But we are not like a certain country. The reason we are sitting here is to release information about our exclusive Z moves so that we can all improve together. In fact, exclusive Z moves don't involve much technical skill. The core key is to identify the exclusive Z crystal, the Z Power bracelet, and the corresponding action of the exclusive Z move. Naturally, the Chinese Pokémon Association will not disclose these 3 points to the public. Right now, all that's been announced is that it has a unique Z move, and it's quite powerful. You guys decide what to do with it. Is China willing to disclose the manufacturing technology of the Z Power bracelet? The blonde, blue-eyed foreign reporter asked, unwilling to give up. I'm sorry, this is proprietary technology developed by our Yuanquanhe laboratory. We've invested a lot of manpower, resources, and money in it, and we've applied for a patent. We can't possibly disclose this technology for free. Old Lin said seriously. However, we are willing to sell Z Power bracelets. If any of you here need to purchase a Z Power bracelet, please contact the Pokémon Association as soon as possible. Our current technology is limited, and we can only produce a very small number of Z Power bracelets. The first batch of sales is limited. Mr. Lin, may I ask what the price is? Excuse me, how many spots are available for sale? The press conference brought Xiaoyu fame once again, and his name once again topped the trending searches in less than a month. Compared to the doubts and slanders against Xiaoyu last time, this time the praise for Xiaoyu on the internet far outweighed the slander. Instead of arguing with trolls, presenting research findings is the most direct and effective way to refute them. Go Xiaoyu, bring glory to the country and make us proud. Well done, we should show those foreigners the strength of China. These foreigners are shameless, they want to take our technology for free. Where are those people who were barking like dogs half a month ago, saying Xiaoyu's success was all thanks to Old Lin's support? Come out and argue with them. It's impossible that Old Lin also developed the exclusive Z move, and then gave the first authorship to Xiaoyu, right? Upstairs, why is it impossible? I don't believe that such a talent can emerge at 18. I am cordially invited to remain anonymous due to personal connections. I was fortunate enough to be Xiaoyu's high school classmate. Xiaoyu was a very hard-working student who loved learning and was also very handsome, making him popular with the girls. His grades were indeed excellent, almost always ranking in the top 3 of his grade. However, I don't really believe he could develop a unique Z move, because I didn't see anything particularly special about him during our 3 years of high school. But since this is an official announcement from the Pokémon Association, I'm willing to believe it. After all, this is a great achievement for the country, and I look forward to Xiaoyu continuing to shine in the scientific research field. What a coincidence. I'm also Xiaoyu's classmate. Me too. I'm his girlfriend. I am his fiancée. I am his secretly married wife. Early fame may not be a good thing for Xiaoyu. At least for now, Xiaoyu is suffering from a lot of troubles. His classmates in the training camp suddenly became very enthusiastic and greeted him warmly. After all, studying the corresponding movements of Z moves is just icing on the cake, but developing your own exclusive Z moves is truly awesome. Based on this alone, even though Xiaoyu is the weakest, he has already far surpassed all his peers present. Just look at Elderlin now, and you'll know that Xiaoyu's future achievements will definitely not be low. After all, the University Cup produces a champion every year, but a talent like Xiaoyu only appears once every few years. In the afternoon, in the Ice-type energy training room and the battle training room, Xiaoyu had just finished a battle with Sumuse. Sumuse's melodic once again won by relying on Poison, Protect, Regenerate, and Mystic Protect. You cheat, that's not fair, I won't fight you again next time. Xiaoyu looked at Sumuse with a resentful expression. Since Sumuse's melodic learned Guardian, Xiaoyu has had a hard time winning. And recently, Sumuse seems to be teaching melodic hypnosis. If it learns hypnosis, that would be truly disgusting. Xiaoyu, shall I switch to Dragonair or Gardevoir? Sumuse smiled radiantly, but Xiaoyu seemed to have a cunning side to him. Hakuryu, why don't you use Rayquaza? Okay, don't be angry. Seemingly noticing Xiaoyu's resentful gaze, Sumuse went to buy a bottle of water and handed it to Xiaoyu. Here, I bought you some water. I can drink the water, but I'll still be angry. Oh, right, Xiaoyu, I watched the press conference this morning. Sumuse's bright eyes sparkled as she looked up at Xiaoyu with adoration, her eyes filled with stars and her eyes crinkling with laughter. If she initially liked Xiaoyu because of his looks, now she admired his talent. Simply put, it started with his appearance and ended with his talent. You're amazing. In Sumuse's heart, Xiaoyu is now the person she admires most besides her father. Meeting Sumuse's gaze, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little smug. Being looked at like that by such a beautiful woman like Sumuse made Xiaoyu's male hormones surge. Sure enough, men are born to like and enjoy the admiration of others. To put it simply, they enjoy the thrill of showing off. Alas, how many men lose themselves in the constant praise of, brother, you're so great, you're so amazing. Be careful and vigilant. The examples of countless predecessors serve as a warning to me. Sue, it's nothing serious, just a small matter. Xiaoyu said calmly, appearing nonchalant. When trying to show off, one must go all the way, and he naturally had to maintain his superior demeanor. Xiaoyu, I've been wondering, I see you training every day, and you train at night too. You're only away for a day and a half on the weekend. Where do you find the time to develop your own Z move? Sumuse looked at Xiaoyu with burning eyes, full of curiosity. Have you heard of Chaoji? Xiaoyu asked. In ancient times, Chaoji could compose a poem in 7 steps. Now, Xiaoyu can compose one in 7 days. Who is Chaoji? Sumuse asked Xiaoyu, looking puzzled. Xiaoyu, who was suddenly interrupted, realized that the history of this world was completely different from that of the original world. It seemed that there was no 3 kingdoms period and no Chaoji. This gave Xiaoyu a sudden burst of inspiration. Why not switch careers and become a writer, and write a Pokémon 3 Kingdoms novel? When the Han Dynasty, Arzetus, died, the stone tablets were scattered. The 18 warlords who found the stone tablets rose up together to fight against the traitor Dong Zhuo. Liu Bei, Venusaur, Guan Yu, Charizard, and Zhang Fei, Blastoise, swore brotherhood in the Peach Garden. Thinking about it, it's not impossible. How about calling it Pokémon 3 Kingdoms? Page 58. Chapter 105. Xiaowanyu. Xiaoyu. Sumuse looked at Xiaoyu, who was in a daze, and waved her hand in front of Xiaoyu's eyes, pulling Xiaoyu back to reality from his fantasy. Have you been working too hard lately, training Pokémon and doing research at the same time? You must get more rest. Sumuse looked at Xiaoyu with concern and carefully examined him. She noticed that Xiaoyu's dark circles were indeed quite heavy and his complexion was not good, clearly indicating that he had been suffering from chronic sleep deprivation. This made Sumuse admire Xiaoyu even more, and also felt a little sorry for him. Sure enough, success is inseparable from hard work. At the age when many people are enjoying themselves, Xiaoyu has already learned to endure hardship and struggle. It's nothing. I was just thinking about something and my mind wandered off, Xiaoyu explained. You still haven't told me what you wanted to see me about. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to talk to Dr. Xia. I hope Dr. Xia won't forget his little sparring partner when he becomes successful. Sumuse and Xiaoyu are quite close now, and they often joke around with each other. Sure. Don't worry, when I become successful, I'll get you an AK and a raffles. Let's grow bigger and stronger, create new glories, and I'll eat the meat while you drink the soup. After getting to know each other better, Xiaoyu was no longer as reserved as when they first met and joked with Sumuse. Hey, my shoulders are suddenly a little sore. It would be nice if someone could massage them for me. Dr. Xia, please sit down, let me rub it for you. Sumuse blushed and looked around. The two of them were in the battle room, and there was no one else around. The entire battle room was just the two of them. Sumuse glanced around a few times, still a little worried. After making sure no one else was around, she had Xiaoyu sit on a chair nearby and went behind him to massage his shoulders. Is the pressure right? No, that's not suitable. Putting aside looks and figure, your technique is extremely unprofessional. I can only offer 15 yuan an hour at most. It was obvious that Sumuse, this pampered young lady, had never given a massage before. In just a short while, Xiaoyu felt his shoulder was about to be bruised, and as Xiaoyu spoke, the pressure on his shoulder increased. Be gentle. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Tell me what you want. Dr. Xia, you are very perceptive. My mother said she would like to invite you to lunch tomorrow, Sumuse suddenly said. Sumuse's mother? Xiaoyu immediately thought of Xiao Wanyu, the fairy-like queen, that beautiful and wealthy woman who was still charming and alluring even with a daughter as big as Sumuse. Why would she suddenly invite him to dinner? Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Yes, it must be related to its exclusive Z move. It seems that Xiao Wanyu has a Mimikyu, and Mimikyu has an exclusive Z move called Intimate Strike, but it hasn't been announced yet. Should I agree, or can I refuse? Xiaoyu frowned and thought. Xiao Wanyu was not only one of the 4 heavenly kings of East China, but also a famous rich woman in the country. With her figure, appearance, status and wealth, she was definitely a high-quality rich woman who would be ranked on the first page of the National Rich Women's Contact List. Unfortunately, she lived a happy and fulfilling life and loved her husband dearly, which greatly disappointed her fans who had the style of Chow Chow. In addition, considering his relationship with Sumuse, and the fact that the young lady was giving him a massage under the guise of having a meal, he really couldn't refuse. I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee I can come. I might not be free tomorrow. Official rhetoric. Not being able to come is the same as not being able to come at all. Not being available is the same as not being available at all. Xiaoyu could only find an excuse to postpone it for the time being. He didn't know if he would be free tomorrow, so he could only ask his grandfather tonight before making a decision. Sumuse felt slightly embarrassed and annoyed when she heard Xiaoyu's perfunctory words. When did she start giving people shoulder massages like this? Not only did Xiaoyu not appreciate it, but he also complained that her technique was not good. What was even more infuriating was that he said she was only worth 15 yuan an hour and was now politely refusing her. However, Sumuse wasn't angry. While massaging Xiaoyu's shoulders, she lowered her head, leaned close to Xiaoyu's ear, and whispered, Xiaoyu, you have to come because my mother knows about your flirting with me. Don't wrong me. When did I flirt with you? Xiaoyu was startled and tried to stand up, but Sumuse pressed down on his shoulders with both hands. Xiaoyu was also afraid that his magic power would hurt Sumuse, so he could only sit in the chair and ask. You told me not to call you Dr. Xia, and you even asked me how I knew you were Dr. You said I should keep a low profile and call you Dr. Xia. Sumuse said with a blush. I went back and asked my mom. Xiaoyu suddenly felt that there was no love in the whole world, and his glorious image seemed to have completely collapsed. The key thing was that Xiao Wanyu found out about this. It was already a favor that she didn't kill him, but she even invited him to dinner. This was a trap, a pig slaughtering feast. He was a stupid pig. I was just kidding. Sumuse looked at Xiaoyu's expression and was quite satisfied with his reaction. She was already grinning from ear to ear. Looking up, Xiaoyu saw Sumuse's smiling face and realized that he had been tricked by this little girl today. He spent the whole day hunting geese, and got his eyes pecked by a goose. Just then, Sumuse suddenly lowered her head, gently brought her mouth close to Xiaoyu's ear, and said softly, Dr. Xia, you must come tomorrow, okay? I promised my mom I would be able to invite you, don't let me down. If I don't come, you won't tell your mom about this, will you? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. Xiaoyu's words made Sumuse's smile disappear. Her eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu, her expression serious, and she said in a solemn tone, Xiaoyu, I will not threaten you or force you. If you don't want to come, you can tell me directly. Although I will be sad, I will not tell my mother about this. Whether you believe it or not, I will never threaten you. Looking up from his chair at the little girl's earnest expression, Xiaoyu realized he had misspoke and quickly said, okay, I misspoke. I'll call my grandpa tonight and let you know if I'm free tomorrow morning. My exclusive Z move was recently announced, and there might be an interview, so I can't guarantee I'll have time. Thank you, Xiaoyu, you're so kind. Here, let me massage your shoulders again. No need, I still want my arm. Just then, Xiaoyu suddenly saw two figures walk into the laboratory. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Teacher Long and Shinzaijun. Long Yanning looked coldly at him, then at Su Muzi, who was massaging his shoulders. Startled, Xiaoyu jumped up from her chair. Damn it, wasn't this afternoon supposed to be energy training? Shouldn't Teacher Long be training in the forbidden area? Why is she here? And what's with Shinzaijun next to her? Xiaoyu, Teacher Long is looking for you. I told Teacher Long that you and Muzi are currently fighting, and I brought Teacher Long here to find you. Shinzaijun's expression was equally grim. Su Muzi's neck and face turned red. She silently withdrew her hand, stood aside, and kept her head down, remaining silent. Teacher Long, what brings you here? You could have just told me what you needed, why did you have to come all this way? Xiaoyu quickly stood up and said with a smile, Xiaoyu, come out here, I need to talk to you. Teacher Long's voice was calm, but also cold, as if he hadn't seen what had just happened. Chapter 106 Training Daily. This is the Gallade that the Pokémon Association lent you. Long Yanning handed the Pokeball to Xiaoyu. This Pokeball is a specially customized one. Gallade can enter and exit the Pokeball uncontrollably. If you encounter danger, it can come out of the Pokeball to protect you, which is quite convenient. Also, try not to expose Gallade normally, otherwise if the enemy has prepared measures to restrict Gallade in advance, you will also have a hard time escaping. Of course, the safest way is to never act alone. Long Yanning's face was cold, giving off an unapproachable vibe. She spoke the warmest words in the coldest tone, as if she didn't see Xiaoyu and Su Muzi at all. Teacher Long. I have other things to do, you focus on your training. After handing the Pokeball to Xiaoyu, Teacher Long didn't even glance at Xiaoyu before turning around and leaving without saying a word. Where's Teacher Long? Su Muzi asked Xiaoyu as she returned to the battle room. Her face was still flushed. Teacher Long had seen her massaging Xiaoyu's shoulders, and she was mortified. Let's go, Xiaoyu replied. He could sense that Teacher Long seemed to be in a bad mood. Upon hearing that Teacher Long had left, Shinzaijun, not wanting to stay there and suffer any more humiliation, quickly followed Teacher Long and left the battle room. I went to training too. Ah. As night fell, Xiaoyu made a phone call to old Lin. Hey, Grandpa, how are you and Grandma feeling lately? Xiaoyu asked. It's alright, just some old ailments, nothing serious. Did Xiao watch today's press conference? Grandpa asked. Grandpa, you should also drink and smoke less. I was busy with training this morning and didn't have time to watch. Xiaoyu gave Grandpa Lin a few words of advice, and he honestly replied, by the way, Grandpa, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? Old Lin asked. Today, we have a classmate named Su Muzi in our training camp. Her mother is Xiaowanyu, the fairy queen of East China. She said she'd treat me to lunch tomorrow. Xiaoyu succinctly explained the purpose of the visit. About this matter, Old Lin said, last night, the Pokémon Association sold Mimikyu's exclusive Z Crystal and Z Power bracelet to Xiaowanyu. However, you must keep this a secret. Mimikyu's exclusive Z move has not yet been announced to the public. It's a secret weapon. I see. Xiaoyu nodded, but still had a question in his mind. Since Xiao Tianwang already has Mimikyu's exclusive Z Crystal, why is she still inviting me to dinner? I don't know, go ahead, it can't hurt. I guess he wants to ask you some tips on his exclusive Z move. By the way, remember to be careful, did you receive that Gallade? Old Lin asked worriedly, don't go alone. Xiaoyu nodded. The two chatted for a while longer before hanging up. On the other end of the line, Old Lin stroked his gray beard, but his mind was elsewhere. Xiaowanyu's daughter, Su Muzi, is in the same class as Xiaoyu? Then they should be about the same age. Xiaoyu lay in bed, his phone already overflowing with 99 plus messages. He scrolled through them, politely replying to everyone before sending messages to his family and his good friend Wu Yaezu one by one. Especially Wu Yaezu, that guy sent dozens of messages by himself. Xiao, you've struck it rich. You've really struck it rich. Don't forget your good brother who's been supporting you behind the scenes. Brother you, I miss you, please reply to my message. Damn it, Xiaoyu, you idiot, reply to me now. I told my classmates in the training camp that I'm your brother, and they all said I was bragging. Brother you wouldn't want your good brother to be looked down upon either. Seeing the message from Wu Yaezu, Xiaoyu couldn't resist teasing him and simply replied, we're not close, don't bother me. Just seconds after the message was sent, Wu Yaezu called. Chow, Xiao. He started speaking in beautiful Chinese. Fatty Wu, calm down. Xiaoyu finally managed to interrupt Fatty Wu. You're so busy now that you don't even reply to your brother's messages anymore, huh? Fatty Wu's tone was full of resentment, like a wronged little wife. Fatty Wu, I'm training all day and don't have time to check my phone, Xiaoyu patiently explained to Fatty Wu. No way, bro, you're going to play in the University Cup? What the hell, bro, you're amazing, you're guaranteed a spot at Beijing University. Fatty Wu exclaimed excitedly, if you ask me, we should just invite you to be a professor and have me take on the role of your student, how about that? Scientific research is just a hobby of mine, Xiaoyu replied casually. What you see is only the tip of the iceberg. My ideal is to become a great trainer. Wah. Fatty Wu suddenly started crying. What's wrong, brother? Don't cry, Xiaoyu asked quickly. I'm relieved to see that you still love to show off. You haven't changed at all, brother you. Page 59. Xiaoyu missed Wu Pengzi very much after not seeing him for a long time. The two chatted for a long time and didn't go to sleep until nightfall. Saturday was the Move learning class. Today's lesson was still about Dragon Pulse. Xiaoyu had already taught Nombat and Charmander Dragon Pulse using the TM after last week's Move learning class, so this class wasn't very meaningful to him. Therefore, he didn't need to go to the Move learning class and instead chose to train hard in the forbidden area. Long Yaning, who was in class in the morning, looked around the crowd several times but couldn't find Xiaoyu. This made her frown slightly. Although she maintained a calm expression on her face, she felt a surge of anger inside. Yesterday, seeing Xiaoyu and Su Musa being all lovey-dovey, Long Yaning concluded that the two must be secretly dating. Today, seeing that Xiaoyu didn't even come to class, Long Yaning became even more certain that Xiaoyu was definitely dating Su Musa, and because of their relationship, Xiaoyu didn't even come to the martial arts training class today. Long Yaning was heartbroken and disappointed in Xiaoyu, feeling that he was not training properly and was indulging in beautiful women. She had told him countless times that his own strength was the most important thing, but he just wouldn't listen. The more Long Yaning thought about it, the angrier she became. Even the students in class could sense that Teacher Long seemed to be in a particularly bad mood today. What's wrong with Teacher Long today? I feel like she's not in a good mood. I don't know, a male student shook his head. I know, another male classmate said with a sly look. According to my analysis, women are bound to be irritable for a few days every month. It's a normal physiological phenomenon. Moreover, women of Teacher Long's age are naturally hot-tempered, and since she's single, it's understandable that she's irritable. How do you know Ms. Long is single? The students around her asked. Ms. Long is so beautiful, how come she doesn't have a boyfriend? That's normal. Don't you know there's a rumor that Teacher Long has been single because she likes women? You sure? Rumors. But there's no smoke without fire. Chapter 107 The Xiao Family Luncheon. Inside the forbidden area, Xiaoyu was training his 4 Pokémon. Dragapult was growing incredibly fast with the help of the Dragon-type forbidden area and the Retribution Pot. Its strength had already broken through to the rare rank in just a few days. Xiaoyu was overjoyed by this rapid growth and couldn't help but want to shout, the Retribution Pot is forever a god. Besides this good news, another piece of good news is that Charmander is on the verge of evolution. Xiaoyu plans to find an opportunity to let Charmander have a thrilling battle to stimulate it to evolve. The Buzzbat's recent training has been quite impressive, especially its progress in extreme evasion, which is getting better and better, and its telepathic ability is also being continuously developed. Finally, as for the Grovel, its training results are as good as ever. As the eldest member of the team, its strength remains number 1, and it also trains the hardest. Recently, Xiaoyu has also started to let the Grovel act as a supervisor, having it oversee the training of the other Pokémon when Xiaoyu is not around. It's 11 o'clock, Su Musa should be getting out of class soon. Xiaoyu checked the time. There was still half an hour before the end of the Move learning class. He quickly recalled his Pokémon, went back to his dormitory, took a shower to wash off the sweat, changed into clean clothes, and went to visit Xiao Tianwang. After all, it was Xiao Tianwang who treated us to dinner, and he's one of the 4 heavenly kings, so we should still pay attention to basic etiquette. After finishing packing, Xiaoyu checked the time. It was exactly 11:25. He hurried to the classroom for his Moves learning class, just as get out of class ended. Xiaoyu. As soon as get out of class ended, Su Musa waved and ran towards Xiaoyu. Long Yaning also saw Xiaoyu standing at the door, her face darkened, and her gaze towards Xiaoyu became icy. She was furious. She was truly disappointed in Xiaoyu. She used to think Xiaoyu was very hardworking, but now that he has developed his own Z move and become famous nationwide, he has completely let himself go, dating and skipping classes. If this continues, Xiaoyu will eventually become a useless person. The worst part is that he skipped class, and then came to pick up his girlfriend after class. That's just too arrogant. Seeing Sumuse running towards Xiaoyu with a big smile on her face, Long Yaning was even angrier. Let's go, my mom has already sent someone to pick us up. Sumuse jogged to Xiaoyu's side. Today, she wore light makeup, which added even more charm to her already naturally beautiful appearance. The two of them, apart from a height difference of more than 20 centimeters, were a perfect match. It must be said that Sumuse perfectly inherited Xiaowanyu's beauty, but she is still a bit immature, like a flower bud about to bloom, while Xiaowanyu is a flower in full bloom. Both of them are beautiful, but in different ways. Like plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, each has its own unique charm. Did your mother send bodyguards? Xiaoyu asked worriedly, as he was extremely concerned about his life these days. Of course they sent one, don't worry. Since they invited you to dinner, they can definitely guarantee your safety. Sumuse couldn't help but chuckle at Xiaoyu's cautious demeanor. Dr. Xia. Let's go then. Xiaoyu's face darkened at the address of Dr. Xia. Sumuse's mansion is located in the affluent villa district of the capital, in a prime location. Each villa has an average area of about 1,600 to 1,700 square meters, with a grand scale, and is known as the representative of China's top villas. Surrounded by more than 100 embassies, it has a full range of international amenities, including luxury clubs, breeding farms, Pokémon clubs, large supermarkets, restaurants, Pokémon training grounds, gyms, etc. The nearby international schools and high-end Pokémon centers provide even more convenience for the residents. Although Xiaoyu can be considered a second-generation rich kid, he is still far inferior to a top-tier second-generation rich kid like Sumuse. When Xiaoyu entered the Su family's house, she was like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, unable to help but look around. Their decorations were all antiques and works of art, and their garden was practically a Pokémon breeding house. When I have money in the future, I will definitely learn from this experience and buy a house here. Xiaoyu saw many Pokémon, including rare fairy-type Pokémon such as Florges, Ninetales, Gardevoir, and Bullreeve. Damn it, is this the luxurious life of the rich? Xiaoyu gritted her teeth until they were shattered. Compared to Sumuse, she felt like a country bumpkin. This was just Sumuse's place of residence in the capital. Her long-term home was in Shanghai. Passing through the garden, Xiaoyu entered the palatial mansion, took the elevator to the third-floor restaurant, and finally met the main character of the day, Xiaowanyu. Xiaoyu, Muzi is back. Are you hungry? Let's eat first. At home, Xiaowanyu wore a red bodycon dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Even though her daughter was already 18, time had left no trace on Xiaowanyu. Xiaoyu would believe her if she said she was only 25. She was incredibly charming, exuding an amazing allure with every gesture. She carried a faint fragrance, and given Xiaoyu's height, a fleeting glance revealed nothing but rolling white snow, causing Xiaoyu, a virgin in 2 lifetimes, to blush. Xiaowanyu reminded Xiaoyu of Chao Suekin's description of Wang Zifeng in his previous life. Her fair face held a hint of spring, her power undisguised her red lips, before they parted, already betrayed her laughter. She is as beautiful as a peach blossom in spring and as pure as a chrysanthemum in autumn. She seemed like a goddess or fairy. Forgive me, forgive me. Right now, Xiaoyu just wants to find a wooden fish to dispel the evil thoughts in his heart. Why are his preferences getting more and more perverse lately? It must be his brother's Douyin account that's causing this. He'll definitely stick to it for 7 days, no, 3 days, and he won't log into his brother's Douyin account today. King Xiao, Xiaoyu said, forcing himself to speak. Sit down, Xiao, Xiaowanyu said with a smile, her face bright and beautiful. There are no superstars here. Just think of me as Sumuse's mother and call me Aunt Xiao. Okay, Aunt Xiao, Xiaoyu said. Aunt Xiao, you are so beautiful. When you stand next to Sumuse, I thought you were sisters. Really? Even though she knew it was Xiaoyu flattering her, what woman doesn't like to hear nice words? Of course, or I can call you Sister Xiao, Xiaoyu said. No. Before Xiaowanyu could speak, Sumuse objected first. Just call me Aunt Xiao. You and Muzi are classmates. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Xiaowanyu said with a smile, her gaze lingering on her daughter thoughtfully. Xiaoyu, let's eat, Sumuse said hurriedly from the side. At the dinner table, Xiaoyu channeled his passion into his appetite, showing off his food like crazy. It has to be said that the refined life of the rich is different. Each dish was only a tiny bit, not even enough to fill Xiaoyu's teeth. It was gone in one bite. Fortunately, there were still many dishes, so there was no problem of being full. During this time, Xiaowanyu also had a bottle of red wine opened and had a few drinks. Having learned his lesson from drinking with Long Yanning last time, and with two stunningly beautiful women beside him, Xiaoyu was now very self-aware, only taking small sips and not daring to drink too much, lest he make a fool of himself. After a few glasses of red wine, Xiao Wanyu and her daughter Su Musa had flushed faces, which added to their allure. When the dinner was almost over, Xiao Wanyu suddenly called out to Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, I watched the press conference yesterday and heard that you developed your own Z-move. I couldn't believe it. A young man like you has unknowingly become a leading figure in the scientific research field. Aunt Xiao, you flatter me. I was just lucky." Chapter 108 Intention to Cooperate. Hearing Xiao Wanyu's words, Xiaoyu knew that the main topic of today's luncheon had finally arrived. Xiaoyu sat in the chair, gazing at Xiao Wanyu. Slightly tipsy, Xiao Wanyu exuded a unique charm, radiant and beautiful. Xiao Wanyu's gaze swept over Xiaoyu from head to toe, a meaningful smile spreading across her flushed face. "Xiaoyu, your achievements in the scientific research field are among the best in the country, but your own abilities are lacking. I heard from Muzi that you're going to participate in this year's University Cup." "Yes." Xiaoyu nodded. "Scientific research is just one of my hobbies. My dream is to become a powerful trainer, and my own strength is the foundation." "It's good that you have such ideas, but becoming a powerful trainer is not an easy thing." Xiao Wanyu looked at Xiaoyu and said with a smile, "Money, high-potential Pokémon, TMS, and the support of secret realms are all indispensable. The most important thing is money. Although money is not everything, as long as a person has enough money, he can at least reach the level of a near-elite one trainer by piling on money. Similarly, money can also solve most of the problems in raising Pokémon, such as nutrient solution, energy cubes, etc. Secondly, there are high-potential Pokémon. High-potential Pokémon refer to those with Elite 4 aptitude or higher. These types of Pokémon are very difficult to buy with money alone. They can only be caught by luck and opportunity, or by making contributions to obtain a spot in the association to select rare Pokémon. The same goes for the third TM. I remember you have a bug resistance TM at home, which is a pretty good TM. You can learn it by spending money. But for TMS that teach moves like Protect, Swords Dance, Dragon Dance, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, etc., you have to pay money to learn them and wait in line for months or even a year. The final secret realm goes without saying. I believe you have a deep understanding of the benefits of the secret realm after a month of training in the dragon-type secret realm. In addition, those undiscovered secret realms are full of treasures. For example, your forest lizard should be a product of the grass and insect secret realm in Starlight City. Money, high-potential Pokémon, various TMS, and secret realms, all these combined are needed to create a powerful trainer. Xiaoyu listened attentively to Xiao Wanyu's words. Her sudden statement was definitely not without purpose. She must have her own intentions. Sure enough, after a moment, Xiao Wanyu revealed her purpose. "I am the Fairy King myself, so I know how difficult it is to get to this point. Today, besides wanting to get to know you, this young talent, the most important thing I want to do is to discuss a collaboration." "Cooperation?" Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Wanyu, not in a hurry to speak, but waiting for Xiao Wanyu to continue. "Xiaoyu, I hope that if you have any new research directions, or when you have some progress or experimental results, you will let me know in advance. Like with this exclusive Z-move, you can let me know in advance, and I will be responsible for acquiring the exclusive Z crystals ahead of time at a low price. You can postpone announcing your research results." Xiao Wanyu's status as one of China's top wealthy women is not without reason. She keenly recognized the business opportunity and had thoroughly investigated Xiaoyu's background beforehand, making ample preparations. "After you announce your experimental results, I will sell them at a high price, buying low and selling high, profiting from the price difference. The profits will be split 50/50ths. The Pokemon Association split is usually 70/30ths, but I'm avoiding 2 percentage points to show my sincerity." At this point, Xiao Wanyu paused slightly before continuing. "In addition, you can also choose to cooperate with us on technologies such as the Z-Powerful Bracelet. We will be responsible for production and sales, and you will be responsible for providing the technology." Xiao Wanyu looked at Xiaoyu with bright eyes. Su Musa sat quietly beside Xiaoyu without saying a word, her gaze shifting between Xiaoyu and Xiao Wanyu, appearing even more nervous than Xiaoyu himself. "Aunt Xiao, I don't have any new research projects at the moment, and as you know, I'll be fully focused on preparing for the University Cup for the next 6 months, so I won't have time for research." Xiaoyu politely declined. Even though Xiao Wanyu had shown sincerity and interest in cooperation, Xiaoyu had her own concerns. Xiao Wanyu's business was simply too large, and cooperating with her would be like asking a tiger for its skin. Xiaoyu may not have many other merits, but he does have a strong sense of self-awareness. Xiao Wanyu's sudden request for cooperation is definitely suspicious. Moreover, Xiao Wanyu and the Lin family have always been strangers, unfamiliar with each other, and there is no basic trust between them. Anyone would find it strange that they would suddenly engage in such close cooperation. If it were the Long family, Xiaoyu would seriously consider it. After all, the foundation of trust between the two sides is there. Xiaoyu, don't be so quick to refuse. Hearing Xiaoyu's tactful refusal, Xiao Wanyu wasn't annoyed. Her beautiful face beamed with an even brighter smile as she looked at Xiaoyu and slowly said, "Listen to my conditions first." Page 60. Besides the 50/50th split I just mentioned, I can offer you some assistance in terms of money, high potential Pokémon, TMS, and secret realms. Xiaoyu's expression hardened. He knew that since Xiao Wanyu had offered such generous terms, the return she needed would naturally be substantial as well. How much help can you provide? What do I need to give in return? Xiaoyu asked earnestly. You don't need to give anything in return. Just hand over all your future research results to me, and I'll negotiate with the Pokémon Association. I can guarantee that the profits you make after handing them over to me will be at least twice that of giving them directly to the Pokémon Association, Xiao Wanyu said, her eyes brimming with confidence. This was Xiao Wanyu's true purpose. She wanted all of Xiaoyu's future scientific research achievements. Because Xiaoyu is so young, only 18 years old, he is already considered a big name in the scientific research field. Xiaoyu has at least several decades left to live. With his research efficiency, the time between the corresponding action of the Z-move and the exclusive Z-move is less than a month. In the future, Xiaoyu will probably have many major scientific research achievements. Xiao Wanyu was making an investment in advance. She had high hopes for Xiaoyu, this young man with a bright future, which is why she asked Sumuza to invite Xiaoyu to her home. Aunt Xiao, I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to go back and discuss it with Grandpa Lin. Xiaoyu could only resort to delaying tactics, bringing up her grandfather to buy time. He genuinely didn't want to cooperate with Xiao Wanyu. Although she was beautiful and charming, one of the most beautiful women Xiaoyu had ever seen, Xiaoyu didn't like Xiao Wanyu's personality. She is too shrewd and too purposeful in her actions, always prioritizing profit. From the moment she entered, her elaborate attire, a bodycon skirt and a strapless dress, was something off. She was entertaining her daughter's classmate. Shouldn't she have been more composed and dignified? Secondly, actively inviting someone to drink red wine can lower a person's guard, making it easier to reach an agreement. This is why most business deals are discussed over drinks. Finally, when the time was right, she proposed seeking cooperation, intending to use Xiaoyu's research results to negotiate with the Pokémon Association and seek benefits. It was practically a scheme to get something for nothing. Moreover, she was one of the 4 heavenly kings of East China, yet she was thinking of taking advantage of the Pokémon Association. If Xiaoyu agrees, although he will benefit greatly, he will completely offend the Pokémon Association. Xiaoyu and the Pokémon Association are currently in a honeymoon period, so doing this would be a losing proposition, and it would also implicate his uncle, who is the vice president of the Pokémon Association in the capital. He was the one who suffered a loss, while Xiao Wanyu benefited. Xiaoyu disliked women who were too clever or too calculating. He found that Xiao Wanyu seemed to resemble Wang Zifeng, the character created by Chao Suekin, more and more. They were both like goddesses and fairies, and both too clever for their own good. Chapter 109 The Underground Black Market of the Capital. After the luncheon, Xiao Wanyu had her driver and bodyguards take Xiaoyu back to the secret realm. Xiao, come visit often when you have time. You can consider our cooperation intentions first, and we can discuss the rest later. By the way, please give my regards to Elder Lin. Okay, Aunt Xiao, I'll go back and discuss it with Grandpa. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, she waved goodbye to Sumuza and her daughter and got into the car. Watching the car slowly drive away, Sumuza smiled, took Xiao Wanyu's arm, and said softly, Mom, I knew Xiaoyu would never agree. Xiao Wanyu remained silent, a smile playing on her lips, but her mind was racing. That's because my offer wasn't enough. After all, it was our first formal meeting, so it's normal for him to be wary of me. He couldn't possibly agree to such a price. He's currently riding high, and he has close ties with the Long family. He's also been taken in as a disciple by Long Fan. As one of the 4 heavenly kings with the best chance of becoming the champion, with his support, Xiaoyu would prioritize collaborating with the Long family. He's unlikely to abandon the Long family to cooperate with us. Mom, you knew Xiaoyu wouldn't agree, yet you still discussed cooperation with him. Sumuza asked. I'm just giving him a heads up, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a choice between 2 options. We can cooperate with the Long family and Xiaoyu. Xiao Wanyu smiled. We only need to talk to the Long family. Once we reach an agreement with the Long family, it will be easier to negotiate with Xiaoyu. but we must show some sincerity. Mom, why do you treat everything like a business transaction? Sumisa pouted. Xiaoyu and I are friends. Friendships need to be linked and bound by shared interests to last longer. Xiaoyu returned to the forbidden area around 3 p.m. He didn't see Long Yanning there, but he didn't care. He released his 4 Pokémon and had the forest lizard supervise the training of the other 3 Pokémon, while Xiaoyu became a hands-off manager. At the same time, Xiaoyu's uncle, Lin Suiyang, also called to tell him that their negotiations with the European Pokémon Association were not going smoothly, especially regarding the Duraludon. The European Pokémon Association was adamant about not giving up, and they were even willing to offer the Chinese Pokémon Association one of each of the grass, water, and fire starter Pokémon, but they were unwilling to provide a pair of Duraludon. That's right. This time, the Chinese Pokémon Association, relying on the capture of one of the Elite Four, made an outrageous demand, asking Europe for a pair of Duraludon. Once they have this pair of Duraludon, China can start breeding Duraludon on its own. Duraludon has always been a unique Pokémon in Europe. The local Pokémon Association has completely banned female Duraludon and registers every single one to prevent them from spreading to other regions. Only a monopoly can command higher prices, so the European side firmly disagreed. However, the Chinese Pokémon Association wasn't in a hurry, since they had one of the Elite Four members. At worst, they could just take all of the Elite Four's Pokémon and use them to breed Pokémon, which would still make them a lot of money. Xiaoyu's expression was gloomy and uncertain. Negotiations at this level never go smoothly in a short time. At this rate, Xiaoyu wouldn't receive his reward for at least a few months. It seems like everything is going wrong today. First, Xiao Wanyu has her eye on me, and now there are problems with Aluminum Steel Dragon as well. A sense of urgency rose in Xiaoyu's heart. He had to get his 5th Dragon-type Pokémon as soon as possible. The reward of 6 A-rank Dragon Scales was too good to pass up. If he missed the golden period now, the effect of the Dragon Scales in accelerating growth would become smaller and smaller as time went on. Now is the best time. With Dragon Scales' accelerated growth, his chances of making it to the national finals are even greater. However, there are no Pokémon in the Dragon-type secret realm that meet his requirements. Although there are Pokémon with champion-level potential, it's not good that Xiaoyu's standards have risen. He still wants Pokémon with near-champion potential or higher and is unwilling to just find a Dragon-type Pokémon with champion-level potential to make up the numbers. After thinking for a long time, Xiaoyu finally made up his mind to go and explore the underground black market in the capital city tonight. In order to get the reward of capturing 5 Dragon-type Pokémon as soon as possible, Xiaoyu could only pin his hopes on the underground black market in the capital city, which is also the largest underground black market in the country. With the help of the system, Xiaoyu believed that he would definitely get a lot of rewards. However, Xiaoyu faces 2 problems: safety and funding. The funding problem is relatively easy to solve. He can ask his maternal grandfather, parents, or older brother for help. The most difficult problem to solve is his own safety. Or should I call him Teacher Long again? With Teacher Long's near-champion level Komodo and the Gallade on his body, his safety shouldn't be a problem. It seems that Teacher Long has become his personal bodyguard. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu immediately picked up his phone and dialed Teacher Long's number. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for a long time, and just when Xiaoyu was about to give up, it was finally answered. Hey. Teacher Long's voice was a little hoarse and groggy. Ugh. What's wrong? Do you feel like throwing up when you answer my call? The sound of vomiting came from the other end of the phone. Xiaoyu knew without guessing that Teacher Long must have gone drinking again, and must have drunk quite a lot, otherwise, given her alcohol tolerance, she wouldn't have vomited so badly. You are, Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu, who is he? What do you want from me? Teacher Long on the other end of the phone seemed a little confused, and could not even speak clearly. Xiaoyu was speechless. In Teacher Long's current state, let alone protecting her safety, even protecting himself would be a problem. Teacher Long, where are you right now? I am in the dormitory. Teacher Long mumbled his location, then threw the phone aside, followed by the sound of vomiting. Xiaoyu was truly exasperated by Long Yanning. In broad daylight, she wasn't even training her Pokémon, she was just drinking heavily. She was a complete alcoholic. It just so happened that Long Yanning's dormitory was not far from the forbidden area. Xiaoyu went to the cafeteria and bought some yogurt and honey, both of which can help with hangovers. He went to visit Teacher Long and help her sober up. He went straight to the guardroom of the teacher's dormitory. When Xiaoyu arrived at the gatekeeper of the classroom dormitory, he was in trouble again. In order to facilitate the training of Pokémon by the Dragon-type secret realm teachers, all the teachers lived in detached villas. The houses themselves were not very large, but the training grounds, the living areas for water-type Pokémon and the living areas for flying-type Pokémon were quite large. Looking at the vast villa complex behind him, Xiaoyu didn't know which villa Teacher Long lived in. "Excuse me, sir, which building does Teacher Long Yaning live in?" Xiaoyu could only ask the old man on duty at the gatehouse. "Long Yaning?" The old man looked at Xiaoyu warily. He suddenly realized that Xiaoyu looked familiar. After looking closely, he realized that this was the boy who had taken Long Yaning's car back around 6 o'clock last morning. The two of them must have spent the night outside. The gossipy old man also noticed what Xiaoyu had bought in his hand, yogurt and honey. He became even more certain that Xiaoyu was going to visit Long Yaning. "She lives in 5-2, Area 5, Villa number 2. Go straight ahead to the second intersection, then turn right and you'll see her," the old man said. "Thanks, sir." "No need to thank me, come and register." "Okay. Teacher Long, open the door, it's me." Arriving outside Long Yaning's villa, Xiaoyu rang the doorbell, but there was no response from inside. It was obvious that Teacher Long was already completely drunk. Xiaoyu shook his head and was about to take the things in his hand to the guardhouse. Crack. Suddenly the door was opened, revealing a dragon head. "Mamodan? You're such a good dragon, you know to open the door for me." Chapter 110 Technique Instruction. The staff-tailed armored dragon looked at Xiaoyu, slightly stepped aside to make room for him, and gestured for Xiaoyu to enter the house. The living room was filled with empty beer bottles and had a strong smell of alcohol. The interior area of the villa was actually not very large, about 120 or 130 square meters. It was called a villa because the surrounding training grounds and other buildings had a large combined area. Inside the house, Xiaoyu saw several familiar figures, including a two-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex and a Noivernnosaurus. "Where's Teacher Long?" Xiaoyu asked the staff-tailed armored dragon. The staff-tailed armored dragon pointed to Long Yaning's bedroom. Xiaoyu walked to Long Yaning's bedroom, opened the door, and saw Long Yaning lying sprawled on the bed, revealing her fair and slender legs. She looked drunk, breathing evenly, and was sleeping soundly. Next to the bed was a trash can filled with vomit, which smelled terrible. On the floor were empty wine bottles, various odds and ends, and clothes. Tank tops, short skirts, shorts. It's an eyesore. Is this what a single woman's room is like? It's so messy, and there's a strong smell of alcohol. Shouldn't a woman's room be clean, tidy, pink, fluffy, and filled with a light fragrance? Seeing that Teacher Long was completely drunk, Xiaoyu knew that today's trip to the underground black market was most likely a waste. Vomit. Just then, Teacher Long turned over and spat into the trash can next to him, then lay back down on the bed and continued to sleep, completely unaware that there was another person in the room. Seeing this, Xiaoyu was speechless. Then he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder and turned around. Suddenly, a broom appeared in front of him, and three fierce dragons, the staff-tailed armored dragon, the sound-wave dragon, and the two-headed Tyrannosaurus, stood in front of him, blocking his way. They pointed at the broom and then at Long Yaning on the bed. "What do you mean? You want me to clean and take care of Teacher Long?" Although Xiaoyu didn't understand dragon language, he could still guess what they meant. Judging from their posture, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to leave unless he agreed. The three dragons nodded in agreement. Xiaoyu was genuinely exasperated, but looking at Long Yanning's messy room, even he, with his obsessive-compulsive disorder and germophobia, couldn't stand it. Okay. Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but simply released his 4 Pokémon. "I'll help Teacher Long tidy up the house, and you guys help me train them. How about it?" Page 61. The staff-tailed armored dragon nodded in agreement, then reached out and gently patted Xiaoyu's shoulder, as if to say, "It's all because of you guys you almost broke Xiaoyu's bones. Teach them some moves while you're at it, like Dragon Star Formation. That shouldn't be too difficult for you." While the Pokémon were outside training, Xiaoyu didn't rush to tidy up the house. He first boiled some water, made a cup of honey water, and brought it to Teacher Long. "Teacher Long, come and have some honey water." Xiaoyu walked to Teacher Long's bedside and called out twice. Long Yaning murmured, responding in a daze. She then slowly propped herself up to sit up, but her hand slipped and she almost fell. Fortunately, Xiaoyu caught her in time, preventing her from falling off the bed. It felt slightly warm to the touch, and the skin was smooth and tender. However, the smell of alcohol on the body was a bit strong, which made Xiaoyu frown and not have any evil thoughts. "Drink some honey water." Leaning against Xiaoyu, Long Yanning appeared exceptionally obedient, her voice soft and sweet, making Xiaoyu's heart race. Then, Long Yanning picked up the honey water and drank it all in one gulp. Such an obedient teacher is a rare sight indeed. Xiaoyu secretly made up her mind that from today onwards, whenever she wanted to open her Douyin account, she would show off 2 ounces of Beiju, Chinese liquor, to improve her alcohol tolerance, starting now. After Teacher Long finished drinking the honey water, Xiaoyu put her back on the bed and then began cleaning and tidying up. She also picked up Teacher Long's clothes that she had thrown on the floor and put them in the washing machine. Finally, as Xiaoyu looked at the personal items in the bathroom, she fell into deep thought. To wash them or not to wash them, that was the question. After working for 4 or 5 hours, Xiaoyu finally cleaned the house thoroughly. She also went downstairs to the supermarket to buy some vegetables, rice, and a pack of cigarettes. The food was naturally for cooking dinner, and the pack of cigarettes was for the gatekeeper. "Sir, here's a pack of cigarettes for you." "Thanks." The old man, who had just received a pack of good cigarettes, smiled, revealing his yellow teeth. The more Xiaoyu looked at the young man, the more pleasing he became. Looking at the vegetables Xiaoyu had bought, he guessed that the young man was probably going to spend the night here. He's really bold. He used to stay out overnight, knowing to avoid Long Tianwang. Now that he knows Long Tianwang is on a mission, he actually came to the teacher's dormitory to stay overnight. But why does this kid look so much like Xiaoyu, the young scientist in the recent news, who is Long Tianwang's disciple? It seems that's true. No wonder the Dragon King wanted to take him as a disciple, so that's what happened. This kid is dishonest. He learned skills and then stole his master's daughter. Back at Teacher Long's villa, Xiaoyu first cooked the porridge and stir-fried the vegetables, then put them in the warmer to keep them warm. After glancing at Teacher Long, who was still fast asleep, Xiaoyu went to the training ground next door to check on how his Pokémon training was going. In the training area, the forest lizard was seen running closely behind the staff-tailed armored dragon, its body covered in fine beads of sweat as it ran under heavy loads. Roar! The staff-tailed armored dragon roared, then stopped in its tracks and punched the training steel stake with a flash of lightning. It was the Thunder Fist technique. The forest lizard following closely behind the Komootai also imitated the Komootai's movements, throwing a punch with a faint crackling of electricity emanating from its fist. Although not obvious, it was real. Huh? Xiaoyu rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. Was that Lightning Fist? When did the forest lizard learn Lightning Fist? Did it learn it in just 3 hours of training? Xiaoyu quickly used the system to check the forest lizard's skill bar, and sure enough, he saw the words Lightning Fist. Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Although Thunder Punch is a physical move, Forest Lizard is a dual-wielding Pokémon, and Thunder Punch is a perfect counter to Flying-type Pokémon. What a wonderful dragon! Xiaoyu couldn't help but praise in his heart. You are truly a wonderful dragon. Not only can you open doors, but you can also teach me the Thunder Fist. Having you is my blessing. Xiaoyu then turned his gaze to the other side, where he saw Charmander and Nombat working together to chase Noivern. With such a large difference in strength between the two sides, Noivern was completely suppressing its strength to act as a sparring partner. It was dodging the whole time and did not fight back at all, while Nombat and Charmander were constantly chasing. The buzzing bat was alright, it could fly and barely keep up. But the short-legged little fire dragon couldn't fly and could only run constantly while casting spells, leaving it panting heavily. This reminded Xiaoyu of a certain mythical beast. Roar! Noivern stopped and landed on the ground. When Charmander and Nombat arrived, it opened its mouth and suddenly exhaled a scorching breath, covering a large area in front of it. Hot air! Charmander and Nombat tried to imitate him, attempting to use the hot air skill, but unfortunately, they failed after several attempts. After 5 or 6 tries, Charmander opened his mouth and exhaled a hot breath. What? Chapter 111 Evolve. Charizard. Xiaoyu looked at the panels of Charmander and Nombat. The words Heat Wave did not appear in the skill bar, which meant that they had not fully learned it. This made Xiaoyu slightly disappointed, but he thought about it and felt relieved. The Heat Wave skill is a top-tier fire-type skill. Even if they have high aptitude, they cannot learn it so quickly. However, as long as they persist in training, Xiaoyu believed that they would learn it sooner or later. Who would have thought? Teacher Long's Pokémon are a treasure trove. They can even teach skills. It seems I'll have to visit Teacher Long more often in the future. Charmander, Nombat, you two continue training with Noivern. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he walked towards Dragapult. Duranmesia still looks as cute as ever. Before evolving, its appearance didn't change much, but in the past few days, it has grown quite a bit and is growing very fast. At the same time, its tail has become more and more transparent. Drow Ranger. Xiaoyu called out, and saw the shimmering Doriomesia fly over, moving as fast as a ghost. Come and eat some energy cubes. Xiaoyu took out a dragon-type energy cube and fed it to Duranmesia. The smell of the energy cube made Duranmesia quite excited. Because of the ghost-type core energy of the judgment bottle, Dragapult grows extremely fast and has a huge appetite. The amount of food it eats is almost equivalent to the total of the other 3 Pokémon, and it needs to eat every once in a while. Eat it, then continue training. Come on, Doran, let's practice your flight speed first. Xiaoyu said to Doran Mizia, instructing it to practice its flight speed. Fly to the first steel pillar on the other side, then circle back. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Doromizia flew directly from Xiaoyu's hand like a dragon arrow, then circled the steel pillar and returned to Xiaoyu's hand. This back-and-forth flight training not only increases physical movement speed but also improves reaction speed. Continue, practice repeatedly. The dragon is known for its speed, so Xiaoyu naturally wants to keep exploring its speed talent. Among all non-legendary, Ultra Beast, Pokémon in the game, Dragapult ranks 4th in speed with 142. Only Ninjazuchi, 160 speed, Electrode, 150 speed, official translation, and Agility, 145 speed, are faster than Dragapult. Even including Mega Evolution, only Mega Beedrill, 145 speed, Mega Alakazam, 150 speed, Mega Aerodactyl, 150 speed, and Mega Sceptile, 145 speed, are faster than Dragapult. Although the speed in the game is just a reference, Dragapult is also extremely fast in reality. As a dragon/ghost-type Pokémon, Dragapult is different from other dragon-type Pokémon. The stronger Dragapult is, the larger its size is, but the lighter its weight is. At the same time, its body is more transparent, and its speed is faster. In the wild Dragapult population, the faster the Dragapult, the more popular it is. In short, Dragapult is a Pokémon that pursues speed, and the more transparent it is, the stronger it is. Xiaoyu accompanied Doran Mizia to train its flight speed, and also took this rare opportunity to strengthen the bond between the two. 9 o'clock at night, Long Yaning, who had slept for several hours, was extremely thirsty and woke up from her sleep in a daze. Rubbing her groggy head, Long Yaning slowly sat up from the bed, and suddenly she felt that something was wrong. When did my house become so clean and tidy? Today isn't the day the cleaning lady comes to visit. Moreover, someone had placed a thermos on the bedside table. When Long Yaning opened the thermos, she found it contained warm, sweet honey water. Long Yaning was a little dazed. Was this still her own room? Was she still dreaming? Who made her honey water? She glanced at the clean trash can beside the bed and the new trash bag. Her mind went blank, and she was clearly unable to process what she was seeing. What happened? Long Yaning instinctively touched her clothes. They were still there, the same outfit as yesterday. She visibly breathed a sigh of relief. She stared in disbelief at the spotless wooden floor, then opened the wardrobe. Inside, clothes were neatly folded, and dresses of various styles were hung in order of color. Confused, Long Yaning rubbed her head, feeling dizzy. She began to recall what happened after she drank alcohol. It seemed that someone entered her room while she was sleeping, and she vaguely remembered someone holding her and feeding her a cup of honey water, but the memory was quite blurry, and she wasn't sure. Long Yaning took a sip of the honey water from her thermos and sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. A thief broke into the house? Impossible. With Noivern and Komodo at home, how could a thief have broken in? By the way, what about the staff-tailed armored dragon and the others? Long Yaning quickly put on her slippers and walked out of the bedroom. The living room was still clean and tidy, the robot vacuum cleaner on the floor was working continuously, and a faint aroma came from the kitchen, but there was no sign of the other Pokémon. Approaching the kitchen, Long Yaning was even more bewildered by the fresh food in the warming cabinet. Just then, she suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from outside the window. Go, Charmander. Go, Buzzbat. Xiaoyu. Inside the training ground, Charmander was battling Nombat again. Both were old rivals and knew each other's moves well. They exchanged blows, and the fight was evenly matched. Long Yaning walked to the window, intending to check on the training ground, when she noticed the clothes drying on the balcony. They were clearly washed that afternoon and were hanging there. She had already guessed what had happened, and a strange feeling welled up inside her. But when her gaze fell on that patch of black lace intimate clothing in the corner of the balcony, her face flushed red at a visible speed, and she rushed to the toilet at the speed of light. When she looked at the empty laundry basket, Long Yaning's legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. It's over, it's over. She covered her face and walked back to the dining room, where she sat in a chair, lost in thought, her face flushed. It wasn't until a dazzling white light came in from outside the window that Long Yaning's reverie was interrupted. Is this evolution? She didn't care about anything else and went to the balcony to look out the window. Xiaoyu's shiny Charmander had evolved into Charmeleon. With its golden appearance, sharp eyes, and flames burning on its tail, it looked at the Buzzbat in the air with a fighting spirit. If Charmander used to give people the feeling of ferocity, then Charmeleon now gave people the feeling of ruthlessness. After evolving, Charmeleon's strength increased significantly, and Nombat, which originally had the upper hand due to its flight advantage, was now completely at a disadvantage. Charmeleon has been enhanced in terms of strength, speed, the speed at which it can unleash its skills, and the power of its skills. Dragon Wave. With a Dragon Pulse, a powerful shockwave of Dragon-type energy flew toward the Nombat. However, after several days of extreme evasion training, even when completely suppressed, the Buzzbat's evasion ability was still top-notch. The Charmeleon, which was under heavy fire, failed to land a single hit with its skills. Alright, that's enough for today. It's a draw. Xiaoyu ended the match at the right time. Neither side could gain the upper hand, so it could only be considered a draw for the time being. Page 62. Chapter 112 The Underground Black Market, 1. Xiaoyu brought the Pokémon back into the house and looked at Long Yaning, who was sitting at the dining table with a flushed face. His face lit up with surprise and delight. Teacher Long, you're awake. Compared to usual, Long Yaning seemed a little awkward and uncomfortable at this moment. She looked at Xiaoyu, silently lowered her head, and seemed a little shy, completely unable to put on the airs of a teacher. Here, have some porridge. Xiaoyu quickly brought out the dishes from the warming cabinet and also served a bowl of porridge to Teacher Long. Watching Xiaoyu busying herself, Long Yanning felt a little strange. This was the first time in a long time that someone had taken care of her after she got drunk. Long Yanning calmed herself down slightly and looked at Xiaoyu with a stern face. What are you doing here? I originally wanted to ask you for help with something, but when I called you, I found out you were drunk, so I came to check on you, Xiaoyu said. I'm asking how you got in, Long Yaning asked Xiaoyu. The Komodo opened the door for me. The two turned their gaze to the Komodo in the living room. Noticing their gaze, the Komodo proudly raised its head and gave a thumbs up, as if to say that it didn't need praise. Long Yaning was somewhat speechless. Normally, the staff-tailed scaled dragon was quite worried how could it have let just any man into the house today. Thinking of this, Long Yaning remembered her private clothing, and her face flushed again. Teacher Long, please eat something first to fill your stomach. Xiaoyu didn't notice anything unusual and thought that Teacher Long had just woken up and her face was flushed, so he urged Long Yaning to eat more. As Long Yaning drank the warm porridge and ate the home-cooked dishes, she had a strange feeling. This feeling of being taken care of made her feel a little strange and uncomfortable, but also somewhat enjoyable. Her gaze unconsciously fell on Xiaoyu, and as she looked at his handsome profile, she was inexplicably lost in thought. Actually, Xiaoyu was a pretty good person, but he had been a bit arrogant lately and hadn't been training hard enough. He had even skipped class this morning. Thinking of this, Long Yanning suddenly remembered that Xiaoyu had gone on a date with Su Muzi at noon, and slowly asked, "Didn't you go on a date with Su Muzi at noon?" Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, "Who told you this nonsense?" "I watched you all leave together," Long Yaning said calmly. "That was her mother inviting me to dinner." Xiaoyu was both amused and exasperated. It was just a visit, how did it turn into a date? Teacher Long, you're too nosy. Xiao Wanyu invited you to dinner? Long Yaning had some doubts in her eyes, but seeing Xiaoyu's expression, she didn't think he was lying, so she believed what Xiaoyu said. Looking at Xiaoyu, she unconsciously asked the question that had been on her mind, "You've been dating Su Muzi recently?" Pfft, cough cough. Xiaoyu spat out the porridge in her mouth and quickly wiped it clean with a tissue. Which bastard did you listen to spreading rumors about? It must be Shinzai-jun. Long Yaning blushed, and seeing Xiaoyu's reaction, she didn't dare to say that she had guessed. What others say doesn't come from nowhere. Weren't you two being all lovey-dovey together yesterday? That was a misunderstanding, Xiaoyu quickly explained, clarifying the whole story. Hearing Xiaoyu's explanation, Long Yaning believed Xiaoyu and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she remembered that Xiaoyu had said she needed to talk to her. "You said you needed to talk to me, what is it?" "I wanted to go to the underground black market in the capital, but I felt it wasn't safe to go alone, so I wanted to ask you to come with me. But when I called you, I found out you were drunk." "Why do you want to go to the underground black market? That place isn't very interesting," Long Yaning asked, frowning. The underground black market in the capital has indeed produced many good items, but that's only possible with extremely good luck. 99.99% of the items there are defective or counterfeit, and the good stuff has long been picked over. Finding a bargain there is incredibly difficult. Only 1 or 2 lucky people find a real bargain each year. Xiaoyu's idea of trying his luck is undoubtedly wishful thinking. Long Yaning shook her head. "If you're hoping to find a bargain, you'd be better off spending more time training your Pokémon. I'm just going for a stroll and a look around." Xiaoyu naturally couldn't explain that he had a system. "Teacher Long, are you free tomorrow? Do you really want to go?" Long Yaning asked Xiaoyu with a frown. "Yes." Xiaoyu nodded without hesitation. "Let's do it now then." Perhaps because Xiaoyu had taken care of her today, Long Yaning didn't want to owe him a favor, so she said now without hesitation, "Let me take a shower first." "Let's not go today. Teacher Long, you're still hungover, and it's not good for you to take a shower right after eating," Xiaoyu reminded him. "Go wash the dishes first, I'll be done showering soon." Half an hour later, at 10 p.m., Xiaoyu and Long Yaning took a taxi to the entrance of the underground black market. For safety reasons, Long Yaning did not drive. The two stood in front of the entrance, and even though they were wearing masks and baseball caps that covered their faces, their height immediately attracted everyone's attention. The underground black market in Beijing, though called an underground black market, has gradually become legal in recent years. It is now equivalent to a large-scale comprehensive trading market, but everyone is used to calling it an underground black market, hence the name. The underground black market is a mixed bag, with legitimate businesses with storefronts and street vendors whose origins seem questionable. The people there are all sorts of people, from those like Xiaoyu and his companion who wear masks to conceal their identities, to those who show their true faces without any attempt to hide them. As long as you don't cause trouble, it's fine. Let's go shopping. Speaking of this underground black market, it's quite strange. During the day, the shops with storefronts are doing booming business, but at night, it's the street vendors who set up stalls that are doing booming business, selling all sorts of strange and unusual things. The shops here are basically open 24 hours a day. Xiaoyu, who was visiting for the first time, was full of curiosity and scanned the stalls along the road one by one. "You're even embarrassed to bring out D-rank items? Throat spray is a good match for Noivern, but it's still trash at only D-rank. Besides, Noibat hasn't learned the Sonic Blast move yet. An E-rank special attack gem that increases special attack by 5% is priced so high it's practically a rip-off." Sure enough, the props sold by these vendors were all leftovers after the previous ones had been picked over. There wasn't anything good to be had. "Let's keep going." Long Yaning walked in front, with Xiaoyu following behind, continuing forward. As the crowd grew denser, Xiaoyu and Long Yaning were forced to stand closer and closer until they were almost pressed together by the throng. The crowd was already crowded and hot, and the two of them were only wearing thin t-shirts, which were already soaked with sweat. Long Yaning could clearly feel Xiaoyu's heartbeat as they were pressed together. Her ears gradually turned red, and she could only pretend to be nonchalant and continue to walk forward with the tide. Xiaoyu also felt himself close to Teacher Long, and smelled the faint fragrance emanating from Long Yanning's body. In addition, the after effects of recently inheriting Xiao Luo's Douyin account made Xiaoyu, who was a passionate 18-year-old youth, feel distracted. Long Yanning turned her head and gave Xiaoyu a murderous look. Chapter 113: The Underground Black Market, 2. The two finally managed to squeeze into a store, finally escaping the awkward atmosphere. Long Yaning calmly straightened her wrinkled clothes, and both of them tacitly avoided mentioning what had just happened. To cover up his embarrassment, Xiaoyu could only pretend to look at the items in the store. This is a luxuriously decorated shop with 3 floors. The first floor is the props floor, the second floor is the Pokémon egg floor, and the third floor is the Pokémon floor. The display cases on the first floor were filled with various props. Compared to the small vendors outside, those who can open physical stores naturally have some skills. The props in the store's display cases were of significantly higher quality, and the prices were also higher. At the same time, Xiaoyu's gaze was immediately drawn to the most prominent prop that the shopkeeper had placed in the center. S-grade lightstone, priced at. Looking at the string of 9s, Xiaoyu knew that the shop owner was clearly not planning to sell it at this price. The markup was too high. It was obviously meant to be placed here as a store's prized possession. Of course, if a rich person really took a fancy to it and wanted to buy it, they wouldn't lose money even if they sold it. Xiaoyu wasn't interested in such expensive props. After wandering around the display case twice and not finding anything good, he went straight up to the second floor. Compared to the first floor, there are far more Pokémon eggs on the second floor. Thousands of Pokémon eggs are scattered together without any labels, and can only be identified by the patterns on the eggshells. All the Pokémon eggs here are top quality. You can pick one for 10,000 yuan. The waiter working the night shift next to him introduced to Xiaoyu with his expertise. "Pick any you like. If you see one you like, just pay and take it. Some people have picked out the starter Pokémon from here and made hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan. This egg gambling depends on luck and a good eye." Xiaoyu used the system to check, and almost all of them were bug-type Pokémon such as Caterpie, Weedle, Wurmple, and Vermouth. Rattata and Pidgey were very rare, and their stats were basically hovering between common, rare, and elite. However, the advantage here is the abundance of Pokémon eggs. With thousands of Pokémon eggs, there's bound to be some good ones, so Xiaoyu wasn't in a hurry to pick them out one by one. During this time, Xiaoyu also saw several Lord level and Overlord level Pokémon, as well as a Gym Leader level Pokémon. Finally, at the very end, Xiaoyu discovered a Pokémon egg with near Elite 4 level potential inside. Snow-swallowing insects. In the game, Sylveon is one of the 4 Pokémon with the lowest base stats. The 4 Pokémon are Sunseed, Wishiwashi, Sylveon, and Sylveon. Sunflower is truly rubbish, but its evolved form, Sunflower, is barely acceptable. In particular, the Sunflower with the solar power ability is somewhat useful, as its special attack is high and its output is not weak. However, overall, Sunflower is a really bad Pokémon, being slow and fragile. Secondly, there's Wishiwashi, which shouldn't actually be on this list. With the Fishy ability, Wishiwashi's base stats can skyrocket to 620, which is higher than pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Finally, the Bug-type Pokémon Sorcerer and Snowbeard made the list together. Although Scuttlebug is weak, its final form, Orb, is quite good. It is one of the few Bug-type Pokémon that is relatively tanky and has considerable strength. It also has the extremely powerful move, Sticky Web. Finally, there's this Snowbeam. Before evolving, Snowbeam is very weak, but its evolved form, Frostwolf, is quite powerful. Its ability, Ice Scale Powder, is one of the top abilities. However, its typing is too weak. As a bug and ice type, it is 4 times weak to fire and 4 times weak to rock, making it easy to be KO'd. However, Snowflake has one advantage: it is one of the few Pokémon that evolves based on friendship, which is quite valuable in reality and can save a lot of resources. Xiaoyu didn't really care about these things. He didn't choose this Pokémon for himself, it was for his father. After all, as the Bug-type Gym Leader, his father needed some near Elite 4 level Pokémon to keep things in order. After Xiaoyu spent 10,000 yuan to buy the Pokémon egg, he went upstairs. The 3rd floor had hatched Pokémon and adult Pokémon. Many of the Pokémon were obviously newly hatched and were all kept in cages. The Pokémon here were quite expensive. Xiaoyu glanced around but quickly lost interest, heading straight downstairs with the chosen Pokémon egg. Firstly, there weren't any Pokémon with champion level potential or higher. Secondly, most of the Pokémon sold here harbored hatred towards humans, and changing that hatred would take a long time, which was exactly what Xiaoyu lacked. After Xiaoyu went downstairs, Long Yaning frowned slightly as she looked at the Pokémon in Xiaoyu's arms. It was practically impossible to find a Pokémon egg with good stats in a store like this, and she didn't understand why Xiaoyu wanted to buy one. Although the egg's pattern was somewhat unique, it didn't look like a dragon-type Pokémon egg. You bought it? Long Yaning asked. Yes, I plan to buy a snow swallower's egg and send it home to my dad, Xiaoyu replied. Hearing that Xiaoyu planned to send the elf egg back to his hometown, Long Yaning stopped asking questions. Let's go and browse other stores. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning continued to stroll through the vast underground black market. Along the way, Xiaoyu discovered 3 near Elite 4 level Pokémon and 1 Elite 4 level Cotton Ball. Cotton Ball is a very special Pokémon. It is not particularly strong in terms of either offense or defense, but it has always been one of the most popular Pokémon in double battles. Its evolved form, Whimsicott, is one of the strongest support Pokémon. This is because it possesses the top-tier ability Prankster, and is currently the only Grass-type Pokémon with Prankster. In addition, its wide move pool allows it to firmly hold its position as a T0 level support Pokémon. The Cotton Ball in front of me happens to have the Prankster ability. Although its potential is only at the champion level, with this ability, its combat power will far exceed that of a champion. This is especially true in doubles, where it will definitely produce a result greater than the sum of its parts. However, in reality, Cotton Ball also has a drawback: it needs sunstones to evolve, and these are not easy to obtain. Hey, Xiaoyu was thinking about the cotton balls when he was suddenly woken up by the vendor in front of him. Brother, want to buy some? Buy it, here you go, 5,000 yuan. Xiaoyu paid cleanly and neatly. How could he not want a cotton ball with the mischievous heart trait and Heavenly King level aptitude for 5,000 yuan? Although he couldn't subdue this cotton ball for the time being, he could give it away. Looking at this cotton ball with the Heavenly King level aptitude, Xiaoyu felt that this Dragon Master quest was making him very uncomfortable. Although the rewards are quite substantial, the task is also quite difficult and has many limitations. Page 63. Xiaoyu pondered what to do with the cotton ball. He was definitely unwilling to give it away to someone else, as this cotton ball, once it grew up, would definitely be no weaker than a potential champion Pokémon. However, due to the mission, he could not capture it himself. Exploiting system bugs? Xiaoyu wasn't sure if having someone else help him raise the Pokémon, or raising the cotton ball himself without using Pokeballs to catch it, would cause the mission to fail, but he didn't dare to gamble. He has already caught 4 Dragon-type Pokémon, and only the last 2 are left. Regarding the fact that Charmander's Mega Evolution into Mega Charizard Y doesn't have a Dragon type, the mission requirement is that the captured Pokémon's final evolution is a Dragon type, or its Mega Evolution form has a Dragon type. Charizard's Mega Evolution into Mega Charizard X has a Dragon type, so it naturally meets the requirement, but it's not necessarily required to Mega Evolve into Mega Charizard X during battle. Xiaoyu hesitated. He didn't want to give up the cotton ball, but he also couldn't bear to abandon his mission. He was caught in a dilemma. Chapter 114 The Underground Black Market, 3. Xiaoyu ultimately decided to put the matter of the cotton ball aside for the time being and finish exploring the remaining underground black market first. After all, it was already midnight, and he needed to go back early. He couldn't very well stay out all night with Teacher Long again. What if the gatekeeper found out? How could Teacher Long ever face anyone again? As night fell, the underground black market became increasingly bustling, with all sorts of supernatural beings emerging, and more people setting up stalls. Let's keep looking, Xiaoyu said. Okay. After walking around for so long, Long Yaning didn't buy anything, perfectly fulfilling her duty as a bodyguard. The two had already explored most of the night market, and so far they had only seen 1 Pokémon with the potential to become a champion. This made Xiaoyu sigh, realizing that this was the level that normal people could access. Even after exploring most of the top-tier underground black market in the capital, they only found 1 Pokémon with the potential to become a champion. One could imagine that underground black markets in other places might not even have Pokémon with the potential to become champions. It was incredibly difficult for ordinary people at the bottom of society to become champion-level trainers. Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder why his Elite 4-level Nova Bat's Pokémon egg had appeared in that place. The appearance of a Nova Bat Pokémon egg in the Zubat group meant that there must be a female Nova Bat or Noivern. Xiaoyu couldn't figure it out, but he didn't care. Anyway, he had already gotten his hands on the Pokémon eggs. As dusk approached, Xiaoyu had no choice but to speed up and use the system's capabilities to go on a shopping spree. Rare item, anyone who buys it is an idiot. Overlord level, it'll do. I'm almost unable to take down any more Pokémon eggs, so I'll pass. A Dowda pigeon with ordinary aptitude? Damn, it's so bad. Who laid this egg? Thumbs down. In the remaining third of the underground black market, Xiaoyu's luck wasn't so good. After exploring almost all the areas, he still hadn't found a single Pokémon egg with near Elite 4 aptitude or higher in the last small area. This made Xiaoyu a little frustrated. Just then, he suddenly heard arguing coming from the crowd. I was the one who took a liking to this first. Young man, you're not following the rules. The speaker was an elderly man dressed in a tang suit, about 60 years old, but he was in good health and had a strong voice. The highest bidder wins. There's no first come, first served. The man he was arguing with was a young man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and appeared quite refined. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning, who were wearing masks, also gathered around to watch the excitement. The refined-looking man in the suit then spoke up, saying, I'll offer 40. You're just taking advantage of this honest old man, thinking you can buy such a good elf egg for 20. All eyes turned to the old man selling the elf eggs. He was dressed in dark, worn-out clothes, covered in dust, with a pale, dark face and black fingernails, which evoked pity. He honestly held the elf eggs and watched the two arguing men in silence. I found this Pokémon egg a few days ago near Longdashan. Everyone who looked at it said it was a dragon-type Pokémon egg. I'm selling this egg here as a betrothal gift for my son. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning, who were on the outskirts of the crowd, exchanged a glance when they heard the words dragon-type Pokémon. Let's go in and take a look, Xiaoyu said to Long Yaning, bowing his head. There are so many people here, how are we going to get in? Long Yaning looked at Xiaoyu, frowning. The crowd was so dense that they couldn't squeeze in even if they wanted to. Look at me. Xiaoyu looked into the crowd, his gaze landing on the beautiful back of a woman. His eyes darted around, and he suddenly shouted, Look, the big star Lin Shuman is here. The real big star Lin Shuman is here. It really is Lin Shuman. I recognize you even with makeup on. I'm your biggest fan. Lin Shuman, please give me your autograph. As Xiaoyu spoke, the crowd that had been watching the commotion turned to look, and saw that in the direction Xiaoyu was pointing, there was indeed a woman whose figure bore a resemblance to Lin Shuman. Is it really Lin Shuman? Real or fake? Shuman, I'm your fan. These legs are definitely Shumang's. I would recognize them even if she's wearing black stockings. As the crowd surged outwards, Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to grab Long Yaning, shielding her in front of him, and frantically pushed his way into the crowd. Only I could touch Teacher Long's tofu, no one else was allowed. By the time the crowd realized they had been tricked, Xiaoyu and Long Yaning had already squeezed into the crowd. Meanwhile, as the three people were arguing fiercely, a kind-hearted man in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Longdashan, is that Longdashan more than 60 kilometers north of the capital?" "Which Longdashan? How come I've never heard of it?" "Of course you city folks don't know this. Only we, the people living in the villages near Mount Rindo, know that dragon-type Pokémon eggs have been frequently discovered in Mount Rindo in the past year or two, and even pseudo-legendary Pokémon have been found there." The heated discussion among the crowd made everyone understand what had happened, and their gazes toward the elf egg became more eager. "This is it." Suddenly, someone else seemed to have discovered something, looking at the Pokémon egg and shouting, "One price, I'll offer 100 million, old man, sell this Pokémon egg to me." The old man who initially made the offer turned ashen-faced with anger when he saw the price soar from 20 to 100 million. "Fine, you won't let me buy it, huh? Then you won't buy it either." The angry old man in the tang suit shouted loudly, "This Pokémon egg is a trapinch egg. Its final evolution, Flygon, is a ground/dragon-type Pokémon with extremely strong power. The potential of this Pokémon egg is definitely above the level of a near-elite 4-member." As the old man finished speaking, the crowd became extremely excited and crowded forward to carefully examine the elf eggs. "It really is a Trapinchance sprite egg. What a big sprite egg, its potential must be extraordinary. I'll pay 110. I'll pay 120. Long Yanning, standing to the side, was also incredibly tempted by the Trapinch Pokémon egg. The egg had a shiny exterior and deep, muddy yellow patterns, indicating abundant ground-type energy. It was also large in size, making it clear that this Pokémon egg was of extraordinary quality. The price quickly soared from 120 million to 200 million. Only Xiaoyu watched all this with a cold eye, because he could clearly see that the elf egg was a dead egg, and the Trapinch ant inside was already dead. The reason why the patterns are so vibrant and the egg is so large is entirely because the person selling the elf eggs coated the eggshell with something, forcibly thickening the egg and increasing its size, and then carved on muddy yellow patterns, making it look lifelike after being aged. After learning that there was something wrong with the Pokémon egg, Xiaoyu looked at the people arguing, the person who had just introduced Longduotian in the crowd, and the person who was raising the price. He felt that there was something wrong with them. He guessed that they were all in cahoots and were just waiting for people to fall into their trap. The capital city is indeed a big city. The schemes are so deep. Luckily, I have the system, which gives me an edge. It's really dangerous. Xiaoyu wasn't fooled, but it was obvious that others had already been. Seeing that Long Yanning beside him seemed about to bid, Xiaoyu gently squeezed Long Yanning's hand, which made Long Yanning realize that the two of them were holding hands, and she quickly broke free. Xiaoyu said in a low voice, "If there's a problem, don't buy it." Chapter 115 The Underground Black Market. 4. Although Long Yanning was somewhat puzzled as to what was wrong, she instinctively chose to trust Xiaoyu. Unconsciously, she had completely trusted Xiaoyu and quietly watched the crowd bidding. It was clear that many people in the crowd had been fooled, and the price of the elf egg quickly rose from 2 million to 5 or 6 million, eventually settling at 18 million. The wealth of the people in the capital city completely exceeded Xiaoyu's imagination. 18 million for a dead egg, and the buyer even thought he had gotten a great deal. As the Pokémon eggs were sold, the crowd gradually dispersed, but the discussion about Flygon continued. "Follow me," Xiaoyu said to Long Yanning, and then the two of them followed the man in the suit who had initially been arguing. "Brother, I have a question for you." Xiaoyu looked around at the crowd and walked straight up to the man in the suit, asking, "Where did you get that Flygon Pokémon egg?" Xiaoyu stopped the man in the suit to find out the origin of the Pokémon egg. Although it was just a dead egg, even a dead Trapinch Pokémon egg was not something an ordinary person could obtain. "Don't bother me. Didn't that old man say the Pokémon egg was found in Dragon Head Mountain?" The man in the suit frowned, looking wary and fierce at Xiaoyu. However, Xiaoyu's height and his well-trained physique put immense pressure on the young man. "I want to hear the truth." Xiaoyu lowered his voice, "Believe it or not, I'll go back right now and tell the person who bought the Pokémon egg that it was a dead egg. Guess what will happen to someone who can come up with so much money right away if they find out you cheated them?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" A hint of panic flashed in the man's eyes. "What lie? How come I don't know anything about it?" "Okay, I'll go tell him." Xiaoyu turned around directly, startling the man in the suit, who quickly spoke up. "Brother, no." The man in the suit hurriedly said, "I'll tell you where this elf egg came from. Go to Babaoyujai, which is in the black market. They specialize in buying rare elf eggs that are dead or about to die, to use as food. Many rich people like this. Babaoyujai, let's go, take us there." The man in the suit was coerced by Xiaoyu to come to Babaoyujai. Xiaoyu had actually passed by here before, thinking it was just a regular restaurant, so she just skipped it. She didn't expect there was something else going on inside. You can go now. Seeing that the man in the suit hadn't lied to her, Xiaoyu decided to let him go. After all, they were in public, and he was wearing a mask and hat, so no one would recognize him. After letting the man in the suit go, Long Yaning, who was standing next to her, could no longer contain her question. How did you figure out that the elf egg was a dead egg? Feel it with your heart. Long Yaning frowned as she looked at Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu spoke very seriously, she still felt that Xiaoyu's answer was not very reliable. Although she could use her dragon-controlling power to discover that the spirit egg was dead, she would never use this ability outside. The two entered Babao Yuzhai, and a waiter quickly came to greet them. What would you two like to eat? We were introduced by a friend. Let's see your signature dishes. We'll go for the dragon theme, Xiaoyu said. Alright, how about we go to the back and pick one out? Which one do you want? Page 64. Have a look. Xiaoyu and his companion followed the waiter into the warehouse, which was filled with Pokémon eggs. Here are the Pokémon eggs for dragon-type Pokémon. Take your pick. The waiter pointed to the cold freezer, which contained more than a dozen Pokémon eggs. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the Pokémon eggs, all of them dragon-type Pokémon. Of course, there were no pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs here. Those were too precious. Even if the shop owner had extraordinary abilities, he couldn't get them. All the eggs were dead, which made Xiaoyu somewhat disappointed. Isn't there anything else? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. It seems you two are not satisfied with the Pokémon eggs here, the waiter said with a smile. We also have some high-end ones here, just delivered. They're not dead yet, but they can't be saved, they're about to die. But naturally, the price will be higher. Let's go take a look. Xiaoyu wanted someone who wasn't dead yet, so naturally he wanted to go and see. Alright, let's go take a look. The waiter led the group to another warehouse next door, where a temperature-controlled incubator was installed, with more than a dozen elf eggs placed inside. These elf eggs are all alive, but they all have some problems and they can't hatch. The waiter said while introducing them. Of course, these elf eggs are the freshest, they taste better and are more nutritious, so the price is naturally more expensive than frozen ones. You see, we even use incubators to let them live a little longer. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on these Pokémon eggs. They were mostly rare Pokémon, and their aptitude was quite good. It was obvious that they came from a secret realm. Among them were 2 dragon-type Pokémon eggs, but their vital signs were extremely weak, and they would probably become dead eggs in a few more days. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the only 2 dragon-type Pokémon eggs. One of them was a fruit eater with near Elite 4 aptitude, but its aptitude had dropped to the rare level due to damage to its life force. Elf egg, gnawing fruit worms. Gender, female. Attribute, dragon. Aptitude, rare, life force damaged. Original aptitude was quasi-heavenly king level. Features, bulletproof. Skill, note, fruit eater is extremely weak. To revive it and successfully hatch it, a large amount of grass-type or dragon-type energy is required. It must be hatched in a dragon-type or grass-type secret realm and will take at least 6 months to revive and successfully hatch. Hatching requirements: provide a large amount of dragon-type and grass-type energy nutrient solution, grass-type energy nutrient solution, 0/10, dragon-type energy nutrient solution, 0/10, and hatch in a place with abundant dragon-type energy. 1 bottle of dragon-type energy nutrient solution costs 1.5 million, so 10 bottles would cost 15 million. 1 bottle of grass-type energy nutrient solution costs 1 million, so 10 bottles would cost 10 million. So, buying a fruit-eating worm with near Heavenly King level aptitude for 25 million is actually not too bad. Generally speaking, Pokémon with Lord level potential are priced at around several 100,000, while Pokémon with Overlord level potential are priced at around 3 million. Starting with Gym Leader level Pokémon, prices fluctuate greatly. The cheapest Gym Leader level Pokémon sells for around 5 million, while powerful Gym Leader level Pokémon can cost even more, sometimes reaching 10 million. Pokémon with near elite rank potential start at a minimum price of 10 million, with the most expensive reaching tens of millions. As for Pokémon with champion level potential, their prices instantly skyrocketed to over 100 million, and basically no one would choose to sell them. As for Pokémon with near champion potential, no one is likely to choose to sell them for the time being. Whether or not to buy this fruit eater is a question. Xiaoyu definitely won't need it, but he can give it away. Moreover, this fruit eater is female, which is quite special, since female Pokémon can lay eggs, making it easier to recoup the cost later. However, for the fruit-eating worm to evolve into an apple-wrapped dragon or a honey-fed dragon, it needs either a sour apple or a sweet apple, which costs money. To be honest, from a profit perspective, Xiaoyu wouldn't save this fruit-eating worm. The payback period is too long, and it doesn't have the necessary qualifications. But this fruit-eating worm can be given to Dad. The grass insect secret realm is about to open, and there is a near heavenly king-level female fruit-eating worm that can breed a high-quality fruit-eating worm population, which is actually quite good. It's done. Chapter 116 The Underground Black Market. 5. After deciding to buy the fruitworm's egg, Xiaoyu set his sights on another egg. The other Pokemon egg is even rarer. It contains a pure Dragon-type Pokemon, Axew, and it's even a near-champion-level Axew. However, due to damage to its life force, its potential has dropped to the normal level, and its life is in danger at any moment. Elf egg. Teeth. Gender, male. Attribute, dragon. Qualification, common level. Vital energy damaged. Original qualification was near champion level. Features, exceptional. Skill. Note, Yiya's vitality is extremely weak. To revive Yiya and successfully hatch her, a large amount of dragon energy is needed, and she must be incubated in the dragon realm for at least 1 year. Hatching requirements: provide an S-rank dragon item, 0/1, or a large amount of dragon nutrient solution, 0/53, and hatch in a place with abundant dragon energy. Looking at the system's prompts, Xiaoyu mentally calculated that 53 bottles of dragon energy nutrient solution, at 1.5 million per bottle, would cost approximately 79.5 million, or about 80 million. Even with discounts for bulk purchases, it would still cost a considerable amount. This price made Xiaoyu frown deeply and remain silent. First and foremost, we absolutely have to buy it, since it's a near-champion level Pokemon. Buying it would be a huge profit. We can figure out where to get the money for the Dragon-type energy nutrient solution later. At worst, Xiaoyu can sell a few of the recently selected near-elite 4-level Pokemon eggs to raise some money. However, Xiaoyu found it hard to accept that the incubation period would last a year. He was extremely upset. He had finally found a satisfactory Dragon-type Pokemon, but he had to wait a year. By then, the flowers would have withered. Xiaoyu didn't hesitate and decided to buy the toothpick Pokemon egg first, and figure out what to do later. How much are these 2 Pokemon eggs? Xiaoyu asked. 2 million. The waiter quoted a price that made Xiaoyu gasp. A Dragon-type Pokemon egg that couldn't hatch was actually this expensive, no bargaining. These elf eggs are hard to come by. You can ask around. We're the only ones in the entire empire who can get our hands on them. The waiter said arrogantly. Moreover, they're a great tonic. They nourish yin and yang, strengthen the body, and Dragon-type elf eggs can make you younger and younger. They're also good for that aspect of life. The more men eat, the more virile they become, and the more women eat, the more beautiful they become. Xiaoyu ignored the waiter's words. All he cared about was the price. He didn't have that much money on him, only a few 100,000. He quickly turned to Long Yaning beside him and said, Teacher Long, I'll lend you 2 million. I'll pay you back when I get back. You want to eat a Pokemon egg? Long Yaning didn't care about the million. What she cared about was that Xiaoyu actually wanted to eat a Pokemon egg. On the one hand, she couldn't accept that Pokemon, as a friend of humans, should eat Pokemon eggs. On the other hand, she wondered if Xiaoyu's determination to buy a Dragon-type Pokemon egg after hearing about its effects was because he had some kind of hidden ailment. Thinking of this, Long Yaning blushed a little and secretly sized up Xiaoyu's figure. He was tall and strong and didn't seem to have any hidden ailments. However, her best friend also said that a man's ability and size in that area were not directly related to his height and physique. Xiaoyu didn't notice that Long Yaning was overthinking things. Hearing Long Yaning's tone, he thought she had misunderstood that he wanted to eat the elf eggs, so he quickly explained, No, I plan to buy them back to revive these 2 elf eggs. They still have a chance to live. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yanning blushed even more. It turned out that she had been overthinking things. She quickly nodded and said, 2 million, please wrap it up for us. Are you taking this back with you? Is that not allowed? Xiaoyu asked. Sure, as long as you pay. The waiter glanced at the tall Xiaoyu, thinking to himself, what's with the arrogance? He's just relying on the rich woman next to him. I wonder what this rich woman saw in him. He looks big and burly, but he's all show and no substance, and he has to eat this kind of stuff to make up for it. Xiaoyu, having reaped a bountiful harvest, returned directly to the secret realm with 5 or 6 elf eggs. As a true fan of Dragon-type Pokemon, Long Yaning is different from Xiaoyu, who is just pretending to be a Dragon-type Pokemon fan. She genuinely wants to save these 2 Dragon-type Pokemon. Back in the secret realm, Long Yaning immediately took out her instruments to test the Dragon-type energy of the 2 Pokemon eggs. The results made her look solemn. These 2 Pokemon eggs are in terrible condition. No wonder they were sold as dead eggs. Their life force is extremely weak. It would take at least tens of millions of Dragon-type energy nutrient solution to revive them. Although she also loves dragon-type Pokémon, she can only look on with envy at the high cost. Xiaoyu, do you know how much it will cost to save these 2 elf eggs? Long Yanning reminded Xiaoyu with a serious expression. I know. Xiaoyu knew, of course. Although the cost was enormous, the reward was substantial. If word got out that 80 million could buy a Pokémon with near champion potential, there would definitely be people willing to do so. Don't worry, consider the money for the dragon energy nutrient solution alone. I'll owe it to you for now. I'll call my brother. That's not what I meant. Long Yanning certainly wasn't concerned about the money. Given Xiaoyu's current status as a leading scientific researcher, many people would be willing to lend him money. Are you sure you want to spend so much money to save them? Of course, otherwise why would I buy them? To actually eat them? Money can be earned back, but some things, once missed, may never come again. Xiaoyu knew exactly how much it would cost. He picked up the phone, walked to a quiet corner, and dialed his older brother's number. Hey, Xiao, what brings you to call me? Xiao Luo, who was on the other end of the line, seemed to be in good spirits and started teasing Xiaoyu as soon as the call connected. Brother, I have something important to tell you. Xiaoyu briefly told his brother what had happened that day, including the near-elite tier Pokémon egg he had found for them, as well as the eggs of the fruit eater and the toothpick. How much will it cost? Around 100 million? Holy crap, are you crazy? Are you sure you have such good aptitude? Xiao Luo was also shocked. He couldn't come up with such a large sum of money and could only discuss it with his father. Confirmed, Xiaoyu replied earnestly. I'll pay for you first, so you don't owe anyone anything. I'll discuss the rest with my dad later, Xiao Luo said after thinking for a moment. Okay, come over as soon as possible and take all these elf eggs with you. I specially selected them for you. Okay, I'll make time to come over in the next day or the day after. While Xiaoyu was on the phone, Long Yanning took advantage of the fact that no one was around and quietly used her dragon taming power on the 2 Pokémon eggs. Dragon taming power can not only sense the potential of dragon-type Pokémon, but also enhance their strength, which is extremely beneficial to dragon-type Pokémon. As the blue light emanated from Long Yanning's palm, the power of dragon control covered the 2 elf eggs. A fruit-eating worm with near-king level potential. Okay. Yuya has near-champion level potential. Long Yanning almost cried out in surprise, but fortunately she calmed down in time and quickly withdrew her dragon taming power. The Pokémon egg that Xiaoyu had chosen actually had near-champion level potential. Long Yanning stared in surprise at the 2 Pokémon eggs, lost in thought. After using her dragon controlling power to examine the 2 Pokémon eggs, she gained a clearer understanding of the extent of their damage. According to her estimate, it would take more than 6 months to cure the fruit-eating worm with dragon-type energy nutrient solution alone, and more than a year to cure tooth. However, Xiaoyu will participate in the College Cup tournament in at most 5 months. If she uses the power of the dragon to assist in the treatment, she can significantly shorten this time. The time it takes to grow a tooth can be shortened to about half a month to heal the tooth's injury and allow it to hatch quickly, but it will cause some damage to its body, and it will take at least half a year to recover. Should we help Xiaoyu? Page 65. Long Yanning glanced at Xiaoyu, who was on the phone outside, then at Yuya's Pokémon egg, and a decision began to form in her mind. Chapter 117, The Power of the Dragon. The next day, when Xiaoyu arrived at the incubation room early in the morning to check on the condition of the 2 Pokémon eggs, a small accident occurred. The berry-eating bug's egg remains unchanged, with the hatching time still showing as 6 months. However, the Axia's egg has undergone a significant change. First, its aptitude has been upgraded from common to rare, and the hatching time, which was originally expected to take about a year, has been reduced to an estimated 11 months. The accident happened so suddenly that Xiaoyu still felt like he was dreaming. He wanted to slap himself to wake himself up, but he was afraid of hurting his face. This made him miss Fatty Wu so much. If only Fatty Wu were here. After confirming several times, Xiaoyu realized that this was not a dream. The sudden good fortune made Xiaoyu grin from ear to ear. He secretly wondered if it was because he had done too many good deeds, if it was God's favor, or if his love had healed Axio. Was this the bond between a trainer and a Pokémon? In any case, this is a good thing in terms of the outcome. After checking the 2 Pokémon eggs, Xiaoyu continued training his Pokémon. Strangely, Teacher Long did not come to the forbidden area for special training today, which made Xiaoyu suspect that Teacher Long must have been drinking again. He called shortly after, saying he would be coming to the capital that afternoon to take the Pokémon eggs away. Xiaoyu, meanwhile, was training his Pokémon while pondering what to do with Cotton Ball. Firstly, due to the limitations of his mission, he dared not subdue the cotton ball, nor did he dare to keep it by his side to nurture it. If keeping it by his side to nurture it would also be considered subduing it, then Xiaoyu would suffer a loss. Therefore, once the cotton ball hatched, he only had two choices. One option is to entrust cotton ball to someone else for training, and then bring it back after Xiaoyu catches 6 dragon-type Pokémon and completes the mission. However, this approach carries some risks. First, he can only entrust cotton ball to someone he trusts for training, namely his family. Of course, Teacher Long is one of the people Xiaoyu trusts. As the cotton ball spends time with them, it is very likely that it will develop feelings for them and regard them as its master. If this happens, Xiaoyu will naturally not take the cotton ball back, he will simply give it to them. Although a Pokémon with champion-level potential is indeed very strong and rare, family and friends are obviously more important to Xiaoyu. If necessary, he would definitely give up this Pokémon egg for them without hesitation, just like his older brother gave him the Charmander Pokémon egg. That's how true family members are, they're always willing to give you the best of everything because they know that when you succeed, you'll never forget them. The second option is to sell or trade it. There would definitely be many people willing to trade a cotton ball with champion-level potential. Xiaoyu might consider trading it for other Pokémon, but he would never do that for a Pokémon like Cotton. He would feel more at ease keeping Whimsicott in his own hands or in the hands of someone he trusts. The wind sprite is disgusting. Oh, it's mine? Never mind then. Xiaoyu thought about it and finally decided to wait and see until the cotton balls hatched. In the afternoon, Charlotte arrived in the capital. After a brief reunion, Charlotte hurriedly took several elf eggs back with him and told Xiaoyu that the money issue had been resolved and that he shouldn't worry. Time flies, and a week has passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, Xiaoyu's Pokémon continued to grow steadily and made rapid progress. After 7 days of training, Charmeleon, which had grown stronger, learned the Fire Fang move. In addition, with the guidance of Teacher Long's Noivern during this week, Charmeleon also successfully learned the Heat Wave move. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, through his grandfather's connections, finally managed to buy a one-time taunt TM, allowing Nozzle to successfully learn the taunt move. The remaining Dragapult and Grovel are also steadily improving. Influenced by the Ghost-type core energy of the Punishment Pot, Dragapult is growing extremely rapidly and is showing signs of catching up with Charmeleon. For the past week, the first thing Xiaoyu did every morning when he woke up was to check on the status of Yiya's Pokémon egg. He discovered something strange: every other day, Yiya's hatching time would shorten by a month. After a week, Yiya's hatching time had been reduced from 11 months to 4 months. This made Xiaoyu feel increasingly uneasy, because although Yiya and the fruit-eating bug had brought the dragon-type secret realm back together, Yiya recovered extremely quickly, while the fruit-eating bug recovered at a normal speed, which was clearly not right. Xiaoyu also secretly observed that during the day, Yiya's injuries hardly changed, and from when she woke up in the morning until she went to bed at night, Yiya's Pokémon egg status remained unchanged. However, as long as Xiaoyu takes a nap, the incubation time for Yiya will be reduced by a month the next morning. This makes Xiaoyu certain that something must have happened every night to make Yiya's injury heal so quickly. Although this was good news for Xiaoyu, his curiosity drove him to want to find out what had happened, so Xiaoyu decided to sneak back to the incubation room tonight to see what was going on. As night fell, Xiaoyu did not go to training today. Instead, he returned to his dormitory early, changed into a set of black casual clothes, and sneaked into the vicinity of the incubation room. Dressed in black casual clothes, Xiaoyu blended perfectly into the night and became one with the darkness. I am the embodiment of the night, I am Lao Lu. Xiaoyu hid in a corner, and if you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to tell that there was someone in the corner. He stared intently at the door of the incubation room. As dusk fell and the full moon hung high, Xiaoyu waited until he was almost asleep before finally seeing a figure walking over. Teacher Long? Xiaoyu was slightly surprised to see that the person who came was Teacher Long, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was indeed possible that it was Teacher Long, because only Teacher Long would help him like this in the secret realm. Xiaoyu was very curious about how Teacher Long had helped Yiya heal her injuries. Seeing Teacher Long enter the incubation room, Xiaoyu quietly followed and peeked through the window. Teacher Long walked up to Yiya's Pokémon egg, gently stroking the eggshell with both hands, and then his palms glowed with a blue light. Xiaoyu, who was watching this scene from outside, almost popped his eyes out. Was this a superpower? Teacher Long actually has superpowers. As the blue energy in Teacher Long's hand surged into the eggshell, the indigo dragon-type energy nutrient solution was quickly absorbed by the Pokémon egg, turning into something as clear as water. Then, Teacher Long quickly replaced it with a new bottle of dragon-type energy nutrient solution. This process was repeated, and a bottle of dragon-type energy nutrient solution was consumed in about 10 minutes. Then Long Yaning continued to repeat this action, with fine beads of sweat constantly appearing on her forehead and her face gradually turning pale. After 2 hours, Long Yaning's face was deathly pale, and the blue superpower in her hand was dim and almost exhausted. Only then did she have to stop what she was doing and wipe the sweat from her cheeks. At this moment, in Xiaoyu's eyes, the hatching time of Aya's Pokémon egg had obviously changed from 4 months to 3 months. Seeing that Teacher Long was about to leave, Xiaoyu quickly hid in the corner again to avoid being discovered by Teacher Long. When Teacher Long left, he was clearly unsteady on his feet, his steps were unsteady, and he was very weak. It was obvious that there were significant limitations to using this superpower, or that it was extremely taxing. Otherwise, Teacher Long would not have looked so weak. Xiaoyu watched the scene from afar, and thinking of how haggard Teacher Long looked at night, yet still insisted on teaching every morning, his feelings were particularly complicated. Chapter 118 Aya's Elf Egg. Back in his dormitory, Xiaoyu tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. He thought about how Teacher Long had helped him and how he looked haggard and weak when he left the incubation room, and his feelings were extremely complicated. Teacher Long secretly went to treat Yaya's Pokémon egg in the middle of the night, clearly because he didn't want Xiaoyu to know and didn't want to expose his superpowers, so he tried to keep it from Xiaoyu. Therefore, Xiaoyu didn't want to point out Teacher Long's mistake, but seeing Teacher Long becoming more and more haggard and thinner, he felt particularly distressed. After much deliberation, Xiaoyu finally decided to stop Teacher Long from doing this. The Pokémon egg could simply wait a little longer to hatch, but Teacher Long's health couldn't be allowed to collapse. Teacher Long was already very thin, this couldn't continue. He preferred a slightly plump woman. The next morning, Xiaoyu bought a lot of ingredients and a pack of cigarettes and went to the teacher's dormitory. When he passed the guardhouse, he gave the pack of cigarettes to the gatekeeper. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. The two had already developed a tacit understanding. The old man took the cigarette Xiaoyu offered without saying a word, pretending not to see Xiaoyu, and let him pass directly. This time, there was no need to even register. Arriving at Teacher Long's house, Xiaoyu took the house key from under the second flower pot on the right, and gently opened the door. This was the same house Xiaoyu had seen when she took Teacher Long home last time. Because Miss Long has a bad memory, she often forgets to bring her keys when she goes out, so she simply leaves one here, which is very convenient. Upon hearing the door open, Long Yaning's sonic dragon immediately flew out of the courtyard on alert. When it saw that it was Xiaoyu, its expression softened slightly. Its expression seemed to say, "So it was you, kid, who gave me a false alarm." Xiaoyu then released his Pokémon to train in the yard, but he was careful to keep quiet so as not to disturb Teacher Long's sleep. He went into Teacher Long's room. He hadn't been there for a week, and the room had become much dirtier. This forced Xiaoyu to put on an apron and clean it carefully, while also making Teacher Long a hearty breakfast. Xiaoyu had already searched for a 30-day postpartum meal plan last night. Starting today, he will strictly follow the plan to cook for Teacher Long and help him recover. He refuses to believe that he can't improve Teacher Long's health. As for Long Yaning herself, she was so tired that she didn't even notice that there was another person in the house. In addition, it was the weekend and she didn't have to go to school, so she was still asleep. 2 hours later, Xiaoyu had cooked breakfast and cleaned up the room. Since it was breakfast time again, Xiaoyu went to Teacher Long's bedroom and knocked on the door. Dong dong. Teacher Long, dinner is ready. Long Yaning was awakened from her sleep by a knock on the door. Her first thought was who had entered her home, but when she heard Xiaoyu's voice, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was Xiaoyu. It wasn't until a moment later that she realized, why is Xiaoyu here again? What are you doing here again? When did you get here? Long Yaning's brain was still in a daze, and she was a little confused for a moment. Look at you, the house is a mess again after a week of not cleaning. Oh, right, it's been 3 days since you cleaned it. Long Yaning hired a cleaning lady who comes back every Wednesday to clean, but it's been dirty again in just 3 days. Xiaoyu didn't take it seriously and said to Long Yaning through the door, "Get up and have breakfast first." Long Yaning also got up quickly. Looking at her haggard self in the mirror, she quickly washed up, put on makeup, and applied bright lipstick to avoid Xiaoyu noticing anything amiss. "Hey, Teacher Long, you even put on makeup before bed?" Xiaoyu teased with a smile as he watched Long Yaning dawdle for half an hour before finally emerging from the bedroom. He had a vague idea of why Teacher Long was wearing makeup, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "What brings you here so early in the morning?" Long Yaning said irritably, "You're trespassing." "I know." Xiaoyu, seemingly unfazed, took out the breakfast from the warmer. "Your house is such a mess. Even if you live alone, you should still do your own housework. And you sleep in late on weekends and skip breakfast. That's not good for your health. Here, have some freshly made millet porridge." "You came all this way just to say this?" Long Yaning said irritably, just say what you want to say. It's nothing. Let's have breakfast together first, I'm still hungry. Xiaoyu hadn't eaten breakfast since he got up early, so he made himself a simple breakfast. The two sat at the dining table and ate breakfast. This strange scene gave Long Yaning a warm feeling in her heart. It had been a very long time since she had eaten breakfast with someone. When they had almost finished eating, Xiaoyu put down his chopsticks, turned around and looked at Long Yaning, gazing at her. Long Yaning was truly beautiful, with exquisite features, as if sculpted with fine craftsmanship. She had long hair and a model-like, tall figure. Even standing next to him, she only appeared half a head shorter. What struck people most was still her incredibly slender waist, though she had noticeably thinned in the past few days. Aside from being otherwise unremarkable in appearance, there was nothing flawed. Perhaps it was Xiaoyu's intense gaze that made Long Yaning feel a little embarrassed. She pretended to brush her hair behind her ear and started eating breakfast as if she didn't care. Xiaoyu's breakfasts are actually quite good. They're delicious enough to make her a competent chef. Why are you looking at me like that? Long Yaning felt a little uncomfortable under Xiaoyu's intense gaze, and finally couldn't help but look up at Xiaoyu and ask, Teacher Long, I saw you in the hatchery last night. Xiaoyu went straight to the point without any beating around the bush. I saw you using your psychic powers to heal Axu's Pokémon egg. Doesn't doing that cause some harm to your body? Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yaning felt a pang of panic, but she maintained a calm expression. You must have misread it. I absolutely cannot be mistaken. Xiaoyu stared intently at Long Yaning. First, answer me, will doing this cause any harm to your body? I said you saw it wrong, and you saw it wrong. Long Yaning's voice suddenly rose a few decibels. She felt her mind was in a mess and was secretly annoyed that she hadn't noticed last night and that Xiaoyu had found out. Looking at Long Yaning's current state, Xiaoyu looked at her and recalled her weak appearance last night. He said solemnly and calmly, Teacher Long, your health is more important than Aya's Pokémon egg. I saw how weak you were after treating Aya yesterday, and I don't want you to do that. Don't worry about me, it's just a minor problem. Long Yaning finally admitted, I'll be fine after a couple of days of rest. Not even minor issues. Xiaoyu looked at Long Yaning with an overbearing expression, eat, then go back and rest. Xiaoyu, listen to me. This was the first time Long Yaning had faced such a strong Xiaoyu, and she felt a little strange, but her tone softened and became gentler. Your teeth are only 3 days away from hatching, and it's not a big problem for me. I've also taken leave recently, and I can recover by resting at home. Instead of worrying about me, you should spend more time training and achieving good results in the College Cup. Don't embarrass my dad. Don't overthink it. I only did this because my dad asked me to take better care of you. Don't feel guilty. Long Yaning pretended to be indifferent and pushed the reason for doing these things onto Long Fan. Otherwise, do you think I wanted to? If my dad hadn't asked me, I wouldn't have cared about Aya's elf egg at all. Also, you must keep this a secret and don't reveal what you saw yesterday. Looking at the stubborn Long Yaning, Xiaoyu felt a little amused, but more than that, he was touched. Page 66. Chapter 119 Grade A Dragon Scales. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning argued for a long time, but in the end Xiaoyu could not stop Long Yaning. She insisted on helping Xiaoyu hatch Yuya, saying that she had persisted for so many days and could not give up at the last moment. 3 days later, Yuya successfully hatched, while Long Yaning grew increasingly thin and haggard, which was heartbreaking. Teeth, gender, male. Attribute, dragon. Qualification, near champion level. Combat strength, ordinary level. Features, exceptional. Skills, grab, glare, head-on strike, double strike, ambush, brute force, harden, iron tail, water tail, gather energy. Axu's final evolution is Haxorus, which has always been a highly popular Pokémon, enjoying great popularity in both games and anime. In the anime, Haxorus is Iris's ace Pokémon among the 8 masters. Although it is not a pseudo-legendary dragon-type Pokémon, it possesses strength that is no less than that of pseudo-legendary Pokémon. In the game, Haxorus has one of the highest attack stats among all Pokémon. Excluding legendary and ultra beasts, among all non-mega evolutions, only Slaking, Hammer Dragon, Galarian Darmanitan, Darman mode, and Dolphin, Omni mode, have higher attack stats than Haxorus. Slaking goes without saying, its base stats are ridiculously high, far exceeding those of ordinary Pokémon. However, its sloth ability limits its effectiveness. As for Hammer Dragon, apart from its powerful physical attack, its other abilities are not very good. The remaining Galarian form of the Daruma Baboon needs to transform, and Dolphin Man also needs to transform, both of which have limitations. However, Haxorus is different. With a high attack stat of 147, it also has the powerful Mold Breaker ability. In addition, it can learn the dragon dance move and has a decent speed stat of 97, making Haxorus a popular choice in battles. The only drawback is that its dragon-type stab moves have very poor coverage, which puts the single-type Haxorus at a slight disadvantage. Looking at the lively and energetic Aya in front of him, Xiaoyu felt a mix of emotions. He gently touched Aya's forehead and put it into its Pokeball. At this point, Xiaoyu was only one step away from completing the dragon-type Pokemon Master Quest. The 6 A-grade dragon scales rewarded by the system arrived immediately. Xiaoyu did not hesitate and immediately equipped the 3 dragon-type Pokemon with A-grade dragon scales. Since Charmeleon and Grovel did not have dragon-type, Xiaoyu did not equip them with A-grade dragon scales. Now Xiaoyu has 3 A-grade dragon scales left. Looking at the 3 grade A dragon scales in his hand, he took one out to give to Long Yaning, keeping the other 2 as spares. However, Xiaoyu felt that giving only 1 grade A dragon scale was not enough to express his gratitude to Long Yaning. Xiaoyu felt he had to give something else, but what did he have that he could offer? After much deliberation, Xiaoyu finally decided to give Cotton Ball's Pokemon Egg to Teacher Long. He didn't have anything else to offer, and since Cotton Ball's Pokemon Egg hadn't hatched yet due to the influence of the dense dragon-type energy around it, giving it to Teacher Long would be perfect. Xiaoyu always adhered to one principle: he could not let those who truly cared about him suffer. He believed that one should not live just for oneself. Since Teacher Long has been so kind to him, Xiaoyu is willing to give him this precious Cotton Ball Fairy Egg. The care between friends and family is mutual. One can't always enjoy the kindness of family without ever giving back. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu thought of his older brother again. He still had one selection spot left, and he wanted to use it to choose a powerful Fire-type Pokemon for his brother. As night fell, Xiaoyu, carrying 2 gift boxes, skillfully entered Teacher Long's house. Teacher Long was lying lazily on the sofa, listlessly watching TV. After Xiaoyu entered the house, he changed his shoes and then placed the gift boxes on the table. For convenience, Xiaoyu bought herself a pair of slippers, and Teacher Long didn't object, or perhaps he saw them but pretended not to. Long Yaning has now gotten used to Xiaoyu coming to her house. Xiaoyu comes to cook for her every day, 3 meals a day. At first, she strongly objected, but after 3 days, she has gradually gotten used to Xiaoyu's cooking. Although she would still tell Xiaoyu not to come after each meal, she would not cook or prepare food at mealtimes. Instead, she would wait for Xiaoyu to come, cook the food, and call her to eat. This made Xiaoyu slightly disdainful. Women really are all two-faced creatures. They clearly wanted him to do it, but they wouldn't say so. However, Xiaoyu was willing to do it. Compared to Teacher Long's help, what he did was just a drop in the ocean. Go train in the yard, Xiaoyu said, releasing 5 Pokemon. Tooth. The other Pokemon obediently went to the yard, but Axew, which Xiaoyu had released, ran affectionately to Long Yanning's side and rubbed against her. It was more familiar with Long Yanning than with Xiaoyu, its master, and it had a deep memory of the human who saved its life. Yiya, go train in the yard, don't disturb Teacher Long's rest, Xiaoyu called out to Yiya. Tooth. Hearing Xiaoyu's command, Yiya affectionately rubbed against Long Yanning's palm before reluctantly running to the yard to train. Long Yanning has a double-axe war dragon, and now she is fully taking on the role of Yiya's elder. An hour later, the food was ready, and a faint aroma filled the air. Long Yanning, who was lying on the sofa, smelled the aroma and secretly swallowed. Time to eat. She only managed to get up with difficulty and walk to the restaurant when Xiaoyu called her. Long Yanning immediately noticed the 2 gift boxes on the table, one large and one small, which had clearly been carefully packaged. Since Xiaoyu brought these 2 gifts here, they were obviously for her. Long Yanning was overwhelmed with emotion, but she still pretended to be nonchalant and pretended not to see the gifts on the table. This is a gift for you, Xiaoyu said. Thank you for taking care of me all this time, Teacher Long. What is this? Why did you suddenly decide to give me a gift? Long Yanning asked, taking a sip of her porridge. Just open it and you'll know, Xiaoyu said with a smile. I don't want it. Long Yanning kept her eyes on the gift box, but said no. Xiaoyu watched the scene with a slight smile on his lips. The more he spent with Teacher Long, the more he realized that Long Yanning was actually quite arrogant. Yes, arrogant. Despite her aloof and sophisticated appearance, she's actually quite proud and arrogant at heart. She clearly really wants the gift, but she keeps saying she doesn't. Open it. Xiaoyu stuffed the gift box into Long Yanning's hands, and she reluctantly took the gift box and began to open it. The first small gift box contained grade A dragon scales. When Long Yanning opened the gift box and looked at the glittering grade A dragon scales, she frowned slightly. Dragon scale? Long Yanning picked up the dragon scale and examined it carefully, but her brows furrowed even more deeply. Is this a grade A dragon scale? Long Yanning looked at Xiaoyu with a serious expression and asked earnestly. Yes. Xiaoyu nodded honestly, not intending to hide it from Teacher Long. Why are you giving this to me? Your Pokémon need this dragon scale more, especially Axew and Dragapult. The dragon scale can accelerate their growth. Long Yanning looked at Xiaoyu seriously and said, I don't want this. You can take it back. Seeing Long Yanning's serious expression, Xiaoyu had already prepared his words. He said in a low voice, I went to the underground black market again last weekend and found some treasures. There are 6 A-grade dragon scales, including those of a buzzing bat, a multi-dragon, and a toothy one. You can keep them. Really? Long Yanning looked doubtful, clearly not believing Xiaoyu. You bought so many? You can go and see for yourself if you don't believe me, Xiaoyu said. I'll go take a look. Long Yanning clearly didn't believe Xiaoyu's words, and prepared to go to the courtyard to check. Chapter 120 The Defending Trainer. After confirming that each of Xiaoyu's dragon-type Pokémon possessed an A-rank dragon scale, Long Yanning agreed to accept the A-rank dragon scale. As a dragon-type Pokémon master, the importance of an A-rank dragon scale to her was self-evident, and she was quite pleased. She then turned her attention to the large gift box, opened it, and took a look. Isn't this the fairy egg from the cotton ball you chose? Why are you giving it to me? Long Yanning asked. Just accept it, it's a great find. This cotton ball has excellent potential. I noticed your team doesn't have a support character, so this would be perfect for you, Xiaoyu said with a smile, but his heart was bleeding. Do you know how powerful this Pokémon is? Don't you know I'm a dragon-type trainer? And you even gave me a fairy-type cotton ball. Long Yanning said to Xiaoyu. Dragon-type trainers only need 3 dragon-type Pokémon. There are no requirements for the other 3, Xiaoyu said. These are Pokémon eggs that I carefully selected, please accept them. Okay. Long Yanning didn't actually have high expectations for this Pokémon egg. After all, Xiaoyu had only bought it for tens of thousands of yuan from the black market. But fairy-type Pokémon were cute too. She actually wanted to try raising a fairy-type Pokémon, just like having a pet. Let's eat, Xiaoyu said after seeing Long Yanning accept the gift. A month later, time passed quickly, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. After a month of training, Xiaoyu's 5 Pokémon, except for Axew, which was only a month old and still a rare level Pokémon, had all reached the elite level. It can be said that they had made rapid progress. However, after reaching the elite level, the growth rate slowed down significantly. For example, Grovel is still stuck at the elite level. The Nobot learned 3 moves, Heat Wave, Bite, and Air Slash, and learned 2 moves, Protect and Taunt through the TM. The Forest Lizard learned the move Giga Drain and the move Sunny Day through a TM. Charmeleon learned 2 skills, Slash and Dragon Rage. Dorganmesia did not learn any skills. Yaya learned 5 skills, Bite, Stop when you've got it, Pursue maliciously, Provoke, and Dragon Tail. Buzzing Bat. Gender, male. Attributes, Flying, Dragon. Qualification, King level. Combat Strength, Elite level. Ability, Telepathy. Skills, Wind Rush, Moonlight, Tackle, Drain, Ultrasonic Wave, Clear Fog, Shadow Clone, Dragon Pulse, Wing Attack, Heat Wave, Bite, Air Blade, Protect, Taunt. Forest Lizard. Gender, male. Property, Grass. Page 67. Qualification, Near Champion level. Combat Strength, Elite level. Features, Lush. Skills, Combo Slash, Leaf Storm, Grassy Terrain, Dragon Breath, Grass Whistle, Leech Seed, Magic Leaf, Photosynthesis, Trouble Seed, Dark Shot, Slap, Leer, Drain, Quick Attack, Mega Drain, Foresight, Quick Guard, Dragon Pulse, Pursuit, Thunder Punch, Giga Drain, Sunny Day. Charmeleon. Gender, female. Attribute, Fire. Qualification, Near Champion level. Combat Strength, Elite level. Characteristic, Solar Power. Skills, Claw, Roar, Spark, Primal Power, Bite, Belly Drum, Iron Tail, Dragon Tail, Metal Claw, Dragon Dive, Smoke Screen, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Heat Wave, Fire Fang, Slash, Dragon Rage. Doran Mesha. Gender, male. Attributes, Dragon, Ghost. Qualification, Champion level. Combat Strength, Elite level. Ability, Penetrate. Skills, Ambush, Dragon Tail, Shadow Clone, Strange Light, Spell, Bite, Quick Attack, Startle, Entanglement. Teeth. Gender, male. Attribute, Dragon. Qualification, Near Champion level. Combat Strength, Rare. Features, Exceptional. Skills, Grab, Glare, Headbutt, Double Strike, Ambush, Brute Force, Harden, Iron Tail, Water Tail, Charge, Bite, Stop at the Point, Malicious Pursuit, Taunt, Dragon Tail. After reaching the elite level, the rate at which Pokemon's strength increases begins to slow down. In order to continue improving his strength, in addition to training during the day, Xiaoyu, through his connections with the dragon family, will be going to the dragon-type gym in the imperial capital every weekend starting this week to serve as an elite-level defending trainer. The term elite-level challenger refers to a trainer who specifically challenges visiting elite trainers who request battle training at a gym. This position allows trainers to battle against a wide variety of trainers, making it ideal for practical training. However, it demands extremely high skill and a high win rate. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning arrived at the dragon-type gym together. The gym leader of the dragon-type gym in the capital was a man in his 30s named Wu Qianshan. He was tall and strong, slightly shorter than Xiaoyu, but much more robust. Yanning, you're here. Wu Qianshan is 4 years older than Long Yanning. The two have known each other since childhood. When Long Fan was the head of the dragon-type dojo, Wu Qianshan was an apprentice at the dojo and also one of Long Fan's disciples. Little junior brother. Wu Qianshan greeted the two with a smile, but his eyes remained fixed on Long Yaning. Long Yaning looked exceptionally beautiful today. As November arrived, the weather in the capital was getting colder. She wore a knitted wool sweater that accentuated her figure, paired with black stockings and high-top boots. Already quite tall, she now stood almost as tall as Xiaoyu, nearly reaching his eyebrows. She was also holding a cute cotton ball in her arms, looking around curiously. This cotton ball was the one Xiaoyu gave her. Originally, as a dragon-type trainer, Long Yanning disliked fairy-type Pokémon, but looking at the fluffy and extremely cute cotton ball, she suddenly felt that fairy-type Pokémon were actually quite nice. However, Long Yaning never expected that this cotton ball had Heavenly King-level potential, and she even kept it as a pet. If Xiaoyu hadn't told her to train and nurture the cotton ball properly, Long Yaning probably wouldn't have let the cotton ball undergo any training. What a waste. I must find an opportunity to talk to Teacher Long about this. The cotton balls have only just hatched, so there's no real rush. Senior brother, Long Yaning greeted Wu Qianshan. Senior brother, Xiaoyu said. Junior brother Xiaoyu, a genius scientist, I've heard of you before, Wu Qianshan said to Xiaoyu with a smile. Senior brother Wu. After the two greeted each other, Wu Qianshan surrounded Long Yaning, asking her with concern, Junior sister, this is a fairy-type Pokémon, Cotton Ball. When did you catch a fairy-type Pokémon? Did you betray us? I quite like it. Actually, fairy-type characters are quite cute. Long Yanning replied with a smile, let's take Xiaoyu to register first. Okay, Wu Qianshan replied, but I have to make it clear that our defending trainer needs to have a win rate of at least 60%. If he can't achieve a 60% win rate, he doesn't need to stay here. Long Yanning glanced at Xiaoyu. Right, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu replied calmly. The provocation tactic didn't work on him of the 36 stratagems, only the 31st stratagem worked on Xiaoyu. After registering, Xiaoyu changed into the dragon-type gym uniform and went to his third arena, quietly waiting for the first challenger. Long Yaning and Wu Qianshan found a front-row seat and sat down to act as spectators. Junior sister, Master hasn't taken on any disciples for a long time. Why is he suddenly taking on a disciple? As soon as he sat down, Wu Qianshan kept trying to talk to Long Yaning. I don't know either, maybe it's because he's very talented, Long Yaning replied casually, her mind completely elsewhere, while she kept teasing the cotton ball, taking out an energy cube and feeding it to it. Then I'll have to watch our junior brothers match closely. Wu Qianshan said with a smile, Junior sister, are you free to have dinner together tonight? I'll be the host and treat you and your junior brother to a welcome dinner. We'll see when the time comes. Xiaoyu, standing on the field, attracted the attention of many girls. He was already very handsome, and with his height of 1.9 meters, his upright and well-proportioned figure and handsome appearance made him the focus of attention immediately. Soon Xiaoyu faced his first challenger, an 18-year-old student preparing for the college cup. In the third arena, elite-level trainer Wang Emo will face off against elite-level defending trainer Xiaoyu. The rules of the match will be chosen by Wang Emo. 1v1 2v2 3v3, 1v1 singles. Wang Emo chose 1v1 singles, 1v1 3-2-1. As the referee's voice faded, Xiaoyu and Wang Emo simultaneously released their Pokémon. The forest lizard is yours now. Go, Gentleman Moth. Faced with an unknown opponent, and in a 1v1 one-on-one battle, Xiaoyu naturally chose his strongest Pokémon, the elite-level peak strength Grovel. Wang Emo, the opponent, sent out Gentleman Moth. Brothers, I'm typing this on my phone, so I don't have any pictures. Brothers who have read this far, please post some pictures. It's an unpopular Pokémon that you almost never see in game battles. Gentleman Moth is a male Pokémon that evolves from a male Zephyr. Its combat strength is elite, and its ability is Tinted Glasses. Tinted Lens is a very powerful ability. Its effect is that when a Pokémon with this ability uses a move that doesn't have a good effect, the damage of the move is doubled. For example, a fire-type move would normally only deal half the damage to a water-type move, but the tinted glasses ability would double the damage, resulting in the normal 1x damage. This ability is perfect for a strong attacker. Xiaoyu remembers that in Pokémon Sapphire, there is a Pokémon called Locust, pictured above. With the tinted glasses ability, the headband, and the crystal bug, the power of its headbutt move is quite amazing. The power of headbutt is 90. With the headband, the attack is increased by 50%. The crystal bug and its stab bug type double the power of the move. So, the power of headbutt is 90 times 1.5 times 270. The most crucial point is whether it's a head-on strike or a preemptive skill. At the same time, this 270 power is a direct 270 power. Except for Pokémon with 4 times the resistance to bug, which can only deal 135 damage, even Pokémon with 2 times the resistance to bug can ignore the type and deal 270 damage. Aside from a few physical tank Pokémon that can withstand it, no offensive Pokémon can. And because it's a priority move, it's not as fast as Razorback, making it quite annoying. Therefore, colored glasses can be considered an extremely high-end characteristic. Looking at the gentleman moth in front of him, Xiaoyu remained remarkably calm and cautious. The bug/flying type gentleman moth has 4 times the resistance to grass type, giving it a complete advantage in terms of type. Xiaoyu had met his match in his very first battle. Gentleman moth, insect chirp. Wang Emo naturally chose a bug type move, which was super effective against forest lizard and also provided a stab boost. Forest lizard, dragon pulse. Xiaoyu chose the dragon pulse move. Facing the gentleman moth, Xiaoyu naturally couldn't let the forest lizard use a grass type move, so the dragon-type Dragon Pulse move became the best choice at this time. Chapter 121 The Battle to Defend the Throne 1. Both Dragon Pulse and Bug Buzz are very strong, being high-powered special attack moves. One side unleashes a surge of Dragon-type energy, creating a shockwave, while the other side uses Bug Buzz to attach Bug-type energy to a wave for an attack. The collision of energies instantly stirred up the sand and gravel on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The two sides were evenly matched in their first encounter. Forest lizard, get close and ambush its vitals. Gentleman moth, blow the wind away the smoke. The dust obstructed the gentleman moth's vision, giving the forest lizard a chance to get close. Xiaoyu knew that the forest lizard would have to rely on a surprise lightning punch to defeat the gentleman moth, so he had to find a way to get close. Wang Emo on the other side was equally experienced, and he used the wind skill to blow away the dust while attacking the forest lizard. The gentleman moth whipped up a gust of wind, instantly dispersing the smoke in front of it, while the wind itself sliced through the forest lizard's body like a blade. This is where the benefits of physical training become apparent. Even though the wind blade cut and injured the forest lizard did not slow down and approached the gentleman moth as fast as a green lightning bolt. So fast. Page 68. Although Grovel is known for its speed, this Grovel is really too fast. It's almost comparable to a typical Lord-level Pokémon, and its Dragon Pulse move was also very strong. Even though it's not a stab move, it's almost on par with Mothrope's stab Bug Buzz. This Grovel's potential is definitely not low. Yes, and this forest lizard is huge, almost the same size as the Lizard King. Many people in the audience noticed the extraordinary nature of this forest lizard, and Wu Qianshan and Long Yaning were also watching the match intently. Junior brother, you've done a very good job raising this forest lizard, Wu Qianshan said with a smile. Long Yanning's gaze remained fixed on Xiaoyu. She was quite satisfied with Xiaoyu's performance, but her expression remained extremely calm. Not bad. He put a lot of effort into raising this forest lizard. Long Yaning had always known that Xiaoyu's forest lizard was very strong, because she already knew that Xiaoyu's buzzing bat had the aptitude of a heavenly king, and this forest lizard's aptitude could easily surpass that of the buzzing bat, so this forest lizard's aptitude could only be at least at the quasi-champion level. Moreover, during their frequent training sessions, she discovered that this forest lizard was truly an all-rounder. Its large size meant abundant stamina, and it was also extremely fast and had strong dual attacks. Apart from its slightly weak defense, it was impossible to find any weaknesses. As the two were talking, the forest lizard had already approached the gentleman moth, its hand radiating dark energy, and it struck the gentleman moth with a heavy blow. Gentleman moth, swallow return. Upon hearing its master's command, the gentleman moth flapped its wings and flew into the air. Taking advantage of its flying type ability, it instantly dodged the forest lizard's attack. Then, as it flew into the air, it suddenly turned around and slashed down at an extremely fast speed, like a yellow flash, enveloping itself in flying type energy, striking the forest lizard. Continue the sneak attack on vital points. At this point, Xiaoyu could have chosen to let the forest lizard use the Thunder Fist skill, but Xiaoyu's extensive theoretical knowledge told him that the gentleman moth family could learn the guard skill by improving their strength. To be on the safe side, he had to let the forest lizard bait out his guard skill first. Boom! The two sides clashed. One side used the flying type aerial ace, which also had the speed advantage of diving down from the sky, while the other side was simply competing in strength. Even so, the forest lizard still had a slight advantage, repelling the gentleman moth, while the forest lizard barely moved its feet. What a powerful forest lizard! Gentleman moth is a Pokémon with balanced attack and physical attack, yet it can't beat Grovel. It's rare to see an elite trainer put on a performance of this level. If the Dragon Pulse and Insect Chirp were initially a contest of energy, and the power of the forest lizard couldn't be directly felt, this pure hand-to-hand combat was a perfect display of strength. The moment the two collided, the veins on the forest lizard's arm bulged and its muscles bulged, making it look just like a muscular lizard. Although forest lizards in anime are depicted as having thin arms and legs, there are still differences between individuals in reality. At least Xiaoyu's forest lizard has arms and legs that are almost twice as thick as those of a typical forest lizard. Forest lizard, go after him. Having finally closed the distance, Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't give the gentleman moth a chance to escape. He planned to decide the victor in 2 or 3 rounds, ambush the vital points. Wang Emo gritted his teeth, sensing Xiaoyu's formidable challenge. He had heard that a new Dragon-type Gym Elite-level defender had arrived today, and he was preparing to test the waters, but unexpectedly, he had encountered a tough opponent. Hold on. When in doubt, hold firm. Wang Emo adhered to this philosophy. The forest lizard's attack came too quickly, giving him no chance to think. He couldn't think of any solutions for the time being, so he could only let the gentleman moth stall for time. Seeing that the other party had held their ground, Xiaoyu's lips curled up. He knew his chance had come. Forest lizard, lightning fist. Oops. A light shield formed in front of the gentleman moth, instantly blocking the attack that struck his vitals. However, just as the light shield shattered, the forest lizard's lightning fist struck, the fist flashing with lightning falling towards the gentleman moth. It's the Thunder Fist. Wang Emo is going to lose. Wang Mo's gentleman moth is well trained in special attack, but slightly weaker in physical attack. However, its defense is definitely not as good as forest lizards. After taking that lightning punch, I'm probably doomed. This guy named Xiaoyu has a very clever battle strategy. He held back from using Thunder Fist until Gentleman Moth used his protective skill, and then used Thunder Fist. He is very smart and tactful. He obviously anticipated the opponent's protective skill in advance. When everyone saw Xiaoyu unleash the Thunder Fist, they already had a negative view of Wang Mo. You underestimate me, Gentleman Moth. Use your camouflage. Cover color changes its own attributes depending on the location. The Gentleman Moth is currently located on sandy ground. The moment its camouflage skill is activated, its bug/flying attribute is changed to ground attribute. Although ground type is weak to grass type, he couldn't care less about that at the moment. He just needed to get through this hurdle first. After the Gentleman Moth's type was changed to ground, it became completely immune to electric type moves. The Lizard King's Thunder Punch only dealt physical damage. Electric type damage was completely negated. Xiaoyu hadn't expected that Wang Mo had such a hidden trick up his sleeve. He had indeed seen that the Gentleman Moth had the skill of camouflage, but camouflage was such an uncommon skill that he hadn't been on guard. A round of applause erupted from the crowd. Wang Mo's response was simply brilliant. Pretty. How come I didn't think of the skill of camouflage? Although he neutralized the lightning fist, Wang Mo has now given up all his advantages. Xiaoyu remained calm and unperturbed. The attribute shift had turned the forest lizard from a disadvantaged position to an advantageous one, and the scales of victory had tipped in his favor. Chapter 122 The Battle to Defend the Throne, 2. The Gentleman Moth flew into the air and quickly distanced itself from the forest lizard. Having suffered a loss in close combat, it no longer dared to engage the forest lizard in melee. Use insect sounds. After careful consideration, Wang Mo decided to let the Gentleman Moth continue using the Insect Chirp skill, which is currently the Gentleman Moth's strongest special attack skill. Forest Lizard, use Ultimate Absorption. Grass-type energy surged, transforming into a sharp needle that flew towards the Gentleman Moth, colliding with the energy of the insect chirping. This time, the power of the Gentleman Moth's bug buzz was greatly reduced after losing its stab boost, while the power of the grass-type Giga Drain was greatly increased with the stab boost. The clash of energies ended with the forest lizard gaining the upper hand. Grass-type energy completely overwhelmed bug-type energy. In the middle stage, the forest lizard absorbed the energy and transformed it into sharp needles that pierced the gentleman moth's body, instantly absorbing a large amount of the gentleman moth's stamina and converting it into energy to heal the forest lizard's body. Forest lizard, continue with the ultimate absorption. Just as Xiaoyu was preparing to press on and win the match, Wang Mo's voice came from the side that he had conceded defeat. I concede. Wang Mo conceded decisively. He couldn't win in close combat, and now that his attributes had changed, he couldn't beat him in ranged attacks either. He had no choice but to concede. You win. Stop, forest lizard. Upon hearing the other party admit defeat, Xiaoyu quickly told the forest lizard to stop. Ding. Mission triggered. Winning streak record. Winning streak. Before the start of the high school cup, try to achieve a high enough winning streak in the arena battles and break the winning streak record. Task requirement. Break the winning streak record. Currently, the winning streak is 1 matches. Task rewards. Rewards are distributed based on the number of consecutive wins. The longer the winning streak, the richer the reward. You're strong, but Muthant is my weakest Pokémon. I only have this one elite level Pokémon. Once your Gravel reaches the Lord level and evolves into Sceptile, I'll fight you again with other Pokémon. Wang Mo said to Xiaoyu before leaving, feeling somewhat unwilling to accept his defeat. Okay. Xiaoyu replied simply, without saying anything. Is Mothrope Wang Mo's weakest Pokémon? This Wang Mo doesn't seem that strong. As the match ended, applause rang out from the audience, clearly indicating that the match was a rare and exciting one among elite-level games. In particular, Xiaoyu's Forest Lizard skill, which conceals a lightning fist, can launch a surprise attack, and Wang Mo's camouflage can neutralize it. This requires a strong ability to adapt to the situation. Come back, Forest Lizard. Xiaoyu recalled the Forest Lizard and searched for Long Yanning's figure. He saw her sitting in the audience, and her gaze was also on him. The two looked at each other for a moment, and then their eyes quickly looked away. Xiaoyu also returned to the sidelines to rest. After the match, he can choose to rest for a while and wait for the Forest Lizard to recover before continuing the battle. As soon as Xiaoyu returned to the sidelines, he was surrounded by many girls. His good looks and status as a scientific research leader made him extremely popular with these 18-year-old girls. Looks like our junior brother is quite popular with girls. Wu Qianshan looked at Xiaoyu, who was surrounded by girls, and joked with a smile, I'm even a little envious of junior brother's looks. If I looked like junior brother, I wouldn't have been single for so long. As Wu Qianshan spoke, he stared intently at Long Yanning. Unfortunately, Long Yanning didn't see Wu Qianshan's expression. She was feeling a little irritated at the moment. She glanced at Xiaoyu, who was surrounded by girls, and then lowered her head to play with the cotton ball, trying to avoid seeing it. Is he good looking? I think he's just average. What's important for a man is his talent. That's right, a man should prioritize his career. Wu Qianshan was greatly encouraged by Long Yanning's words and quickly replied. Xiaoyu struggled to finally squeeze next to Teacher Long, and by the time he sat down, he was already covered in sweat. Indeed, being too handsome is a mistake. You seem to be enjoying yourself quite a bit, don't you? As soon as Xiaoyu sat down, he heard Long Yanning's cold voice. Ugh. Xiaoyu sighed deeply, his face clouded with worry. What can I do? My personal charm is undeniable. Looking at Xiaoyu's irritating expression, Long Yanning's lips twitched, and she wanted to give Xiaoyu 2 punches. Page 69. A dozen minutes later, Xiaoyu began his second battle. Compared to his first opponent, Wang Mo, his second opponent was significantly weaker and chose a 2v2 singles match. Xiaoyu sent out Charmeleon first. Although Charmeleon was slightly weaker than Gravel, it could still easily handle most Pokémon and won the battle by defeating 2 opponents in one go. 2 consecutive victories made everyone realize that Xiaoyu, the new defending trainer, was really strong, at least among the top elite trainers. Xiaoyu maintained his winning streak, playing from morning until 5 p.m. Excluding the lunch break, he played a total of 9 matches, winning all 9, achieving a 100% win rate, which is quite an impressive record. Wu Qianshan was also impressed by his junior brother. He originally thought that Xiaoyu was just a researcher and that he wouldn't be very good at battles. However, after these few battles, he found that Xiaoyu's Pokémon were extremely strong, almost overwhelming. Especially that Forest Lizard, which is almost at the peak of elite-level combat power. Even ordinary Lord-level Pokémon might not be its match. More and more people gathered in the stands. Many had heard that a very strong and handsome elite-level trainer had come to defend the Dragon-type gym today, and they all came to watch. It's the last game, just one more game and then we'll go home. After a day of battles, Xiaoyu was also a little tired. The energy consumed in actual combat far exceeded that consumed in regular training. Therefore, he decided to play one last match to achieve a 10-game winning streak. Just as Xiaoyu was waiting for his next opponent, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. Why is Li Wenkai here? Isn't he an elite defending champion at the fighting dojo? This is going to be a showdown, isn't it? This is going to be interesting. The chatter in the crowd clearly reached Long Yaning's eyes. Her gaze fell on the tall man who walked in. He was about 23 or 24 years old, with bulging muscles, dark skin, and a neat head of short hair, clearly someone who worked out regularly. She didn't recognize Li Wenkai after all. Long Yaning was already a near-elite 4-level trainer, so she naturally wouldn't pay attention to ordinary elite-level trainers. However, since this person had come to challenge Xiaoyu, and seemed quite strong, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although Xiaoyu is very strong, he should know that there are always people stronger than him, and the actual population of the capital city exceeds 60 million, with all sorts of experts among them. Xiaoyu might not necessarily be a match for the experienced Li Wenkai. In the third arena, elite-level trainer Li Wenkai will face off against elite-level defending trainer Xiaoyu. The rules of the match will be chosen by Li Wenkai. 3v3 singles. Li Wenkai chose 3v3 singles to fight against Xiaoyu. Chapter 123 The Battle to Defend the Throne. 3. Game start. Xiaoyu and Li Wenkai simultaneously threw out their Pokeballs. Xiaoyu's starting Pokemon was a shiny Charmeleon. Since it was a 3v3 match, Xiaoyu didn't send out his ace Pokemon, Grovel, but instead wanted to let Charmeleon test the waters. Li Wenkai's starting Pokemon was Breloom. See image above. The appearance of the shiny Charizard immediately attracted the attention of many people, who took out their phones to take pictures. Shiny Pokemon are still quite rare, unlike in the previous game where in a 6v3 singles battle, both sides had shiny Pokemon. Breloom is a grass/fighting type Pokemon. Although its base stats are low, it is quite useful in battle. Li Wenkai's Breloom is unusually large, significantly bigger than a typical Breloom, and exceptionally well developed. Unlike the generally gentle nature of grass-type Pokemon, this Breloom's eyes reveal a warlike spirit, its gaze fixed on Charmeleon with eager anticipation, a rarity among grass-type Pokemon. What's even rarer, of course, is this Breloom's ability, an extremely rare one, Technician. Xiaoyu prefers Technician to Technician after all. Who doesn't love a Technician? The Technician's trait is that when using low-power moves, the power is increased by 50%. Its standard combination is a priority move like Sonic Punch and Seed Machine Gun, which are low-power moves that can be used consecutively. The 50% boost, combined with its 130 physical attack, makes it quite powerful. Of course, what makes Breloom most memorable is not its Technician ability, nor its high attack stat of 130, but its ability to master one of the most powerful moves, Spore. Mushroom spores can hypnotize opponents and have a 100% hit rate in the game. They are ineffective against grass-type Pokemon, Pokemon with the dust-proof ability, and Pokemon wearing dust-proof goggles. Only Pokemon with the Energizer or Insomnia abilities can resist them, making them extremely annoying. Xiaoyu sometimes thinks, if only the Wind Fairy could learn this skill, it would be great. Just use Mischievous Heart's mushroom spores, what can you do against me? However, while mushroom spores are a god-tier skill in the game, they are not actually that terrifying in reality. Although mushroom spores are also difficult to dodge in reality, and the mushroom spores that are spewed out cover the entire field, making them impossible to defend against, if the number of mushroom spores released is not large, they can be dealt with by blowing them away with a storm or burning them with a fire-type skill. Of course, there is also good news. Breloom itself cannot learn the ability to produce mushroom spores. Normally, only when Breloom reaches the Overlord level without evolving can it learn this ability. Xiaoyu immediately checked the stats of the Breloom through the system and confirmed that this elite-level Breloom had not learned the Spore skill. Xiaoyu could accept that. The only thing he needed to be careful of was its Master Tech ability and Sonic Punch skill. Bulbasaur, Mach Punch. As soon as the match started, Li Wenkai gave the first order, letting Bullphone launch the first attack. Bullphone's red claws gathered fighting-type energy and instantly burst out with extremely fast speed to punch Charmeleon. Breloom's figure disappeared from the spot almost instantly, and in the blink of an eye, the red Sonic Punch had already landed on Charmeleon. While the power of the Sonic Punch isn't great, its strength lies in its extreme speed. Furthermore, when combined with the special abilities of a skilled user, its power remains astonishing. Charmeleon, Heat Wave. Xiaoyu had already prepared for the Sonic Punch, and he also knew that it would be difficult for Charmeleon to dodge it with its speed. Therefore, he gave up on dodging and let Charmeleon take the hit head-on while he countered. Charmeleon had no time to react, nor did it even think about dodging. It took the punch head-on. Thanks to its advanced technical ability and the fighting-type bonus, the power of Mach Punch was quite astonishing. Even Charmeleon showed a pained expression, having suffered significant damage. However, this also gave Charmeleon a chance to counterattack. Fire-type energy burst forth, enveloping Charmeleon's body. It took a deep breath and exhaled a scorching breath that filled the large area in front of it. A hot wind swept in, and all that could be seen was a crimson expanse. The scorching heat instantly dealt a severe blow to the mushroom, causing its body to begin emitting white smoke. Then, as the white smoke grew thicker, the intense heat directly ignited the mushroom's body, burning. Xiaoyu is so lucky that he managed to burn the hot mushroom. It's basically impossible to win now. The two sides are evenly matched, and Xiaoyu will definitely seize the opportunity to take the victory. In the game, burns will cause you to lose 1/16 of your health each turn, while also reducing physical damage by 50%. In reality, it's completely different. This is because fire can be extinguished in reality. As long as it's not a burn caused by a skill like Will-o'-the-Wisp, the name was changed to phosphorescent fire in the original text. Flames caused by hot air can be extinguished by simply rinsing them with water or diving into the water. At the same time, after extinguishing the fire, there is no claim that the burns on the body reduce physical damage, but the pain from the burns will affect the Pokémon's battle. Of course, although the fire can be extinguished, the grass-type Breloom was ignited at this time. Without water around, it might not be possible to put out the fire. The grass-type body is directly ignited when it comes into contact with fire. In just a few breaths, the flames on its body not only did not decrease, but instead showed a tendency to burn more and more fiercely. Li Wenkai was clearly unprepared for this situation, and as the flames on the mushroom grew stronger, he was at a loss. Come back, Mushroom Hat. Li Wenkai naturally wouldn't stand idly by and watch Breloom be burned by flames and lose its ability to fight. He wanted to recall Breloom immediately, but Xiaoyu didn't care at all. This was because as long as Li Wenkai changed Pokémon, the new Pokémon would definitely be caught off guard and hit by Charmeleon. This is also a real-world battle. Trainers won't easily switch Pokémon, otherwise whoever gets hit for nothing will be at a disadvantage. Charmeleon, prepare the hot air. Roar. As Li Wenkai threw the Pokeball, the golden Charmeleon took a deep breath, perfectly timed, and exhaled a scorching breath that covered a large area in front of it. Before Macamp could even react, it was hit by a blast of hot air. The scorching heat seared Macamp's body, and it glared at Charizard with pain and anger. It was obvious that being beaten as soon as he appeared made Macy's fury quite intense. Heroic power. Stomp. When facing a fire-type Charmeleon, Machoke's natural choice is a ground-type move. Howley made an amazing move, suddenly raising his right leg high above his head, straightening it to form a standing split, and then suddenly swinging it down. Boom. Ground-based energy enveloped Machoke's right leg, instantly shattering the ground and creating a shockwave that spread outwards. Chapter 120 For the battle to defend the throne. 4. Machoke's stomp attack created a circular shockwave that spread outwards at an extremely fast speed, leaving Charmeleon nowhere to hide. It took the hit head-on and was knocked back by the shockwave. Roar. Charmeleon, which had already taken a rapid punch, was now on the verge of death after being hit squarely by a stomp attack. If Xiaoyu hadn't insisted on giving Charmeleon high-intensity physical training every day, Charmeleon probably wouldn't have survived the stomp attack. Judging from its performance just now, this Machoke is also very strong, at least stronger than the average elite Pokémon. As expected, there is no weakling who can defend a gym. The heavily injured Charmeleon stared at Macamp, its eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness and coldness. Come back, Charmeleon. Hamlet, Sonic Punch. Xiaoyu and Li Wenkai gave their orders almost simultaneously. Xiaoyu's choice was naturally to save the Charmeleon with its low health, return it to its Pokeball, rest for a while, and wait for a suitable opportunity to play. When facing a Charmeleon with very little stamina left, Li Wenkai chose to use a low-power but fast move like Sonic Punch to finish off the weakened Charmeleon and gain the first victory. In games, high-priority first strike skills guarantee an attack first. However, in reality, first strike skills like Sonic Punch and Bullet Punch only provide acceleration, making the user faster and the enemy less likely to react. They don't guarantee an attack first. At this moment, Machoke uses the Mach Punch move. His entire body is enveloped in fighting-type energy. He charges forward, increases his speed, and throws out a punch. Go, Buzzing Bat. Li Wenkai's choice also gave Xiaoyu the opportunity to change his Pokémon. Xiaoyu thought that Machoke would continue to use the move Stomp, so that the Flying/Dragon-type Nombat could be immune to ground-type attacks and enter the battle unscathed. However, he did not expect it to be the fighting-type Mach Punch. However, this doesn't change the fact that Noibat has double resistance to fighting types, so this opportunity to switch out can be considered just right. As soon as Buzzbat appeared, it was hit with a rapid-fire punch, but the damage to Buzzbat was quite limited, and could even be described as painless. Buzzbat, use your shadow clones after taking off. Hawk Power, continuous freezing punches. Faced with a Pokémon like Nombat that is 4 times weak to ice, Li Wenkai naturally did not hesitate to have Machoke use Ice Punch. If it hit, Nombat would definitely be severely injured, if not completely losing its ability to fight, at least seriously injured. Xiaoyu had anticipated this as well. The 3 punches of the Mach family were basically standard moves: Fire Punch, Lightning Punch, and Freeze Punch. Moreover, he had already seen Mach's skill bar clearly through the system and was prepared to defend against its Freeze Punch. Therefore, Xiaoyu ordered Buzzbat to take off directly, not giving Machoke any chance to get close, creating distance, dodging Ice Punch, and then using Shadow Clone skill. With the Air Blade, Buzzbat. In that case, Haoli will use a Rockfall to bring it down. Page 70. The buzzing bat flew in the air, flapping its wings, and suddenly a strong wind arose, forming several sharp air blades in front of it. Enveloped in flying-type energy, it flew towards Machoke. Xiaoyu originally wanted Noibat to use the ultrasonic move to confuse Machoke, but after discovering that Machoke's ability was Guts, he abandoned this idea. Machoke with the Guts ability would increase its attack after being confused. To be on the safe side, Xiaoyu had Noibat use the air/attack move instead. Holly acted almost simultaneously with Buzzbat. He slammed his fist into the ground, creating a large crater. Then, he pulled a large rock from the shattered ground and hurled it at Buzzbat with all his might. Faced with the thrown boulder, the Buzzbat, having undergone extreme evasion training, moved its body nimbly in the air and easily dodged the rockfall attack. In contrast, Maywile, despite successfully dodging some of the air blades, was still injured by some of them. Use Rock Slide, a series of small rocks. Seeing that the large rocks were easily dodged by the Nompat, Li Wenkai chose to have Machoke switch to throwing small rocks at the Nompat. Although the damage was weaker, it was faster and there were more of them. When we test the results of our training, the buzzing bat will dodge and then use its air blade. Machoke grabbed countless pebbles from the ground, wrapped them in rock-type energy, and threw them at Nombat. Dozens of densely packed pebbles flew towards it like bullets. However, to everyone's surprise, the buzzing bat actually dodged and weaved in the air, clearing away all the rubble. Beautiful. This buzzing bat has a very solid foundation. Without professional training, it's very difficult to avoid these pebbles. Li Wenkai looked at the Noboru flying in the air and felt incredibly frustrated. His macho power was completely countered by Noboru. Even with a counter move like Freeze Punch, the Noboru always maintained its distance from him, making it difficult to hit the flying Noboru, and ranged moves like Rock Slide were hard to land. What could he do now? Substitution? Li Wenkai couldn't help but think that in this situation, he either had to switch to the Burn Breloom or expose his third Pokémon. However, even if he switched Pokémon, it would still be disadvantageous for Li Wenkai. All 3 of his Pokémon are fighting type, and fighting type Pokémon are naturally weak against flying type Pokémon. In addition, flying type Pokémon have a natural advantage in flight, and this Nobum has a super strong evasion ability, which puts it at a significant disadvantage in battles. Unless you can force it to come down from the air. Li Wenkai pondered how to counter Hao Li's skill pool. Suddenly, he thought of a skill and immediately ordered, use Bluff, Hao Li. Come back, Buzzbat, go, Forest Lizard. Bluster enrages the opponent, causing them to become confused. Enraging the opponent can greatly increase their attack power, but it will also throw them into confusion. If nobody uses the Bluff skill, unless there's a significant difference in strength, it will definitely be confused. Then, follow up with an Ice Punch or Rock Slide, and no bunny will most likely be unable to dodge the attack while confused. Moreover, the nozzle is inherently good at special attacks, so the attack boost is of little use to it. However, after suffering a loss from Wangmo's camouflage skill, Xiaoyu is now on guard against every single enemy move. He had long anticipated that the helpless Li Wenkai would definitely let Hao Li use the bluffing skill, so he made a bold decision to change the player and let the Forest Lizard take the field. When enraged, the Forest Lizard will greatly increase its attack power. Although it will enter a confused state, Machoke's Ice Punch, Fire Punch, and other skills are not enough to kill the Forest Lizard in one hit. In reality, if a creature is injured, the pain will likely dispel the confusion state, and once recovered, the Forest Lizard will have a significantly increased attack power, making it capable of clearing a team. Of course, Xiaoyu wouldn't dare do that in the game, because the confusion state in the game lasts for 1 to 4 rounds, and there's no concept of removing confusion by taking damage. Moreover, given the forest lizard's fragile physique in the game, a single ice punch from Macho Might would be enough to defeat it. Xiaoyu's sudden substitution caught Li Wenkai off guard. Xiaoyu clearly had the upper hand, yet he still took the initiative to make the substitution. Looking at the calm expression on Xiaoyu's face, Li Wenkai guessed that Xiaoyu must have guessed that he would let Hao Li use the bluff skill, which is why he did this. Should we read it first? Chapter 125 The Battle to Defend the Throne, 5. The forest lizard that was brought in was affected by the Machoke swagger skill, which greatly increased its attack power but also caused it to become confused. However, the forest lizard's nature is extremely calm, so the confusion effect was much less on it. Watching this scene, Li Wenkai secretly wondered to himself, is he deliberately letting the forest lizard use the bluff skill to increase its attack? He saw through Xiaoyu's plan at a glance, but he had no way to counter it. Faced with the forest lizard's greatly increased attacks, the only thing he could do was to take advantage of the forest lizard's confusion and defeat it. But could it really work? Looking at the enormous forest lizard, Li Wenkai had no confidence. Hawk power, continuous freezing punches. At this point, the effects of the freeze fist and the flame fist were similar, but Golem was more skilled at the freeze fist and it was more powerful, so Li Wenkai chose to let Golem use the freeze fist. He never expected that Xiaoyu had intensified his training to resist ice-type Pokémon because the team was particularly afraid of them. Both of Hao Li's fists were covered in ice energy. Although it couldn't yet use one hand to unleash an ice fist and the other to unleash a fire fist, it could use both hands to unleash an ice fist simultaneously. Forest Lizard, Lightning Fist. Of the physical attack moves that Grovel currently possesses, Bug-type Slash and Dark-type Pursuit are both countered by Machoke. Only Thunder Punch, Smash, and Quick Attack have normal effects. Therefore, Xiaoyu can only choose to let Grovel use Thunder Punch. Xiaoyu seems to be having pretty good luck today. Even in a state of confusion, the forest lizard still managed to unleash its Thunder Punch, its fist, wrapped in electric energy, colliding with Machoke's Ice Punch. Clearly, the forest lizard, whose attack power was greatly increased due to the bluff skill, had the upper hand. Even Machoke, known for its strength, was no match for the forest lizard. The collision of energy sparked small flames, and the forest lizard stood firmly in place, while only Machoke was knocked back. Every time I see it, I think this forest lizard is really well developed. That's right, this must be the largest forest lizard I've ever seen. This forest lizard is really strong, even stronger than Machoke. Xiaoyu's forest lizard once again became the focus of everyone's discussion. Its uniquely enormous size was indeed impressive. In fact, Xiaoyu's other two Pokémon are also very well developed. For example, Nobum, which is normally 0.5 m tall, is 0.8 m tall. It can be said to be very well developed, but it is still not as impressive as the forest lizard, which is close to the height of an adult. The key is that the forest lizard is not only tall but also strong, which is what makes it so terrifying. One more time, Thunder Fist. Hawkward, keep using Ice Fist. Xiaoyu then gave the order, but this time, Lady Luck was not on his side. The forest lizard in its confused state managed to use its move, but the direction it chose was off. It failed to hit Macamp and instead hit thin air. Macamp took advantage of this opportunity to launch a counterattack. The fist, imbued with ice energy, landed on the forest lizard, instantly causing massive damage. The forest lizard then recovered from its state of confusion. Just then, Machoke's second ice punch arrived, but the forest lizard, having recovered from its confused state, was incredibly fast, leaping backward to dodge Machoke's second ice punch. Use Sunny Day, Forest Lizard. After creating some distance, the forest lizard used its Sunny Day skill, and the sky immediately cleared up. Even at 5 p.m., the sun was still shining brightly. Unlike in the game, the skill Sunny Day only works during the day. It won't clear up even if used at night. Grassy Ground, Forest Lizards. Hamlet, Freeze Fist. Li Wenkai was a little confused. His original intention was to let Machoke shine one last time to weaken the forest lizard's stamina, but Xiaoyu was not in a hurry to launch an attack. Instead, he had the forest lizard keep its distance and kept using different moves. This made Li Wenkai a little strange, since the forest lizard should have the upper hand. The speed advantage caused Maywell's freeze punch to miss, and after unleashing two support skills in succession, the forest lizard finally launched an attack. Thunder Fist. As the forest lizard and Machoke clashed head-on, lightning flashed, and the forest lizard successfully defeated Machoke. Come back, Macamp. Go, Mushroom. Li Wenkai withdrew his powerful strength and released the straw mushroom that was still burning on its body. Sonic Punch. Dragon Breath. Breloom enters the fray with Sonic Punch, while Xiaoyu has Grovel use Dragon Breath. Breloom already had very little stamina left, so its entry is purely to deplete Grovel's stamina. The Forest Lizard took down the Breath of the Breathless with a single Dragon Breath attack. At the same time, the Breathless also unleashed a Rapid Punch, making its final contribution. With this, Xiaoyu now held a significant advantage and was in a complete lead. If he could defeat just one more enemy, Xiaoyu would secure the victory. Come back, Mushroom, go, Heracross. Li Wenkai's last Pokémon was the Bug/Fighting type Heracross. Heracross is a second-generation Pokémon, and Ash had one in the anime. As a Bug-type Pokémon, it is incredibly strong, having delivered many impressive performances in various competitions. Its overconfidence ability increases its attack power when it knocks down an enemy, making it a potential team sweeper. This Heracross's characteristic is overconfidence, and it is clearly Li Wenkai's ace Pokémon. He keeps reducing the Forest Lizard's HP, intending for Heracross to sweep the team. What he didn't expect was that at the same time he recalled Machoke, Xiaoyu also recalled Grovel and replaced it with Charmeleon. Come out, Charmeleon. Although Charmeleon was almost out of strength, Xiaoyu still insisted on switching to Charmeleon because he was confident that his 3 Pokémon wouldn't be defeated by a single Heracross. He just wanted to test the power of the sun in the Charizard to see just how high its output was. Although Xiaoyu had experimented with it in training, he hadn't actually used it in a real battle yet. As Xiaoyu changed the Charizard, Li Wenkai was puzzled, but secretly delighted, feeling that Xiaoyu had given him hope of turning the tables. First, take out the low-health Charizard to boost your attack, then finish off the enemy team. Heracross, Rock Tomb. Facing the low-health Charizard, Li Wenkai wanted Heracross to use Rock Tomb to knock it down directly. Charmeleon, Heat Wave. Due to the sunny weather, Charmeleon's solar power ability is activated, making its internal energy exceptionally active and increasing its special attack. Roar. The surging fire-type power within her surged forth, forming a scorching aura in Charmeleon's mouth. With a sudden exhale, a rolling, crimson heat wave swept in, enveloping the area before her. The red aura shimmered, distorting her vision and completely covering Heracross in front of her. Chapter 126 The Battle to Defend the Throne, 6. After the solar power ability was activated, Charmeleon displayed its terrifying power for the first time in front of everyone. Its special attack was boosted, and with the bonuses from fire-type moves under Sunny Day and its stab, the Heat Wave move created an extremely terrifying heat wave. Even those in the audience could feel the waves of heat, as if they were being roasted in a furnace. The power of Charmeleon's attack far exceeded that of an elite-level Pokémon, and it was top-tier even among Lord-level Pokémon. Page 71. The sweltering heat distorted the view, and the hot air currents surged. At the same time, Heracross's rock block skill took effect, and a huge rock fell on Charmeleon, knocking it down and taking away its last bit of strength. As the heat subsided, both Pokémon on the field collapsed unconscious. Charmeleon was relatively normal, but Heracross had completely lost its ability to fight. Thick smoke was billowing from many parts of its body, which were charred black as if they had been roasted, indicating that it was seriously injured. Both sides were rendered unable to fight simultaneously, a scene that surprised everyone. Many believed that Li Wenkai's strongest Heracross had a chance to turn the tide. Even if it couldn't defeat all 3, it could at least defeat 2 Pokémon. No one expected that Li Wenkai's strongest, most powerful Heracross would perish together with the dying Charmander. This is a Charmeleon with the solar power ability. No wonder Xiaoyu wanted the Forest Lizard to use the Sunny Day skill. It turns out it was to activate the Fire Dragon's solar power skill. What terrifying power! This is even more terrifying than a battle at the Lord level. Many people in the crowd noticed Xiaoyu's tactical setup and were all amazed by the power of this Charmeleon. They had thought Xiaoyu's Grovel was already invincible at the elite level, but they hadn't expected this Charmeleon to be even more ferocious. Where did this Pokémon come from? Xiaoyu was quite satisfied with the result. The Charmeleon with the solar power ability under Sunny Day had an unparalleled beauty of strength. In the game, Heat Wave has a power of 95, plus Sunny Day gives Fire-type moves 1.5x power, solar power increases special attack by 50%, and finally, it has a 1.5x stab boost and Heracross's double weakness to fire. 95 times 1.5 times 1.5 times 1.5 times 2641.25. Xiaoyu just wanted to say, who can stop my Charizard from dealing this damage? It's already this powerful before it even evolves into Charizard. If it evolves into Charizard and then Mega evolves into Mega Charizard, why, that would be unstoppable. At the same time, Xiaoyu secretly decided that such a powerful Charizard must be equipped with a sunny day weather setter. Which should you choose, Ninetales, Torkoal, or Groudon? Groudon is the better choice. After all, with Primal Reversion, no one can compete with Groudon for the Last Land ability except for Kyogre's Primal Reversion ability and Mega Rayquaza's Primal Ocean and Delta Force abilities. Now that the decision has been made, let's think about the next step, how to catch Groudon. In the game, you just need to find Groudon and then use a Master Ball to defeat it, but what about in reality? Xiaoyu shook his head. He couldn't worry about that now. Sooner or later, he would definitely capture Groudon and let everyone taste the power of the Precipice Sword. From that moment on, an 18-year-old boy made a grand vow to capture Groudon. If you really can't catch Groudon, you can always catch a baby Groudon first, like Torkoal, which is said to be the final evolution of Groudon. You won. Li Wenkai was frank and open. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly, as Xiaoyu was stronger than him in both strength and tactics. Actually, I'm very curious. Your Forest Lizard and Charmeleon are so strong, why did you come to the Dragon-type gym as a defending trainer? I haven't seen you use many Dragon-type Pokémon. Fire-type or Grass-type gyms would be more suitable for you. Xiaoyu awkwardly touched his neck. Of his 5 Pokémon, 3 were Dragon-type, but he wouldn't let Dragapult battle for the time being. The remaining Axew was too weak to use either, leaving him with only Nombat to hold the fort, which was a bit embarrassing. However, he was at least better than a certain champion from his previous life, who used Flying-type Pokémon to impersonate a Dragon-type trainer. Because I have a heart set on becoming a Dragon-type Pokémon master. Xiaoyu raised his head, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his face filled with longing. Fire and Grass types are just passers-by, only Dragon-type Pokémon are my final destination and my ultimate belief. Hearing what Xiaoyu said, Long Yanning looked at Xiaoyu with tears in her eyes and felt as if she had found a kindred spirit. It was like searching for someone 1,000 times in the crowd, and then suddenly turning around, she found him where the lights were dim. She is a staunch Dragon-type trainer, and nothing can stop her love for Dragon-type Pokémon. What she didn't know was that Xiaoyu's true thoughts were completely opposite to what he said. Dragon-type Pokémon are nothing compared to my invincible Steel-type. All I need is one more Dragon-type Pokémon. Just you wait, I'll switch all my allegiance to Steel without hesitation. General of the Serpent, Great Smith, Rich Man, and the Sandstorm team's only designated true god, Garchomp, wait for me. My second team, wait for me. Just one more Dragon-type Pokémon will do. Just a heads up, there will be a second team, most likely only 2 teams, but the second team won't be Steel-type, and the first Pokémon in the second team has already been hinted at earlier, a physical attacker with dominant performance in battles. Xiaoyu had long since mastered the skill of lying through his teeth. I admire you. Li Wenkai looked at Xiaoyu and said, I will also strive to become a fighting-type Elite 4 trainer like you. This is my lifelong dream. Looking forward to facing you again. After finishing the match, Xiaoyu changed out of the dojo uniform and went backstage to meet up with Long Yanning and Wu Qianshan. Junior brother, let's have dinner together tonight. Wu Qianshan said to Xiaoyu, it's your first time at the dojo, so it's on me. I'll treat you both to a meal, and we won't leave until we're drunk. Senior, let's skip it today. How about this, after I finish the University Cup, I'll treat you to dinner no matter how the results are. Faced with Wu Qianshan's enthusiasm, Xiaoyu could only politely decline. A night's rest will be fine, Wu Qianshan continued to persuade. No, senior brother, I have to go back and continue training. I can't relax for a moment. You know that I don't have a single Lord-level Pokémon yet. There are just too many people behind me. Seeing that Xiaoyu spoke with such sincerity, Wu Qianshan could no longer persuade him. He turned his gaze to Long Yanning and asked, where is junior sister? Doesn't junior sister love drinking the most? Xiaoyu has something to do, but you can't have something to do too, can you? When Long Yanning heard Wu Qianshan mention drinking, she, who hadn't had a drink for a month, was tempted to drink. However, she couldn't let Xiaoyu go back alone just for drinking, as she was supposed to be Xiaoyu's bodyguard. So she simply refused, saying, I have to take Xiaoyu back. I'm sorry, senior brother. Really not going to have a drink? Wu Qianshan asked, still unwilling to give up. Never mind, I still have to drive. Alright then, let's do as Xiaoyu said. After he finishes the college cup, we'll drink until we drop. Watching the 2 figures disappear, Wu Qianshan's eyes flickered. Chapter 127 Conspiracy. In the suburbs of the capital, in the same dilapidated old house, the night was deep and quiet, the full moon hung high, and the weather in the capital in December was already extremely cold. Light snow began to fall from the sky, but fortunately, there was heating inside, so it was still warm. Gong Yuranjin and Su Xiao sat together, and opposite them sat the middle-aged man. It's been 3.5 months, and we've checked all the names on the list, but we haven't found any useful clues. Sushio's voice rang out as he addressed the middle-aged man. Many people have seen that pot-shaped prop you mentioned, but nobody knows who ended up with it. Besides, some of the people on the list have been dead for decades. We're powerless to help. No. The middle-aged man's voice was tinged with hysteria, his eyes bloodshot and red. He had been under immense pressure for the past 3.5 months, and he knew better than anyone the terror of the person behind him. Although that person always presented a perfect image to outsiders, the middle-aged man had seen that person's fierce side. You must help me find that thing. You've already received your payment. If you can't find it, I won't be able to explain myself, and neither will you. The middle-aged man was breathing heavily with anger as he looked at the two men. After checking the people on the list, check their families, their children and descendants. We must find this pot. As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's voice suddenly rose, filled with anger and a hint of imperiousness. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's tone, Sushio's eyes grew cold. He stared at the man, his voice chilling. Are you ordering me around? Sushio slowly stood up. Even though he was nearly 50, he was still tall and strong. We have already checked everyone on the list as you requested. This has wasted 3 months of our time. Our mission is complete. We have spent 3 months in the capital. We also have our own things to do. If we were to check their families, do you know how much time that would take? And the reward you mentioned hasn't even reached us. You've already done the initial screening. You just need to check their families again according to the list. This time it will definitely be much faster. You can finish in less than 3 months. The middle-aged man was also intimidated by Sushio's imposing manner and gradually regained his composure, but he was not afraid of Sushio. Besides, it's your Dawn Society's business if you didn't receive the reward. We have already told you the transportation route of the Gibble's Pokémon egg as you requested, and the Gibble's Pokémon egg has already been taken by your Dawn Society. Whether you received the reward or not, we have already paid the Dawn Society. You can simply quit, but you'll be ruining the reputation of your Dawn Society. Let's see what the Dawn Society behind you thinks then. The middle-aged man's tone carried a hint of threat. You're on the Pokémon Association's wanted list, and the bounty isn't low. If you offend the Dawn Society as well, you won't have a place to stand on either side. Boom. Sushio's attack came without warning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the middle-aged man, grabbing his collar tightly with one hand and slamming him against the wall with a thud. Are you threatening me? Sushio's eyes flashed with undisguised murderous intent. Sushio's fearsome reputation made the middle-aged man's aura weaken. Cough cough. The middle-aged man felt his breathing become difficult, his face turned red, and he coughed rapidly. Sushio, I'm not threatening you, I'm trying to reason with you. Sushio looked at the middle-aged man, and after a few breaths he released his grip, letting the man go. If you want us to continue working for you, you can, but you have to provide us with something. Ahem, what do you want? The middle-aged man, who had suffered a loss, looked at Sushio with a flickering gaze, not in a hurry to refuse. Sushio, I know you are also talented, managing to train such a powerful Tyranitar in just 3 years, but you mustn't go too far. If you offend the person behind me, the investigation into you won't be as easy as it is now. And by the way, let me tell you some news. Wei Yekin has become a League Special Investigator, and he is in charge of tracking down your whereabouts. Be careful. Wei Yekin. Sushio murmured the name, lost in thought. Wei Yekin is very strong. Even though he only has 1 Pokémon, don't underestimate him. Tan Yongsan, the Elite Four member from the Southwest region, was no match for him in a 1v1 match even using Z-moves. The middle-aged man said, you are definitely no match for him. I understand. Sushio paused here, looked at the middle-aged man, and slowly said, we can continue to help you with the investigation, but we need you to do us a favor. What's the deal? I need the duty rosters and architectural plans for the 2 secret realms surrounding the capital, as well as the duty roster for the next month. Sushio's voice was calm. This request should be very simple for you. If you agree, we guarantee we can continue to help you find what you're looking for, but at most 3 months. If we haven't found it by 3 months, there's nothing we can do. You want to attack the secret realm? The middle-aged man was startled when he heard Sushio's conditions, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. But then he became excited. Is this your idea or the Dawn Society's idea? What do you think? Sushio said, there are 4 or 5 Elite 4-level trainers in the secret realm, and their support arrives very quickly. Do you think it's possible for just the 2 of us, Gongai Ranjan and me, to do it? I can't make that decision myself. I need to go back and report. The middle-aged man's mind raced. He secretly guessed that if the Dawn Society really intended to attack the secret realm, there were only 2 secret realms near the capital, a dragon-type secret realm and a ground-type secret realm. The Dragon-type secret realm, now devoid of the Dragon King, was undoubtedly the best choice for attack. Most importantly, it contained a large number of pseudo-legendary Pokémon. If the Dawn Society succeeded, he might also be able to get a share and take one pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Sure, but we need to do it as soon as possible, Sushio said. The Pokémon Association has controlled pseudo-legendary Pokémon for too long. If the person behind you is interested, you can cooperate with us. We will only steal the Pokémon eggs and leave. The chances of success are still quite high. We will consider it, the middle-aged man replied. After Sushio and Gongyi Ranjin left, the two walked side by side on the road. Snowflakes fell on them and melted. Gongyi Ranjin couldn't help but ask in broken Chinese, "Who do you think is behind him?" "I can't guess." Sushio also couldn't guess who was behind this middle-aged man, but he must have a lot of influence in the league. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been qualified to check the transportation route of the Gible Pokémon egg, but he is definitely a person in a high position and with great strength. "So you still dare to lie to them this time that the Dawn Society wants to attack the secret realm?" Gongyi Ranjin asked. "How can you call it a scam?" Sushio chuckled. "It's just that they were greedy. Moreover, while there's still a sliver of hope for attacking other secret realms this time, attacking dragon-type secret realms is absolutely impossible. Our target should be the ground-type secret realms." Chapter 128 The Vanished Jar of Punishment. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu's Forest Lizard and Doran Mizia successfully broke through from Elite to Lord level. The Forest Lizard was relatively normal, as it had been stuck at Elite level for a long time. After last week's battle and recent hard training, it finally broke through to Lord level. Dragapult's breakthrough was a completely unexpected surprise for Xiaoyu. However, upon closer reflection, Xiaoyu felt relieved. With the accelerated growth of the Ghost-type core energy from the punishment bottle, Dragapult's growth rate was extremely fast. If it continued to grow at this rate, it would probably soon surpass Gravel to become the strongest Pokémon among all of Xiaoyu's Pokémon. Of course, this strongest only refers to the strongest in terms of paper strength. If we only consider combat strength, Dorgan Mija's strength is actually very poor, and his combat awareness is also extremely weak. As his strength increased, Xiaoyu became increasingly aware of his weakness and cherished his time more, training like crazy every day. Yungxiang Village, Back Mountain, Cemetery. Page 72. The crescent moon hung in the sky as Sushio, Gongyi Ranjin, and the middle-aged man Lin Bo walked through the cemetery. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, carpeting the ground with white. Lin Bo is a registered fighting-type Elite 4-level trainer with the Pokémon Association, but embarrassingly, he only has one Elite 4-level Pokémon, making him relatively weak among the many Elite 4-level trainers in the capital. Of course, if he wanted, with his status as a champion-level trainer, he could go to a small place and become a king. But water flows downhill and people strive for higher positions. He still prefers to stay in the capital. After all, there are more opportunities in the capital, a city with an actual population of over 6,000. After searching for so long, we've finally found it. Lin Bo's face showed undisguised joy. He had thought it would take 1 or 2 months to find it, but he found its location in just 1 week. It should be buried here. The three of them spoke in hushed tones as they looked toward the grave before them. "This is the tomb. I've already found out. There's nothing engraved on the tombstone except for a poem," Sushio said calmly. "Open it." The three summoned their Pokémon, dug up the grave, and looked at the golden coffin under the tombstone. Lin Bo couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, his face showing excitement. He had finally found it, and the dark clouds hanging over his head had finally dissipated. "If the Heavenly King keeps his promise, my strength will definitely reach a new level." Lin Bo couldn't help but fantasize about the wonderful life after completing the mission. As the golden coffin lid was slowly lifted, a skeleton and various rare treasures appeared before the three of them. Just as Lin Bo was immersed in great joy, the sharp-eyed Sushio suddenly noticed something was wrong. There was a small amount of yellow soil inside the coffin, and even the clothes worn by the skeleton were stained with mud. Under normal circumstances, coffins are sealed, and there is absolutely no possibility of soil inside unless someone has moved the coffin or opened the coffin lid. Otherwise, it is impossible for soil to seep into the coffin. At this moment, Lin Bo couldn't wait to step forward and start searching. As he made noises while searching, his expression gradually became anxious and restless, and he became panicked and agitated. "No, how could there be nothing?" Lin Bo's expression turned hysterical. The punishment jar should have been in the coffin, so why was there nothing there? Sushio watched this scene coldly from the side. He sneered inwardly at Lin Bo's anxious appearance, but he couldn't help feeling a little worried as Lin Bo's emotions gradually spiraled out of control. "We've found the coffin for you," but if the contents are missing, that's not our problem. Sushio was afraid that the crazed Lin Bo would cause him trouble, so he quickly distanced himself. Lin Bo was acting like a mad dog, and he didn't want to get entangled with him. He reminded him, if you look closely, you'll see that there's a little bit of mud in the coffin, and even the clothes on the skeleton are dirty. It's obvious that someone found the contents before us. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Bo kept muttering to himself. He couldn't accept this reality at all. He should have found it, so how could the judgment pot be missing? No one would have this list. This list is absolutely confidential. Apart from those few people, it's impossible for anyone to get this list. After a moment, Lin Bo suddenly calmed down. He turned around and looked at Sushio with coldness in his eyes and undisguised killing intent. I see. Very good, you Dawn Society are double-crossing me, right? You find a clue, come and collect the goods first, then notify me. You want the goods, and you want the reward too. Very good. Hearing Lin Bo's words, Sushio felt a headache coming on. This Lin Bo was a complete mad dog, biting anyone he could get his hands on, and it never stopped. I'm warning you. A sinister glint flashed in Lin Bo's eyes, his gaze revealing a desperate intent. Hand over the stuff. Are you crazy? How could we possibly take what you're asking for? Sushio said calmly. I don't want to say anything more to you. We've already found the person, and the loss of the item is none of our business. No, no one can leave until we get the item. Lin Bo took out a pokeball, his expression one of desperate determination. Just then, a voice suddenly came from afar. Who's there? It turned out that the security guard on duty had heard the noise and rushed over. What? Before the security guard even entered, his screams erupted as a massive crystal chandelier spirit ignited his body, engulfing him in flames and burning him to ashes. The bystanders have been dealt with. Crystal lamp spirit flew back to Gongyi Ranjan's side. She looked at Lin Bo and said, Sushio is right. We have never been here. If you really want to find that thing, why don't you check who has been to Yungxiang village recently? If you still don't believe me, then go ahead and do it. As Lin Bo listened to Gongyi Ranjan's words, he gradually came to his senses. Looking at Sushio and Gongyi Ranjan, his expression was extremely ugly. Yes, what qualifications did he have to fight against Sushio and Gongyi Ranjan? Sushio possesses a king-level Banjaras. Mayano Ranjan possesses the heavenly king-level crystal lamp spirit and the shining shield sword monster. He was no match for either of them. After calming down, Lin Bo seriously considered their words, his expression solemn. Yungxiang village was a famous tourist attraction in the vicinity, receiving a huge number of tourists every week. If they were to investigate one by one, it would take forever. How to do? This thing is extremely important. Only by obtaining the judgment jar can we use its dark-type energy core to lure Darkrai. How am I supposed to go back and tell him about this? Lin Bo looked dazed. He gritted his teeth, his gaze shifting between Sushio and Gongyi Ranjan. I will go back and report this matter. If this matter really has nothing to do with you, then let it go. But if you really did this, I guarantee that even the Dawn Society will not be able to protect you. Whatever. Hearing Lin Bo's threat, Sushio felt annoyed. He didn't want to have any more contact with Lin Bo and just wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible to avoid being bothered by this scoundrel again. Chapter 129 Forest Lizard 1. It was the weekend again, and Xiaoyu was once again acting as the defending trainer in the Dragon-type gym. However, unlike last time, Xiaoyu had changed from an elite-level defending trainer to a Lord-level defending trainer, and his opponent had also become a stronger Lord-level trainer. This is because after the Forest Lizard broke through to the Lord level, Xiaoyu, who possessed a Lord-level Pokémon, automatically became a Lord-level trainer. The change in trainer level is a difficult challenge for Xiaoyu's winning streak. In battles against elite trainers, he has 3 elite Pokémon, Gravel, Charmeleon, and Nombat, which should allow him to easily defeat his opponents. However, when he becomes a Lord-level trainer, he only has a Forest Lizard that has just entered the Lord level, along with an elite Charmander and a Noxua. Even though his Pokémon are exceptionally talented, the opponents he faces may all be at the peak of the Lord level or even reach the near Overlord level. It would be quite difficult for Xiaoyu to win. All they could do was try their best. Xiaoyu had already prepared for the worst. Here he comes, Xiaoyu is here. It's finally here. There are many elite-level experts on the field waiting to fight him and break his winning streak. Why is he defending the arena at the Lord level? Last week, Xiaoyu's 10-game winning streak spread among elite trainers. Many elite trainers heard that there was such a master in the Dragon-type gym with a 10-game winning streak, and that he even won the game against Li Wenkai with a big advantage of 1-3. Many people are paying close attention to the sudden appearance of this powerful figure, and are looking forward to a duel with Xiaoyu and ending his winning streak. That's how the trainer community in the capital is. Once someone rises to fame and achieves a winning streak, many skilled players will immediately emerge to challenge them. There are only two possible outcomes: either they dominate everyone and maintain their winning streak, or their winning streak is broken. In the capital, there are very few trainers who can defeat everyone and win all the way. It might only happen once every 10 years. No one is optimistic about Xiaoyu, especially since he has broken through to the Lord level. His forest lizard must have broken through to the Lord level. No wonder. His winning streak should be over now. Many of the onlookers in the crowd carried Pokémon with elite-level combat power, but they hadn't prepared any Lord-level Pokémon, so they came up empty-handed this time. In the audience, Wu Qianshan and Long Yaning sat together, both watching Xiaoyu intently. Xiaoyu is very popular. Many people arrived early today, hoping to spar with him. They just didn't expect him to become a Lord-level trainer, Wu Qianshan said with a smile. Junior sister, do you think Xiaoyu can maintain a perfect record today? I don't know. Long Yaning looked at Xiaoyu in the training field and shook her head. Actually, she really hoped that Xiaoyu could maintain his winning streak. She had seen Xiaoyu's hard work. Hard work pays off, and she hoped that Xiaoyu could continue his winning streak, but I hope he can win. Really? I don't think he can. Wu Qianshan looked confident. Lord-level trainers are the top tier of students in the high school cup. There are quite a few true masters among them. Some of these young people are considered exceptionally talented by us. Their Lord-level Pokémon are almost at the King level in their respective categories. I wouldn't be a match for them at the same level. Although the strongest group of people didn't come today, there are still quite a few powerful Lord-level trainers. Xiaoyu is no match for them. Let's take a look, Long Yaning said. Xiaoyu stood on the field and soon faced his first opponent, a girl who was wearing a thick down jacket and was about 1.6 meters tall. She looked rather cute. In Arena 8, Lord-level trainer Su Sueya will face off against Lord-level defending trainer Xiaoyu. The rules of the match will be chosen by Su Sueya. 1v1, 2v2, 3v3. Even so, it's obvious to anyone with eyes that Xiaoyu only has one Pokémon, Grovel. If someone is determined to target him, Xiaoyu will be a tough opponent. The match begins. With the referee's command, both sides sent out their Pokémon for the battle. Go, Forest Lizard. Xiaoyu naturally sent out his ace Pokémon, Forest Lizard, while Su Sueya dispatched her Pokémon, Snowflake. See image above. Snowflake is a common Pokémon in snow-capped mountains and extremely cold regions, but quite rare elsewhere. Most importantly, Snowflake is one of the few social Pokémon. Although it doesn't have any evolved forms, this doesn't diminish its power. Su Sueya's geometric Snowflake is also large in size and crystal clear in color. Its height is slightly shorter than Su Sueya's, about 1.4 meters, which is relatively large among geometric snowflakes. A Pokémon that reaches the Lord level in strength means it is a Lord in the wild. To become a Lord Pokémon, most Pokémon are much larger than normal Pokémon, as size often represents strength. Of course, psychic Pokémon like Alakazam and Slowking are exceptions. Geometric Snowflake, Light Wall Skill. In Pokémon battles at the Lord level, there are almost always mature tactical systems. In addition to the Pokémon's own strength, the selection and timing of skill usage are equally important. At the same time, the use of items is also allowed in this level of competition. The battles at the three levels, Common, Rare, and Elite, are more like children playing around. The competitions at the three levels starting from the Lord level, then the Overlord level, and finally the Dojo Master level are more rigorous and standardized. In addition to the chief referee, there are also safety officers protecting the audience and assistant referees. At the same time, the dojos are equipped with video recorders to provide pay-per-view services for some of the most popular fighters' matches. At the start of the match, Su Sueya instructed Geometric Snowflake to use the Light Wall skill immediately. The Light Wall skill is a transformation skill among superpower skills and is usually carried together with the Reflect Wall skill. The Light Wall effect creates a magical light wall that reduces the damage from special attacks. The effect of the reflective wall is to create a magical light wall that reduces physical damage taken. Pokémon that possess both of these skills are also known as screen breakers, as they can use screen breakers to ensure the survival of attackers or create opportunities for them to stat boosts. Generally, wall breakers will choose to carry the item Light Clay, which can extend the duration of reflective walls and light walls. Xiaoyu used the system to detect that the Geometric Snowflake was carrying the Clay of Light. Seeing that the opponent had activated the light wall, he knew that the first battle might be a fierce one, so he had the Forest Lizard release the grass field, preparing for a protracted battle. Forest Lizards, Grassy Fields. As Xiaoyu's voice faded, the Forest Lizard released grassy terrain, altering the terrain. In the first round, neither side rushed to attack, opting instead to use alteration skills to assess the situation. Geometric snowflakes, reflective walls. Hearing Susue's command, Xiaoyu, who had already seen the geometric snowflake skill, was not surprised, but he would never let geometric snowflake open up the double wall so easily. Forest lizard, use the grass flute. Page 73. While the geometric snowflake was casting reflection barrier, Xiaoyu launched a surprise attack, having the forest lizard use the grass flute skill. Chapter 130 Forest Lizard, 2. Xiaoyu's timing in having the forest lizard use the grass flute was perfect, coinciding with the moment when the geometric snowflakes were casting a reflective barrier, a moment when they couldn't dodge. At this moment, the grass flute skill is almost guaranteed to hit. As the melodious flute sounded, grass-type energy surged into the geometric snowflake's body. It had no resistance at all and fell into a state of slumber. Forest lizard, use parasitic seeds. The forest lizard scattered parasitic seeds that landed on the geometric snowflakes, took root and sprouted, entwining themselves around the geometric snowflakes and constantly absorbing their energy to nourish the forest lizard. Seeing the geometric snowflake in a dormant state and enveloped by parasitic seeds, Susue remained calm. The geometric snowflake, which had been protected by light walls and reflective walls, was incredibly tough. It would be impossible for the forest lizard to defeat it while it was dormant. Magic leaf. On the grassy field, Xiaoyu naturally chose to let the forest lizard use a grass-type stab move, which had the power boost from the grassy field and the stab bonus. Leaves imbued with grass-type energy danced in the air and suddenly slashed at the geometric snowflakes. Although the display was impressive, its power was quite limited. The geometric snowflake is already a Pokémon with extremely high special defense, and with the protection of light screen, the damage caused by Magic Leaf is like scratching a thorn. Just then, the geometric snowflake also regained consciousness, and Susueyu immediately ordered, self-regeneration, geometric snowflake. As Susue's voice fell, energy surged from geometric snowflake's body, healing its wounds. In the blink of an eye, geometric snowflake was completely healed. The tactics of the geometric snowflake formation are basically complete, and Xiaoyu is in a difficult situation now. Is he going to lose the first match? Elite level is all about the raw strength of Pokémon, but from the Lord level onwards, tactics become much more important. Xiaoyu is still not good enough against opponents with well-developed tactics. Judging from this, the forest lizard probably hasn't learned the brick breaker skill. It can't break through double walls. Its skill pool is too shallow. This is going to be tough. The crowd's discussions did not affect Xiaoyu. He was focused on thinking about how to break the deadlock. Although he knew it would be a tough battle, he did not expect it to be so difficult. Susue's geometric snowflake, after creating 2 walls and with its self-regeneration skill, was really hard for Xiaoyu to deal with. Most importantly, the forest lizard lacks fighting, fire, and steel-type physical attack skills to counter ice-type moves like geometric snowflake. How to do? To deal with the extremely high special defense of the geometric snowflake, the forest lizard can only use ordinary physical attacks. However, the geometric snowflake has the regenerate ability, and with the presence of reflect, it is practically an unkillable cockroach. Having the sword dance skill might be better, but it probably wouldn't work. The geometric snowflake skill, along with the black mist and white mist skills, prevents the abilities of both sides from increasing or decreasing. Xiaoyu glanced at the forest lizard's skill bar and finally focused on a skill that had never been used. Continuous chop. The bug-type move, slash, doesn't have high initial power, but it has a very special effect. Its power increases exponentially with repeated use, eventually reaching a terrifying level. However, this skill has certain limitations. It requires consecutive hits, during which the forest lizard cannot use other skills, and the combo skill must hit continuously. If it misses, the count will be reset. Secondly, if the geometric snowflake uses Protect to block the combo, it will also be interrupted. Finally, if the opponent changes Pokémon, it will also be interrupted. Xiaoyu had checked the moves of the geometric snowflake and found that it didn't have moves like Protect. Secondly, since it was a single battle, he couldn't switch Pokémon. Finally, he only needed to use the grovel slash to hit the target repeatedly. This skill will be the key to Xiaoyu's victory. Forest lizard, use combo attacks. Xiaoyu's voice trailed off. And watch out for its deadly poison. Xiaoyu had already seen through the system the dirty skills carried by the geometric snowflake, which were also one of the standard skills of the geometric snowflake: double walls, poison, and self-regeneration. Chemo. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the forest lizard responded with its voice, then quickly rushed towards the geometric snowflake, its wrists covered in insect-type energy that formed a scythe-like shape as it slashed at the geometric snowflake. Geometric snowflakes, highly poisonous. Even though her opponent guessed that she had a poisonous skill, Suswaya was not flustered at all, because she knew that with the high special defense of the geometric snowflake and the type advantage, Xiaoyu would have to use a physical attack skill at close range if he wanted to win. Once it gets close, the accuracy of its poisonous skills increases significantly, and it can then simply grind the forest lizard down. However, it needs to be especially careful of the forest lizard's combo attack. Geometric snowflakes floated in the air, silently waiting for the forest lizard to approach, ready to unleash their deadly poison at any moment. The situation became increasingly unfavorable for Xiaoyu, which highlighted the importance of skill pool. If the forest lizard knew the brick breaker, it could break through light wall and reflection wall, gaining an absolute advantage. Unfortunately, the forest lizard did not. At this moment, the forest lizard had already approached the geometric snowflake, and its wrist blade slashed at the geometric snowflake, cutting a small wound on the geometric snowflake's icy body, bringing up ice shards. The geometric snowflake, lying in wait, used its highly venomous skill when the forest lizard got close, secreting toxins from its icy body and spraying them at the lizard, successfully hitting it. With the poisonous ability activated, it becomes a race against time. The forest lizard must win the game before the poison's power increases, or it will be defeated as the poison intensifies. Forest lizard, keep using the combo attack, hurry up. Xiaoyu knew that his only chance of victory was before the combo attack skill was available, so he had the forest lizard continue using the combo attack. Chemo. The forest lizard switched its left and right hands, and the second combo attack landed. The bug-type energy slashed fiercely, leaving another deep mark on the geometric snowflake's body. However, compared to the previous mark, this one was deeper and more powerful. Geometric snowflakes, spinning at high speed, shake off the parasitic seeds and create distance. Even though the geometric snowflake tactic was already in operation, Suswaya dared not be careless. She also saw that the power of the forest lizard's combo attack was constantly increasing. In addition, with the absorption effect of the parasitic seed, the geometric snowflake's stamina was still decreasing and healing the forest lizard's injuries. Therefore, she had the geometric snowflake use the high-speed spin skill, which would help shake off the parasitic seeds on its body. At the same time, Suswaya also hoped to use the high-speed spin skill to create distance from the forest lizard and interrupt its combo attack. Forest lizard, follow him and keep using the combo attack. The geometric snowflake spun rapidly, shaking off the parasitic seeds on its body while trying to increase the distance between itself and the forest lizard. However, upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the forest lizard knew that to win, it had to keep up with the geometric snowflakes. It unleashed almost its full speed, displaying an astonishing pace. Chapter 131 Forest Lizard 3. The forest lizard was now moving at incredible speed. The long-term weighted speed training over the past few months had brought the forest lizard to its physical peak. Especially in terms of speed, it is difficult for it to make full use of its speed advantage in such an open space. The forest lizard in the rainforest is much more terrifying. The forest lizard's high-speed run reminded it of its daily rigorous training, and its belief in becoming stronger motivated it to persevere in more than 10 hours of arduous training every day. Day to day, the forest lizard never missed a day of training, even though Xiaoyu occasionally relaxed. It got up at 6 o'clock every morning and trained until 10 o'clock at night. Get stronger, get stronger, get stronger, because it wants to become the strongest Pokémon. The forest lizard's gaze was resolute, its eyes fixed on the geometric snowflake. It wanted to become stronger the geometric snowflake before it was merely an obstacle on its path to becoming a powerful being. A fighting spirit blazed in its eyes, its movements so fast they were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The wrist blade in its hand was enveloped in insect-type energy, closely following the rapidly spinning geometric snowflake. Continuous cuts. The bug-type move enveloped the forest lizard's hands, forming wrist blades that slashed fiercely at the geometric snowflake. The 3 consecutive uses of the combo had brought its power to a terrifying level. Boom! The rapidly spinning geometric snowflake was abruptly stopped as if struck by a heavy hammer, leaving a deep and long scratch on its icy body. Immediately afterward, the forest lizard gave geometric snowflake no chance to breathe, unleashing another flurry of slashes at it. Boom! 2 consecutive slashes landed with his left and right hands, leaving a cross-shaped wound on the geometric snowflake. Ice shards scattered, indicating that the injury was serious. Self-regeneration. The combined power of the slashes was too much for the geometric snowflake to withstand for long, even with the reflective barrier protecting it. It had to use its self-regeneration ability again. The wounds on the geometric snowflakes were covered and frozen by ice and snow, and then healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, at the same time, the forest lizard pounced again, unleashing another bug-type combo attack. Seeing the menacing forest lizard, Susueo and Jaihi Suihua felt immense pressure. A single, small combo attack left them breathless. The geometric snowflake, whose body had not yet fully recovered, suffered new injuries. The forest lizard's ferocious attack left the geometric snowflake completely unable to withstand it. Susueo frowned deeply. She had to find a way to break the deadlock. Geometric snowflakes use strange light. The only way she could think of to break the deadlock was the transformation skill, strange light. The transparent bodies of the geometric snowflakes began to glow with an eerie light, flickering continuously, with ghostly energy surging around them. In my previous life, this would have been considered light pollution, with dazzling light that would have made people dizzy and mesmerized. In the game, the strange light skill has a 100% chance of putting the opponent into a confused state, making it one of the most powerful skills. However, there are still many ways to break through in reality. The best way is to ignore the glowing body of the geometric snowflake. As long as you don't look at it, this kind of light-based skill can't do anything to the forest lizard. This reminded Xiaoyu of Might Guy's tactics against Ataka, ignoring Ataka's Sharinon and observing only his footwork to predict his attacks. And let's not forget, if you looked at the leaf on the forest lizard's head and gave it a haircut, it would actually resemble Might Guy quite a bit. Don't look at the geometric snowflake's body when you see the forest lizard. Pay attention to the snowflakes falling below its body. Xiaoyu naturally applied what he learned on the spot, having the forest lizard stare directly at the strange light emitted by the geometric snowflake-like ice crystal body, and only pay attention to the snowflakes falling below its body to locate the position of the geometric snowflake. Chemo. The forest lizard responded to Xiaoyu, lowered its head, and followed Xiaoyu's instructions to avoid looking directly at the strange light released by the geometric snowflakes. It then pushed off with its feet and charged towards the geometric snowflakes again. Seeing that the strange light was fading and the forest lizard's combo attack was taking effect again, the injuries on geometric snowflake continued to worsen, making Susueo anxious. She could only give the order again, geometric snowflake, regenerate. She could only hope to buy time by regenerating herself and slowly wear down the forest lizard with her deadly poison. Keep the scoring streak going, don't give the geometric snowflakes a chance. The forest lizard's relentless attacks put immense pressure on the geometric snowflake, and just then, the light wall and reflective barrier protecting the geometric snowflake disappeared one after another. Without the protection of the double walls, geometric snowflake is not very durable. The same combo skill can leave a huge wound on geometric snowflake with just one strike. Combined with the damage already caused, geometric snowflake's condition is getting worse and worse. Continuous cuts. Chemo. With the forest lizard unleashing its final, all-out slash, geometric snowflake was sent flying, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Although the forest lizard had been suppressing the geometric snowflake the whole time, once the geometric snowflake learned protect or stand, the forest lizard would really be no match for it. Page 74. The cheating tactics in this world were invented by some trainer, and they are quite disgusting, even more disgusting than the cheating tactics in the previous life, because this world does not only have 4 skill slots. Take the geometric snowflake for example. Highly toxic, protection, substitute, light wall, reflection wall, self-regeneration, white mist, black mist, iron wall, aurora curtain. Mastering all these skills would make one truly invincible, an unkillable cockroach. Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming longing for Cinderace, the Pokémon he had just encountered. Had it been there, a simple switch would have completely reversed the situation. Unfortunately, China didn't have a Pokémon like Cinderace, and the Cinderace they had recently imported wasn't up to par. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh, while secretly thinking, since everyone is resorting to dirty tricks, then don't blame me for starting to prepare dirty tactics too. Xiaoyu thought of disgusting tactics like Extinction Song Shadow Step and Cat Hand Team. Cat Hand Team is not very realistic because it requires too many team combinations, but Extinction Song Shadow Step is really feasible. I seem to have a Jengar Mega Stone, so it's not impossible for me to catch a Jengar. Once I catch another Dragon-type Pokémon, I can go find Jengar. It's time to let the trainers feel the fear of being dominated by Shadow Song. As for Steel-type Pokémon, let's wait and see. Xiaoyu wins. As the referee announced the victory, Xiaoyu ran to the forest lizard, patted its head, and praised it generously. Well done, forest lizard, go and detoxify now. Chemo. The forest lizard was in a good mood after its victory and responded to Xiaoyu with a call. Its relationship with Xiaoyu was becoming increasingly intimate. Looking at the enormous forest lizard, Xiaoyu felt a little dazed, as if he had returned to the scene a few months ago when he kidnapped the wood gecko in the secret realm. Before I knew it, the gecko had grown into a forest lizard. When the college cup starts, I can go back to the secret realm and let it meet its parents. By then, the forest lizard should have evolved into the Lizard King. Chapter 132 Forest Lizard 4. The battle left Xiaoyu completely overwhelmed. He tried almost every possible method before finally managing to secure victory. Even without the strongest Lord-level trainers appearing, Xiaoyu felt that at this rate, his winning streak would definitely be in jeopardy. Thinking about his winning streak mission, Xiaoyu felt a little worried. He estimated that his winning streak might be broken today, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't be a coward and avoid battles just to keep his streak going. If he had to act like a coward in these kinds of battles just for the reward, Xiaoyu would despise himself. Since that's the case, Xiaoyu felt it was better to face the challenge head-on. Although the system's rewards were tempting, he should stick to his principles, do his best, let go of his burdens, and devote himself wholeheartedly to the battle. Forest Lizard, today we're going to face a lot of powerful Pokémon with you, so we have to do our best. Chamo, the Forest Lizard replied to Xiaoyu. The next match will be Xiaoyu vs Wang Hao. The rules are 1v1. The next match will be Xiaoyu vs Li Ning. The rules are 1v1. Xiaoyu fought 4 more matches, each against a formidable opponent, far stronger than elite-level trainers. He managed to secure 4 hard-fought victories, extending his winning streak to 15 matches. Each match was increasingly difficult, especially the final one, a forest lizard versus a Gyarados. That Gyarados was really strong. Its Dragon Dance and Ice Fang skills posed a great threat to the Grovel. If it weren't for the Thunder Punch at the end, the Grovel really wouldn't have been able to win. After the battle, the forest lizard recovered after a series of treatments and an hour of rest. Xiaoyu then led the forest lizard back to the battlefield, where they faced their new opponent. Course number 8, Lord-level trainer Xiang Hanli vs Lord-level defending trainer Xiaoyu. The rules of the match will be chosen by Xiang Hanli. 1v1 singles. Xiang Hanli, wearing a trench coat and a black scarf around his neck, spoke in a cold voice, giving off an aloof vibe. Xiang Hanli is about 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned and upright figure, delicate features, sharp angles, and striking eyebrows and eyes, giving off an aura of unapproachability. Looking through the previous cameo comments, why hasn't a single cameo from Beijing appeared yet? It's Xiang Hanli. What's he doing here? Is he going to challenge Xiaoyu? Xiang Hanli from Tsinghua University High School, wasn't he in the Flying Secret Realm training camp? Why is he back? It's over, Xiaoyu is definitely going to lose. Xiang Hanli's arrival enlivened the audience. As the most outstanding figure of Tsinghua University High School this year, Xiang Hanli had long been qualified for admission to Beijing University and Tsinghua University, and many top universities abroad had also issued admission notices. But this world is different from Xiaoyu's previous life. In this world, wealthy people are desperate to go abroad. In this world, almost all ambitious and talented students who want to become trainers will choose to study in their own country. This is also due to different stances and nationalities. Talented trainers often represent a country's future high-end combat power, and the country will never allow such talents to flow out. Xiang Hanli comes from a wealthy family. From a young age, he learned that the Xiang family is a deeply rooted and powerful family in the capital. His grandfather was the previous Flying Star King, and his father was among the top 8 in the capital's Star King ranking competition. Although he is not yet an official one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, it should be noted that Xiang Hanli's father is extremely young, only in his early 40s. Everyone has high hopes for him and considers him a top contender for the 4 Heavenly Kings of the capital in the next few years. At the same time, Xiang Hanli himself is also very strong. He is one of the top 4 students in Shuima High School. The reason he is not in the top 3 is because of the elemental advantage. Xiang Hanli's gaze fell on Xiaoyu. He had heard his father mention Xiaoyu and knew of Xiaoyu's reputation in the scientific research community. Now, because Xiaoyu was born into the Lin family, they were the ones that all the other families wanted to befriend. In his father's words, that was the case. Xiaoyu's talent as a trainer is secondary. The key is that his talent in scientific research is truly top-notch. Moreover, Xiaoyu is still so young. If there is an opportunity, we must befriend him. That old Fox Long fan is clever. He took Xiaoyu as his disciple first. Xiang Hanli heard that Xiaoyu was recently serving as the defending trainer at the Dragon-type gym, so he came over specifically to see him and meet this legendary scientific genius. Xiaoyu's first impression on him was that he was handsome, very handsome, handsome enough to pose a threat to him, which made him somewhat unhappy. He thought he was invincible, but he didn't expect someone to be even more valiant than him. Whose subordinate was this? Aside from that, I can't see anything different about Xiaoyu. In Xiang Hanli's opinion, shouldn't a scientific genius be all brains and no muscles? Xiaoyu's height and build make him look like a brute who has been exercising for a long time, but is simple-minded and physically strong. Is this a case of things reaching their extremes and then reversing? Game start. Forest Lizard, it's time for another battle. Go for it. Xiaoyu patted the forest lizard beside him, signaling it to go into battle. Chemo. The forest lizard nodded. The continuous, frantic battles hadn't exhausted it, on the contrary, they had only fueled its fighting spirit. It stepped onto the field and fixed its gaze on its opponent. Go, Arrowhawk. As a flying-type trainer, Xiang Hanli's Pokémon are naturally mainly flying-type. He has 2 totem-level Pokémon, and all his other Pokémon are also Lord-level Pokémon. Although this Talonflame is not among the top-tier Pokémon in Xiang Hanli's collection, with a combat power of only the peak of the Lord level, its potential is as high as the Elite 4 level, and it will definitely be one of Xiang Hanli's ace Pokémon in the future. As soon as the Arrowhawk appeared, its eagle eyes locked onto the forest lizard, as if it had spotted prey, its gaze filled with excitement. See image above. This Talonflame is also very large. It should be said that in Pokémon of this level, as long as they are physical attackers, they are not small. This Talonflame is nearly 1.8 meters tall, weighs nearly 40 kilograms, has a wingspan of over 5 meters, sharp claws that gleam coldly, and red feathers on its body that burn like flames. Talonflame is a fierce Pokémon that is purely carnivorous. Wild Talonflame likes to eat gulls and shrews, and it looks at Sceptile with a greedy look in its eyes. In terms of matchup, the fire/flying type Talonflame completely counters the forest lizard, and this perfectly developed Talonflame exerted immense pressure on the forest lizard. This was the most oppressive match of all today. The audience at the scene also knew that this match might be the most exciting one of the day. Most people were not optimistic about Xiaoyu's forest lizard, unless it evolved to a higher level. Long Yaning also looked at Xiaoyu, her heart filled with worry. Facing a renowned opponent like Xiang Hanli, coupled with the difference in Pokémon strength, Xiaoyu's chances of winning were very slim. Chapter 133 Forest Lizard 5. The eagle soaring in the air stared intently at the forest lizard, its fierce and warlike nature evident in its eyes. A Pokémon's strength in battle is also related to its personality. Of course, this personality is completely different from the personality in the game. In the game, different personalities have different effects on the user. Some personalities will enhance a certain ability while weakening another. For example, Timid, one of the most popular natures, has a fixed increase of 10% in speed and a decrease of 10% in attack, making it especially suitable for special attackers. In reality, a Pokémon's personality is simply its inherent nature and is not linked to its abilities. For example, a Grovel's personality is calm and composed, and it doesn't panic in the face of adversity, but this doesn't affect its abilities. This Talonflame has a fierce personality, much like the Charmander from before. Its fierce personality is very suitable for melee Pokémon to fight. Xiaoyu looked at the Arrowhawk with a furrowed brow. This Arrowhawk had a very impressive skill pool, including powerful flying-type moves such as Brave Bird Attack, and its ability was the extremely rare Gale Wing. In the game, Gale Wing's effect is that when at full HP, flying-type moves have +1 priority, almost guaranteeing a first strike advantage. Originally, Gale Wing didn't have the full HP requirement, and Talonflame was incredibly powerful, dominating an era alongside Mega Kangaskhan, making it a must-have for everyone. The effect of the real-world Gale Wing ability is slightly different, but it is still one of the top abilities. Talonflame with this ability is extremely rare. Gale Wing will wrap Talonflame's wings in a rich flying-type energy. Whenever flying-type energy is used, its speed will become extremely fast, faster than usual, and there is no limit to its HP. Perfect traits, perfect training, and top-tier aptitude. Xiaoyu's forest lizard had no advantage over this arrow eagle except for its superior aptitude, and its attributes were also countered. This battle was extremely difficult for Xiaoyu. This was also Xiaoyu's first time fighting against a true top-tier player from the University Cup. These were the real powerhouses, and it was a good opportunity for him to test how much of a gap there was between his hard-earned strength and that of the top-tier players, after all the effort he had put in to catch up. Your forest lizard has only just reached the Lord level. This match is unfair to you. I'll let you go first, Xiang Hanli said confidently, looking at Xiaoyu. He was full of confidence in himself and his Talonflame, a belief almost essential for a strong player, believing in oneself and one's Pokémon. Xiang Hanli firmly believed that he and his Arrowhawk were absolutely the strongest beings at the Lord level, and Xiaoyu's Forest Lizard would never be a match for the Arrowhawk. Honestly, I'd love to have readers make cameo appearances as such a pretentious character, but unfortunately, I haven't seen a single flying type. Although Xiang Hanli's words weren't pleasant to hear, and some sensitive people might even perceive them as condescending and arrogant, they were true in their bluntness. The Forest Lizard was indeed weaker than the Arrow Eagle. Xiaoyu didn't mince words and replied directly, "Alright, I'll attack first." Of course, it's no wonder Xiang Hanli was arrogant. If Xiaoyu had an Arceus, he wouldn't just give up the first move, he could give up 5 Pokémon, or even an entire world. However, Xiaoyu was thick-skinned. Looking at Xiang Hanli's cold expression, he suddenly said, "How about I let you have 5 more moves?" Xiaoyu's words made Xiang Hanli's face darken. As a normal, innocent 18-year-old male high school student, he couldn't be as shameless as Xiaoyu, so he could only pretend not to hear. Forest Lizard, Thunder Punch. Since he had already given up a move, Xiaoyu didn't hold back and had Forest Lizard use its powerful Thunder Punch to counter Grass-type and Flying-type attacks. Thunder Punch was really useful, it could counter Grass-type and Flying-type attacks. Fierce Arrow Eagle, take off. Seeing the menacing Forest Lizard, Xiang Hanli didn't dare to take a Thunder Punch for nothing. He decisively ordered Talonflame to take off. It has to be said that Flying-type Pokémon are really quite cheesy. This ability to fly into the sky is really outrageous and is a god-tier skill for dodging. Xiaoyu called it a cheat, completely forgetting that his own buzzing bat often did the same thing, clearly a double standard. In that case, Forest Lizard, use Dragon Pulse. Dragon Pulse, one of the few ranged special attack skills that the Forest Lizard possesses so far, is one of Xiaoyu's few options at present. The Forest Lizard took a deep breath and then exhaled a shockwave covered in Dragon-type energy, which rushed straight towards the Arrowhawk. Page 75. Swordhawk, hold the line, then unleash a fierce attack with Brave Bird. People from big families are different, they even learn skills like guarding. Xiang Hanli's combat skills were clearly much higher than others. When he used the Arrowhawk's guard skill to block Dragon Pulse, he had obviously planned ahead and immediately had the Arrowhawk use Brave Bird attack. The Wind Wing ability allows the Arrowhawk's wings to be enveloped in Flying-type energy, as if it has 2 extra engines, greatly increasing its speed. The Arrowhawk suddenly dives down to near ground level, then folds its wings and crashes into the Forest Lizard like a missile. Forest Lizard, move at high speed. When using Brave Bird attack, the Talonflame, which swoops down from above, is already extremely fast. With the added benefit of Gale Wings, the Flying-type energy in its wings surges, further increasing its speed. Everyone only felt a blur flash by before it swooped down to the ground and then flew toward the Forest Lizard at an extremely fast speed, kicking up clouds of dust behind it. The Forest Lizard also unleashed its high-speed movement skill, its body enveloped in psychic energy, greatly increasing its speed as it moved rapidly across the ground in an attempt to evade attacks. However, those that run on the ground can never compare to those that fly in the sky. The Talonflame with the Gale Wings ability, combined with the Brave Bird attack, is incredibly fast. All that could be heard was the sound of wind rushing past, bringing with it a gust of wind. The Arrowhawk flashed by, and even the Forest Lizard in its high-speed movement state could not dodge the Arrowhawk's attack, and was directly hit head-on by the Brave Bird's fierce attack skill. Boom! With a muffled thud, the Forest Lizard was sent flying. As the top-tier flying-type move, Brave Bird's assault was incredibly powerful. The Forest Lizard was severely injured by just one hit, while the Talonflame only suffered minor damage from the recoil. Photosynthesis, Forest Lizard. Xiaoyu had also anticipated that the Forest Lizard would not be able to dodge the Brave Bird's fierce attack, so he immediately ordered the Forest Lizard to use photosynthesis. As the Forest Lizard's body emitted a fluorescent green glow, its injuries were gradually healed. Don't give it a chance to breathe, keep attacking with the Brave Bird. As soon as Xiang Hanli's voice fell, the Arrowhawk circled in the air and turned around, then swooped down at high speed, launching another Brave Bird attack. Forest Lizard, keep moving at high speed. The same scenario played out again, but this time the result was different. The second high-speed movement increased the Forest Lizard's speed once more. Just as Talonflame, its entire body enveloped in Flying-type energy, was about to crash into Sceptile, Sceptile suddenly changed direction, dodging Talonflame's Brave Bird attack in a very awkward manner. Well done, Forest Lizard. Did you avoid it? Chapter 134 Forest Lizard, 6. In the stands, everyone watched in astonishment as the Forest Lizard managed to dodge the Brave Bird's attack. When Talonflame with the Gale Wing ability uses Brave Bird attack, its speed is top-notch among its class, and even Sceptile was able to dodge it, which surprised Xiang Hanli. This forest lizard is very strong and has excellent combat skills. With proper training, it will definitely reach the king level. In that case, Arrowhawk, use Charged Flame Strike. Xiang Hanli's surprise flashed by, but he quickly made a tactical adjustment, ordering Arrowhawk to use Charged Flame Strike. Energy Charge is a fire-type move. Although its power is far less than that of top-tier flying-type moves like Brave Bird, it has the advantage of being able to accumulate energy and increase speed. Didn't your forest lizard greatly increase its speed with 2 high-speed moves? Okay, my Arrowhawk will also increase its speed. Let's see if the forest lizard can dodge this time. The flaming arrow eagle was enveloped in fire energy, its blazing flames making it appear as if it were draped in a fiery battle armor. The fiery red patterns on its back danced like flames, and as it continuously gathered power, it let out a clear cry and flew towards the forest lizard, carrying the raging fire with it. Forest lizard, it's our turn to counterattack. Use Thunder Fist. Simply dodging will never lead to victory. The best defense is offense. When the arrow eagle unleashed its charged flame strike, Xiaoyu knew it was time for the forest lizard to strike back. Seeing the arrowhawk swooping down from the sky, the forest lizard stood upright, its eyes fixed on the arrowhawk, revealing a fierce fighting spirit. Flames erupted from its wrists, a thunder fist. Chamo. The forest lizard swung its fists with all its might, meeting the attack head-on without flinching. The collision of flames and lightning produced a huge explosion, stirring up clouds of dust. Boom! With a loud bang, the forest lizard was forced to retreat several meters before coming to a stop. In contrast, the arrowhawk flapped its wings and flew back into the air. Although it was also injured, it was clearly in much better condition than the forest lizard. In a simple clash of forces, the forest lizard was at a disadvantage, a situation that has never occurred in a long time. As expected, there is still a gap in terms of raw strength. The forest lizard has only just entered the Lord level, which is equivalent to level 30 or 31, while the arrow eagle is at the peak of the Lord level, which is equivalent to level 38 or 39. Furthermore, since the forest lizard has not yet evolved into the Lizard King, the gap has undoubtedly widened even further. Finally, there is the elemental advantage. All these factors combined have led to the forest lizard being at a disadvantage. Forest lizard, is it alright? Xiaoyu looked at the forest lizard with a serious expression. Cha, mo. The forest lizard responded with difficulty, clearly badly injured. If it hadn't just recovered some of its strength through photosynthesis, it would probably be severely wounded by now. Photosynthesis, forest lizard. The forest lizard once again used photosynthesis to restore its strength. Xiang Hanli, on the other side, naturally wouldn't give the forest lizard a chance to catch its breath and recover. He said to the arrowhawk, "Arrowhawk, one more time, charged flame strike." The arrowhawk flapped its wings, its body bursting into flames once more, and sped towards the forest lizard. Xiaoyu looked at the fiery arrow eagle in the sky, but couldn't find any way to break it. Grass flute? Parasitic seed? These skills are completely ineffective against the arrowhawk, unless the two sides are close together. However, if the forest lizard does this, it will have to take a direct hit from the arrowhawk's charged flame strike or Brave Bird's fierce attack. Given the forest lizard's current stamina, taking a hit for free makes its chances of winning extremely slim. Forest lizard, use Thunder Fist. Given this situation, Xiaoyu's only option at present is to let the forest lizard continue fighting the arrow eagle in a simple hand-to-hand combat, a battle of pure physical strength, with no tactics whatsoever. Chamo. The forest lizard let out a cry, its wrists once again enveloped in lightning, and it fiercely met the arrow eagle's attack, instantly colliding with it again. Boom! With a loud bang, the forest lizard was sent flying and crashed to the ground. Forest lizard. Hearing Xiaoyu's call, the forest lizard struggled to his feet. His body was already covered in wounds, and his strength was nearing its limit. The arrow eagle was also in bad shape after taking 2 lightning punches, its strength was rapidly declining. However, compared to the forest lizard, it was in much better condition. The forest lizard stood up, its entire body radiating green grass-type energy. It was clear that its remaining strength had triggered the overgrowth ability. The fluorescent green grass-type energy enveloped the forest lizard like starlight. At this moment, the power of grass-type moves would be greatly increased, but this boost was negligible and could not turn the tide of the battle. The battered forest lizard panted heavily, its gaze fixed on the arrow eagle opposite it, countless images of its arduous training flashing through its mind. From leading the grass and insect realm with Xiaoyu, to undergoing weight training, practicing Dragon Pulse, evolving after battling Lycanroc, battling melodic, and facing shiny Aegislash and Duskmoor together. The past scenes flashed by like scenes from a movie, finally settling on the arrow eagle in front of it. It wanted to win the game. Chamo. The forest lizard roared angrily, and as it cried out, its entire body was enveloped in white light, and its body began to twist, contort, and elongate. Evolution. Xiaoyu's expression was solemn. The sudden evolution of the forest lizard did not bring him any surprise. Instead, his brows were furrowed. If the forest lizard evolved in a step-by-step, steady manner, Xiaoyu would naturally be happy to accept it, but it is clear that the forest lizard did not. The forest lizard just broke through to the Lord level this week, which translates to around level 30 in the game. The forest lizard's evolution level is 36, so it's impossible for it to win 6 levels in a week. Therefore, the current forest lizard is definitely a forced evolution. The consequence of doing so is that it overdraws its potential. The most obvious example in the anime is Ash's Charizard. His Charizard was forced to evolve twice in a row, which also resulted in its size being significantly smaller than other Charizards. Although Charizard is very strong, if Ash could train Charizard, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur like he trained Greninja, Ash would probably have won the championship in the first generation. Xiaoyu certainly craved the reward of a winning streak, but he could clearly distinguish between the importance of his winning streak and the potential of the forest lizard. He naturally chose the potential of the forest lizard without hesitation. Xiaoyu gave the forest lizard the only opportunity to improve its aptitude as a reward from the system, so he wouldn't let it waste its aptitude on forced evolution. The forest lizard must grow stronger along with Nombat, because Nombat is currently the least promising Pokémon in Xiaoyu's Pokémon, and this is one of the reasons why it cannot be forced to evolve. Just like his older brother gave him Charmander's Pokémon egg, he must raise Charmander into the strongest Charizard to live up to the trust of his older brother and family. It's just a title defense match, so what if I lose? We concede defeat in this match. Forest lizard, stop evolving. Xiaoyu walked to the forest lizard, stroked its body, and forcibly stopped its evolution. The forest lizard, which was originally in the process of evolution, gradually calmed down after hearing Xiaoyu's words. The white light on its body gradually dissipated, and the transformation of its body stopped. When the light completely disappeared, the forest lizard's emerald green body was revealed again. Xiang Hanli admired Xiaoyu's rationality in watching his actions. Few people could force the forest lizard to stop evolving at this time. After your forest lizard evolves, I will fight you again. Just come to me with the flying manual, I am always available. Today's match is unfair to you. No need. Xiaoyu stroked the forest lizard's head, then looked up at Xiang Hanli. If we're going to fight, let's fight in the national finals. I will definitely lead the forest lizard into the national finals, right, forest lizard? Chamo. Xiaoyu thought to himself, from now on, I will be undefeated and lead all the Pokémon into the national finals. Chapter 135 Winning Streak Mission Rewards. Ding. The winning streak has been interrupted and you need to start accumulating winning streaks again, with a maximum of 15 winning streaks. Task requirement: break the winning streak record. Currently, the winning streak is 0 matches. Task rewards: rewards are distributed based on the number of consecutive wins. The longer the winning streak, the richer the reward. The reward has been issued. You have received a gold level treasure chest X1. After losing to Xiang Hanli, since it was already 4 p.m., Xiaoyu did not choose to continue defending his position. Instead, after healing the forest lizard, he returned to the forbidden area with Long Yaning. When the two returned to the forbidden area, it was already dinner time. Xiaoyu acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to buy groceries and cook, while having Long Yaning's Pokémon help him train the forest lizards. Xiaoyu's extremely calm reaction made Long Yaning feel that something was wrong. He shouldn't be so calm in the face of defeat, at least not Long Yaning. Page 76. It wasn't until the two were eating that Long Yaning finally couldn't hold back and asked Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, are you alright? What could possibly happen to me? Isn't everything normal? Xiaoyu said with a smile. He really didn't think it was anything serious, it was just losing a match, which was perfectly normal. Okay. Hearing Xiaoyu's tone, Long Yanning felt that he didn't seem to be faking it, but rather that he really was fine. However, she was still a little worried about him, so she continued, you've had a long day, go home and rest early. I'll do the dishes. Huh? Xiaoyu looked at Long Yaning with surprise. This was the first time in a month that Teacher Long had taken the initiative to wash the dishes. Perhaps understanding the meaning in Xiaoyu's eyes, Long Yaning, feeling a little embarrassed by his gaze, blushed slightly and glared fiercely at Xiaoyu, but it had no threatening effect. Instead, she appeared somewhat alluring in Xiaoyu's eyes, causing his blood to surge. Xiaoyu realized that something was increasingly wrong with him. How could he have such wicked thoughts about Teacher Long? He was being so inhuman. But Teacher Long was just too beautiful. So he decided to just be inhuman. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Long Yaning called out to Xiaoyu, who was lost in thought, before he finally came to his senses. Are you really alright? I'm really fine, Teacher Long, don't worry. By the way, since you're being so proactive today, Teacher Long, you can do the dishes. I'm going to the forbidden training area first. Xiaoyu couldn't wait to vent his frustrations in the forbidden area, using the constant physical training to suppress his wicked thoughts. Today's defeat also ignited Xiaoyu's fighting spirit, making him realize that he still had a distance to go before reaching the top tier of players. He had to work even harder, getting back up from where he fell. Okay, go ahead. Long Yaning stood up, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Xiaoyu, which were like a pool of autumn water. Because it was indoors, Long Yaning had already taken off her coat and was wearing a white turtleneck sweater that accentuated her perfect waistline. Her tight jeans were also very voluminous, and she always unconsciously attracted Xiaoyu's attention when she passed by. Don't train too late at night. Take it easy and get some rest. It is good. Stepping out of Teacher Long's house, the cold wind outside poured cold water on Xiaoyu's burning heart, and the distracting thoughts in her mind faded considerably. Upon arriving at the forbidden area, Xiaoyu released all his Pokémon to train on their own, while he sat on the ground and examined the golden treasure chest that the system had rewarded him with. Golden treasure chest, 48% chance of getting a B rank item, 37% chance of getting an A rank item, 5% chance of getting an S rank item, 4% chance of getting a special item, 3% chance of improving the stats of the lowest potential Pokémon, 2% chance of getting an Elite 4 level Pokémon egg, and 1% chance of getting a near champion level Pokémon egg. Note: Pokémon eggs obtained from gold chests can contain any non-legendary, mythical, or non-ultra beast Pokémon, with a very low chance of containing pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Also, obtaining Pokémon eggs from gold chests will not interrupt the Dragon Master quest. Xiaoyu looked at the rewards in the golden treasure chest and found that the good items were really good, but the junk items were really junk. B-grade items are enough to appease beggars, and the probability is as high as 48%. It's just like the lottery system in those games from my previous life. Xiaoyu is very pleased. This system might be produced by the Ma family. The best rewards were just listed for people to see, and the combined probability of getting them was only 15%, while the combined probability of getting B-grade and A-grade items was as high as 85%. Although Xiaoyu had long been used to this ridiculous system and didn't care anymore, he still couldn't help but curse a couple of times, calling it a damn system. B-grade items are a huge loss, A-grade items are a break-even point, and everything else is a big profit. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and began the metaphysical unboxing, going through the whole process of praying and blessing, and finally silently recited a sentence in his heart. I'll use my good brother Wu Yeazu's 10 or 20 years, no, let's bet big, I'll use my good brother Wu Yeazu's lifelong single life in exchange for me getting the goods. After silently repeating this sentence, Xiaoyu immediately chose to open the box. Open the golden treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining a special item, a one-time use item, the time machine. Time machine, when used, it can teleport Pokeballs and capture Paradox Pokémon. There are two types of Paradox Pokémon, Ancient and Future. Pokémon captured by Pokeballs teleported through the time machine will have a minimum strength of Totem level and a minimum potential of Elite 4 level. Please use it reasonably and with caution. Ancient Pokémon, Majestic Fong, Roaring Tail, Ursaring, Winged Hare, Ground Pulse, Ironhide, and Umbreon. Image above. Image above. Future Pokémon, Iron Tracks, Iron Bundle, Iron Arms, Iron Neck, Iron Beak, Iron Thorn, and Iron Warrior cannot capture Milton. See image above. See image above. When Xiaoyu saw the reward offered, his eyes widened in disbelief. He stood frozen in place. If he had a cigarette at that moment, he would definitely have lit one and called Wu Yeazu to ask how he was doing. I managed to encounter a 4% chance, all thanks to my good brother Wu Yeaxu. Xiaoyu was certain that this one-time time machine was one of the top-tier items, even among special objects. Because of his good luck, Xiaoyu was very worried about his good brother Wu Yeazu's future love life. Judging from the situation, Wu Fatty's love life was going to be difficult. Should we take advantage of our good luck and use the time machine now? Xiaoyu thought about it and gave up on this plan. The system only said that the Pokémon egg drawn would not interrupt the Dragon Master quest, but it did not say that the Pokémon captured through the time machine would not interrupt the Dragon Master quest. Among the Paradox Pokémon that could be drawn, there was only one Dragon-type Pokémon, Roaring Moon, which Xiaoyu could not afford to gamble on. Given the system's track record, it might be trying to trap itself here. But as long as we kind-hearted people stay vigilant, we won't fall for its tricks. Xiaoyu decided that once he caught his 6th dragon-type Pokémon, he would immediately use the time machine. As for whether to choose an ancient or future type, that was the question. Attached image, My Ideal Teacher, Sae Nyajima from Persona. My Ideal Teacher, Mr. Long. Chapter 136 Long Yawning Cooking. After a long day, Xiaoyu returned to his dormitory, lay on his bed, and looked through his phone. Because he had been too busy lately, he hadn't been online to check the posts about buying stones for a long time. There were also many comments under the posts, and quite a few people who thought they had treasures were sending him private messages. Of course, the majority of them are still those who place small advertisements. Xiaoyu read through all the comments one by one, and surprisingly, he discovered that one seller was offering 2 Mega Evolution stones at the same time. Xiaoyu specifically checked the seller's ID, the most handsome man in the capital. Great, I'll remember this name. I don't know if he's handsome or not, but he's definitely the #1 philanthropist in the capital. While purchasing the 2 Mega Stones, Xiaoyu also made a point of identifying which Pokémon they belonged to. However, because the seller's photos were somewhat blurry, Xiaoyu couldn't tell. After reading all the replies, Xiaoyu skillfully opened Douyin again. Sumuse sent him several messages today. Although the two usually chat, since he refused Xiaowanyu's cooperation last time, a barrier has been created between them, and they have become estranged. Xiaoyu, are you there? I heard Xiang Henley came to challenge you today. How despicable. Don't worry, I'll get revenge for you next time you have a holiday. Xiaoyu, why are you ignoring me? I'll show you a private video, recorded especially for you. Xiaoyu reads quickly, and when he sees the words private video, he immediately perks up. He skips all the messages, scrolls to the bottom of the chat history, and there is indeed a short video of about 30 seconds. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, put on her headphones, turned down the volume, turned up the brightness, and silently opened the video. The video begins with a pink room, seemingly in Sumuse's bedroom, definitely a private video, very private indeed. Then, Sumuse slowly walks to the center of the frame, her long, snow-white legs instantly catching Xiaoyu's eye. Sumuse was wearing a pink fluffy coat over a Squirtle t-shirt, which made Squirtle's eyes bulge out. You wouldn't guess it, Sumuse is usually very reserved. You can't tell even when she wears loose clothes. This makes it clear that she is quite shrewd, which makes Xiaoyu even more eager for the rest of the video. Sumuse brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, letting it fall down her back. Her smile was radiant, her features exquisite. She slightly adjusted the camera's position. She wore only a pair of barely visible safety shorts, her long legs captivating Xiaoyu's attention. White stockings paired with black ankle boots added a touch of playfulness. Xiaoyu genuinely liked Sumuse's appearance. In fact, he genuinely liked every type of beautiful woman. Although Sumuse wasn't as tall as Teacher Long, only a little over 1.6 meters, she was richer than Teacher Long. At least she had curves in all the right places, unlike Teacher Long, who was practically destitute. At this moment, Xiaoyu secretly glanced at the progress bar. Only 25 seconds of the 30-second video remained. What could she possibly do in such a short time? As the background music started, Sumuse danced a cute dance and even made a heart shape with her hands at the end. Well, although she looks great, her legs are nice, and her waist is nice too, Xiaoyu's expectations were too high, which led to great disappointment. Is this all you're showing me? Do I need to wear headphones? Xiaoyu silently picked up her phone and replied with a message. You danced so well, it made me clench my fists and my eyes well up with tears. I'm just an ordinary person, and I prefer this kind of video to the ones you send me. Xiaoyu sent Sumuse a Douyin video that she had carefully saved on her alternate account. Pa, you pervert. Sumuse replied quickly. In her pink-themed girls' room, Sumuse, who had just watched the video Xiaoyu sent, blushed. She looked at the woman in the video, then looked down at herself. They were about the same age. At 6 a.m., before dawn, Xiaoyu woke up early. For some reason, his loss to Xiang Hanli yesterday did not discourage him at all. On the contrary, it made him more determined and his spirits were particularly high. Where there's a will, there's a way. With unwavering resolve, even the formidable Qin Pass fell to Chu. Heaven rewards the diligent with perseverance and determination. Even the mighty Yu army could conquer Wu. Only when faced with a true opponent and with a clear goal will Xiaoyu's fighting spirit soar. Forest lizards, buzzing bats, fire dinosaurs, and also Tooth and Duranmesia, let's ignite our youth. Chamo. Yeah. Buzz. The forest lizard, Tooth, and buzzing bat responded enthusiastically to Xiaoyu. Charmander looked at Xiaoyu as if he were an idiot, then raised its head and walked to the side. Xiaoyu noticed that Charmeleon was increasingly turning into a cunning and manipulative creature, not only in personality but also in speech and actions. Xiaoyu was worried that Charmeleon might go astray. No, we must strengthen the ideological education of Pokémon. We must make our Pokémon well-rounded in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education. Starting today, we will have a 10-minute ideological education class every day, and the forest lizard will be the class monitor to give the lesson. After finishing training in the morning, Xiaoyu bought some groceries to make breakfast for Teacher Long. She skillfully took out her key and gently opened the door so as not to wake Teacher Long, who was sleeping. Entering the house, Xiaoyu changed into slippers, took the groceries she had bought, and headed towards the kitchen. Unexpectedly, she smelled a wonderful aroma. Xiaoyu peeked out into the kitchen and saw Teacher Long wearing an apron and making breakfast, leaving Xiaoyu with only a perfect back view. Judging from her back view alone, Teacher Long is absolutely perfect. Her bodycon dress accentuates her S-shaped figure, slender waist, and perfect pear-shaped body. Xiaoyu quietly admired Teacher Long's back until a few minutes later, when Long Yanning turned around, she saw a pair of eyes staring straight at her. "When did you come in? You startled me. Come and eat." Long Yanning's intense gaze made her feel uneasy, her heart racing, but she forced herself to remain calm as she spoke. Seeing Teacher Long looking like a virtuous and loving wife, Xiaoyu couldn't help but say, "Teacher Long, whoever marries you is truly blessed. You're equally at home in the living room and the kitchen." Long Yanning blushed slightly at Xiaoyu's praise. "This is my first time cooking. I've been watching you cook for a month, and I wanted to try it myself and taste it." It has to be said that cooking really tests one's talent, and Teacher Long is clearly one of the most talented. It should be said that her focused attitude determines her talent. "Very good." Xiaoyu didn't flatter him, he just told the truth. "Really?" Teacher Long's face lit up with joy. She had just tasted the dishes she had made and thought they tasted pretty good, but receiving praise from others made her even happier. Long Yanning got up early today to make breakfast because she felt that Xiaoyu usually trains for so long, and it was too hard for him to cook and take care of her. If she made breakfast, Xiaoyu would have more time to train his Pokémon. "Of course it's true. These homestyle dishes are no challenge for you. You can definitely take on some more difficult dishes," Xiaoyu praised. Long Yanning thought for a moment and asked, "What about the 9-turn large intestine?" Page 77. Here's another picture of Teacher Long. Chapter 137 Return to the Grass and Insect Realm. 2 weeks later, time flew by. With the help of Dragon Scales, Noctua became the third Pokémon after Dragapult and Grovel to break through to the Lord level, and learned the Blow Away move, going further and further down the path of being annoying. The forest lizard's strength has steadily increased, and it has learned 2 skills, Slamming and Shadow Clones, bringing it close to the edge of evolution. Charmeleon's progress is a bit slow. It remains at the peak of the elite level, stuck on the verge of breaking through to the Lord level. Yaya's strength increased rapidly, reaching the elite level as well, and she learned the terrifying face skill. As for Duromegia, with the combined effects of the punishment pot and dragon scales, its theoretical strength surpasses that of the forest lizard, ranking first in Xiaoyu's team, but its actual combat ability is quite poor. After the training session on Saturday morning, Xiaoyu boarded a plane to Zishu province, escorted by his uncle. "Xiao, thanks to you, this is a rare business trip for me," Uncle Lin Suiying said jokingly to Xiaoyu. "Uncle, I'd like to trouble you to give me a ride." Xiaoyu asked, "Should we take a car or a flying-type Pokémon?" "Let's get in the car." Lin Suiying and Xiaoyu had 2 main tasks for returning to Western Shu this time. One was to protect Xiaoyu, and the other was to check on how business was at the Grass and Insect Secret Realm. The Grass and Insect Secret Realm had been open for a week, and business was said to be booming. The Pokémon Association of the capital also sent Lin Suiying to conduct research on the way. When the two returned to Starlight City, it was already 7 p.m. The old man had already booked a hotel, and the whole family was waiting for Lin Suiying and Xiaoyu to have dinner outside. Dad, Mom, brother, sister-in-law. When Xiaoyu and his uncle entered the private room, it was already full of people, except for the 2 of them. "You're back? Please sit down. You must be exhausted from the journey." Mom looked at Xiaoyu, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, with a hint of heartache in her eyes. She then said to the waiter standing at the door, "The food can be served now, waiter. Come, Suiying, sit here." The seat reserved for Lin Suiying was naturally the head seat. Older father Xiaoyong pulled Lin Suiying to sit in the head seat. "You must be tired from your journey, Suiying. Xiao caused you trouble in the capital. We'll need you to guide the work in the secret realm tomorrow. Let me toast you." "Brother-in-law, I wouldn't dare to offer guidance. I'm just here to learn from the success of the Grass and Insect Secret Realm and try to promote it to all secret realms across the country," Lin Suiying said modestly. Xiaoyong. Seeing her husband and younger brother talking about work as soon as they met, Mom said, "Let Suyang and the others eat something first to fill their stomachs. It's already 7 o'clock. We can talk about work later." Mine. Xiaoyong listened to his wife, or rather, most men from Sichuan and Chongqing were like that. Let's eat first, let's eat. Besides Xiaoyu's family, his sister-in-law's family was also at the dinner table. There were no outsiders, just a simple family meal. Having not seen his older brother for a long time, Xiaoyu noticed he had grown a beard and looked much more mature and composed. "Hey bro, are you going for a mature, handsome look?" Xiaoyu couldn't help but tease, then whispered. Men naturally become more mature and stable after they settle down and start a family. Xiao Luo said calmly, with a pretentious air, "You'll understand when you're older. You're still young." Xiaoyu couldn't stand his older brother's pretentious attitude and couldn't help but tease him. "Bro, what about your alternate Douyin account? Ahem, eat more vegetables. You must miss your hometown food in Beijing, Xiao." Xiao Luo, who had been holding back at the dinner table for a long time, broke down in a second and lowered his voice. "I'm going to be a father now, so I naturally have to be more mature." "Your sister-in-law is pregnant? Why didn't you tell me?" Xiaoyu was shocked. "Mom said it's only been a month, so we can't say anything yet. We need to wait at least 3 months for things to stabilize," Xiao Luo replied. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very lively. Except for his sister-in-law Yumenjia, who couldn't drink due to special circumstances, almost everyone had a little to drink. Xiaoyu was no exception, and he drank quite a lot. By the end, his head was throbbing and he felt dizzy. Xiaoyu drank so much, it's all Xiao Luo's fault. Xiao Luo was probably afraid Xiaoyu would reveal his little secret, so he kept urging Xiaoyu to drink. To others, this just looked like the two brothers had a good relationship, being so close even after not seeing each other for a long time. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, had no words to express his suffering. This was called having a good relationship. His older brother wished he could poison him to make him mute. Xiaoyu heard a lot of news at the dinner table, the most important of which was about the grass insect's secret realm. The grass and insect paradise has been open for a week and business is booming. Because some grass/insect type Pokémon are more accessible to the average player, the grass/insect realm is specifically divided into 6 areas. First, there are ordinary grass type areas. Second, ordinary insect type areas. Third, advanced grass type areas. Fourth, advanced insect type areas. Fifth, forbidden areas. And sixth, tourist areas. 2 of the regular areas are located on the outer edge of the secret realm, where bug and grass type energy is relatively weak, and are open to ordinary trainers. The fee for the 2 regular areas is 100,000 yuan per year for each area. That is to say, it costs a total of 200,000 yuan to freely enter the 2 regular areas. After paying, you can go to the 2 areas to train and raise Pokémon. However, the quota cannot be transferred or traded, and it does not include the business of hatching Pokémon eggs. At the same time, each person can only bring a maximum of 3 Pokémon into the park. The price is acceptable for ordinary people and families if they grit their teeth. In addition, the park also thoughtfully offers installment payment options. Moreover, ordinary members who sign up for the park on the first day enjoy a 8% discount. On the first day of its opening, the park's revenue reached several hundred million just from this one service. Of course, this wicked suggestion was made by Xiaoyu. As a useless 21st century youth who had been poisoned by various game companies and merchants in his previous life, he now used this method in this world exactly as it was. It was time for them to feel the fear from capitalists. At Xiaoyu's suggestion, the higher-ups at Grass and Insect Secret Realm have decided to promote the idea that grass-based energy can prolong life and improve health in the tourist area. They will also launch advertising campaigns and build the only 5-star hotel in Starlight City, as well as a large-scale tourist base and a family-friendly amusement park. Xiaoyu's goal is to fully open up the secret realm and transform it into a comprehensive place integrating tourism, leisure, and training. After all, women, children, and the elderly are the easiest to earn money from. As for men's money, let's not even mention it. Having discussed the ordinary areas, let's move on to the advanced areas. These advanced areas are naturally the core areas built to cater to wealthy and powerful elites. Therefore, they are not only luxuriously decorated, but also located within the inner circle of the secret realm, rich in grass and insect-type energy. They are spacious, quiet, and have dedicated access routes. Similarly, the premium area still uses a membership system. Unlike the regular membership, it offers 4 types of memberships: gold, platinum, diamond, and black card. There is no annual fee. Instead, it uses a prepaid method. Gold members need to deposit 100 million yuan into their card and have a total annual spending of no less than 100 million yuan. Platinum members need to deposit 200 million into their card and spend no less than 200 million annually in the secret realm. The Diamond membership card is an application-based card with real name registration. Not only does it not require pre-deposit on the card, but it also allows overdrafts up to 200 million. The final black card members are even more special. Only black card members can enter the forbidden areas of the grass and insect secret realm. Only 10 membership slots were opened for the first time, and they will not be issued to the public after that. To become a new black card member, one can only be introduced and guaranteed by an existing member. Gold and platinum membership cards are obviously designed to make money. Diamond and black card memberships are reserved for the truly powerful and wealthy, because people in this class care more about their image than money. Chapter 138 Reencounter with Xiaoruohan. The next morning, when Xiaoyu woke up, he felt dizzy and had a splitting headache. He seriously doubted whether his alcohol tolerance was too low. He couldn't outdrink Teacher Long, he couldn't outdrink his older brother, and it seemed like even the dogs on the street could drink more than him. Xiaoyu shook his head, his heart filled with resentment towards Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo had been too ruthless yesterday, forcing him to drink one glass after another until Xiaoyu blacked out and even forgot how to get home. All I did was mention your alternate Dian account. Why are you being so petty? Rubbing his head, Xiaoyu got up, took a shower to clear his head, then ate breakfast and went to the grass insect secret realm with his uncle. Xiaoyu rushed back from the capital this time specifically to visit the grass and insect secret realm. Because the forest lizard is now close to the edge of evolution and could evolve at any time, and because it has been cultivating in the dragon-type secret realm for a long time, its dragon-type energy is already rich enough, but its grass-type energy is relatively lacking. The abundant grass-type energy within the grass and insect secret realm perfectly compensates for the forest lizard's weakness. That's why Xiaoyu rushed back to Starlight City in order to allow the forest lizard to evolve perfectly. Although the back-and-forth travel was exhausting, Xiaoyu felt that everything he did was worthwhile as long as he could help the forest lizard evolve perfectly. Xiaoyu looks forward to stepping onto the stage of the high school cup with the forest lizard. Your dad and brother have an incredible alcohol tolerance, Uncle Lin Suiying remarked, still feeling lingering fear when he woke up today. As a guest who had come from afar, Lin Suiying was naturally the main target of everyone's attacks at the dinner table. To be honest, under the onslaught of everyone, the younger uncle didn't last as long as Xiaoyu and was quickly drunk to the point of passing out, forgetting everything that happened afterward. They both really enjoy drinking, they're quite adept at socializing all the time, Xiaoyu explained. And what about you? The uncle asked Xiaoyu. Your alcohol tolerance must be pretty good too. I'm no match for them. Really? When we get back to the capital, I'll test your drinking capacity, and while I'm at it, I'll invite your master along. Let's wait for Dragon King to return, Lin Suiying said. Speaking of Long Fan, Xiaoyu hadn't seen Long Tianwang for a long time. Ever since Long Tianwang went on a mission, there had been no news of him, and it seemed that his aluminum steel dragon was also stranded. As the two were talking, they arrived at the advanced area of the secret realm. At this moment, 30 young people were standing in the training ground of the advanced area. Old man Xiaoyong was supervising the training of these young people. They were the first training class of the grass insect secret realm. Although the training program at the grass and insect secret realm started 3 months later than other training programs and the training period was shortened to only 3 months, it still attracted many people to sign up. As the instructor of the first training class, Xiaoyong, the old man, put in a lot of effort to train these young people, with the aim of helping them achieve good results in the University Cup and make the grass and insect secret realm a well-known brand. As Xiaoyu and Lin Suiying passed by the upscale area, they glanced at the group of young people and discovered that many of them were Xiaoyu's classmates. Isn't this Xiaoyu? It really is. Wasn't he training in the Dragon Realm in the capital? Why is he back? If you ask me, he must have been kicked out because he couldn't keep up with the training schedule. The crowd was abuzz with gossip, their suspicions and jealousy fueling Xiaoyu's sudden return. There are always some people who, seeing Xiaoyu suddenly become famous, a celebrity in China, making a lot of money, and living a better and better life, are twisted by their competitive and jealous mentality, filling them with malice towards Xiaoyu. Just a few months ago, they were all studying at the same school, but Xiaoyu has suddenly created such a huge gap between them. How can they accept this? Xiaoyu was naturally unaware of these people's sinister intentions, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared or bothered with them. When Xiaoyu passed by the high-end area, he immediately spotted Xiaoruohan in the crowd. Even in the simplest of outfits, she was always the most eye-catching one. At that moment, she was focused on training her Pokémon, her gaze fleeting over Xiaoyu. Beside Xiao Ruohan, a short-haired girl gently nudged her with her elbow. Ruohan, look, Xiaoyu is back. The short-haired girl's voice was somewhat androgynous, like a tomboy, as she teased Xiao Ruohan, you know, Master Xiao values you so much. Could it be that he wants you to marry Xiaoyu? If you ask me, Xiaoyu is actually quite good, handsome and talented. You're overthinking it, Xiao Ruohan replied calmly. She knew, of course, why Xiaoyong valued her so much, because she had signed a lifetime contract with the Xiao family. Originally, she only signed a 20-year contract with the Xiao family, but after she expressed her desire to become a trainer and participate in this year's high school cup, Xiaoyong agreed to her request, but on the condition that she sign a lifetime contract. Although, as the short-haired girl said, Xiaoyong did value her highly, the two were not related, so Xiaoyong would not provide her with a starter Pokémon for free, nor would he spend money and effort to train her into an excellent trainer. After all investments are meant to yield returns. Xiaoyong is willing to pay the money, but the key question is what kind of return Xiao Ruohan can bring him. Page 78. After talking with Xiao Ruohan for a long time, Xiao Ruohan finally agreed to sign a lifetime contract with the Xiao family, and Xiaoyong also agreed to formally take her as his apprentice and provide her with resources. Xiaoyong had his own reasons for agreeing to Xiao Ruohan's request. First of all, the Xiao family's foundation was in Xinguang City. Although Xinguang City has consistently ranked among the bottom 3 in Zishu province, the discovery of the grass insect secret realm has brought a development opportunity to Xinguang City. Airports, large shopping malls, 5-star hotels, major tourist attractions, and prestigious universities are all undergoing site surveys and selection, and construction is expected to be completed within 3 years at most. If the Xiao family can ride this wave of development, its power will undoubtedly increase significantly, making it a behemoth family in Starlight City. However, the Xiao family also faces a problem: who will inherit the family business in the next generation? Xiaoyong knew his 2 sons' personalities well. Both were proud and arrogant, much like himself in his youth. First was Xiao Luo. Although his strength had plummeted due to the loss of 2 Pokémon, leading to his removal as gym leader, he harbored a deep resentment and focused on preparing for the gym leader ranking tournament 3 years later. He was determined to rise from where he had fallen, and he had clearly stated his intention to return to Cinnabar City and regain his position as gym leader. Therefore, staying in Starlight City was out of the question. As for Xiaoyu, he is already a leading figure in the scientific research field at a young age, and he has also become a dragon-type Pokémon trainer under the tutelage of Long Fan. It is even more impossible for him to return to Starlight City to inherit the family business. His future should not be confined to Xinguang City or Zishu province. His stage should be the entire country of China and even the world. Therefore, the Xiao family is now facing a situation where no younger generation remains in Starlight City, so Xiaoyong must plan ahead. The income from the grass and insect realm is the foundation of the Xiao family. As long as there is a continuous source of funds, they can cultivate one near-elite 4-level trainer after another. The foundation of Starlight City must not be broken. Moreover, when Xiaoyong recently saw news about Xiaoyu, he realized that Xiaoyu had grown up and made a name for himself. Coupled with Yumenjia's pregnancy, this made Xiaoyong suddenly realize that he was getting old and was about to become a grandfather. He could clearly feel that his body was not as good as before, especially in recent years. He had begun to feel powerless. At most, he could only hold on for another 10 years before he had to step down as the head of the business. Who would take over the Xiao family's business then? Besides, everyone is born, grows old, gets sick, and dies. If he suddenly passes away, there will be no one to inherit the family business in Starlight City. Therefore, Xiaoyong has been urgently looking for someone who can safeguard the Xiao family's foundation, someone who can hold on for 20 years, as long as they can persist until Xiao Luo's child grows up and takes over the Xiao family. Under these circumstances, Xiaoyong discovered Xiao Ruohan and, through careful observation, found that Xiao Ruohan was very suitable to be his successor. First, Xiao Ruohan has an extremely solid foundation in Pokémon theory, is hardworking, intelligent, and ambitious, and most importantly, she has an inherent tenacity. Second, her family background is impeccable. Her brother and father both got their jobs arranged by Xiaoyong. Finally, the Xiao family has been kind to her, and while Xiao Ruohan might not be expected to repay kindness in every way, she is at least a polite and well-mannered young woman. A combination of factors led Xiaoyong to decide to take Xiao Ruohan as his disciple. At the same time, a contract was signed as insurance, with the Xiao family allocating resources to fully cultivate Zhao and strive to make her the bug-type gym leader to succeed her as the gym leader of Starlight City. In fact, Xiaoyong didn't need her to be outstanding, he just needed to protect the Xiao family's business in Xinguang City. Chapter 139 Leaf Blade Special Training. Xiaoyu and Zhao Ruohan only glanced at each other briefly in the crowd before passing each other by. Zhao Ruohan unconsciously recalled the night a few months ago when Xiaoyu accompanied her to sell barbecue. Compared to Xiaoyu's current status as the center of attention, she still preferred Xiaoyu that night, when the two of them sold barbecue together like friends. Back then, Xiaoyu had a more down-to-earth and relatable charm. It was from that night that her life changed, and everything started to get better. Xiaoyu didn't feel anything special. He thought Zhao Ruohan seemed to have become even more beautiful. He wondered if it was just his imagination because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The two continued towards the forbidden area. Xiaoyu released the forest lizard. This time, when he returned to Starlight City, he only brought one forest lizard with him. As for the other 4 Pokémon, he temporarily entrusted them to Teacher Long for foster care and training in the Dragon-type secret realm. Although Xiaoyu was also worried about the safety of the other 4 Pokémon, after careful consideration, he believed that leaving them in the Dragon-type secret realm was safer than keeping them by his side. Moreover, Xiaoyu had absolute trust in Teacher Dragon. What couldn't Xiaoyu trust about a woman who would risk her own health to help him hatch eggs? The forbidden area was the territory of the Septal and Venusaur clans. Returning to a familiar place and walking on the lush grass, Xiaoyu was momentarily dazed. He thought of the man named Su Xiu again. It seemed that the guy had not been captured yet and was still at large. The grass-type energy here is indeed very concentrated. At this moment, Lin Suiyang, the younger uncle, released a Fangmai dragon, pictured above. The concentrated grass-type energy in the forbidden area was quite beneficial to the Fangmai dragon. Walking in the forbidden area, watching the Fangmai dragon's excited and joyful appearance, Lin Suiyang said, "The energy in this newly discovered secret realm is indeed much more concentrated. Generally, this situation will last for a year before returning to the normal level of a secret realm. Is this where you tamed your forest lizard?" Xiaoyu nodded, then briefly explained to his uncle how he had tamed the forest lizard. "It was a coincidence, I suppose." As they traversed the jungle and gradually approached the territory of the Lizard King's clan, the increasingly familiar surroundings, including the towering trees, stirred excitement even in the usually composed forest lizards. Chemo. With a cry, a forest lizard jumped down from a tree and stood in front of Xiaoyu and the forest lizard, looking at them warily. Compared to Xiaoyu's forest lizard, the forest lizard opposite him looked rather small, like a miniature version. Chemo. Xiaoyu's forest lizard seemed to recognize the forest lizard in front of it, and the 2 Pokémon walked over and began to communicate, which Xiaoyu and his uncle could not understand. This made Xiaoyu secretly determined to catch a psychic-type Pokémon as soon as possible so that he could communicate with it. It seems that Latios and Latias have the ability to communicate telepathically. What are they saying? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. Lin Suiyang glanced at Xiaoyu. "I'm not a Pokémon, how would I know?" The 2 Pokémon communicated for a while, and then the petite forest lizard finally confirmed their identities and led Xiaoyu's forest lizard into the depths of the jungle. Chemo. In the dense jungle, on the territory of the Lizard King clan, the 2 Lizard Kings stood up warily as they saw Xiaoyu, Lin Suiyang, and the forest lizard suddenly appear. The Lizard King, who was in the lead, looked at Xiaoyu and felt that he looked familiar. Then it remembered that Xiaoyu was not the human from a few months ago. "Lizard King, I've returned to see you with the forest lizards." As the Lizard King listened to Xiaoyu's words, he looked at the enormous forest lizard, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. The wood gecko had actually grown to this level in just over 3 months. Chemo. Xiaoyu's forest lizard walked up to the Lizard King and began to communicate with him. He observed that compared to the last time, the number of wood geckos and forest lizards around the Lizard King was about half, most likely taken away by the association's people, while the 2 adult Lizard Kings were still left here to breed. The Lizard King was delighted to see the forest lizard return, and the other forest lizards and wood geckos in the group also gathered around, chatting incessantly. Xiaoyu smiled as he watched them reminisce. Chemo. After waiting for a long time, the Lizard King walked to Xiaoyu's side, let out a clear call, pointed at the forest lizard, looked at Xiaoyu, nodded, and had gratitude in his eyes. "What do you mean?" Xiaoyu couldn't guess either. Was he saying thank you? Xiaoyu was in great pain and couldn't help but lament that it would be great if Team Rocket's Meowth were here at this moment. "Uncle, I'll train the forest lizards here. You can go ahead and do what you need to do." I'll go take a look around." After the forest lizard and its family finished catching up, Xiaoyu took it to train in the secret realm. The rich grass-type energy around it made the forest lizard very comfortable. Compared to the dragon-type secret realm, the environment here is clearly more suitable for the forest lizard in front of it. It is originally a pure grass-type Pokémon, and it will only become grass/dragon-type when it mega evolves. After 3 months of training in the dragon-type secret realm, the forest lizard has enough dragon-type energy in its body. What it lacks now is grass-type energy. Chamo. Just as Xiaoyu was focusing on training the forest lizard, the Lizard King suddenly came over and gestured for the forest lizard to look at it. The blade on the Lizard King's wrist glowed with green light, and grass-type energy burst forth. Then, the Lizard King swung it forcefully at the rock on the ground, instantly slicing the rock into pieces. Leaf blade skill. Chamo, Chamo. The Lizard King kept talking to the forest lizard, as if he were teaching it the secret of the leaf blade skill. After a few minutes, the forest lizard began to try it out. A green light also burst forth from the forest lizard's wrist, and then grass-type energy condensed into a green side-shaped blade on the forest lizard's wrist. Chamo. The forest lizard was full of energy, swinging its leaf blades to cut at the rocks on the ground, but the result was not very good. Unlike the Lizard King, it failed to cut through the rocks. It was obvious that the forest lizard was not very skilled at using the leaf blade skill for the first time. Chamo. The Lizard King shook its head and kept talking to the forest lizard. As it spoke, it raised its right hand and gathered grass-type energy on its right wrist to form a sharp grass-type energy blade. It diligently taught the forest lizard, breaking down the leaf blade skill and teaching it step by step how to form a grass-type energy blade. Xiaoyu watched this scene silently, standing aside, not wanting to disturb the father and son's conversation. Chapter 140 The Changes of the Charmander. The capital city, a forbidden area. On the third day of Xiaoyu's absence, Long Yanning stared blankly at Xiaoyu's Pokémon in the forbidden area. Duranmija and Yaya were training diligently, keeping Xiaoyu's words in mind and training hard every day without any slackening. As for the buzzing bat, although it remembered Xiaoyu's words, it was lazy by nature and always wanted to rest whenever it had the chance. But when it thought of that strict woman, the buzzing bat could only grit its teeth and continue to persevere. In the end, only Charmeleon completely let loose after Xiaoyu left. In the days without Xiaoyu and the forest lizard, Charmeleon somehow got hold of a pair of sunglasses, put them on its nose to block out the bright sunlight, and lay on the ground leisurely, pretending to take a nap. Those unaware of the situation might think that Charmeleon had become lazy and started to completely slack off, but only Long Yanning knew that Xiaoyu's Charmeleon was doing this on purpose, which could be described as quite insidious. Every night at midnight, Charmeleon would sneak out to a secluded place to do extra energy training while Xiaoyu's other Pokémon were asleep. If it weren't for the perceptive Noivern discovering Charmeleon's whereabouts and telling Long Yanning, she wouldn't have known that Charmeleon was secretly working so hard at night. Charmeleon trains from midnight until 5 a.m. the next morning, sneaking back just as the other Pokémon are about to wake up. Meanwhile, during the daytime, especially in the morning physical training, Charizard would slack off and take a nap in front of Duranmija, Buzzbat, and Axew, making a lazy appearance. What's most infuriating is that Charmeleon not only slacked off itself, but also encouraged Xiaoyu's other Pokémon to slacken off too, letting them rest and sleep together. If it weren't for Long Yanning strictly supervising them, that silly Nombat would have really been fooled by Charmeleon. Long Yanning also discovered that after these past few days of behind-the-scenes effort, Charmeleon seemed to have broken through to the Lord level and learned the flamethrower move. However, Charmeleon didn't make a fuss about it, only using flamethrower during its evening training sessions to practice its skill proficiency. During the day, it never used it in front of other Pokémon, clearly harboring some mischief. Especially during its daily training battles with Buzzbat, Long Yanning could clearly see that Charmeleon was not going all out, only using its peak elite level strength, and it hadn't even used its flamethrower skill once, holding back its trump card, and was defeated by Buzzbat every time. As the saying goes, a barking dog doesn't bite, and that's exactly the feeling that Fire Dinosaur is giving Dragon Smoke. What Long Yanning didn't know was that Charmeleon's purpose in doing this was to seize the second-place position in Xiaoyu's team, a position it had coveted for a long time. Now, it was essentially farming a pig, and Nombat was that pig. In recent battles, Charmeleon deliberately lost to Nombat in every match to lull Nombat into a false sense of security, waiting for Xiaoyu's return to slaughter the pig. Charmander secretly vowed in his heart, as long as Xiaoyu comes back, that will be the time for me to show my true colors. Don't underestimate me, all my forbearance is for the purpose of surpassing you. Just wait, Buzzbat, the second place in the team will definitely be mine. At this moment, the silly buzzing bat had no idea that it had been targeted by a sixth brother. All it felt now was that the training was so tiring. How come Teacher Long was even stricter than Xiaoyu? It was really tired and it could hardly hold on anymore. It just wanted to find a place to rest. Beep. Page 79. Long Yaning was still in a daze when her phone suddenly rang. Seeing the familiar name on the caller ID, she answered the phone. Hey, Yan Ning, it's been so long since you've had a drink with me. A charming female voice came from the other end of the phone. Just by listening to the voice, you could tell it was a very alluring woman. Long Yaning herself hadn't drunk any alcohol for over a month. Because she had been treating Xiaoyu's tooth injury, she had developed health problems and needed to rest. Moreover, Xiaoyu had firmly forbidden her from drinking and had solemnly warned her against it. Therefore, even though Chi Hanking had called her several times to invite her for drinks, she hadn't accepted. I've been really busy lately. I'll ask you to drink sometime when I'm free, Long Yaning politely declined. Although she hadn't drunk alcohol for a month and was craving it, she knew she had to take care of her health. Drinking occasionally was fine, but now that she was recuperating, she naturally had to abstain from alcohol. Are you really not coming? Chi Hanking's tone was full of regret. I specially prepared some good wine. I really won't come, Long Yaning said with difficulty. If she sneaked out to drink, Xiaoyu would definitely be angry if he found out. Next time. Yan Ning, have you found a boyfriend? Chi Hanking suddenly said. We used to see each other at least once a month. How come you haven't come to see me for more than a month? Don't you miss me? What are you talking about? I'm busy leading the training class in the secret realm. How could I have time to date? Long Yaning hurriedly explained. Han Qing, I miss you too. I'll come to see you when I'm free. Okay. The two chatted for a long time. Listening to Long Yaning's flustered tone, Chi Hanking felt more and more that something was wrong. The secret realm of grass and insects. Within the territory of the Lizard King's clan, the forest lizard was constantly using its leaf blade to cut through the rocks on the ground. With continuous practice, it had successfully mastered the leaf blade skill. Xiaoyu looked at the forest lizard, but in his mind he was thinking about how to make the forest lizard evolve. The energy in the forest lizard's body was almost saturated and had reached the critical value. It was only one step away from evolution, but it was this one step that it could not take. Xiaoyu was pondering whether to take his forest lizard to battle his older brother and stimulate its evolution when the Lizard King suddenly walked up to Xiaoyu and said, Chemo, Chemo. The language barrier was quite a problem for Xiaoyu, but fortunately, the Septal knew about the issue and drew a pattern on the ground with its claws. This pattern was the symbol of the Mega Stone. You mean Megastones? Chemo. The Lizard King nodded, then pointed to the pattern of the Mega Stone on the ground, then to the forest lizard, and finally to Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu couldn't fully understand what the Lizard King meant, he could guess the general idea. It meant that he could use the Lizard King's Mega Evolution. The Septal King's reminder also reminded Xiaoyu of his long-forgotten Evolution Key Stone and Septal Mega Evolution Stone. Once the forest lizard evolves into Septal, it can attempt Mega Evolution. It's time to bring them back into the light. However, before using them, he needs to process the Evolution Key Stone into an accessory for easy carrying. Ash's keystone was crafted into a super glove, Steven's into a super collar pin, Alan's into a super bracelet, and Diantha's into a super pendant, etc. These super accessories are all their signature items. What should I craft the evolution keystone into? Xiaoyu actually wanted to make the keystone into a super lapel pin like Daigo's. Because lapel pins are both cool and stylish, and can show off a man's noble, elegant, mature, and dignified qualities. Whether they are practical or not is secondary. The key is that they must have a high-class feel. Just look at Steven, the richest second-generation heir in the entire Pokémon world. Following Steven's lead is definitely the right choice. But there's one problem with the lapel pin. You'd have to wear a suit every day and style your hair like an adult. Just thinking about doing that makes Xiaoyu feel uncomfortable. He still prefers t-shirts and shorts, which are more relaxed and comfortable. After discarding the lapel pins, Xiaoyu thought for a while and finally decided to create some traditional Chinese-style decorations to promote Chinese culture. It was our duty to do so, otherwise the sixth brother from Korea would take them away again. Traditional Chinese-style accessories such as thumb rings, jade pendants, bracelets, and seals are all suitable. Seals are too old-fashioned, thumb rings are not suitable for setting evolution keystones, and bracelets are too similar to bangles. A jade pendant would be much better, as jade has been a symbol of a gentleman since ancient times. A gentleman is modest and gentle like jade. I, Xiaoyu, am a true gentleman and must wear jade. I'll get one tomorrow. Chapter 141 Evolve, Lizard King. Friday, in Peru. The evolution key was eventually crafted into the shape of a jade pendant, bound by a red cord, with a jade shell inlaid with the evolution key, and below the evolution key was a real flowing clouds and blessings jade stone. In order to create a super pendant, Xiaoyu spent a lot of money to buy a piece of jade, which made him feel like he was a fool. However, Xiaoyu did not regret it. He was determined to earn back the money he had spent in the future. Xiaoyu wore the jade pendant close to his chest so that it would be easy to hide when not in use. Moreover, jade only works when worn close to the body. As the saying goes, a person nurtures jade for 3 years, and jade nurtures a person for a lifetime. Xiaoyu was quite superstitious about these things. After putting on the jade pendant, a cool and smooth sensation immediately came over me. The coolness was actually quite comfortable. Xiaoyu then took out a neck ring made from the Lizard King Mega Evolution Stone and prepared to give it to the forest lizard. Just as he handed the neck ring to the forest lizard's body suddenly burst out with a dazzling light the instant it came into contact with the Lizard King Mega Evolution Stone. A dazzling fluorescent green light illuminated the entire forest, and its body radiated a brilliant white light as it continuously absorbed the rich grass-based energy within the secret realm, nourishing the forest lizard's body. The forest lizard, which was already on the verge of evolution, finally took the final step and began to evolve under the influence of the Mega Stone. The light enveloped the forest lizard's body, causing it to stretch and change, growing rapidly at a visible speed. The surrounding fluorescent green grass-type energy surged into the forest lizard's body, forming streams that converged towards it, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a vast ocean embracing all things. 2 meters, 2.5 meters, 3 meters. The forest lizard grew rapidly, stretching to 3 meters in the blink of an eye. But its growth was not over yet. The white light continued to pull the forest lizard's body to grow. After growing nearly 30 centimeters thicker, the forest lizard's body stopped growing and gradually took shape. In the end, its height was fixed at about 3.5 meters. Such a height is enough for Xiaoyu to look up at. Even with Xiaoyu's height, he can only reach its belly and above. In terms of size alone, the evolved Lizard King is one of the best. As the white light dissipated, the fluorescent green energy also dissipated, scattering like broken glass, forming tiny points of starlight like fireflies, revealing the Lizard King's enormous emerald green figure. The Lizard King's eyes became even sharper, giving people a sense of composure and unparalleled security. Standing at nearly 3.3 meters tall, it could instill a great sense of oppression and fear in its enemies just by standing still. Xiaoyu himself hadn't expected his Lizard King to be so enormous. A normal Lizard King is typically around 1.7 meters tall and weighs about 100 kilograms. Xiaoyu's Lizard King was nearly twice the height of a normal Lizard King and weighed well over 300 to 400 kilograms, clearly a giant among giants. Looking at the enormous Lizard King, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In the past, he could pat the forest lizard's head to comfort it, but now it was probably only the lizard that could pat his head to comfort him. Lizard King, try moving your body around a bit first, and see if you feel any discomfort, Xiaoyu said. Most Pokémon that have just evolved go through a period of getting used to their bodies. During this time, they can only use about 80% of their strength, but they can adapt in a few days at most. Chamo. The Lizard King responded to Xiaoyu, and then began to try to move its body. Xiaoyu looked at the evolved Lizard King and smiled. Then he suddenly remembered that the Lizard King's Mega Stone was still in his hands. He put the collar made from the Lizard King's Mega Stone back on the Lizard King's neck. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had anticipated that the forest lizard might evolve and specially ordered a neck ring that could be freely adjusted in size. Otherwise, after the forest lizard evolved into the Lizard King, its neck would have become much thicker and it really wouldn't have been able to wear the ring. Wearing the collar, the Lizard King exuded an aura of dominance. The dazzling Mega Evolution Stone shone brightly in the sunlight. Xiaoyu suddenly had the idea to try Mega Evolution. From this point on, the standard will be unified. All Mega Evolutions will be written as Mega Evolution, and Mega Evolution Stones will be written as Mega Evolution Stones. After looking around and seeing that no one was around, Xiaoyu couldn't wait to give it a try. He took out a jade pendant from his chest, touched it, and shouted, "Lizard King, evolve." As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, a gentle breeze blew by, and the scene became somewhat awkward, but nothing happened. The Lizard King also looked at Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression. This made Xiaoyu feel a little frustrated and embarrassed. Wasn't it said that all you needed to do for Mega Evolution was collect the Evolution Key Stone, the corresponding Mega Evolution Stone, and the bond between the trainer and the Pokémon? Xiaoyu frowned and thought. It seemed he still had a long way to go before he could achieve Super Evolution. What could be the reason? Was the bond between him and the Lizard King not strong enough? Saturday. Upon returning to the forbidden area, Xiaoyu heard the good news from Long Yanning that Charmeleon had also broken through to the Lord level. After not seeing them for several days, Xiaoyu missed his Pokémon and teacher Long. However, Xiaoyu also faced a problem. At this rate, Charmeleon would evolve in a month at most. For Charmeleon to evolve perfectly, it needs to replenish its fire-type energy and a large amount of flying-type energy. Although he had already stopped giving Charmander Dragon Power Cubes when he decided to let Charmander go the Y-type route, and replace them with fire and flying-type power cubes. However, the amount of energy provided by the energy cubes was always a bit lacking. The fire energy was okay, not too much of a deficiency, but the flying energy, Charmeleon was severely lacking. Xiaoyu had to rack his brains to find a solution, but he couldn't come up with any good ideas. Although Xiaoyu can freely enter the forbidden areas of the Dragon-type Secret Realm and the Grass and Insect-type Secret Realm, he may not be able to freely enter the forbidden areas of the Fire-type Secret Realm and the Flying-type Secret Realm. He was able to freely enter the Dragon-type Secret Realm forbidden area because his master was Long Fan, and he was able to freely enter the Grass and Insect Secret Realm because the Xia family was one of the shareholders. However, it's unrealistic for Xiaoyu to enter the forbidden area of the Flying System Secret Realm, because no one cares about him at all. So what if you were Long Fan's disciple? Long Fan is one of the 4 heavenly kings of North China, while our Flying System Secret Realm is in Central China. You think you can use the sword of the previous dynasty to kill the official of the current dynasty? Sorry, we're not familiar with you. Dragon King can enter the forbidden area for flying creatures, but you're just his disciple, so it's absolutely not allowed. Of course, Xiaoyu could understand the mentality of these secret realms. After all, the number of places in the forbidden areas was limited. They couldn't just let any disciple of a heavenly king go in for training that would make the forbidden areas too cheap. Although Xiaoyu also felt the chances were slim, he had another identity, a future star of scientific research. Therefore, after much deliberation, in order to achieve the perfect evolution of Charizard, Xiaoyu shamelessly sent an email to the Flying-type Secret Realm and the Fire-type Secret Realm in Tiandu City, strongly expressing his desire to conduct experiments in the 2 secret realms. Chapter 142 Re-entering the Fire-type Secret Realm. Xiaoyu was surprised to receive a reply to his email the very next day. Both the Flying Realm and the Fire Realm extended warm invitations to him, which made Xiaoyu feel rather smug. My grandfather's status as a leading scientific researcher carries considerable weight. He's respected wherever he goes, that's what status and position mean. Unlike that scoundrel Yu Heiran in the Chang'an Dragon-type Secret Realm, who actually resorted to threats for a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Xiaoyu really couldn't do anything about Yu Heiran. Yu Heiran was inherently strong, and having long been stationed in the Chang'an Dragon-type Secret Realm, he had made it an impregnable fortress. Furthermore, the Yu family was a powerful local family in Chang'an, which allowed Yu Heiran to act so recklessly. Yu Heiran, just you wait. Once I become one of the 4 heavenly kings, I'll start by taking you down. As for who the first one will be, it'll be Su Xiao, of course. After receiving confirmation from both secret realms, Xiaoyu immediately took Charmeleon to the Fire-type Secret Realm. Once the Fire-type energy was replenished, he would then take Charmeleon and Nombat to the Flying-type Secret Realm. This greatly disappointed the Charmeleon, which had been holding back for a long time. It had even come up with a script. According to Charmeleon's plan, it would have a great battle with Buzzbat in front of Xiaoyu. The two fought for 300 rounds without a clear winner. At this critical moment, Charmeleon had an epiphany in the face of danger and learned a move called Flame Breath. It turned the tide at the crucial moment, defeated Buzzbat, and took the 2nd position in the team. Next, it will challenge the Lizard King. Well, given the size of the Lizard King, being second is fine. It's not that I'm afraid of the Lizard King, it's just that I simply like the 2nd place position. I, Long, just love being second. However, before the script for Charmander could even be filmed, Charmander, filled with regret, followed Xiaoyu to the Fire-type Secret Realm. His dream was shattered, and Charmander could only continue to endure and wait for the next opportunity to show himself. Sooner or later, Charmander will definitely make a name for himself. This time, when Xiaoyu went to the Fire Element Secret Realm, the Flame Secret Realm received him with almost the highest level of hospitality. They not only put up banners, but also sent people to protect him throughout the trip and arranged a personal guide for him. Welcome researcher Xiaoyu to the Flame Realm. Xiaoyu's current status is only that of a researcher. His status as a Pokémon professor is currently going through the process and is expected to be officially approved by the end of the year or the following year. So for now, he is still just a junior researcher. Xiaoyu noticed with her sharp eyes that there were two familiar faces among the welcoming crowd, Jiang Qinglan from Zishu University and the mature and sexy manager Qin. Jiang Qinglan looked at Xiaoyu with a gleam in her eyes. Her encounter with Xiaoyu in the fire elemental secret realm had led her to mistakenly believe that Xiaoyu was interested in her. However, Xiaoyu had never contacted her since he left, which made her realize that it was just her imagination. Recalling Xiaoyu's anxious look when he saw her being beaten in the secret realm, Jiang Qinglan felt increasingly uneasy. She felt that Xiaoyu might not have cared about her back then, but rather about the fiery red roly-poly elf egg in her arms. Page 80. Suddenly realizing what was happening, Jiang Qinglan felt incredibly ashamed and indignant. As the campus belle of Zishu University, she was less than an elf egg in Xiaoyu's eyes. Even though that elf egg was quite expensive, wasn't she beautiful? Jiang Qinglan had no shortage of suitors in college, but she also had her own pride. She looked down on those rich second-generation suitors because she knew clearly that they were probably just playing around and wouldn't really want to marry her. In this materialistic society, Jiang Qinglan still harbors a glimmer of hope for love. She still longs for a lifelong, devoted relationship. When she first met Xiaoyu, she thought he was the most suitable candidate. First of all, his height and appearance were impeccable. Secondly, his family background was good but not so good that it was unattainable. Finally, Xiaoyu's personality was also good. So after Xiaoyu went to the capital, she tried to take the initiative and sent him a lot of messages. However, Xiaoyu mostly replied with oh, awesome, and not bad, without putting any heart into it and just being perfunctory. Jiang Qinglan gradually gave up, and her feelings faded considerably. After that, Xiaoyu suddenly became famous overnight and was hailed as the youngest scientific research genius in China. Only then did Jiang Qinglan realize the gap between the two of them and finally gave up completely. Jiang Qinglan thought that the two would not have any further contact after that, but to her surprise, Xiaoyu came to the Flame Secret Realm again, and Manager Qin even asked her to accompany him throughout the whole process. Looking at Xiaoyu surrounded by the crowd, Jiang Qinglan felt that Xiaoyu was so unapproachable. In just a few months, Xiaoyu had reached a height that was beyond her reach. Manager Qin, it's been a long time since I've seen Jiang Qinglan. Xiaoyu greeted the only two people he recognized with a smile. Jiang Qinglan and Manager Qin stood together like twin lotus blossoms. The two had completely different styles. Jiang Qinglan had bright eyes and white teeth, while Manager Qin was graceful and charming. They were like the legendary beauties Yan Huan, each with their own unique charm. Jiang Qinglan's beauty is the youthful radiance of a 20-year-old woman, with long and slender legs, snow-white skin, clear eyes, and a youthful shyness, the kind of slender beauty that young people adore. As for Manager Qin, she was the most beautiful mature woman Xiaoyu had ever seen besides Xiaowanyu. She had long, wavy hair cascading down her back, skin as smooth as jade, lips as red as cinnabar, and a full, rounded figure. Although she was in her 30s, there was no trace of age on her face. She possessed a captivating charm that young women often lacked. She was perfectly proportioned, voluptuous yet not overly so, and alluring yet not gaudy. What man wouldn't love a figure like that? Xiaoyu couldn't help but think of Xiaowanyu, then of the little girl Sumuze, and finally of Teacher Long. She had only stayed in the capital for one day before leaving again, and hadn't had a chance to catch up with Teacher Long. Speaking of which, how come Teacher Long has only grown taller? We're all women, how come there's such a big difference? Xiaoyu, it's been a long time. The person who greeted Xiaoyu was naturally Manager Qin. The elite 4-level trainer who guarded the Flame Realm was unable to make a personal appearance due to other matters. Manager Qin and Jiang Qinglan were dressed in professional suits, white shirts, suit jackets, short skirts, high heels, and black stockings. Their hair was styled in a bun. They smiled and said to Xiaoyu, I'll take you to the hotel first. Just like last time, Qinglan will be your personal guide. You can tell her anything you need. Thank you, you're all so kind. Xiaoyu was also flattered this fuss was a bit too much. Xiaoyu, you're also from Zishu. Since your experiment requires our full cooperation, Zishu province will naturally provide full support. Fellow villagers should definitely help each other. Manager Qin is a woman who is adept at handling people and situations. Besides her own abilities, her interpersonal skills are also very important in her ability to reach this position. Last time, it was this young lady Qinglan who showed you around the secret realm. If you don't mind, I'll show you around this time. I hope you won't mind. Not at all. It's my honor to have Manager Qin accompany me. Who would mind being accompanied by such a beautiful woman as Manager Qin? It's just that Xiaoyu still doesn't know Manager Qin's full name. Chapter 143 Exclusion. Under Supervisor Qin's guidance, Xiaoyu toured the entire Fire Element secret realm. He focused on the 2 incubation rooms in the fire element secret realm because his older brother had 1 more selection spot, and he also had 1. Xiaoyu has already caught 5 dragon-type Pokémon, and only needs 1 more to complete the dragon-type master quest. The Pokémon Association has been trying to recruit Duraludon for him. During this trip to the fire-type secret realm, Xiaoyu also wanted to pick out 1 or 2 strong enough fire-type Pokémon for his older brother. After exploring the area, Xiaoyu didn't find a single Pokémon with champion-level potential in the regular areas, and there was only 1 Pokémon with near champion-level potential, which dashed Xiaoyu's hopes of spending money to buy a champion-level Pokémon. Finally, Xiaoyu found a baby duck with a king-level aptitude and a Darabee with a near champion-level aptitude in the treasure room. After thinking about it, Xiaoyu decided to let his older brother use his selection quota to choose Darabee, because his older brother's selection quota was only valid in Zishu province, while his selection quota was valid nationwide. As for Magpie, he had to give up on it for the time being. The selection slots were hard-won, and Xiaoyu still wanted to try to select Pokémon with near champion potential so as not to waste the selection slots. Elf Egg, Darabee, Gender, Male, Attribute, Fire, Qualification, Near Champion Level, Ability, Fire, Skill. Looking at this near champion potential Houndoom, Xiaoyu thought it was quite good. Houndoom's final evolution is Houndoom, and it only needs to be at the elite level to evolve, which can quickly become Charlotte's main force. At the same time, the Flash Fire ability can also play a significant role in battles against Fire-type trainers. Most importantly, Houndoom can also undergo Mega Evolution. Mega Houndoom is extremely powerful, and its ability changes from Flash Fire to Solar Power. The value of the Solar Power ability goes without saying. It's one of the top abilities for special attackers. Its only drawback is that it can only be triggered in sunny weather and causes a continuous loss of HP. But Charlotte, the older brother, is a Fire-type trainer, and his Ninetales and Torkoal with the Solar Power ability are incredibly easy to train. Mega Houndoom, with its Solar Power ability, can learn a wide range of special attack moves, such as its stab moves like Flame Explosion and Dark Pulse, as well as Grass-type moves like Solar Beam, Poison-type moves like Sludge Bomb, and Ghost-type moves like Shadow Ball for coverage. It has a very wide range of coverage. Most importantly, it can also learn Nasty Plot, a top-tier status move. The value of Trickery can rival that of Sword Dance. Strangeness greatly increases special attack, while Sword's Dance greatly increases attack. The only downside is that this Pokémon egg requires a selection slot and cannot be purchased with money. If it could be bought with money, it would be perfect. If Xiaoyu didn't have Charmander with the power of the sun and the system's Dragon Master quest, he would definitely have chosen this Houndoom. Manager Qin, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Could you please wrap up this fire-type Pokémon egg, the Duppy? Xiaoyu said. Oh. Qin Hanking was slightly surprised. She knew that Xiaoyu had 1 chance to choose a Pokémon egg from any secret realm across the country. Did Xiaoyu intend to use it here? Are you sure you want to use up your selection slot here? Most trainers who have this opportunity choose powerful Dragon-type Pokémon in the 2 Dragon-type secret realms of Chang'an and the Imperial Capital. It is rare for someone like Xiaoyu to use them in the Fire-type secret realm. Doesn't my brother have 1 more spot? Xiaoyu said. Qin Hanking knew that Xiao Luo had 1 more spot, but he didn't expect that his younger brother Xiaoyu could make the decision for his older brother Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo does have 1 more spot, but he needs to be present in person. Why don't you give Xiao Luo a call? Okay. Xiaoyu didn't make things difficult for Manager Qin, but instead joked, but this time we're reserving this elf egg first, and we can wait for my brother to come. We don't want someone else to take it. As Xiaoyu spoke, he glanced at Qin Hanking, his gaze carrying a hidden meaning. Qin Hanking felt slightly embarrassed. Xiaoyu was clearly referring to what happened in the previous Fire-type secret realm. If she had known back then that Xiaoyu would achieve such success, and that the Xiao family had such a powerful backer as Wei Yekin, she would never have let the Zhao family steal the Growlithe egg, even at the cost of offending them. However, the Xiao family also benefited from the misfortune. Instead of getting the Growlithe, they obtained a shiny Charmander. Don't worry, I'll have someone keep this elf egg safe right away, Qin Hanking replied. Xiaoyu nodded, then called his older brother Xiao Luo and told him to come and take the elf egg away as soon as possible. Upon arriving at the Fire-type secret realm, Charmeleon was like a fish in water. The abundant Fire-type energy made Charmeleon instantly fall in love with the place. Every Pokémon here was talented and spoke sweetly. It loved the place. The key point is that it saw many other small Charmanders, Charmeleons, and even Charizards here, which made it eager to integrate into the Charizard family during its rest. However, reality taught it a lesson. Xiaoyu's Charizard's golden skin made it stand out among the Charizards, making it look like a monster. It was not accepted by the Charizards and was driven away by them, who even almost attacked it. Xiaoyu naturally noticed this situation as well, but he didn't have a good solution. It's normal for Pokémon to show hostility towards shiny Pokémon in nature. Most shiny Pokémon are not accepted by their breed and are expelled from the breed. Only a very small number are allowed to stay in the breed. Charizard, they just don't accept you yet, Xiaoyu said, patting Charizard's golden head to comfort him. No matter what, you're the most beautiful in my eyes. Ah, Charmeleon responded listlessly. The alienation from its own kind still had some impact on Charmeleon, making the already ruthless Charmeleon even more taciturn, devoting all its energy to training and happily absorbing fire-type energy. While Charmeleon's rapid increase in strength is a good thing, it also shows a tendency to gradually become corrupted. Xiaoyu couldn't help but worry that if Charmeleon continued like this, its personality would really become problematic. As the owner, I must provide timely psychological counseling to the Charmeleon. A week later, with the combined effects of feeding Charmeleon fire-type energy cubes and the secret realm, Charmeleon's fire-type energy had accumulated to a near-full level. Xiaoyu planned to take Charmeleon to the flying-type secret realm for a final evolution. But before going, he needs to go back to the capital first to bring the Nombat along. Xiaoyu also plans to give his Pokémon a day off and take them out to relax. When Xiaoyu returned to the capital, it was already Saturday afternoon. He did not tell Teacher Long that he had returned, but instead quietly went to the Forbidden Area. Inside the Forbidden Area, Teacher Long was training his Pokémon, as well as Xiaoyu's Pokémon, Sceptile, Nombat, Axew, and Dragapult. The Lizard King's enormous size was particularly eye-catching, and Xiaoyu spotted it first, even from a distance. However, the first to spot Xiaoyu were the Buzzbat and the Sonic Dragon of Dragon Smoke. After mastering the use of ultrasound, the buzzing bat has been able to locate objects by sound, like a mobile radar, monitoring the surroundings. Upon noticing Xiaoyu's appearance, the buzzing bat flapped its wings and flew into Xiaoyu's arms. Yuya and Doran Mizia also saw Xiaoyu at this moment and rushed over to greet him. Chapter 144 Snow Scenery of 1,000 Mountains. The next day, Sunday. It was a cloudy day, with light snow falling from the gray sky. After a night of snowfall, the ground and rooftops of the capital were covered with a white carpet. After winter sets in, the capital city is covered in a blanket of white, a pristine and clean landscape that brings peace to the soul. Xiaoyu changed into a long-down jacket, put on a mask, a black hat, a scarf, and a backpack, and went out fully armed. Long Yaning also changed into a beige short-down jacket, wearing fluffy snow boots and fleece-lined trousers. She wore light makeup and, after more than a month of recuperation, she had recovered quite well and had a rosy complexion. The two of them standing together were a stunning sight in the crowd, constantly attracting the attention of passers-by. This was even before Xiaoyu released his Lizard King. If he had, the over 3-meter-tall Lizard King walking on the street would probably have caused quite a stir. "We're here." The two walked to the entrance of Qianshan Forest Park, and Xiaoyu said to Long Yaning beside him, "Wait for me, I'll go buy the tickets." Ah. After buying tickets, Xiaoyu and his companion entered Qianshan Forest Park. Because it was the weekend, there were quite a few tourists. However, as they walked higher up the mountain, the number of people gradually decreased, and eventually everything became quiet. Apart from the sound of snowflakes falling from the sky, there was only the sound of their breathing. Gazing at the misty mountain path, Xiaoyu finally released his Pokémon. The giant Sceptile King, the golden Charmeleon, the adorable Buzzbat, the excited and innocent Tooth, and finally the silly and goofy Dorothy. Page 81. Most dragon-type Pokémon dislike the cold weather, and Nobu is particularly afraid of the cold. As soon as it came out and was exposed to the cold wind, it couldn't stand it and kept flying into Xiaoyu's arms and burrowing into Xiaoyu's down jacket. Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle at the pitiful look of the buzzing bat. There was nothing she could do but let it burrow into her down jacket to keep warm, leaving only its two big ears and head sticking out. After snuggling into Xiaoyu's arms, the buzzing bat made cheerful sounds and looked thoroughly enjoying itself. Dorgan Mizia didn't seem to care much about the cold weather. She leaned against Xiaoyu with a silly grin, looking curiously at the white snowscape. Yuya was the most excited. As soon as it came out, it used its long teeth on both sides of its mouth to keep hitting the trees on both sides of the road. With the sound of the collision, large flakes of snow fell down, burying it and piling it into a snowdrift. Then, as if nothing had happened, it poked its head out of the snowdrift, making cheerful babbling sounds, appearing exceptionally excited. The Lizard King walked behind Xiaoyu and Long Yaning, its calm and steady body shielding them from the snow. Snowflakes fell continuously on its back and long tail, soon accumulating into a blanket of white. Of all the Pokémon, Charmeleon was the calmest, but looking at the beautiful snow scene, it couldn't help but feel a little excited, its eyes sparkling. Xiaoyu couldn't help but pat its head and said softly, "Charmeleon, we're all out having fun today. Relax and don't think too much. No matter what, we'll always be by your side." Roar. Charmeleon enjoyed Xiaoyu's caresses, looking at Xiaoyu with her eyes, then turning to look at Ah. She temporarily forgot the unpleasantness of the past few days and followed Xiaoyu toward the mountaintop. The snow is falling and the air is getting colder, with white fog spreading everywhere. All the Pokémon walked step by step up the mountain path to the summit, with Axew and Charmeleon in front, and Xiaoyu, Long Yanning, and Sceptile at the back. Walking side by side with Xiaoyu, Long Yanning couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. On the distant mountain path, with the wind blowing snow, trees swaying and the river flowing, the two looked just like lovers, climbing the mountain together and strolling in the snow. As the snow fell heavier, the two had to get closer and closer, shoulder to shoulder, and could clearly feel each other's touch even through their thick clothes. Xiaoyu and Long Yanning both kept silent and walked up step by step, ladder by ladder. Long Yanning's face flushed slightly as her thoughts wandered. In fact, she had always regarded Xiaoyu as a student, her father's disciple, her junior brother, a young scientific genius, and a hard-working trainer. She had no other intentions in her heart. However, she also knew that Xiaoyu might not think that way, because she often felt that Xiaoyu's gaze towards her from behind was a little strange, burning with a suffocating intensity. Long Yanning kept telling herself that Xiaoyu hadn't entered society yet and his life experience was still relatively shallow. It was normal for a boy his age to have longing for a mature woman like her, and it was perfectly normal for a young man to admire a woman. Xiaoyu was young and naive, but she couldn't be naive. She was already 27 years old after the new year, 8 or 9 years older than Xiaoyu. The age difference made her always treat Xiaoyu as her student and dare not have any ulterior motives. But when Long Yanning saw Xiaoyu cooking for her every day, tidying up her house, and sternly warning her not to drink alcohol, this feeling of being cared for and looked after gradually changed her mindset. Especially during the 2 weeks Xiaoyu was away, she would often stare blankly at the kitchen and the yard, watching the wind blow and the leaves fall, as if she could see Xiaoyu busy in the kitchen and sweating on the training field. Now that the two of them are walking side by side, she feels inexplicably at ease. "How's the scenery?" Xiaoyu asked Long Yanning, interrupting her thoughts. "I read online that the scenery here is very beautiful, no matter spring, summer, autumn or winter." "It's very beautiful." Long Yanning nodded, her face slightly flushed. She couldn't help but wonder to herself what she was thinking and what was wrong with her. She was Xiaoyu's teacher, her senior sister. Long Yanning put her complicated thoughts aside, took a deep breath, raised her head, and gazed into the distance. The pure white snow scene brought her a sense of tranquility. She had only been here once before, when she was a child, with her father. She remembered her father telling her about the origin of the name Qianshan Forest Park, and turned to Xiaoyu to explain. Qianshan Forest Park. The name Qianshan comes from the line, thousands of mountains, no birds fly 10,000 paths, no human tracks. Stop with all this fancy stuff. Xiaoyu's words broke the atmosphere. "If you ask me, it's just beautiful, the snow is fucking beautiful." Long Yanning was speechless at Xiaoyu's antics and couldn't help but complain in a girlish tone. "Can you be a little more polite?" "Of course," Xiaoyu replied. "This is called 1,000 Mountains, a night of jade dragons chill 1,000 pear trees in the Phoenix Forest, their blossoms old." "Where did you copy this poem from?" "I've never heard of it before," Long Yanning asked Xiaoyu. "According to international practice, anything you haven't heard of before is considered something I wrote," Xiaoyu said with a smile. Looking at Long Yanning's bright and beautiful face, he couldn't help but think of 2 poems by Nailan Zinged about snow. The north wind blows away the snow at midnight, but her beautiful soul still lingers in the peach blossom moon. Chapter 145 Pokémon Theme Park. People in Lubian are like the moon, and their arms are frosty and snowy. As the snowstorm intensified, for safety reasons and out of concern for teacher Long's health, Xiaoyu and Long Yanning had to abandon their plan to climb Qianshan Mountain and take the cable car back to the foot of the mountain. Long Yanning felt a great deal of regret, but she also knew that it was Xiaoyu who cared about her, so she buried this regret in her heart. "Let's come again next time, Teacher Long." Xiaoyu seemed to see the regret in Long Yanning's eyes and said with a smile, "Next time we will definitely climb to the top of the mountain." "Okay." Long Yanning nodded, looked at Xiaoyu, and said softly, "Let's do it next time." "Let's wait until next winter," Xiaoyu suddenly said. "How about I come find you after I get into university?" "Okay." Long Yanning said, looking at the snow falling all around. The two sat in the cable car, quietly watching the snow fall heavier and heavier. Neither of them spoke until, after a long while, Long Yanning finally spoke up. "What shall we do this afternoon?" "I want to buy some decorations for my Pokémon," Xiaoyu said after thinking for a moment, "and then we can take a picture together. Then let's go to the Pokémon theme park. There are shops that sell Pokémon clothes and accessories, as well as photo booths." As a local from Beijing, Long Yanning is quite familiar with the surrounding tourist attractions. "Let's go then." As the name suggests, the Pokémon theme park is a park themed around Pokémon. Accompanied by Long Yanning, Xiaoyu is choosing clothes for her 5 Pokémon. Currently, all of Xiaoyu's Pokémon are male, except for Charmeleon, which is the only female Pokémon. Xiaoyu also wants to use this to guide Charmeleon. He wanted to tell his Charmeleon that no matter how others see you, in my team you will always be everyone's darling. The Pokémon theme park was packed with visitors. Xiaoyu saw many people with rare Pokémon, including one who had a Dragonair, drawing envious glances wherever he went. It's like going to a bar to drink and dance, and driving a Koenigsegg. You'll naturally become the center of everyone's attention. "Damn, this guy's such a show-off," Xiaoyu couldn't help but say as he watched this scene. Someone actually dared to challenge him in his area of expertise. Hearing what Xiaoyu said, Long Yanning couldn't help but laugh and said, "You can also unleash your Flash Dragon Mezia, and others will look at you with the same eyes, and even envy you more." "Forget it." Xiaoyu shook his head. Flashy Dracomesha was indeed the best choice for showing off, but it was unnecessary. His life was more important, so he shouldn't be too high profile. "Teacher Long, the Komodo and the two-headed Tyrannosaurus you release are definitely cooler than that guy from before," Xiaoyu said, his eyes darting around. "You're the one who's trying to pretend." Long Yanning couldn't say the word, her face slightly flushed as she said, "It wasn't me." "I know, but think about it, Mr. Long, if you release 2 pseudo-legendary Pokémon, won't people think you're awesome?" Xiaoyu analyzed seriously, "Then we walk side by side, and you hold my hand. People will definitely think, what kind of ability does this guy have that such a powerful woman has to be his girlfriend? At that time, even if I do nothing, I will become the envy of everyone. That's the highest level of showing off invisibly, which is the most deadly." Hearing Xiaoyu's joking remarks, Long Yanning couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and quickly changed the subject. "Boring, aren't you picking out accessories and clothes for your Pokémon? Hurry up, it's a rare opportunity to come here. I'll buy some accessories for my Pokémon too." "Okay. Let's pick out a pair of gloves for the Lizard King. A little bow tie on the Buzzbat looks surprisingly good. Yaya, bring me a hat. The only solution for the dragon is a neck collar. Come here, Charmander, I'll buy you a scarf and your favorite glasses." After spending the entire afternoon browsing, Xiaoyu picked out accessories for each of the 5 Pokémon. Since Sceptile often uses moves like Leaf Blade, Dark Slash, and Thunder Punch, the gloves were a perfect fit for it. The black bow tie of the Buzzing Bat matched its purple body very well, making it look very beautiful. The Buzzing Bat was also very satisfied with the gift, affectionately rubbing its head against Xiaoyu's. Xiaoyu bought a hat for Aya. He really wanted to buy a hat similar to Ash's, since Aya's size is quite similar to Pikachu's, and it should fit him well. However, to his disappointment, Xiaoyu couldn't find Ash's hat in the store and instead got a similar black hat instead. Looking at Yuya wearing the hat, Xiaoyu couldn't help but start fantasizing. Maybe in the future, when Yuya evolves into Haxorus, the bond between us will be strong enough to unlock bond evolution, and we can call it Xiaoyu version of Haxorus. As for Duranmesia, it was the simplest one. Since it was small, it was difficult to choose suitable accessories for it. After looking around, Xiaoyu could only choose the simplest necklace for it to wear, but Duranmesia was quite happy and not picky at all. The final piece was the Charmeleon, which Xiaoyu and Long Yanning spent a long time choosing for it, finally selecting a beige scarf and gold-rimmed glasses. Girls naturally want to dress up nicely. Her golden skin paired with the beige scarf looks quite good, and the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose sweep away the charismatic aura of the fire dinosaur. "Very nice." Charmander looked at himself in the mirror and was quite satisfied, a smile appearing on his face that he hadn't shown in a long time. Of course, the Charmeleon outfit wasn't cheap either. Xiaoyu really spent a fortune on this whole set. He found that Pokémon items in the theme park were more expensive than things for people. Xiaoyu secretly made a mental note of this, thinking that he would take it into consideration when the Grass and Insect Secret Realm tourist area opened. Long Yanning also picked out accessories for her Pokémon, and then the two of them hurriedly went to the Pokémon photo studio, because if they were any later, everyone else would be closing up. "Would you two like to have your picture taken?" The camera shop owner, also a young man, asked, seeing the two eager people. Xiaoyu nodded, then took off her mask. Hey, are you Xiaoyu? The shop owner looked at Xiaoyu, who had taken off his mask, and asked, You know me? Xiaoyu felt a little smug. Look, this is my reputation. Of course I know you. A scientific genius, a star of scientific research, the pride of our country. The news said that you broke through the technology of Z-Pure Crystal and achieved global leadership. You are Professor Lin's successor. Who doesn't know you now? The shop owner's flattery made Xiaoyu feel flattered and a little smug, but he still maintained a humble demeanor. Not at all, it's all just self-media exaggeration. Since you know me, boss, can I get a discount? Sorry, we're a small business, so we don't offer discounts. Chapter 146 Undercurrent. Page 82. Crack. As the shutter clicked, Xiaoyu and all his Pokémon were captured in the photograph. The golden Charmeleon was positioned in the very center next to Xiaoyu, surrounded by all the other Pokémon like stars around the moon. Not bad. Xiaoyu looked at the photo and was quite satisfied. Teacher Long, let's take one too. Forget it. Since we're already here, let's hurry up, Xiaoyu said. And so, Xiaoyu, Teacher Long, and all their Pokémon stood together and took a group photo. Early the next morning, Xiaoyu headed to Jiangqing in central China, to the Flying-type secret realm. After a short rest yesterday, Xiaoyu and his Pokémon have resumed their intense training. Jiangqing has long been known as a thoroughfare connecting 9 provinces. On his first visit to the Flying System secret realm, Xiaoyu was greeted by a middle-aged man who was also the head of the Flying System. He also arranged a young and beautiful guide for Xiaoyu. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiaoyu immediately began special training with Charmeleon and Nombat. Charmeleon was severely lacking in flying-type energy, and even if Xiaoyu replaced all the energy cubes with flying-type energy cubes, plus the abundant flying-type energy replenishment from the secret realm, it would still take at least 1 to 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, 2 days ago, Charmeleon's flying-type energy was already close to saturation, and it could evolve at any time, but it just couldn't take that final step. After Xiaoyu continued to train Charizard for 2 more days, the results were minimal. He also realized that continuing the training would not help Charizard's evolution, so Xiaoyu decisively gave up staying in the secret realm. So he took Charmeleon and Nombat and left the flying-type secret realm. He rushed back to the capital on Saturday, planning to go to the Dragon-type gym the next day to continue defending his title. He wanted to stimulate Charmeleon to evolve through battles and also continue to rack up winning streak rewards, which could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The rewards for the last 15-game winning streak were already so generous. If I can achieve an even longer winning streak, I might be able to get even higher level rewards. A 15-game winning streak would yield a Paradox Pokémon. What about 50, or 100? Xiaoyu felt that if he could achieve a 100-game winning streak, Groudon would be beckoning him, and Charizard with the solar power ability would soon receive its own weather setter. Xiaoyu returned quietly without informing Long Yaning. He wanted to give Teacher Long a surprise, but when he arrived at Teacher Long's house, he listened through the wall and found the yard unusually quiet. It was obvious that none of Teacher Long's Pokémon were there. Xiaoyu took out his key and went into Teacher Long's house. The house was empty. Teacher Long wasn't home. Considering it was Saturday, Xiaoyu guessed that Long Yanning had probably gone out drinking, and couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, in the city, Qi Hanqing and Long Yanning were shopping together, picking out clothes. Yanning, why has your style changed so much lately? Qi Hanqing said, looking at Long Yanning, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Didn't you used to like the sexy style the most? Why do you like the cartoon style now? Tell me, are you in a relationship? Long Yanning blushed slightly. She could say it was because Xiaoyu often stayed at her house, which made it inconvenient, and also because she had recently changed her style of dress, no longer wearing crop tops, tank tops, and other clothes that accentuated her figure. I'm just trying out a different style. I don't think so. You're definitely hiding something from me. Also, you're not a dragon-type Pokémon trainer, so what's with this fairy-type Cotton Ball? Qi Hanqing's gaze darted back and forth between Cotton Ball and Long Yanning. Based on her observation, Long Yanning's Cotton Ball seemed to have quite good potential. Its cotton was plump, brightly colored, and its shape was also quite good. Although she couldn't see its specific aptitude, it should be at least at the level of a gym leader. Qi Hanqing was also unsure of the Cotton Ball's aptitude. The aptitude of support-type Pokémon is the most difficult to assess. Someone gave it to me. I thought it was cute, so I kept it as a pet, Long Yanning said with a smile, while stroking the soft body of the Cotton Ball, thinking of Xiaoyu who was still in the flying-type secret realm. The Cotton Ball also responded affectionately to Long Yanning's caress. Who sent this? It wasn't your boyfriend, was it? I think this Cotton Ball has pretty good potential. Should we take it to the lab to test it? Chi Hanking said with a smile, I think it has at least the potential of a curator. Gym leader level? Long Yanning was slightly surprised. For a Pokémon like Cotton Ball, it is actually very difficult to have gym leader level potential. She remembered that Xiaoyu bought it casually in the underground black market and never paid attention to Cotton Ball's potential. She had only kept it as a pet because Xiaoyu gave it to her, and she liked it more and more. Now, when Chi Hanking mentioned it, she realized that she had never paid attention to the Cotton Ball's aptitude. Should we test it now? Isn't it too late? Well, anyway, it's an independent lab that the school applied for me, so I can use it as I please. Let's go. Chi Hanking smiled, draped Long Yanning's arm over his shoulder, and walked towards Imperial University with a grin. Near the dragon-type secret realm of the Imperial capital, in a dense forest, Sushio, Gongyi Ranjin, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner, and a middle-aged man wearing a mask, for Elite 4 level trainers gathered together. We've investigated and found that there are very few people in the dragon-type secret realm today, only 3 near Elite 4 level trainers and 2 Elite 4 level trainers. However, there is a high possibility that there are hidden contingency plans within the secret realm, with at least one hidden Elite 4 level trainer. Sushio said to the other 3 with a serious expression, but we also have 4 people, so even if there are contingency plans, we can handle them. The blonde, blue-eyed foreigner is named Anthony. He is also a member of the Dawn Society, but unlike Sushio, he is a high-ranking core figure in the Dawn Society and a veteran Elite 4 level trainer. He specializes in water-type Pokémon, his ace Pokémon is Blastoise, and he also has at least 2 Elite 4 level Pokémon, making him the strongest among them. As for the mysterious middle-aged man, he was an accomplice invited by Lin Bo. Lin Bo, as a registered Elite 4 level trainer with the Pokémon Association, couldn't personally intervene. He specifically asked this mysterious man to handle the situation. The man wore a mask throughout, so no one knew his identity. All that was known was that he was a psychic-type Elite 4 level trainer. So far, he had only used one Elite 4 level Alakazam. However, judging from the middle-aged man's confident demeanor, he must be quite strong, possessing at least one more Elite 4 level Pokémon. Let me make it clear first, whatever you grab belongs to you. Also, if you're caught by the Pokémon Association by accident, you can only blame your bad luck, Sushio emphasized, before continuing. From the start of the attack, we have a maximum of 15 minutes of free time. The Pokémon Association's support is expected to arrive within 15 minutes. For safety reasons, each person only has 10 minutes of free time. Once the time is up, find your own way to evacuate. Everyone has received the map. We'll all move together after 30 minutes. Miyano Ranjin, Anthony, and the mysterious middle-aged man nodded, and then everyone began to prepare for the battle. At the same time, Sushio and Gongyi Ranjin exchanged a silent glance and nodded slightly. Xiaoyu was unaware of what was happening outside. He was diligently training his Pokémon in the forbidden area of the secret realm, unaware that the forbidden area he was in would become the most dangerous place. Chapter 147 Xiaoyu's Greed. Boom! With a loud bang, thick smoke billowed into the dragon realm, and alarms blared. Everyone living in the realm was stunned by the explosion and didn't immediately realize what was happening. What's the matter? How did an explosion happen? Could it be that some pseudo-legendary Pokémon has escaped? Everyone, including Xiaoyu, thought it was an explosion caused by a dragon-type Pokémon going berserk or some other accident. No one thought it was an enemy attack, because since the establishment of the dragon-type secret realm in the capital, no one had ever dared to attack it, and no one had even considered that possibility. But when the second explosion rang out, and Anthony, riding on Gyarados, flew directly towards the forbidden area, everyone realized that this was an enemy attack. Get the Pokémon Association to help immediately. This is Anthony from the Dawn Society. The Dawn Society launched a sneak attack on the Dragon Realm. And that ghost-type trainer, her giant Chandelure, it's from Dawn. Stop him. Oh no, they sealed off space. We can't use teleportation, and we can't even enter the spirit world. As the second explosion rang out, Xiaoyu realized something was wrong. He immediately put away his 4 Pokémon, Axew, Dragapult, Nombat, and Charmeleon, leaving only Sceptile. At the same time, he took out Gallade's Pokeball and released Gallade. Can Gallade use teleport to leave? Gallade tried to use teleport after hearing this, but obviously failed and shook its head. Upon receiving the answer, Xiaoyu's heart sank, and he couldn't help but worry about his safety. If they had encountered an enemy attack, then the incubation room in the forbidden area would definitely become the enemy's primary target. Because the forbidden area contains many rare pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs, enemies only need to break through the forbidden area to steal multiple pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs at once. This also avoids fighting the pseudo-legendary Pokémon in the secret realm, making it a surefire way to make money. Being inside the forbidden area, he was in grave danger, arguably the most vulnerable of them all. Xiaoyu's mind raced. He immediately considered rushing out of the forbidden area, but then thought that if he did, he might run right into the enemy. So, as a second best option, he could only choose to hide. Just as he was about to find a place to hide, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered the few quasi-divine spirit eggs inside the secret realm. Xiaoyu estimated the time it would take at least 3 minutes to get here from the entrance of the secret realm. Only 1 minute had passed. He gritted his teeth, looked at the incubation room next to him, and rushed in. The bold get rich while the timid starve. Take a gamble if you win, you'll be surrounded by young models. If you lose, you'll be forced into prostitution. Xiaoyu glanced around and saw 3 more pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs in the incubation room, 1 each of Dino, Heartscale, and Babydra. Xiaoyu was about to pack them all up and take them with him, but then he thought that if there wasn't even a single pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg in the forbidden area, it would definitely arouse the enemy's suspicion. So he deliberately chose to leave one behind to dispel the enemy's doubts. It's all about psychological warfare. You can make the deceptive appear real, and the real appear deceptive. Of the 3 Pokémon eggs, Bellatrix, being a near champion, was definitely not to be kept. Xiaoyu had to choose between Jangmo and Dino. He chose to take Dino and kept Jangmo. He then immediately left the hatchery and went to his residence in the forbidden area. He found a wardrobe and hid there, while also recalling Gallade into his Pokeball. Even with a champion-level Gallade protecting him, Xiaoyu wouldn't rush in to defend the secret realm to the death. Who wouldn't be skilled enough to attack a dragon-type secret realm? He wasn't stupid enough to bring a champion-level Gallade to his death for nothing. That wasn't bravery, that was overestimating his abilities. No matter how many rewards you receive after you die, it's useless. Your life is more important. Go all in when it's time to go all in, and know when to stop. The 4 intruders rushed toward the forbidden area, but as they approached it, they were immediately blocked by 2 elite 4-level trainers within the secret realm. 2 elite 4-level trainers, one named Sukuan, a fighting-type trainer, whose ace Pokémon are Blaziken and Throwing Monkey, pictured above, both elite 4-level Pokémon. The other one is named Wanluan Su, whose signature Pokémon are Poisonous Algae Dragon and Mushroom, pictured above. He is also a champion-level Pokémon. The 2 had already released their Pokémon to guard the entrance to the forbidden area, quietly waiting for the intruders to arrive. Sushio, Gongai Ranjan, I'll have Vaporeon and Gyarados help you. You 2 hold them off for now. I'm going in. Anthony said to Sushio and Gongai Ranjan, the rewards we get will be split equally. Anthony's Vaporeon and Gyarados are both elite 4-level Pokémon. If they stay here, along with Sushio and Miyano Ranjan, they will be able to deal with the 2 elite 4-level trainers in the secret realm. Sushio nodded, and Gongai Ranjan also responded in a low voice, hurry up, we can't delay for long. Don't worry, it'll only take a few minutes. Anthony left his Vaporeon and Gyarados behind and headed towards the hatchery with his ace Blastoise. Watching Anthony's departing figure, Sushio remained motionless, making no move to take out a Pokeball. Only Miyano Ranjan released a giant Chandelure and a shiny Aegislash. A battle between 4 elite 4-level Pokémon can be described as evenly matched. Meanwhile, the mysterious man Lin Bo had invited, wearing a mask, took advantage of the chaos to enter the student dormitory of the training camp. He went straight to Xiaoyu's dormitory, with Alakazam leading the way. Everyone and every Pokémon they encountered was immediately hypnotized by hypnosis. But the mysterious person did not go on a killing spree, he merely hypnotized the person. Upon arriving at Xiaoyu's door, Hudi unleashed a powerful mental shock that shattered the door. The mysterious middle-aged man entered Xiaoyu's room, his brows slightly furrowed. Page 83. Xiaoyu isn't in the room? He didn't see Xiaoyu when he passed by the training ground, but the intelligence he received said Xiaoyu had just returned to the dragon-type secret realm and hadn't left. Therefore, Xiaoyu's location can only be within the forbidden area. In the forbidden area, it seems that Anthony and his group, who are heading straight for the forbidden area, will inevitably encounter Xiaoyu. If they fall into the hands of the Dawn Society, Xiaoyu's fate will be uncertain. The mysterious middle-aged man was slightly disappointed. He then walked to Xiaoyu's desk, opened a drawer and began to search carefully, checking every item, but found nothing of interest. His gaze swept over Xiaoyu's trash can, which contained shredded pieces of paper that Xiaoyu had torn up. Cutie, take out the scrap paper and put it together. Alakazam's psychic power surged, and shredded paper flew everywhere, instantly piecing together 3 complete sheets of paper in midair. The mysterious middle-aged man carefully deciphered the first character, Lizard King, failure, experiment. Upon seeing the word experiment, the mysterious middle-aged man felt a slight excitement and immediately looked down, only to nearly vomit blood. He never expected that Xiaoyu, the sixth brother, would be so cautious. He not only tore the paper to shreds, but also used a pen to black out all the writing on the paper. That's professionalism. However, this only made the mysterious middle-aged man more certain that the content on the back of the paper was absolutely important, so he decided to take all of Xiaoyu's scraps of paper with him and go back to analyze them. After searching the room again, the mysterious middle-aged man also found several novels with explicit content under Xiaoyu's bed, along with a photograph. The mysterious middle-aged man's gaze swept over the buzzbat and toothpick in the photo, lingered briefly on the sparkling Charizard and the gigantic Sceptile King, and finally settled on the tiny Dragmesia. Compared to the other Pokémon in the picture, this Dragapult is really small, but its color is different from a regular Dragapult. Shiny Dragapult. This photo is a picture of Xiaoyu and Long Yaning together. Attached image, a fire-breathing dragon wearing a scarf. Chapter 148 Secret Exposed. Imperial Capital University, Laboratory. Chi Hanking took out the test report results, her eyes showing surprise. Her brows furrowed, and her gaze kept shifting between the report results and the cotton ball, looking deep in thought. Could there be a problem with the machine? Chi Hanking muttered to himself. That's not right. This is a newly developed machine, the most advanced instrument in the world. Each one costs millions, and there are only 2 in the entire capital. It shouldn't be wrong. But how could a cotton ball have Heavenly King level qualifications? Could there really be a problem? Aptitude testing has always been a challenge for all scientists. Even the most advanced instruments currently available have significant errors and limitations. For example, they can only test the aptitude of Pokémon of a certain type. This particular instrument can only test the aptitude of Fairy-type Pokémon, while the testing instrument in the Dragon-type Secret Realm can only test the aptitude of Dragon-type Pokémon. Furthermore, this instrument can only test the aptitude of Pokémon that have already hatched, not the aptitude of Pokémon eggs. Long Yaning frowned slightly as she watched Chi Hanking's actions, and couldn't help but ask, "What's with that expression? See for yourself." Chi Hanking handed the test results report to Long Yaning. The bold words, Heavenly King level qualification, on the test report were extremely eye-catching, and Long Yaning saw them at a glance. After reading the report, she looked down at the cute little cotton ball in her arms and found it hard to believe that this little guy actually had Heavenly King level qualification. Just then, Chi Hanking suddenly said, "Impossible, impossible, there must be something wrong. I'll test it again." She still couldn't believe that a tiny cotton ball could have such high potential. The odds were just too low. It was like if a Metagross had champion-level potential, she wouldn't be so surprised, but for a Pokémon as weak as Cotton Ball, the probability of it having champion-level potential was at least 1 in 10,000, no, perhaps even 1 in 100,000 or a million. Chi Hanking wanted to hug the cotton ball, but Long Yaning shook her head, put the cotton ball aside, and said with a flicker in her eyes, "No need to test it, it doesn't matter what its aptitude is." In fact, she was already convinced that the cotton ball's aptitude was definitely at the Heavenly King level, and she was 90% certain that Xiaoyu also knew that the cotton ball's aptitude was at the Heavenly King level, which was why he gave it to her. Long Yanning recalled all of Xiaoyu's Pokémon. Nombat had been tested and was guaranteed to have champion-level potential. Just by looking at its size and the power it unleashed in battle, almost everyone knew that Sceptile had definitely champion-level potential or higher. Then there were Charmeleon and Dragapult, 2 shiny Pokémon whose potential was definitely not bad either. Finally, she knew Axiu's potential best. She had tested it with the power of dragons and it had near champion potential. From this perspective, none of Xiaoyu's 5 Pokémon currently possess any Pokémon with potential below the Elite 4 level. What does this mean? As long as all 5 of Xiaoyu's Pokémon grow up, becoming one of the Elite 4 is a certainty, and he also has a very high chance of winning the championship. No one has ever been able to select Pokémon with potential above the Elite 4 level as accurately as Xiaoyu. Furthermore, looking at the cotton ball that Xiaoyu gave her, it also has the potential to be a champion. Even the Pokémon that Xiaoyu picked in the underground black market had the potential to be champion. If it were just one Pokémon with the potential to be champion or higher, it could be explained as a coincidence. However, all 6 Pokémon that Xiaoyu picked were at least champion level. Once or twice could be considered a coincidence, but 6 times can hardly be called a coincidence. This means that Xiaoyu may have unknown abilities, and may be a superhuman like her, who can roughly detect the potential of Pokémon. The thought of this possibility made Long Yaning even more reluctant to let her best friend, Chi Hanking, test the cotton ball's aptitude again. She was afraid that her clever best friend would discover Xiaoyu's secret. Xiaoyu has not yet grown up. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind. He is still a tender seedling growing strong. I must keep this secret for him and not let anyone else know, not even Chi Hanking, until he grows up one day. Yan Ning, let me test it again. Chi Hanking raised his voice, looking at Long Yan Ning with a huff. I'm testing the aptitude of the cotton ball for you. You can nurture it properly. No need, I'm a little hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Long Yaning abruptly changed the subject. Long Yaning's eagerness to change the subject naturally couldn't fool the shrewd Chi Hanking, who was as clever as a fox spirit. She didn't make things difficult for Long Yaning and didn't continue to beg Long Yaning to test the K-pop ball's aptitude. Now, she was more curious about who gave her the K-pop ball. Alright, if you don't want to test it, then don't. It's your Pokémon anyway. But Yan Ning, I'm really curious, who gave you this cotton ball? Chi Hanking leaned close to Long Yan Ning's ear and whispered, which rich young master is so generous as to give you a cotton ball with champion-level potential just to pursue you? You don't know her, just a friend, a purely platonic friend. Let's go get something to eat, that'll shut you up, Long Yaning said. Chi Hanking didn't believe a word Long Yaning said. First, judging from Long Yaning's tone, it must have been a gift from a man. Second, given Long Yaning's personality, if it were a gift from an ordinary male friend, she would definitely return it once she knew the quality of the cotton ball. Her personality meant she wouldn't easily accept gifts from men, especially valuable ones. A person can be without arrogance, but not without integrity. Therefore, this person must be very special. Roar. Just then, people riding fire-breathing dragons sped across the sky. This is the Charizard squad of the Imperial Capital Survey Team. Long Yaning and Chi Hanking looked up at the sky, their brows furrowed. Under normal circumstances, the skies above the capital are no-fly zones, where private Pokémon are not allowed to fly, let alone at such a high speed, especially by a team of Charizards. The two exchanged a glance, both knowing that something big was about to happen. Just then, Long Yaning's phone rang. The caller ID showed Lin Suiying's name, which made Long Yaning's heart skip a beat. She had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen. Yan Ning, are Xiaoyu and you in the secret realm? Lin Suiying asked urgently. No, I'm outside. What happened? Long Yaning couldn't help but ask. I just received news that the Dawn Society is attacking the Dragon-type secret realm, with a total of 4 powerful Elite 4-level trainers. Lin Suiying's tone became somewhat anxious as he said this. Xiao is still inside the secret realm. What? Long Yaning's suddenly raised tone and solemn expression startled Chi Hanking, who was standing to the side. Isn't he still in the flying system secret realm? His plane will arrive at the secret realm this afternoon, Lin Suiying said. I'm going back right away. Long Yaning became increasingly anxious, so she released the fire-breathing dragon and prepared to rush back to the secret realm. Don't go. The Dawn Society only sends Elite 4-level trainers. It's too dangerous. Lin Suiying quickly stopped him. I'll be at the secret realm in 10 minutes. My Komodo has broken through to the Elite 4 level. Long Yan Ning said, then hung up the phone and climbed onto the back of Charizard. Charizard, back to the secret realm. Long Yaning patted Charizard on the back, and Charizard immediately flapped its wings and flew towards the Dragon-type secret realm. Hey, Yan Ning, I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Seeing Long Yaning abandon her, Chi Hanking stood there dumbfounded, only to hear Long Yaning's voice carried on the wind. I'll accompany you again next time, Hanking. Attached image, Sonic Dragon. Chapter 149 Grass-type Elite 4. The capital city, a secret realm of the ground system. A man wrapped in a long, dark black down jacket, wearing a mask and hat, holding a cup of coffee, looked toward the entrance to the underground realm in the distance. The 4th. He silently counted this was the 4th near Elite 4-level trainer to fly out of the secret realm. Then he looked at the wristwatch on his wrist. Wait 5 more minutes before making your move. Sushio glanced at the time, picked up the coffee cup on the table, and took a small sip. On a winter's day like this, being able to drink a hot cup of coffee is a delightful thing. His eyes swept over the headlines in the newspaper, and a smile appeared on his weathered face. The Grass and Insect Paradise has opened to great success, attracting over 2 visitors on its first day. Xia Yong, you'll have to thank me properly next time we meet. Sushio recalled his younger days. He and Xia Yong were both ordinary people, common folk, but they took completely different paths. If I could meet a good woman, find a good wife, and be with a good man like Xia Yong, would my life be different? Unfortunately, I am not Xia Yong, and the person I love is already dead. Sushio's only pursuit now is to keep climbing, to climb towards greater strength. The capital city, a secret realm of dragons. The mysterious middle-aged man took the pieced-together shredded paper and the photo of Xiaoyu and Long Yaning with him, and was about to turn and leave when Hudi suddenly turned around and launched a mental attack on his back. "Oh, looks like we've caught a big fish." A man dressed in luxurious attire appeared at the door, with a champion-level Pokémon Serperior beside him. Pictured above, I didn't expect the Dawn Society to actually dare to attack the Dragon-type secret realm. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. Sumu, the youngest Elite Four member in South China and the only Grass-type Elite Four member in the entire country, has a ace Pokémon with Elite Four potential and the contrarian ability, Serperior. The mysterious middle-aged man looked at Sumu, who had appeared there, without the slightest emotion behind his mask, and stared at him without saying a word. A celestial-level Alakazam? That's quite rare. There's no one like you registered in the league. I'm curious, who are you? Sumu is already 40 years old this year, but as an actor, he looks only in his 20s or 30s. He has an outstanding temperament and looks like a handsome young man. Dressed in a suit and tie, with a brooch pinned to his chest, he looked like he was going to a banquet, and his hairstyle was obviously carefully styled. "I don't want to fight, so I hope you can cooperate with me. Raise your hands, put away your Pokémon, and take off your mask." The mysterious middle-aged man remained silent. Although Sumu seemed unreliable, no one dared to underestimate Sumu's strength. Seeing that the mysterious middle-aged man remained motionless, Sumu shook his head, unbuttoned his cuffs, and loosened his tie. "Since that's the case, then I have no choice but to take action. Serpent Lord, Leaf Storm." As Sumu's voice rang out, the Serpent Lord burst forth with a fluorescent green light, and countless leaves danced in the air, almost enveloping the entire room, surging towards Alakazam and the mysterious middle-aged man. "Cutie, hold the line." Taking advantage of the moment when Alakazam blocked Leaf Storm, the mysterious middle-aged man suddenly opened the window, jumped down from it, and threw out a second Pokeball. Page 84. The symbolic bird, pictured above, appears in the air and immediately flies towards the mysterious middle-aged man, catching him steadily. "Come back, Alakazam." After reclaiming the land, the mysterious middle-aged man showed no desire to fight and simply rode away on his symbolic bird. Watching the mysterious middle-aged man leave, Sumu smiled wryly. In that cramped room, if the mysterious middle-aged man wanted to run away, he really couldn't catch up. Sumu is very strong in combat, but his pursuit ability ranks last among the king-level trainers. Because so far, he only has a gym leader-level Tropius that can carry him, but Tropius's flying speed is really embarrassing, and its strength is only at the gym leader level. If they were to fight in the air, he would be really quite weak. This also meant that he could only fight positional battles, and was completely useless in pursuit battles. Therefore, he had many titles in the association, such as the King of Strolling and the King of Land Warfare. Firstly, there's his slow and deliberate nature. Secondly, when faced with trouble, he can only leisurely ride his tropical dragon around behind. However, no one dares to underestimate Sumu's ability to fight head-on. "We have to get to the Forbidden Area." Sumu rubbed his head. He had just switched shifts with another Elite Four level trainer to guard the Dragon-type secret realm yesterday, and now he was encountering this kind of thing. It was quite unlucky. He originally intended to rush to the Forbidden Area as soon as possible, but he saw the mysterious middle-aged man and had no choice but to chase after him, which delayed him a bit. With this delay, it's now a bit too late to head to the Forbidden Area. Tropical Dragon, to the Forbidden Area. Inside the Forbidden Area, Anthony entered as if it were his own territory. His gaze swept over the dozens of elf eggs in front of him, his eyes filled with greed and excitement. Without the slightest hesitation, he began to pick up his backpack and start buying them. His first target was the pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg in the incubator, but he found that there was only one pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg in the huge incubator. This made Anthony frown. He had spent so much effort, and there was only one pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Who was he going to share it with? But he couldn't worry about that now. If there wasn't a pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg, there were other Pokémon eggs. He just needed to hurry up and fill the eggs. Energy Ball. Suddenly, a ball of light filled with grass-type energy was launched from a distance and flew towards Anthony. Blastoise, standing next to Anthony, stepped forward and used Protect to block the energy ball attack. A Roserade with champion-level strength? Anthony's expression tightened slightly as he looked at the Roserade and immediately thought of Sumu. Above image. Roserade, a champion-level Pokémon, is almost Sumu's signature Pokémon. Anthony isn't actually afraid of Roserade, but he's worried that if Roserade is here, then Sumu must be nearby, and his time is extremely limited. Sumu may be young, but his strength is quite solid. Blastoise, stop it. Anthony was quite confident in his Blastoise, because his Blastoise was at the near champion level. Even with type advantage, this Roserade would not be a match for Blastoise. Freeze Beam, also known as the Freeze Ray. Extremely cold beams of ice shot out from Blastoise's two cannons like laser cannons, so fast that Roserade had no chance to react. Blastoise's two cannons fired in quick succession, completely blocking Roserade's path of movement. In just a few breaths, Roserade was cornered and unable to move. As the freezing beam struck the frozen Roserade, Roserade's form transformed into a flower, while its true form appeared behind the flower. Substitute skill. The stand ability consumes stamina to create a clone to take the hit for you. It's clear that Roserade used her stand ability in a moment of crisis to block the ice beam. Blastoise, hatch. Taking advantage of this opportunity, cracks appeared on the shell behind Blastoise, its limbs stretched outwards, and the two cannons on its back extended outwards, making it appear to have increased in size. The shell smash skill causes cracks in Blastoise's shell, releasing energy and lowering its defenses while significantly increasing its attack and speed. Rocket Headbutt. Blastoise suddenly contracted its body and then launched itself like a cannonball. Originally, the Rocket Headbutt move required a period of preparation time after retracting into its shell, but under Anthony's training, Blastoise's preparation time was reduced to almost zero. The instant cast Rocket Headbutt is terrifying. Roserade has no time to dodge and can only use Protect. Boom! The light shield shattered, and Roserade managed to block the Rocket Headbutt with her defensive skills. Freezing Beam. A beam of freezing light froze the red flower on Roserade's right hand. Just then, a clear dragon roar suddenly came from next door, and then the roar stopped abruptly. Ow! Xiaoyu, who was hiding in the closet, never expected that the two Pokémon eggs he had hidden to the side, the Pokémon egg of the baby dragon, would hatch at this time. Even though he managed to put the beast dragon into its Pokeball as quickly as possible, he was still a step too late. Ding! Dragon Master Quest completed. Rewards are being distributed. All Pokémon's aptitude will be improved. Unlock side quests. Side quest 1, the Lone Dragon Master. Capture 12 Dragon-type Pokémon in their final evolution or Mega form. Current progress 6/12. Second task, Master of all types. All captured Pokémon must have a final evolution or Mega form that includes all types. Current progress 5/18. Please make a decision as soon as possible. Attached image, a sneak peek at the Nightmare God, which appears right from the start. This book contains many foreshadowing elements, such as the fact that Xiaoyong and Sushio actually knew each other long ago. It also explores why Sushio was able to know about the grass insect secret realm in advance, and the recurring mention of the Nightmare God. Chapter 150 Crisis Moment. Hearing the shouts coming from the next room, Anthony frowned. He hadn't expected there to be someone next door. If they were to suddenly attack him, they might actually manage to pull a fast one on him. For safety's sake, Anthony took out a Pokeball, which was a Pokémon he had secretly trained, specifically to deal with grass-type Pokémon that were super effective against water-type Pokémon. Go! Blazing Roaring Tiger. The universe's first Roaring Tiger. Roar! With a fierce roar, Incineroar made its appearance, intimidating Roserade. This Incineroar's ability is Intimidate, which intimidates enemies with its imposing presence, causing them to feel fear and reducing their attack power. Incineroar, you deal with Roserade, Anthony said to Incineroar, then turned to Blastoise. Blastoise, Energy Bomb. Anthony pointed in the direction of the sound, signaling Blastoise to use the Focus Blast move. Fighting-type energy quickly began to gather on Blastoise's cannon, and when the energy was full, a loud bang was heard. Boom! The energy sphere, enveloped in fighting-type energy, was launched like a cannonball. Blastoise's body swayed due to the enormous recoil, clearly demonstrating the astonishing power of this energy sphere. Boom! Wherever the true energy blast passed, the walls crumbled and splintered instantly, unable to stop it at all, and flew towards the direction where Xiaoyu was hiding. A shield appeared, and Gallade stood in front of Xiaoyu, blocking the full-force attack of the near-champion-level Blastoise. Elioto, a champion-level Gallade? And Dongzi frowned as he saw Gallade first. Sure enough, there was a champion-level trainer hiding here. Luckily, I was more skilled and spotted him otherwise, if I had been ambushed at a crucial moment, it would have been a serious injury. At that moment, the light shield shattered, and Anthony saw Xiaoyu behind Gallade and the Pokémon egg he was holding. He felt that Xiaoyu looked very familiar, and then his eyes lit up. Xiaoyu. He never expected to run into Xiaoyu here, and seeing the Pokémon egg in Xiaoyu's hand, Anthony immediately realized that it was no wonder there was only one pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg in the hatchery. It turned out that this kid was behind it. Anthony felt a surge of anger. He, a champion-level trainer, had almost fallen for this kid's trick. However, Anthony immediately turned his gaze to Xiaoyu. If he could capture Xiaoyu and take away this pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg, it would be a great achievement. The Dawn Society was also paying close attention to Xiaoyu, highly valuing his research abilities. If he could capture Xiaoyu alive, his ranking within the Dawn Society would rise even higher. Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the blonde, blue-eyed Anthony. Why was he a foreigner? He was also confused when he looked at the injured Roserade, Blastoise, and Incineroar. Was Roserade just fighting Blastoise and Incineroar? Where is Roserade's owner? Xiaoyu was thinking, but Anthony wasn't going to waste any time. Blastoise, water cannon. Blastoise turned its cannon towards Gallade. After using Shell Smash, Blastoise's attack and special attack were already terrifying. With stab boosts, even without type advantage, it would be enough to severely injure Gallade. Gallade, get close and tank the attack. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Through the time he had spent with Gallade, he had become quite familiar with Gallade's moves and had already come up with a tactic to stall for time. Although he couldn't defeat Blastoise, he could still buy some time. Xiaoyu hadn't expected that Gallade would completely disregard his commands and use the agility move to circle around Blastoise, trying to dodge Blastoise's hydro pump attack by moving quickly. This left Xiaoyu speechless. Normally, Gallade is quite obedient, but at such a crucial moment, it doesn't trust Xiaoyu and chooses its own judgment. This made Xiaoyu sigh slightly. Sure enough, Pokémon that aren't his own just won't listen. Xiaoyu's original strategy was to let Gallade take the hits head-on. Although Gallade would be severely damaged by Blastoise's hydro pump, it could turn the tide by using the pain-sharing move, also known as pain dividing, after getting close to Gallade. The effect of the pain-sharing move is to divide the HP of both sides equally. For example, Blastoise has 150 HP, while Gallade has only 100 HP. After taking a hydro pump, Gallade has only 30 HP left. At this point, their combined HP is 180. By using the pain-sharing skill, the damage is split, leaving both Gallade and Blastoise with only 90 HP. This means that Blastoise's hydro pump attack damaged Gallade by 10 HP and itself by 60 HP. In short, sharing pain is a great move for weak Pokémon, and it can also be used to deal heavy damage to enemies unexpectedly. However, it has a big limitation: it must hit the opponent. That's why Xiaoyu had Gallade rush in and get close. However, Gallade completely disobeyed orders, disrupting Xiaoyu's plan. Gallade moved at high speed while its blades were imbued with grass-type energy, clearly intending to use the Leaf Blade move. Blastoise, lock its path, unleash continuous water cannons. Anthony's signature Pokémon is Blastoise, and he knows that Blastoise's core attack method is to attack through the cannon behind it. Although the power is amazing, the accuracy of the move is equally important. With his rich battle experience, he already has a way to deal with this kind of fast-moving Pokémon. Page 85. Blastoise adjusted the angle of its two cannons, and 4 loud bang sounds rang out in succession as 4 water cannon shots were fired in quick succession. The first water cannon shot directly predicted Gallade's path, interrupting its high-speed movement. The second, third, and fourth water cannon shots followed immediately, locking down Gallade's movement routes in all directions. Ultimate water cannon. After blocking Gallade's movement route, Anthony gave the order immediately. Boom! With a loud bang, the final, powerful water cannon shot struck Gallade like a torrent, instantly injuring it severely. Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. Gallade's failure at the crucial moment had put him in a rather passive position, but it was pointless to blame Gallade now that things had come to this. Making mistakes isn't scary. What's scary is that foolish people immediately make excuses and shirk responsibility after making a mistake. Truly smart people first try to solve the problem. At this point, saying more is useless. Why the mistake was made is no longer important. What matters is what to do. Gallade, share the pain. Although the two sides are far apart, at this point, we have no choice but to take a gamble. At the same time, the injured Roserade launched an attack. It raised the flower in its left hand and, disregarding all martial ethics, directly ambushed Blastoise, with grass-type energy surging. Flying Leaf Storm. Faced with Roserade's full-force Leaf Storm, Anthony didn't dare let Blastoise take the hit head-on, and immediately had Incineroar stand in front of Blastoise. Go, Blazing Roaring Tiger, use guard. Roar. Incineroar protected Blastoise from Leaf Storm and shared the pain. Everyone is focused on preserving skills. Indeed, when there are no restrictions on skill slots, preserving skills is the essential skill to learn. Incineroar, Flare Charge, take down Roserade. Roar. Incineroar, its body enveloped in flames like a burning fireball, charged toward Roserade. Roserade, whose right hand was already frozen, had no way to resist and was instantly knocked away, suffering serious injuries. With their severely injured Gallade and Roserade facing a near-champion level Blastoise and an elite 4-level Incineroar, Xiaoyu's chances of winning are slim. Chapter 151 Insidious Tactics. Xiaoyu looked at Gallade and Roserade with a resolute gaze, showing no fear whatsoever. Although his side was completely at a disadvantage in the current situation, there was still a sliver of a chance to win, the only prerequisite being that Gallade and Roserade obeyed his commands. Gallade and Roserade, if you want to live, obey my orders. Gallade, use Heal Pulse on Roserade. Roserade, use Self-Suggestion on Blastoise. When Xiaoyu's voice rang out, a hint of doubt flashed in the eyes of Gallade and Roserade, clearly showing their distrust of Xiaoyu. However, both of them were seriously injured and could not possibly defeat Blastoise and Incineroar on their own. They had no choice but to trust Xiaoyu. Gallade chose to trust Xiaoyu for the time being and used Healing Pulse on Roserade. If Xiaoyu gave any strange orders, it would definitely not obey. Psychic energy surged into Roserade's body, healing its injuries. Roserade then used the self-suggestion skill on Blastoise, closing its eyes and letting normal energy flow around it, applying self-suggestion to itself. Still trying to struggle? Anthony sneered. Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Incineroar, DD Goldhook Arm. Blastoise aimed its cannon at Gallade and fired two powerful water cannon shots in quick succession, while Incineroar unleashed its signature high-powered move, Hook Shot, charging towards Gallade. Now's the time, Gallade, use Destiny Bond. When Gallade heard Xiaoyu's command, a look of surprise appeared on its face, but in an instant, the look in its eyes became firm. At this moment, Destiny Bond was definitely the best method. If it did not use this move, it would definitely not be able to stop Hydro Pump and DD Warp. Gallade unleashed a burst of dense ghost-type energy, which flew out like tentacles from its body and flew towards Incineroar, connecting with Incineroar. Instantly, a ghost-type energy chain formed between the two, linking their life forces. Stop! Incineroar, Blastoise. Seeing Gallade successfully use Destiny Bond, Anthony immediately told the two Pokémon to stop. However, while Incineroar can stop attacking, Blastoise's water cannons can't stop firing. Facing the incoming water cannon attack, Gallade neither dodged nor evaded, its eyes filled with a determination to perish together. It directly took the water cannon head-on with its bare body. With a loud bang, Gallade, which was already seriously injured, could not withstand the water cannon and was instantly knocked away, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. At the same time, the Destiny Bond move activated, and the eerie ghost-type energy instantly engulfed Incineroar. Incineroar felt a sudden darkness before its eyes, and its life force was rapidly draining away. At this moment, it seemed to feel the pain and injury that Gallade was suffering, and it instantly lost consciousness, its body leaning backward and falling to the ground, unconscious. The Fate Link skill is one of the most overpowered skills. Its effect is that if you are knocked down after using it, the target hit by the Fate Link skill will also be knocked down. However, the Fate Link skill has several limitations. Firstly, it is limited by the skill's hit rate. Secondly, it only works perfectly against opponents of similar or weaker strength, and its effect is limited against stronger opponents. And thirdly, it cannot be used consecutively for a short period after its initial use. It was precisely because Xiaoyu saw the Destiny Bond moves in Gallade's move pool that he had the confidence to defeat Anthony. Now, with both sides trading 1-for-1, he had barely managed to win a round. However, the opponent's remaining opponent was a Blastoise with near-champion strength, while Xiaoyu's side had a Roserade with champion-level strength, whom he was meeting for the first time. There was a difference in strength, and Xiaoyu's only advantage was his type. At the same time, Roserade, having just used self-suggestion, suddenly opened her eyes, her entire body surging with energy, exuding an astonishing aura. Through the self-suggestion skill, Roserade's power amplification reached the same level as Blastoise. Blastoise used Shell Smash at the start of the battle, lowering its defense and special defense while significantly increasing its attack and speed. Roserade, after being intimidated by Incineroar to lower its attack and then using Leaf Storm to significantly lower its special attack, was at a significant disadvantage in terms of abilities. However, after using self-suggestion, Roserade's reduced attack and special attack stats not only returned to normal but also increased significantly. At the same time, its speed stat also increased significantly, while its defense and special defense stats decreased, bringing it to the same level as Blastoise. The self-suggestion skill alone brought the gap between the two sides back. It has to be said that change-type skills can really have a miraculous effect at times. For example, in the past life, apart from occasionally seeing weakness insurance plus self-suggestion in doubles, Xiaoyu rarely saw this skill. Good, very good. Anthony looked at Xiaoyu, laughing in anger. He now saw clearly that Xiaoyu was a thoroughly despicable villain, the treacherous sixth brother. Not only did they initially hide in a nearby room, ready to ambush him at any moment, but now they even had gall use Destiny Bond, a classic 6th-tier move, to force a 1-for-1 trade and take down his Incineroar. He never expected that Xiaoyu, so young and still a student, could be so despicable and have such a dirty heart. Scientific geniuses, my foot. All intellectuals have filthy hearts. I advise you to give up and come back with me. Anthony looked at Xiaoyu with murderous intent in his eyes. Otherwise, I don't mind taking a corpse back with me. You can try. Xiaoyu wasn't afraid at all. Anyone can brag. He, Xiaoyu, made his fortune by bragging and showing off, tricking and fooling 10 kids. This kind of tactic was nothing to Xiaoyu. Anyone can verbally attack others. Don't they know that Xiaoyu is a big troll? What are you barking about? All you can do is bark, huh? Anthony was furious at Xiaoyu's words and could only say in his not-so-standard Mandarin, since you're determined to die, then I'll grant your wish. Anthony was so angry his face was trembling. Getting anxious, no one's getting anxious, right? No one's going to break down, right? Xiaoyu's sarcastic words made Anthony's blood boil, and his face turned red. Blastoise, Ice Beam, aim at Xiaoyu. It was clear that Anthony was truly angry. He no longer cared that Dawn's society needed Xiaoyu, a living scientific genius. He now had only one thought in his mind, to kill Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was startled, inwardly cursing him as a cheat. Damn it, Anthony, are you serious? Had his taunt just been too effective? He should have toned it down a bit. Rosrita, Energy Ball. The frozen beam collided with the energy sphere, causing an explosion. Boom. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Miyano Ranjan ran in from outside with several of Anthony's Pokémon, saying to Anthony, Lord Anthony, hurry. Sumu is here. Anthony was filled with hatred and looked at Xiaoyu, wishing he could tear him to pieces. However, he knew he had to leave now. He glanced at his Pokémon, all of which were injured, but Sushio was nowhere to be seen. Only a Zoroark had appeared. Where is Sushio? Looking at Zoroark, Anthony had already guessed that Sushio might have left long ago, and his face darkened even more. He's not here. The one who was with us just now was Zoroark, Miyano Ranjan replied softly, her eyes flickering. I know, I'm asking why the others aren't here. Anthony suppressed his anger, climbed onto Gyarados' back. Never mind, we'll talk about it when we get back, let's retreat first. Chapter 152 The Aftermath of the War. Anthony and Miyano Ranjan escaped the Dragon Realm. Before leaving, Anthony looked at Xiaoyu with eyes that seemed to want to tear him to pieces. Although he reaped considerable rewards, taking away a pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg and several other Dragon-type Pokémon eggs, he could have taken 3 pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs if Xiaoyu hadn't stopped him. When Sumu entered the forbidden area, his brows were furrowed. The incubation room was a mess, with traces of battle everywhere. The 3 incubators that should have contained pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs were now empty. The loss of 3 pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs was a heavy blow to the Pokémon Association. Of course, the worst off were those who had been queuing up to receive pseudo-legendary Pokémon this year. After finally securing a spot in the queue, the egg for the pseudo-legendary Pokémon was snatched away. Sumu sighed inwardly. The only good news was that Xiaoyu was alright. Xiaoyu, I'm so glad you're alright. I could have come earlier, but I found another attacker in your dorm, which delayed me a bit. He took some of your things from your dorm, so you'd better check later to see if anything is missing. Okay. Xiaoyu was startled. Was he being watched? Someone actually came to his dormitory and rummaged through his things. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had a habit of not leaving anything unattended in his dormitory. He kept his important items in his system space, so he should be fine. Xiaoyu nodded, then he thought of the precious dragon he had tamed and quickly said, King Su, I have something I want to report to you. Go ahead. Sumu nodded. I was just about to ask you, what happened in the forbidden area that allowed you to hold off Anthony for so long? Xiaoyu organized his thoughts and slowly began to recount what had just happened. While I was training in the forbidden area, I heard a series of explosions, which made me realize that someone was trying to attack the secret realm. Because my strength was limited, I first wanted to find a place to hide and observe the situation. At the same time, to prevent heavy losses to the forbidden area, I hid the pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs. I originally wanted to hide 3 pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs, but I was afraid that Anthony would find out something was wrong, so I only hid 2 pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs. Okay. Sumu looked at Xiaoyu in surprise, only to see Xiaoyu take out another pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg from its hiding place. This is one. The other Pokémon egg hatched during the battle just now. The situation was urgent, so I caught the Bagon and put it in a Pokeball, Xiaoyu explained. After speaking, Xiaoyu released the Bagon from the Pokeball and took out a Dragon-type energy cube and Moo milk to feed it. Good, very good. Sumu looked at the Pokemon Dragon and the Pokemon egg that Xiaoyu handed over, feeling happy and smiling. Xiaoyu was quick-wit, he could think so thoroughly in that situation, which was quite impressive. In this case, if the loss is only the egg of a pseudo-legendary Pokemon, then it is still acceptable and can be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. But then Sumu remembered that this was the second pseudo-legendary Pokemon egg that Dawn Society had recently stolen. The previous Gible egg had not yet been found, so this lost Jolteon egg would definitely not be found either. Sumu couldn't help but sigh. The Dawn Society's growing arrogance and the Pokemon Association's inaction filled Sumu with a deep sense of unease. As a young generation of trainers, Sumu could sense the corruption and chaos within the Pokemon Association, especially the powerful Elite 4-level trainers who were dispatched to other regions. They wielded immense power and possessed terrifying strength, making them practically local tyrants. Sumu suspects that many people within the Pokemon Association have deep connections with the Dawn Society. This explains the Pokemon Association's ambiguous attitude towards the Dawn Society. Although they repeatedly claim they want to eliminate it, their efforts are minimal. There is definitely a traitor within the Pokemon Association, and it's even possible that the Dawn Society was supported and established by certain individuals within the association. Go on, what happened next? Sumu suddenly snapped out of his reverie. He was just a newly appointed Elite 4 member, ranking last among the 28 Elite 4 members nationwide. Even though he was determined to reform the Pokemon Association, he couldn't rush things. He needed to unravel the mystery slowly and carefully. And how did you end up fighting with Anthony? Xiaoyu paused slightly, organizing his thoughts. In front of Sumu, he naturally couldn't say that he was afraid of death and didn't want to fight Anthony at all, and that he was only forced to fight because Anthony discovered him. He'd have to be an idiot to say that honestly. Xiaoyu changed his story to beautify himself. Because I only have one Gallade with the strength of an Elite 4 member, I can only hide temporarily with 2 pseudo-legendary Pokemon eggs to observe the situation. Then I found Roserade and Blastoise fighting. My original plan was to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, severely injure Anthony, and defend the forbidden area. But at this time, Bellatrix hatched, exposing my position. I had no choice but to take Gallade and fight them head-on. This is where the power of language truly shines. Although Xiaoyu was indeed initially afraid of death and intended to live a life of ignominy, he subtly changed his tune, saying that he was planning to launch a sneak attack when the opportunity arose. Although both men acted in the same way, seeking a place to hide, their actions were entirely different. One was a cowardly man who feared death, while the other was a courageous and resourceful hero. Moreover, Xiaoyu did indeed fight Anthony later. Regardless of whether he did so willingly or not, it was a fact that happened, and no one can deny that he fought Anthony and stopped him. No one can find fault with that. Page 86. Xiaoyu then recounted his battle with Anthony. After hearing about how Gallade disobeyed commands and fell into a disadvantageous situation, and how it ultimately managed to trade one life for another in a thrilling fight, Sumu nodded repeatedly. It was already quite an achievement to be able to command 2 Pokemon that didn't belong to you to this extent in that situation. You did a great job. The Pokemon Association will give you a big commendation this time, Sumu praised. Just then, several figures flew in from the sky. It was Team Charizard from the Pokemon Association, Lin Suiyang, and Long Yaning. The group landed in the forbidden area. Lin Suiyang and Long Yaning saw that Xiaoyu was safe and sound and Sumu was standing to the side. Their hearts were finally at ease. King Su, I'm so sorry to trouble you with protecting Xiao. Uncle Lin Suiyang walked to Xiaoyu's side and said gratefully to King Su, you don't need to thank me. It was Xiaoyu who held off Anthony and saved 2 pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Xiaoyu held off Anthony? Lin Suiyang, the younger brother, and Long Yaning were filled with disbelief. Anthony was a famous Elite 4-level trainer, and his signature Blastoise had the strength of a near champion. How could Xiaoyu hold him off? Lin Suiyang couldn't help but be a little doubtful. Okay. Sumu nodded and said to Xiaoyu, tell everyone about your experience again. Okay, Xiaoyu replied. Chapter 153 The Secret on Waste Paper. Accompanied by Teacher Long, Xiaoyu went to his dormitory to pack his things. He didn't really care because he didn't have anything valuable in his dormitory. Surely no one would steal his personal clothes? Meanwhile, Lin Suiyang, the younger brother, and Sumu stayed in the forbidden area to oversee the cleanup. Fortunately, the Dawn Society's attack was aimed at the Forbidden Area, and it didn't cause too many casualties. Although they lost a pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg, at least no one was hurt. Before parting ways with his uncle, Lin Suiyang, Xiaoyu's uncle pulled Xiaoyu aside and gave him some instructions. Xiaoyu, after discussing it with King Su, we've decided to temporarily entrust that precious dragon to you for safekeeping and care. Because of the attack on the dragon-type secret realm, the Pokémon Association has decided to suspend the distribution and collection of pseudo-legendary and dragon-type Pokémon in the Imperial Capital Dragon-type secret realm. The resumption time will be announced later. This precious dragon will need your care for a while longer. Although it will be quite expensive, as a member of the Lin family, you should contribute more to the Pokémon Association and shoulder more responsibility. You'll have to take a loss on this expense. How about that? No objections. As he spoke, his uncle winked at Xiaoyu. Even if Xiaoyu was slow to understand, he could still pick up on the underlying meaning in his uncle's words. No problem, I'll take care of the baby dragon, Xiaoyu replied. For now, Xiaoyu will be entrusted with its safekeeping and care. If things go well, the word entrusted can be removed. Xiaoyu has performed a great service this time, preserving the eggs of 2 pseudo-legendary Pokémon and successfully stalling Anthony. With such merit, plus the fact that Xiaoyu originally had a spot in the national selection, winning this Pokémon is practically a certainty. Sumu had also taken this into consideration, and went along with it, deciding to hand the Pokémon over to Xiaoyu. Of course, there was another reason for his decision. Xiaoyu's qualities as a trainer meant that capturing the Pokémon wouldn't bury its talent. The association's members are too old, and long-term control of power has led to corruption and decadence. The Pokémon Association needs a large influx of fresh blood. Back in his dormitory, Xiaoyu found his room in complete disarray, ransacked and in a mess, as Sumu's Serpent Lord had unleashed Leaf Storm, leaving the entire room severely damaged. Xiaoyu stepped over the fallen wooden plank and went inside, only to find that several of her privately kept novels with explosive content had been dug out, and the photo of herself and Teacher Long that was tucked inside the novels was also gone. How could these people even steal photos? Okay. Suddenly, Xiaoyu seemed to realize something and immediately turned her gaze to the trash can next to her, only to find that the waste paper in her trash can had also been taken away. Xiaoyu slumped to the ground. The thought of the secret he had written down on those scraps of paper made his eyes lose their light. It's all over. Why didn't that person go to the Forbidden Area? Why did he come to his dormitory to rummage through the trash? Moreover, he even deliberately erased what he had written with a pen and carefully tore it into pieces. How could that person still be found? How to do? Meanwhile, inside a secluded laboratory, a mysterious middle-aged man was analyzing something he had retrieved from Xiaoyu's trash can. These are the things we brought back. The mysterious middle-aged man, who possessed the strength of an elite 4-level trainer, stood respectfully to the side and handed the photo of Xiaoyu and Long Yaning to the person sitting in the chair, a photo of Xiaoyu and Long Yaning. He has a shiny Dragapult Mesha. He also has a sparkling Charmeleon. This Lizard King is also of very high quality. The middle-aged man stood to the side reporting, and the person in the chair nodded from time to time. I understand. What about these scraps of paper? What's written on them? I can only see the first few words: Lizard King, failure, experiment. The middle-aged man said seriously, because of the word experiment, I specifically brought these papers back. Good job, well done, the person sitting in the chair praised. Just then, a researcher in the lab spoke up. The analysis results are in. Bring here. This. The researcher looked troubled, but finally gritted his teeth and handed over the paper. Let me see it, the person sitting in the chair said. It is good. Lizard King, failure, experiment. Looking at these titles, the person in the chair smiled. It seemed this was Xiaoyu's new experiment, related to the Lizard King. With a sense of curiosity, I looked down and saw that below the large characters were densely packed small characters. Young men don't know the value of rich women and mistakenly take young girls for treasures. Young people don't know the fragrance of soft rice, and mistakenly plant their youth upside down. He went back to find the rich woman, but she had already run away. Rich women are good, rich women are fragrant, rich women are a ray of light in the darkness. If the rich woman seizes the opportunity, she can move into a large villa overnight. The Rich Woman's Game Theory by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu even drew a picture with a pencil, and it looked about 7 or 8 parts similar to Xiaowanyu. The mysterious middle-aged man and the person sitting in the chair were dumbfounded when they saw what Xiaoyu had written. Then, their anger surged to their heads. Wait, this is only the first page. There are 2 more pages to come, don't rush. The 2 then turned to the second page, where they saw what was written there. 9 out of 10 lolis are rich, and the 10th is exceptionally rich. The two skipped over the following content, and finally glanced at Xiaoyu's second painting. It was 7 or 8 parts similar to Su Muse's. Then they quickly turned to the third page. Mature women have 3 good things: drinking, taking baths, and dating younger men. The last painting is clearly of Long Yaning, tall and flat. The 2 men sat in silence, staring at the 3 paintings for several breaths. If there were cigarettes nearby, they wouldn't mind having one. Xiaoyu slumped to the ground. Some people were alive, but he was already dead. Some people were dead, but he was still alive. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. He should still be alive physically, but he is dead on a social level. Why would anyone steal something like this? Xiaoyu now only hopes that the thief won't distribute it around. No. Background music should play here: snowflakes falling, north wind howling, the world a vast expanse of white. Xiaoyu was quite cautious. He never kept a diary, nor would he write down secrets like his mega evolution. However, he would occasionally write some outrageous things. Little did he know that one slip would lead to eternal regret. His eternal fame. Looking at Xiaoyu's dejected appearance, Long Yaning frowned, her face filled with curiosity. Xiaoyu was not injured, and he even temporarily took in a precious dragon, so why was he in so much pain? Speaking of this, Long Yaning couldn't help but say, Xiaoyu, next time you encounter a champion-level trainer like Anthony, you should just hide and stop trying to show off. Xiaoyu was speechless. That's what I was thinking too, but other people's true energy blasts have already come my way. I understand, Xiaoyu replied, then her mind drifted to the few scraps of paper that had been taken from her. What if they got out, especially if they reached Xiao Tianwang's eyes? What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Long Yaning asked, seeing Xiaoyu's worried expression. Did you lose something very important? Could Xiaoyu say it? Of course, Xiaoyu couldn't say it, so she could only say, our group photo is lost. Seeing Xiaoyu's pained expression, Long Yaning blushed slightly and couldn't help but comfort him. It's just a photo, don't be so sad. We can always take another one next time. Didn't you also tame a baby dragon? It's time to update your collection. Okay. Xiaoyu's face still showed pain, but who could know the pain in his heart? Chapter 154 Side Quest. As night fell, due to safety and accommodation concerns, Xiaoyu returned to the Lin family home with Lin Suiyang. Grandpa Lin and Grandpa Qin, who hadn't seen their grandson for a long time, stayed up all night waiting for the two to return. When they saw Xiaoyu return, their eyes were filled with worry. They pulled Xiaoyu aside and asked him all sorts of questions until half an hour later before going back to their room to rest. After eating something, Xiaoyu returned to the house, lay on the bed, and first opened the 2 Mega Evolution Stones he had bought online. Judging from their appearance, one of the Mega Evolution Stones was for Houndoom, and the other was for Pidgeot. This result left Xiaoyu slightly disappointed. The Charizard Evolution Stone he had been longing for was still nowhere to be found, and now that he had an extra Beast Dragon, he still needed to collect the Salamence Mega Evolution Stone. Page 87. Xiaoyu continued to post online offering to buy stones, and increased the amount he was willing to pay. He believed that a generous reward would surely attract brave men, and that some warriors would eventually find the Mega Evolution Stones he needed. After doing all this, Xiaoyu finally had time to check the 2 tasks in the system. The first task is obviously to lead Xiaoyu down a single path to his death, making him a lonely dragon master. Given the system's nature, this task is quite ruthless. The second task is relatively easy, although it requires collecting all 18 attributes. It is much easier than the first one. Which mission should I choose? Xiaoyu pondered, stroking his chin. If only I could see the rewards for each branch of the quest, Xiaoyu thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyu ultimately chose the second task, mainly for the following 3 reasons. The first reason is that the All-Type Master Quest doesn't have restrictions on catching Pokémon. This avoids situations where Xiaoyu encounters a powerful Pokémon but can't catch it due to type issues. For example, with the Cotton Ball Xiaoyu encountered, if it weren't for the Dragon-type Master Quest restriction, he could have caught it for himself instead of giving it away. A Cotton Ball with the Prankster ability would be crucial for strengthening Xiaoyu's team. Xiaoyu's team currently consists of physical attackers Salamence and Axew, and special attackers Charizard and Nombat. Dragapult and Sceptile are considered dual attackers. The offensive capabilities are sufficient, but there's not a single physical or special defense shield. The only support is Noibat, which is only partially functional. If Xiaoyu continues to catch Dragon-type Pokémon, his team composition will face serious problems. Everyone in the team will be a main damage dealer who will provide support. The second reason is that pure Dragon-type Pokémon have too many limitations in battles, especially in the High School Cup. If he encounters a Pokémon that specializes in Fairy-type, Xiaoyu will not have any way to counter it. He still hasn't gotten his hands on Duraludon or Algae Dragon. Without the advantage of Poison and Steel types, it will be really difficult for him to deal with Fairy-type Pokémon. Furthermore, it's important to know that Fairy-type is the second most popular type in battles, after Steel-type. Finally, and most importantly, Xiaoyu is a loyal Steel-type Pokémon fan. If it weren't for the system's limitations, he would definitely have become a Steel-type Pokémon trainer. Now that he finally has the opportunity to return to the embrace of Steel-type Pokémon, how could he possibly let it go? Metagross monster who hands in his back. I was forced to abandon you before due to circumstances. But now, I'm back with 6 Dragon-type Pokémon, the God of War, and it's time for me to lend you a hand in dealing with Fairy Pokémon. And so Xiaoyu decisively chose Mission 2. Choose Quest Branch 2, All Attribute Master, and receive 50 all-powerful crystal fragments as a reward. Universal Crystal Shard. After collecting 50 Universal Crystal Shards, you can change the crystal type of a Pokémon to any type. Unlock new system features to view Pokémon crystal attributes. Master of all attributes, current quest progress, 5/18. Mission progress reward, collect all 6 types of Pokémon, and you will be rewarded with 1 self-charging crystal. Type Crystal Bead, allows a Pokémon to undergo Type Crystal transformation. Each use requires 12 hours to recharge or to recharge the Type Crystal energy. Collect all 12 types of Pokémon to receive the TM for Crystal Burst and a certain number of Crystal Shards, enough for each Pokémon to perform a Crystal type change. Crystal Burst, a normal type special move. When used by a crystallized Pokémon, Crystal Burst changes to the same type as crystallized and deals damage based on the Pokémon's higher attack or special attack. Specifically, a special attack Pokémon deals special attack damage, and an attack Pokémon deals physical attack damage. Collect all 18 types of Pokémon. What's the reward? Looking at the dense array of rewards, Xiaoyu felt for the first time that this dam system was unusually generous. Not to mention that the system directly rewarded him with 50 universal crystal fragments after he selected the task. The reward of collecting 6 different attribute crystal beads was just too extravagant. Of course, the rewards for collecting Pokémon of all 12 types are also quite generous. Xiaoyu gave the system a rare thumbs up, thinking that the system had finally become human. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu checked the attribute panels of his 6 Pokémon. His Nombu's potential had increased to near champion level, and its Crystallizer type was now Flying type. Here's a brief introduction to Crystallizer. Crystal type is a type that is independent of the Pokémon's own type. For example, the Buzzbat has both Flying and Dragon attributes, and its crystallized attribute is Flying. After it crystallizes, Nombat will be calculated as a single-type Flying type on the defensive end, meaning its 4x weakness to ice will become 2x weakness to ice. On the offensive end, Nombat's Dragon-type moves will remain unchanged, still benefiting from the stab, same type attack bonus, and still dealing 1.5x damage. However, when using Flying-type moves, the stab will increase, turning 1.5x damage into 2x damage. The Lizard King's aptitude has been upgraded to champion level, and its crystallization attribute has become Grass. Charmeleon's aptitude has been upgraded to champion level, and its crystallization attribute has become Fire. Dorganmesia's aptitude has been raised to near master level, and his crystallization attribute has become Dragon. Yuya's aptitude has been upgraded to champion level, and its crystallization attribute has become Dragon attribute. Baby Dragon's aptitude has been upgraded to champion level, and its crystallization attribute has become Dragon attribute. Baby Dragon, gender, male, attribute, Dragon. Taging attribute, Dragon. Qualification, champion level. Combat strength, ordinary level. Features, hard head. Skills, Spark, Gaze, Round, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Rage, Dragon Dive, Hold On, Fire Fang, Water Cannon, Rampage, Tornado, Bite. After reviewing the stats of all his Pokémon, Xiaoyu began to consider who should use the precious Universal Crystal Shard. First of all, it is not difficult to see that the crystallized type is the primary type of each of Xiaoyu's Pokémon, and the crystallized type has only 2 main effects. One way is to avoid weaknesses by crystallizing. For example, changing the crystallizing attribute of the Nocturne to Steel will make its original weakness to Ice, 4x weaker, disappear. Secondly, damage can be increased through crystallization. For example, if Noibat's crystallization type is changed to normal, when it uses the normal type special move Sonic Wave with a power of 140, it will enjoy a 1.5x damage bonus based on its own type, directly increasing the power to 210. After thinking for a long time, Xiaoyu decided to give the first universal crystal fragment to Buzzbat. Since Buzzbat was Xiaoyu's current weakness, he naturally did not hesitate to strengthen Buzzbat and changed its crystal attribute to a normal attribute. After doing all this, Xiaoyu lay on the bed, feeling excited as he thought about how he had finally collected all 6 Dragon-type Pokémon, and began to imagine his bright future. Metagross, Caesar, Lucario, Excadrill, Cyclops, here I come. Chapter 155 Mawala. The time machine in the previous text has been corrected. The paradox Pokémon that were transported back were at least totem level in strength. What Xiaoyu didn't know was that a major upheaval had occurred within the Pokémon Association because of the attacks on the Dragon-type and Ground-type secret realms. A fierce conflict erupted between the young and upright Elite Four, including Sumu, and the old and corrupt Elite Four. As a result, the decadent Pokémon Association is about to face a purge. Xiaoyu only heard about the attack on the Ground-type secret realm when he returned to the Lin family. It is said that Sushio launched the attack just 7 minutes after the attack on the Dragon-type secret realm. No one expected Sushio to be so bold. Taking advantage of the weakened defenses inside the Ground-type secret realm, he led his Tyranitar to directly attack the Ground-type secret realm. Sushio easily defeated the elite rank trainers who remained in the secret realm with an overwhelming force, according to the trainers present in the secret realm. Sushio's Tyranitar was extremely powerful, reaching the peak of the Elite Four level and only 1 step away from the near champion level. The good news is that Sushio did not go on a killing spree this time, or rather, apart from wiping out the entire Zhao family, there has been no news of him killing anyone else. Sushio simply stole a large number of Pokémon eggs, especially those of Diglett, Claydot, and Hippopotamus, as well as some eggs like Trapinch. See above image. It's clear that after acquiring Tyranitar, the core weather setter of the Sandstorm team, Sushio wanted to switch from a Dark-type team to a Sandstorm team. Among them, Excadrill, the evolved form of Squirpod, is undoubtedly the core attacker of the Sandstorm team, and Hippowdon, the evolved form of Hippowdon, is also another weather setter of the Sandstorm team. With the addition of these 2 Pokémon, Sushio's strength will increase dramatically once they grow up. However, all of this was irrelevant to Xiaoyu. With his current strength, he was no match for Sushio, nor could he concern himself with Sushio's affairs. But Xiaoyu believed that one day he would face Sushio. Right now, his only task was to seize the time and continuously improve his strength. The next morning, Long Yaning arrived at the Lin family early and went to the Dragon-type gym with Xiaoyu for practical training. On one hand, Charmeleon is about to evolve, and it needs a thrilling battle to stimulate its evolution. On the other hand, as Xiaoyu's own Pokémon successively reach the Lord level, Xiaoyu has the idea of trying to achieve a winning streak again. The last time he stopped at 15 consecutive wins, although the reward was good, it was all earned by sacrificing Wu Ieyazu's lifelong solitude. This time, he must rely on his own strength to achieve even more consecutive victories. Upon arriving at the Dragon-type gym, Xiaoyu overheard the people around him discussing what had happened the previous day. Clearly, the attacks on the Dragon-type and Ground-type domains one after the other have caused the Pokémon Association to lose face, leading to widespread public questioning of the association's strength and a barrage of criticism online. The Pokémon Association makes so much money and collects so much tax, yet they only have this level of combat power. And this is in the capital city, where the Dawn Society easily took 2 of their secret realms. The intense anger from the public, coupled with the loss of 2 secret realms, finally triggered a storm within the Pokémon Association, and a change was quietly about to begin. Xiaoyu never imagined that he would one day be involved in this transformation, but that's a story for another time. Now, he faces his first opponent on his winning streak, a young man using Weevil. Weevil is a standard speed attacker, fast, agile, and with high physical attack. Combined with its sharp claws, this makes Weevil seem like a fragile assassin. Weevil is also one of the earliest dragon slayers in the game, and one of Xiaoyu's favorite Pokémon. I like it, but as more and more Pokémon are released, Weevil's performance in the game has become increasingly lackluster. In particular, its Dark/Ice dual type is extremely weak, with a 4-fold weakness to fighting, and its fragile physique means it can be easily defeated with a single rapid punch in the game. However, in reality, the agile Weevil is very powerful, and both Ice-type and Dark-type trainers love to catch one. Go, Charizard! Go, Mavera! The golden Charmeleon, with a scarf around its neck, stared intently at the tiny Weevil with a fierce look in its eyes, full of fighting spirit. It's just a tiny little thing, Long is easy for me to handle. The opponent's Weevil had a fierce look in its eyes as it stared intently at Charmeleon. As a Dark-type Pokémon, it naturally exuded a sense of oppression. It's clear that this Weevil's ability is Intimidate. In the game, Intimidate reduces the number of times the opponent can use skills, but in reality, Intimidate is completely different. In reality, the oppressive characteristic makes enemies feel oppressed, thus affecting them and making their movement and attacks stiff and sluggish. The degree of influence is related to the difference in strength between the two sides and their personalities. Weevil will be very effective against a timid Pokémon. Conversely, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced if it faces a brave Pokémon. For example, right now, Weevil is facing a Charmeleon with a ruthless personality, and since the two are evenly matched, the Intimidate ability has very little effect. Mavela, High 5 Surprise Attack. The young man's opening move immediately forced Weevil to use her High 5 skill, one of the most annoying skills in the game. Although, like Headbutt, it can only be used upon entering the battle, it has extremely high priority and will cause the enemy to flinch, essentially making it a free attack. Page 88. In reality, this skill is equally disgusting. Xiaoyu discovered that this skill should not be called High 5 Surprise Attack, but should be called Big Bullet. Entering the scene with a big bullet can directly stun the enemy and increase their rage value. This is exactly what happened. The moment Weevil emerged from the Pokeball, it suddenly accelerated and swung its claws, delivering a powerful blow to Charmeleon. The Charmeleon was stunned by the blow before it could even react. What's going on? Why did you give me a big slap right away? Referee, this isn't fair. After a moment of stunned silence, Charmeleon erupted in fury. Anyone would be angry in this situation. Fire Dinosaur, shoot flames. The enraged Charizard took a deep breath, then opened its mouth in fury, letting out an angry roar as flames filled its mouth and suddenly spewed out. The pillar of flame shot straight at Weevil with tremendous force, but Weevil was extremely fast and small in size. She leaped backward and easily dodged the flames. Mavera, a sneak attack on vital points. Charmeleon, use Heat Wave on all areas in front. Seeing that even at such close range, Flamethrower missed, Xiaoyu frowned. These small and agile Pokémon were quite troublesome. He then had Charmeleon use Heat Wave, an area of effect attack. Charizard suddenly took another deep breath and exhaled a large cloud of scorching air that almost covered the entire area in front of it, giving Weevil no room to dodge. You think you're so good at dodging? If a precision strike misses, I'll just unleash a barrage of fire. Nura. Weevil let out a fierce roar, its claws covered in dark-type energy, and used them to block the Heat Wave attack, trying to charge at Charmeleon while enduring the attack. Clearly, Weevil underestimated Charmeleon's damage. A champion-level Charmeleon with its maximum-powered Heat Wave move, plus double the super effectiveness, was simply too much for Weevil's fragile body to handle. The scorching winds raged, baking the Monarch in piece, causing it to groan in pain. The trainer on the other side hadn't expected Charmeleon's heat blast to be so powerful. Fire Dinosaur, shoot flames. With the final burst of flame, Xiaoyu secured his first victory. Aside from taking a hit from a large bullet at the beginning, Charmeleon only lost some stamina and won without taking any damage. Attached image, Mavera. Chapter 156. Everyone here is trash. 10 consecutive wins. Xiaoyu easily secured 10 consecutive wins with Charmeleon and Buzzbat, without even having to play Sceptile. This result slightly surprised Xiaoyu. He didn't know if it was because his strength had increased or because his opponent today was weaker. So far, Xiaoyu had not encountered an opponent of Xiang Hanli's caliber. Xiaoyu checked the time. It was already 5 p.m. Today's combat training was over, and he and Long Yaning returned to the Dragon-type secret realm together. After a day of repairs, the damaged buildings in the Dragon Realm have been almost completely restored, and the area will be open for business again tomorrow. The training courses will also start as scheduled. However, compared to the last time, there was a more somber atmosphere in the secret realm. A few days later, on Sunday, it was already the end of January. There were about 2 months left before the start of the University Cup, and the Chinese New Year was just 2 weeks away. The streets were filled with the festive atmosphere, and the secret realm was also decorated with lanterns and lanterns. As time became increasingly tight, everyone in the training camp worked even harder, with even Sumusa starting to train her Hakron frantically, getting up early and going to bed late. After 4 months of training, her Dragonair has reached the peak of the Overlord level and will soon break through to the Gym Leader level. Xiaoyu found her Dragonair terrifying. If her Dragonair could really break through to the Gym Leader level and evolve into Dragonite, it would be absolutely invincible in the High School Cup and would have a very high chance of winning the championship. In previous High School Cups, there have been instances where some players brought pseudo-legendary Pokémon that had evolved to their final form. The earliest occurrence was 10 years ago, the second was 7 years ago, the third was 5 years ago, and the fourth was 3 years ago. Starting from the fourth time, which is 3 years ago, there have been contestants who bring pseudo-legendary Pokémon to the competition every year, and last year there were even 2 contestants who brought pseudo-legendary Pokémon in their final form. While pseudo-legendary Pokémon are still very rare, for some people at the top of power, they may be born with them. It's like a Lamborghini. Some people may be born with one, but for the vast majority of people, if you weren't born with a Lamborghini, you'll most likely never own one in your life. As the older generation of elf princes grows up, more and more young genius trainers are stepping onto the stage. They may be qualified to become gym leaders by the age of 20, which makes many older gym leader level trainers sigh that today's young people are getting more and more amazing. The Yangtze River's waves push the previous waves forward, and a new generation replaces the old. As time became increasingly urgent, Xiaoyu trained even harder, often sleeping only 6 hours a day. However, the more anxious he became, the less effective his training became. Apart from Axew and Baby Dragon steadily improving in strength, Nombat and Sceptle's growth rate gradually slowed down, while Charmeleon remained stuck on the verge of evolution, failing to evolve for a long time. Only Doromitia's strength continues to grow rapidly due to the Jar of Retribution. This made Xiaoyu even more anxious. In addition, since it was Sunday, he went to Teacher Long's dormitory early in the morning to ask her to come with him to the Dragon-type gym. He believed that after this 10-game winning streak, many strong opponents would come to challenge him and try to break his winning streak. He could also take this opportunity to hone his Charizard, but the result was unexpected. Throughout the morning, no particularly strong opponents arrived, only some average strength Lord-level trainers came. Xiaoyu naturally achieved another 4 consecutive victories, bringing his winning streak to 14. Ding, the host has been detected using illegitimate means to refresh the winning streak. The winning streak mission is now locked and interrupted. To reactivate the mission, please complete the pre-mission task. Xiaoyu, who had just secured a 14-game winning streak, hadn't even had time to celebrate when he heard the system's voice. Xiaoyu was completely bewildered when had he used any unfair means to extend his winning streak. Reason for interrupting the mission: a month ago, Sumuza privately battled Xiang Hanli and issued a warning, which prevented other powerful trainers from coming to challenge her. Xiaoyu finally came to his senses. He realized that there wasn't a single expert among them. It turned out that this little wench was behind it all, but he couldn't blame himself for it. Fortunately, the system gave us another chance. As long as we complete the preliminary tasks, we can reactivate the winning streak mission. Preliminary task: please post a challenge video online using your popular Douyin account. The caption should be something like this: I, Xiaoyu, hereby declare that everyone here except me is trash. I am the #1 Lord-level trainer in the Imperial Capital. If you disagree, come challenge me at the Dragon-type gym in the Imperial Capital every Sunday. I'll be waiting for you trash to come and die. Must include a selfie taken at the Dragon-type gym. After completing the initial mission, the winning streak mission will be reactivated. The stronger the Lord-level trainer who comes to challenge, the richer the reward. Xiaoyu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he saw the pre-assigned task from the system. What kind of ridiculous task is this? He was feeling very complicated. Xiaoyu realized that he absolutely couldn't praise this system. He had just praised the system last week and finally felt like a human again, but now it was causing this whole mess. This task isn't difficult at all you need to do is post a TikTok video. It's very simple, but it's quite challenging on a psychological level. What to do? Should he save face or take the reward? Xiaoyu was caught in a deep dilemma. He strongly suspected that his system had been infected by a Trojan virus. From the initial Master's Demeanor passive task to the Dragon Master quest and now this pre-selected quest, it always seemed to be giving him some rather absurd tasks. Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel resentful. It was all Sumuza's fault. If it weren't for her, how could he have ended up in such a state? Looking at the time, it was already noon, and the museum was about to close for a 2-hour break. Xiaoyu thought about it and finally his desire for the reward overcame his shame. Anyway, he had already embarrassed himself enough, so he didn't care about one more time. In the end, Xiaoyu's hands trembled as she edited the text, took the photos, and clicked publish. After finishing all this, Xiaoyu gasped for breath, put his phone in his pocket, and went to have lunch. Sumuza, I hate her. Xiaoyu secretly made up her mind that next time she would definitely make Sumuza film more private videos to make up for it. Meanwhile, in the wealthy district of the capital, Sumuza was training her Pokémon while secretly thinking that Xiaoyu would be very moved if he knew what she had done for him. Ding, someone you follow has posted a new piece of work. Huh, Xiaoyu actually posted a video. Sumuza looked at Xiaoyu, whom she was following closely, in surprise. He had actually posted a video, so she quickly clicked on it. After watching the video, Sumuza fell silent. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but didn't know what to say. The same scene also occurred with Long Yaning, Wu Yaezu, Jiang Qinglin, Zhao Ruohan and others. When they saw the video posted by Xiaoyu, they were shocked. 2 p.m. Gym leader, something terrible has happened. The dragon-type gym apprentice came panting as he approached Wu Qianshan. What's wrong? Why are you panicking? Wu Qianshan asked, frowning. A lot of people have come to the dojo, and they all want to challenge Xiaoyu. Chapter 157 Venusaur. The stands on both sides of the dragon-type gym were packed. Thanks to a Douyin video Xiaoyu posted at noon, the dragon-type gym was already overflowing with people this afternoon. That is Xiaoyu. Have you guys seen that TikTok video? He's so arrogant, but he's really handsome. On the battlefield, Xiaoyu, who was already prepared, took deep breaths to adjust his mindset and stood quietly, waiting for the first challenger. Although there were more spectators, Xiaoyu was very calm. After all, this is just a training match for defending the dojo's title. The audience will only be larger when there are more spectators in the stands for the College Cup, especially when the provincial competitions start. This is nothing compared to what's to come. Xiaoyu carefully recalled every move of his Pokémon, rehearsed his tactics in his mind, and made ample preparations in advance. He had to do everything in his power to win the match. Xiaoyu knew perfectly well what the consequences would be after he posted that Douyin video. He would definitely face a barrage of insults and challenges. If he lost a single match, he would become a ridiculous clown in people's eyes. But as long as he can hold on and win all the victories, the criticism will disappear. Page 89. People never laugh at someone's arrogant attitude, they only laugh at someone's weakness and incompetence. The biggest reason why Xiaoyu dared to post that Douyin video was that he had a champion-level Lizard King, a champion-level Charmeleon, and a near-champion-level Nozzle as his backing. With such a luxurious configuration, he doesn't think he'll be inferior to the top experts once Charizard evolves into Charizard. If Xiaoyu were to encounter Xiang Hanli again, he would be confident of a fight. In Arena 8, Lord-level trainer Xiaoyu will face off against Lord-level trainer Li Wei. The rules of the match will be chosen by Li Wei. 2v2 singles. Judging from his appearance, Li Wei should be about the same age as Xiaoyu. Both are students participating in this year's University Cup. Looking at Li Wei, even though he had adjusted his mindset, Xiaoyu was still a little nervous. After all, his words on Douyin were too arrogant. If the other party criticized him, how should he trash talk back? What if we can't win an argument with them? Li Wei, however, was very polite. Hello Xiaoyu, I'm your fan. Can I take a photo with you after the match? Li Wei's attitude made Xiaoyu a little embarrassed, and he had to swallow back all the trash talk he had prepared. Luckily, he almost offended his ally. He could only smile and nod, of course. Game start. Go, Charizard. Go, Venusaur. Today's weather was exceptionally clear, essentially a natural sunny day skill. Coupled with the 2v2 singles match, Xiaoyu naturally sent out Charizard as the first pick. Because of the sunny weather, Charmeleon can directly trigger its solar power ability without using the sunny day move. Similarly, Xiaoyu's day swept over the opponent's Venusaur, whose ability was the extremely rare Chlorophyll, which doubles its speed in sunny day conditions. Chlorophyll, like solar power, is a weather-dependent trait. One increases special attack, and the other increases speed. It seems that Li Wei also had the same idea as him, wanting to take advantage of today's naturally sunny weather to trigger his special ability and win the victory. Facing his opponent's Venusaur, even though Charmeleon had not yet evolved into its final form, Xiaoyu was not afraid at all. With the advantage of its type and the qualifications of a champion, Xiaoyu was full of confidence in his Charmeleon. Let's see if my Charmeleon is stronger, or your Venusaur is stronger. Venusaur, use the growth skill. At the start of the match, Li Wei was quite greedy. Instead of taking advantage of Venusaur's speed under sunny weather to launch an attack, he chose to let Venusaur enhance its skill growth. The growth skill can boost both attack and special attack, and the effect is doubled under sunny weather. Venusaur was enveloped in fluorescent green grass-type energy, its back flowers greedily absorbing the energy, appearing to bloom even more vibrantly, and its size seemed to have increased considerably. Charmeleon, unleash the most powerful heat wave. Almost simultaneously with Li Wei's order, Xiaoyu chose to have Charmeleon use its wide-range hot air attack. Since the opponent chose to start with a buffing move, Xiaoyu naturally seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. The reason why Xiaoyu did not choose to let Charizard use Flamethrower was because Heat Wave has a wider range, which would prevent Venusaur with the Chlorophyll ability from dodging the move. A scorching aura erupted, its power a terrifying level amplified by the clear sky and the sun's energy. A tidal wave of orange-red heat surged towards Venusaur, instantly engulfing and covering it, as if it were being roasted in a furnace. Even with the referee's Pokémon protecting them, the audience sitting behind Venusaur could still feel waves of heat, making them sweat profusely. Li Wei greedily wanted to strengthen Venusaur, greatly enhancing its attack and magic attack, and then using its chlorophyll ability to sweep the team. However, he clearly underestimated Charmeleon's offensive capabilities. Even though Xiaoyu's Charizard hasn't evolved into Charizard yet, under the influence of a sunny day, a single stab heat wave move is definitely something its Venusaur can't withstand. Venusaur, using its growth skill to gather fluorescent green grass-type energy, had no intention of dodging and chose to directly confront the powerful heat wave move head-on with its massive body. Venusaur, facing the heat wave move, let out a painful howl. Under the scorching heat, its body was directly ignited, and it trembled uncontrollably. The intense pain directly interrupted Venusaur's growth move. Seeing that Venusaur was not behaving properly, Li Wei realized something was wrong and quickly ordered, "Venusaur, use photosynthesis." However, it was too late at this point. The scorching hot wind ignited Venusaur's body, immersing it in flames. Venusaur cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. The referee, quick-witted and nimble, raised his flag, declaring Venusaur the loser of the first round, and immediately sent out a Pokémon to rescue Venusaur and help it put out the fire. Charmander wins the first round. The first match started strong but ended weakly. No one expected that Li Wei's Venusaur would be instantly defeated by Xiaoyu's Charmeleon with a single heat wave move. Li Wei is too greedy. I've fought him before. His Venusaur has the chlorophyll ability. If he had chosen to attack first and let Venusaur use earth power, he might have had a chance to win. He underestimated Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu's Charizard didn't evolve into Charizard, its ability is solar power. With Sunny Day, solar power, type advantage, and stab support, Venusaur simply couldn't withstand the heat. This weather is too favorable for Xiaoyu. Any Pokémon that is weak to fire type will definitely not be able to withstand such a powerful hot wind. Li Wei must send out water, rock, fire, or dragon-type Pokémon, as only these 4 types of Pokémon can resist fire-type moves. Li Wei recalled his Venusaur. He hadn't expected his Venusaur to lose so decisively. He took a deep breath, took out a Pokeball from his waist, and threw it out. Up, Flareon. Chapter 158 Flareon. Flareon with the Flash Fire ability. Xiaoyu immediately checked Li Wei's Flareon. Its strength wasn't particularly high compared to others of the same level. Its move pool leaned towards annoying, dirty tactics, so be careful. Apart from that, it only had the Flash Fire ability, so be cautious. Fire Dinosaur, the Wave of the Dragon. Xiaoyu was the first to order Charmeleon to use the Dragon Pulse move. Charmeleon was still under sunny skies, and its solar power ability was still active, causing it to lose stamina. Therefore, Xiaoyu raced against time to get Charizard to attack. Watching this, an idea suddenly came to Xiaoyu's mind. Perhaps he could help Charizard train to control its solar power ability, allowing it to turn the solar power ability on and off autonomously, activating it only during battle. Xiaoyu wasn't sure if he could do it, but this was the real world, and he had to keep trying. He secretly noted this down and planned to add it to Charmeleon's future training program. Protect, Flareon. Li Wei's Flareon clearly follows the strategy of using Toxic, Protect, Wish, and Yawn. Xiaoyu had seen Flareon's move pool from the start and was naturally prepared. His plan was to first use Dragon Pulse to bait out its Protect move, and then use Ancient Power to severely damage Flareon. Ancient Power, being a rock-type move, was super effective against Flareon, and a surprise attack would definitely be enough to inflict heavy damage. Charmeleon's Dragon Pulse was blocked by Flareon's Protect move. Xiaoyu didn't want to waste any more time with Li Wei and directly ordered, Charmeleon, Ancient Power. Flame EV, Yawn. As Rock-type energy surged, the Rock-type energy orb formed by Primal Force flew toward Flareon. Get out of the way, Charmeleon. Ow. Charmeleon responded to Xiaoyu, dodging to the side. At such a distance, the Yawn attack was almost impossible to hit. Charmeleon easily dodged the Yawn attack and unleashed its Ancient Power once more. The continuous Primal Force. Seeing that his skill had failed, Li Wei became somewhat anxious. Flame EV, dodge the Ancient Power. Flareon moves extremely fast, weaving through the field and constantly dodging Charizard's Ancient Power. The two sides seemed to be locked in a stalemate, with Charmeleon continuously unleashing its primal power while Flareon kept dodging and closing in on Charmeleon. Want to be close to someone? Xiaoyu saw through Li Wei's plan, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he let the Charizard continue to use its primal power. After several attempts to unleash Primal Power Mist, Charizard suddenly erupted with energy, its aura surged, and in an instant, all of its abilities increased. With all its abilities increased, Charmeleon's speed and power in unleashing primal force also improved. The sudden increase in speed caught Flareon off guard, and it was hit directly. The rock type's advantage over the fire type instantly dealt a heavy blow to Flareon. This is the effect of the primal power. There is a very low probability that using the primal power will enhance all abilities. No wonder he kept having Charmeleon use ancient power even though Charmeleon's ancient power couldn't hit Flareon. With all its abilities increased, Leeway's Flareon will have a hard time defeating Charmeleon. Continue to use primal power. At this moment, Charmeleon can be said to be showing its true power. It is a walking artillery platform. Its powerful firepower suppresses Flareon without giving it any chance to breathe. One after another, ancient power hits are like whip slashing Flareon, making it keep running away. Ow! Just then, as if things weren't going to get worse, Charmeleon triggered the effects of the primal force once again, boosting all its abilities once more. Protect, then use Wish, Flareon. The light shield formed, blocking the first wave of primal force, and Flareon took the opportunity to use the Wish skill. However, the healing effect of the Wish skill does not take effect immediately and requires a period of time to take effect. Flareon simply couldn't fill that gap. After Charmeleon's abilities were boosted for the second time, the speed of its ancient force increased again. The sudden acceleration made it impossible for Flareon to dodge ancient force, and it was hit head-on and instantly lost consciousness. Xiaoyu won the match directly. Xiaoyu's ability to defeat two opponents at once slightly changed everyone's opinion of him, from just talking big to having some skill. Xiaoyu is quite impressive. This Charmeleon isn't his trump card. I heard his trump card is a forest lizard. That was a month or two ago. I estimate that his forest lizard has evolved into a lizard king by now. Page 90. I wonder who will play in the next match. Most people really can't beat Xiaoyu. After the match, Xiaoyu took the fire dinosaur back to the lounge to rest. Long Yanning followed closely behind him into the lounge, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her eyes sparkling, and she reached out to hand Xiaoyu a bottle of water. Have some water. Long Yanning leaned against the wooden door, her legs crossed, her starlight-like eyes looking at Xiaoyu, her red lips slightly parted. Why did you post that Douyin video at noon today? Let me give you an example. Xiaoyu unscrewed the bottle cap. The bottle still carried a faint scent of Teacher Long's perfume. He leaned back on the sofa, took a large gulp of water, and then began to speak. Instead of directly answering Long Yanning's question, Xiaoyu asked, if you wanted to inquire about methods for cultivating K-pop balls online, what would you do? Just post a question directly, Long Yanning suggested after thinking for a moment. Wrong. Xiaoyu shook his head, your question is too bland. The quickest way would be to post something saying that Cotton Ball is a trash Pokémon that is completely useless. Create contradictions, create conflicts, and then you can look at the comments below that are criticizing you, and see how everyone cultivates K-pop balls. Long Yanning was speechless for a moment, but then she thought about it and realized that it made sense. So you posted that Douyin video to battle some powerful trainers. That's right. Xiaoyu nodded. To struggle with the heavens is endless joy. To struggle with the earth is endless joy. To struggle with people is endless joy. Life is a continuous process of struggle. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, his image suddenly became much more impressive in front of Long Yanning. However, given Xiaoyu's past image, she still felt that Xiaoyu's purpose was not pure, and she looked him up and down with her eyes. I didn't realize you had such high awareness. Long Yanning couldn't help but advise Xiaoyu. Actually, you could have used a little more tact. I've already been very restrained. I was originally thinking of saying, either I kill you all, or you all kill me. But I think I'll pass, Xiaoyu explained. After a short rest of half an hour, Xiaoyu returned to the battlefield. As Xiaoyu watched as his team entered the arena, cheers erupted from the audience, soft yet undeniably real. This surprised Xiaoyu slightly. He didn't realize he actually had fans. Here she comes, Xiaoyu is here. Xiaoyu, I love you. Xiaoyu looks very refined, handsome and gentle. He would never say something so arrogant. I feel like he didn't post that Douyin video. It's like his account was hacked. You don't know, some people look respectable on the outside, but they are actually beasts in human clothing. These kinds of people are really scary. His Charmeleon is so strong, it defeated 2 opponents before it even evolved into Charizard. After Xiaoyu achieved another 4 consecutive victories, his winning streak reached 18 games, but Charmeleon still did not evolve. At this time, Xiaoyu also met his last opponent. Standing on the battlefield, surrounded by a tidal wave of sounds, Xiaoyu remained unmoved. All he needed to do was win each match. On Arena 8, Lord-level trainer Xiaoyu will face off against Lord-level trainer Xie Tianming. The rules of the match will be chosen by Xie Tianming. 2v2 singles. Go, Hawkman. Fire Dinosaur. Attached image, Flareon. Chapter 159 Dragon. As soon as Charmeleon appeared, cheers erupted from the audience. Go, Charizard! Charmeleon, you're so cool. Xiaoyu's shiny Charizard is really strong. The audience's flattery pleased Charmeleon greatly, leaving it dazzled. It held its head high, its golden skin shimmering in the sunlight, but its face remained expressionless. One must maintain the demeanor of a master. Charmeleon really stole the show today, winning every single match without a single loss thanks to the naturally sunny weather. Its outstanding performance has earned it many more fans. On the battlefield, Charmander was enjoying the cheers of the audience, but he was also squinting and secretly observing the opposite Hawkman. Another little guy? I love beating up little guys the most, but be careful this time. If you manage to beat a big one again, you'll lose face. Game start. Charmeleon, use. As soon as the referee gave the order, Xiaoyu was about to have Charizard use Flamethrower, but before he could finish speaking, Charizard directly spewed out a flamethrower from its mouth. Sneak attack. This scene left Xiaoyu somewhat bewildered. Good heavens, did his Charmeleon have a telepathic ability that allowed it to guess his thoughts? Xiaoyu thought for a moment and suddenly realized something was amiss, because it was obvious that Charmeleon's flamethrower attack had been brewing in its mouth for a long time, ready to be unleashed at the referee's command. That Charmeleon wasn't on my side at all. It had planned this sneak attack all along. When did it become so cunning? What Xiaoyu didn't know was that after Charmeleon suffered a loss from Weevil's high-five attack, she learned her lesson and, to avoid encountering this situation again, the clever girl came up with a solution. That means as long as I launch a surprise attack on someone else, they can't launch a surprise attack on me. Therefore, Charmeleon had been secretly gathering its flames since its first appearance, ready to launch a sneak attack at any moment. After the referee gave the order, Charmeleon unleashed a sudden, unexpected flame-breathing attack. The flames burst forth, catching the unsuspecting Hawkman completely off guard. Hawkman had no time to react and was engulfed in flames. With the solar power ability, Sunny Day, and Stab Boost, the power of a single flamethrower was astonishing, severely injuring Hawkman. Seeing that his sneak attack had succeeded, Charmander felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. He realized that he had been wrong all along. He thought that being aggressive and engaging in hand-to-hand combat was the behavior of a brute. A common man acts rashly out of momentary courage, and a reckless man vents his anger in a momentary fit. As for me, Long, I'm brave and resourceful. I know when to advance and when to retreat, and I rely on my brain to get ahead in this world. Charmander grew increasingly pleased with himself. Is this what a sneak attack feels like? Awesome, so incredibly awesome. I, Charmander, love sneak attacks the most. It's so exhilarating. Just then, Charmeleon, which was in a state of extreme excitement, suddenly burst out with a fierce white light. Enveloped in the white light, its body began to transform and elongate. After a day of intense battles without evolving, Charmeleon actually evolved successfully through a sneak attack. Xiaoyu, that Charmander, has no sportsmanship. He launched a sneak attack. You don't know anything. This is because Charizard's fire-type energy is so concentrated that it overflows, forcing it to use Flamethrower to release its energy. See, once it releases it, it evolves. It seems that's really the case. Xiaoyu's Charizard was already very strong, and now that it has evolved into Charizard, who knows how strong it will be. Xie Tianming is probably going to lose. The white light dissipated, revealing the black body of the Charizard. After evolving into Charizard, the golden Charmeleon's skin turned a rare black, while the inner sides of its wings were blood red. The combination of black and red made the Charizard look exceptionally domineering and handsome, but Xiaoyu's Charizard had a gentle smile on its face, giving people a sense of reassurance. A typical Charizard is about 1.7 meters tall, while Xiaoyu's Charizard is about 2.1 to 2.2 meters tall. While not as outrageous as Sceptile's 3.3 meter height, it's still quite good for a Charizard. After all, Xiaoyu's Charizard is a special attacker, while his Sceptile is a dual attacker. Charizard tried flapping its wings, feeling the changes in its body. Compared to its previous Charizard appearance, Charizard had shed its previous sinister look, and now had a gentle smile on its dragon face, looking bright and radiant. It was simply the dream pet of every new trainer. However, Xiaoyu didn't think so. Others might not understand Charizard, but as its owner, Xiaoyu knew its personality very well. Charizard's personality was definitely not as friendly and cute as its appearance suggested. He seriously suspected that Charizard had become more cunning and had learned to hide its true thoughts. Its evolution is just like Gao Kakang's descent into darkness. In the Charmander stage, he was a fierce and ruthless street fishmonger. In the Charmeleon stage, he was a cunning and treacherous gang leader. Now, he is a seemingly innocent but actually ruthless private entrepreneur and philanthropist who has been cleansed up. Xiaoyu thought about it more and more and felt that he was right. Charizard had not reformed, but had learned to disguise itself and hide its ruthlessness in its bones. From a fierce little Charmander to a sinister Charmeleon, and now to the smiling tiger Charizard. That's absolutely right. Otherwise, why wouldn't Charmeleon evolve after so many exhilarating battles? But it evolved after just one successful sneak attack. Xie Tianming on the other side also did not expect Charizard to launch such a sneak attack. He was careless and did not have time to let the wrestling Eagleman dodge, and was directly hit and seriously injured. Unfortunately, after the Charmeleon launched a sneak attack, it evolved into Charizard, putting the team at a significant disadvantage from the very beginning. Hawkman, use Roost. Left with no other choice, Xie Tianming had to have the wrestler use the Feather Perch skill to restore his stamina. Charizard, use Heat. Xiaoyu pulled his wandering thoughts back, setting aside the Charizard's personality for the moment. This was the battlefield, and he wasn't about to relinquish the advantage Charizard had built. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoyu sent Charizard launching another fierce attack. The two attacked almost simultaneously. The wrestling Hawkman landed on the ground to rest, and at the same time, Fly-type energy surged from its green body, healing its wounds and constantly restoring its strength. Charizard flapped its wings, took off into the air, and enjoyed the feeling of soaring through the sky. Then it suddenly flapped its wings and spewed out a wave of scorching flames from its mouth. After evolving into Charizard, Charmeleon's strength increased significantly, and the heat wave skill it unleashed this time was much stronger than when it was Charmeleon. A raging heat wave spread like a sea of fire, almost covering the entire arena and engulfing the entire Hawkman wrestler. The scorching heat and intense heat created a scorching environment. When the hot wind dissipated, the wrestling eagle's body was scorched black, and he lay on the ground, unconscious. Hawkman is unable to fight. Xiaoyu wins the first round. Attached image, Tsumuza. Chapter 160 Xie Tianming. Xie Tianming is a guest character played by a reader. His original name was Lin Hao, but I felt that the name was not powerful enough, so I changed it to Xie Tianming, which means I am the dawn, I am destiny. Despite his tall stature and muscular build, Xie Tianming was not frustrated or disappointed by his first defeat. Instead, he felt his blood boiling. Hawthorne was just the first Pokémon he encountered on his journey, and its aptitude was not good. It was within his expectations that it could not defeat Charizard. Looking at the powerful Charizard, Xie Tianming smiled broadly and stared directly at Xiaoyu. Only such a powerful opponent was worthy of the hardships he had endured on his journey to become a trainer. The cheers from the surrounding audience further stimulated his nerves. Born into an ordinary family, he was already 25 years old this year. At this age, many people are already gym leader level trainers, but he was still only a lord level trainer, despite the countless efforts he had made. He came from humble beginnings and a poor family. He dropped out of school in his teens to work in other places. He worked in factories, tightened screws, and did manual labor on construction sites. He experienced the hardships of life, but he never gave up hope for life. Page 91. He had been saving money, and after working for 2 years, he had tens of thousands of yuan in savings. With all his savings, Xie Tianming resolutely quit his job, bought his first Pokémon, and embarked on the path to becoming a Pokémon trainer. Over the course of 5 years, he endured countless hardships, nearly dying in the wild several times, and made countless efforts, but he is still only a lord-level trainer. This is also the helplessness of most trainers from poor backgrounds. Without good resources or powerful Pokémon, they can only wander around, constantly on the move, searching for every opportunity to become stronger. They might even accidentally die in the wild without anyone knowing. His purpose in challenging Xiaoyu this time was to prove himself. Although he came from a poor background and was only a lord-level trainer, at this stage, he and his ace Pokémon were absolutely invincible among their peers. Xiaoyu, I'm going to send out my strongest partner next. I hope you can also send out your ace and fight me seriously. Xie Tianming said, looking directly at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu frowned slightly as he listened to Xie Tianming's words. To be honest, he felt that with Xie Tianming's strength, he didn't need to send out the Lizard King at all. Once you defeat my Charizard, you'll see my trump card. Alright, don't worry, I'll make you acknowledge my abilities. Upon hearing this, Xie Tianming did not insist. Respect is something you earn yourself, not something you beg for from others. Xie Tianming took a red and white poke ball from around his neck, looked at the black Charizard flying in the sky, and then threw it high into the air. Go, Infernape. Watching this scene, Xiaoyu couldn't help but think to himself, Xie Tianming's throwing motion is really cool. I should study my own throwing motion more carefully in the future. The Infernape, engulfed in raging flames, made its appearance, immediately catching Xiaoyu's attention. The reason was simple: this Infernape's potential was simply too good. Its near champion level potential made Xiaoyu's pupils shrink. This was the first time he had seen a Pokémon with near champion level potential in the hands of an ordinary person. A typical Infernape is about 1.2 meters tall, while Xie Tianming's Infernape is about 1.75 meters tall, almost the same height as Xie Tianming behind it. Its arms hung down to its knees, and fiery red flames burned fiercely behind its head, like a red cloak draped over its back. For some reason, Xiaoyu felt that this Infernape was very unusual. Xiaoyu vaguely saw the shadows of Wei Yekan and Lucario in Xie Tianming and this Infernape. After Infernape appeared, Xie Tianming's whole demeanor changed. There was a sense of unity and understanding between Xie Tianming and the Flame Monkey. Their eyes were equally firm and sharp, filled with confidence in themselves. Xiaoyu abandoned his dismissive attitude, his face turning serious as he focused on the situation. He looked at his Charizard and said, "Charizard, the opponent is strong, we must go all out." "Awua." Charizard nodded. It could also sense the aura emanating from the Infernape. It stared at Infernape, ready to pounce. "Game start." Roar. This time, Xiaoyu didn't need to give any commands. Based on his understanding of Charizard, he was certain that it would launch another sneak attack. As expected, Charizard did not disappoint Xiaoyu. It once again launched a skillful sneak attack, unleashing a torrent of flames that flew towards Infernape like a fire dragon. "Infernape, charge forward and get close." Xie Tianming calmly commanded, instructing Infernape to withstand the flames and attack Charizard at close range. Facing the flamethrower, Infernape didn't hesitate for a moment, charging straight at Charizard head-on, the flames on its head billowing like a crimson battle robe. Infernape burst through the scorching flames, its fist glowing red, bathed in flames and swirling with fire, as it charged straight at Charizard. Xiaoyu had already figured out that this Infernape's ability was Iron Fist, which would increase its power when using punching moves. He wasn't going to be foolish enough to wait for Infernape to get close. "Charizard, fly." Seeing the brood Infernape charging towards them, Charizard took flight without Xiaoyu needing to say anything. "Infernape, use Rock Slide to force it down." Xie Tianming frowned as he watched the Charizard take off. His Infernape was almost invincible at close range among Pokémon of the same level, but it was difficult to exert its advantage when facing a Pokémon like Charizard that could take off. He immediately changed tactics, having Infernape use Rock Slide. Charizard, being a fire/flying type, is 4 times weak to rock. If it takes a Rock Slide, it will most likely be defeated. Even if it manages to withstand one Rock Slide, it definitely won't be able to withstand a second one. Infernape slammed its fist into the ground, causing cracks to appear like a spider web. It then dug out a huge rock from the ground, lifted it high, leaned its body slightly backward, and hurled it with all its might. The huge rock flew towards Charizard like a cannonball. "Charizard, use your metal claws to smash the rocks." Although Xiaoyu's Charizard is geared towards special attacks, he still trains diligently. While his physical abilities are not as good as those of physical attackers, he can still be a lifesaver in critical moments. Seeing the rapidly approaching rocks, Charizard swung its claws and roared. Steel-type energy enveloped its claws, and a huge silver steel-type energy claw emerged, cleaving through the rocks. The massive rock instantly shattered into countless tiny rocks that scattered in all directions. Infernape, Stealth Rock. Infernape's rock-type energy surged, and it suddenly raised its fist upwards, unleashing a burst of rock-type energy. The small rocks scattered on the ground were controlled by Infernape and flew into the air, floating around Charizard and above it before disappearing completely. Attached image, Infernape. Chapter 161 Near Champion Infernape. Xiaoyu's heart sank. In the game, Stealth Rock only works when switching Pokémon, damaging the Pokémon that switches in. But in reality, Stealth Rock is an excellent way to deal with flying-type Pokémon. In the current situation, the sky is filled with countless invisible rocks, which will seriously affect Pokémon's flight. If Charizard dares to continue flying, it will crash into an invisible rock and instantly get a wound. Moreover, the faster the flight speed, the greater the damage it will suffer when it crashes into an invisible rock. Dozens or even hundreds of invisible rocks filled the air, and Charizard didn't dare to move at all. The situation has turned against them. Xiaoyu's face darkened. Xie Tianming was deliberately waiting for his Charizard to break the rocks so he could use the small rocks to create an invisibility rock. Infernape, charge. Use the continuous rockfalls to force it down. After using Stealth Rock to restrict Charizard's flight, Infernape dug up a huge rock from the ground and threw it at Charizard. Xiaoyu frowned. The Charizard was affected by the Stealth Rock and dared not fly freely. Faced with Infernape's constant rock slide, the Charizard, which was not good at physical attacks, could only hold out for a while with metal claws, but it definitely could not last long. Charizard lands, dodges rock slide, and uses Heat Wave. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Charizard descended, avoiding the rock fall. At the same time, the sharp stealth rock sliced through Charizard's body, instantly creating countless tiny wounds. The injured Charizard let out a painful cry, then opened its mouth, took a deep breath, and a wave of heat swept over Infernape. Looking at the injured Charizard, Xiaoyu felt a little sorry for it, but that's how battles are, no one can avoid getting hurt. Sonic Punch. As Charizard landed, Xia Tianming knew his chance for victory had arrived. Infernape bravely withstood the heat wave and charged into the scorching flames, blasting towards Charizard. It even punched through the heat wave. Boom! The Sonic Punch struck Charizard with a muffled thud, and Charizard immediately showed a pained expression on its face contorted, and its body staggered back several steps, clearly demonstrating the astonishing power of the Sonic Punch. Xia Tianming's eyes shone with confidence once he got close, his Infernape would be absolutely invincible. Sonic Punch. Infernape clenched its right fist, suddenly accelerated, stepped forward with its left leg, and threw a punch, a standard straight punch. Infernape's movements are quite standard and swift, feeling more like martial arts training than a skill. The punch was so fast that Xiaoyu couldn't even see it clearly, and Charizard didn't even have time to react. It was hit directly in the stomach, and a look of pain appeared on its face again. With its weight of nearly 130 kilograms, Charizard was sent sliding backwards several meters away, only managing to stop itself by flapping its wings. Such an exaggerated scene made Xiaoyu wonder if Infernape really used the Mach Punch move. You know, Charizard, which has the flying type, is twice resistant to fighting type moves. Mach Punch is all about speed, but its power is not high. How could Charizard be so badly injured? Are you alright, Charizard? Xiaoyu asked worriedly, seeing that Charizard's condition was clearly not good. Awua. Charizard responded with a frown, clearly not in good condition. It felt nauseous and glared fiercely at Infernape opposite it, panting heavily. The injured Charizard's face contorted with ferocity as it stared intently at Infernape, its eyes gleaming with menace. Infernape wasn't in good shape either. Although its attacks were powerful, it was in pretty bad shape after being hit by Heat Wave and Flamethrower. Charizard, unleash your most powerful Heat Blast. Xiaoyu knew that Charizard could probably only last one or two more moves, so he immediately ordered Charizard to stop attacking and use its maximum power Heat Wave. Charizard took a deep breath, its mouth radiating heat, then raised its head and unleashed a torrent of flames. Infernape, charge. Infernape pushed off with its feet, its body springing out like a spring, charging towards Charizard despite the heat wave. The flames on Infernape's body burned fiercely, clearly showing that even a fire-type Pokémon could not withstand the high temperature caused by Charizard's hot air, and its fur was also ignited. The Infernape, its body ablaze, seemed oblivious to the pain of being scorched by the flames. With a resolute gaze, it charged towards Charizard, crouching down in a stance resembling a horse stance. With a push of the hand and an elbow strike, the waist and stance move as one. Power originates from the feet, the shoulders lead the hands, the 5 fingers clench into a fist, and the iron fist strikes the Charizard's belly, suddenly unleashing astonishing power. A faint sound of air being torn apart can be heard, and the Charizard is sent flying by a single punch. Those moves, those postures, that's definitely the work of a trained professional. Before the previous punch, Xiaoyu wasn't 100% sure if the flame monkey had practiced martial arts, but after seeing this punch, Xiaoyu was 100% certain that this guy in Xia Tianming had definitely practiced. If that punch had landed on me, asking for 200,000 wouldn't have been unreasonable. Both Infernape and Charizard have reached their limits after this attack, and the outcome is decided in a split second. Looking at Xia Tianming, who was wearing a thin coat and coarse clothes even in the dead of winter, Xiaoyu guessed that Xia Tianming must be a commoner trainer and that he must be living a very frugal life. Under these circumstances, it is quite remarkable that he was able to capture a near-champion Infernape and train it to this level all by himself. His name is Xia Tianming? Xiaoyu felt a surge of interest and talent. Trainers like Xia Tianming shouldn't be overlooked otherwise, in a decade or so, he might become the next Su Xiao. Xia Tianming, wait for me after this match, I have something to tell you, Xiaoyu said, looking at Xia Tianming. Xiaoyu then turned to Charizard and said, Charizard, you've done a great job, you should rest now. Seeing the Charizard covered in wounds, Xiaoyu felt a pang of heartache and recalled it back into its Pokeball. Didn't you want to see my trump card? Xiaoyu took out the Sceptle's Pokeball and smiled. Although he himself was also a sixth-ranking member and wanted to keep the Lizard King hidden from view, people like Xie Tianming were worthy of his attention. Many trainers' strength does not come from their own abilities, but from the strength of their fathers. This type of trainer doesn't inspire Xiaoyu's admiration. Only ordinary trainers like Xie Tianming, who rise from humble beginnings, deserve Xiaoyu's admiration. Come on, Lizard King. Page 92. The sight of the over 3-meter-tall Septal King was breathtaking. Its enormous size forced everyone to look up in awe. Its kingly eyes looked down at Infernape, who, at 1.75 meters tall, seemed tiny compared to the Septal King. Is that the Lizard King? Holy crap, even a normal Tyranitar is only a little over 3 meters tall. This is King Tyranitar, isn't it? No wonder Xiaoyu dared to say that everyone here is trash. It turns out I really am trash. To avoid criticism from readers who rely on data analysis, the author clarified beforehand that Tyranitar's normal height is 2 meters. However, in reality, a height of 2 meters is insufficient to reflect the power of pseudo-legendary Pokémon like Tyranitar, so the author specifically modified Tyranitar's normal height to around 3.5 meters. Similarly, Groudon's normal height is 3.5 m, but it will be changed to around 10 m in this article. Incidentally, in this book's setting, legendary Pokémon are all extremely powerful and possess dominant strength, such as Darkrai and Articuno, which have already appeared. There won't be any situations where legendary Pokémon are weak or have limited power. Since a mythical beast is called a mythical beast, it must possess the prestige and power befitting one. A Heavenly King level being can only deal with a juvenile mythical beast, while only a champion has a chance to subdue one. Therefore, any readers who want to make a cameo appearance in the story cannot have a mythical beast in their team, nor can they have a mythical beast. Chapter 162 Xiaoyu and the Fire-Breathing Dragon. In the next match, Xiaoyu won without any suspense. After the match, Xiaoyu finally met Xie Tianming backstage. He didn't say much to Xie Tianming, firstly because it was their first meeting and they didn't know each other well enough to want to make a mistake. Secondly, Xiaoyu didn't understand Xie Tianming. He could view Pokémon information through the system, but not people's information. He could see Xie Tianming's Infernape potential, but he couldn't see through people's hearts. The two exchanged a few words, and then Xiaoyu gave him her phone number. Back in the Dragon Realm, in Teacher Long's dormitory. Go train your Pokémon first, I'll cook. Long Yanning took out a floral apron and tied it around her waist. She then tied her hair into a bun at the back of her head, tucking the stray hairs behind her ears, and prepared to start making dinner. Xiaoyu noticed that after so much recuperation, Long Yanning's figure had become much fuller, and she was increasingly exuding a gentle and virtuous aura. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded, walked into the yard, took out a Pokeball, and released all his Pokémon. Looking at his Pokémon, Xiaoyu felt a surge of emotions. Especially Trico. When they first met, it was just a little kid being protected by Septal, and now it had grown into this form. Looking at Charizard again, Xiaoyu recalled how it looked when he found it in the Flame Realm. It was still an egg. Now that Septal and Charizard have evolved into their final forms, they have become the absolute mainstays of the team. Having reached their final forms, their training will focus on learning new skills and Mega Evolution. Charizard needs to learn the Solar Beam move. Under sunny skies, a Charizard with the Solar Power ability can use Solar Beam with enough power to counter most Water and Rock-type Pokémon, making it a move that Charizard urgently needs to learn. The Lizard King needs to learn the Sword Dance skill to further and significantly enhance its attack power. However, both of these skills are very precious, especially the Sword Dance skill, which is extremely difficult to obtain. Besides learning skills, Xiaoyu also wanted to research Mega Evolution. After all, he had already obtained the Mega Evolution Stone and the Key Stone of the Lizard King, so everything was ready except for the final step. However, Xiaoyu still faces a problem. He can't find a suitable research site. After all, Mega Evolution can only be studied secretly, so he has to find a sufficiently secluded place. He can't just openly study Mega Evolution in a forbidden area. This made Xiaoyu think of Sumuse's big villa. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh that if he could buy such a big villa, he could build a laboratory at home like Professor Oak and conduct many secret experiments. Unfortunately, although the Xiao family made a lot of money from the grass and insect secret realm, they were still far from being able to afford a large villa in the capital. According to Xiaoyu's understanding, Sumuse's villas are priced in the hundreds of millions, so Xiaoyu had better not even think about it in the short term. Money, money, money. Xiaoyu sighed. As his strength increased, he felt the importance of money more and more, and couldn't help but reach out and touch the Lizard King and the Charizard. If it weren't for his family's help, he wouldn't have been able to afford to support just these two guys. No wonder they say that even a hero can be brought down by a penny, especially Sceptile, with its body over 3 meters tall, makes Xiaoyu's heart bleed every time it eats. Although grass-type Pokémon are mostly vegetarian, it can't resist eating so many energy cubes. And this is only before the other little guys have evolved yet. Just imagine what will happen when all Pokémon evolve into their final forms, Noivern, Haxorus, Dragapult, and Salamence in the future. Xiaoyu is genuinely worried about his wallet. Every year, just raising these Pokémon is a huge expense. He can't rely on his family's help forever. A man born into this world shouldn't live a life of subservience. He needs to find a stable way to make money as soon as possible, or find a wealthy woman who knows how to make money. Buzzbat, Axew, Dragapult, and Baboon, you guys train for a bit first, Xiaoyu said to the few little guys who hadn't evolved yet. Then he turned to Sceptile and Charizard and said, Sceptile, you go and supervise them. Charizard, you're too tired today, so you don't need to train. Just rest here for a bit. Come on, lie down here, and I'll lie on top of you and rest for a bit too. Upon hearing this, Charizard lay down on the ground, its black body curled up into a semicircle. Xiaoyu leaned against Charizard, finding it warm and comfortable like a cushion. Charizard moved its tail, resting it beside Xiaoyu, the burning flames warming him. Seeing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but pat the Charizard's head, and the two old men exchanged a smile. Charizard, in future official competitions, when there are many people, don't always think about ambushing others. Xiaoyu said earnestly, recalling what happened in the competition today. After hearing Xiaoyu's words, Charizard raised its head, a look of confusion on its face and eyes, and looked at Xiaoyu as if to ask, why are you not allowed to launch a sneak attack? The key to a sneak attack is to catch the enemy off guard. Think about it, if you use sneak attacks too often in regular matches, the other team will naturally be on guard, and then it won't be a sneak attack anymore. Xiaoyu explained to Charizard seriously, when it comes to a life-or-death situation, the enemy will be prepared. Your sneak attack may not only be ineffective, but it may also be discovered and countered by the enemy. When others know you're going to ambush them, it's no longer ambush. So don't ambush in competitive battles. Only ambush when fighting enemies in the wild can it be effective. Xiaoyu earnestly imparted his experience to Charizard. Ambush is all about surprise. If you use it too much, it will lose its effectiveness. The Charizard nodded, seemingly understanding. Xiaoyu continued, in short, you only need to remember one sentence. There are only two kinds of people in this world. One is those who don't know you're going to ambush them, and the other is the dead. Because everyone who witnessed your sneak attack is already dead. After hearing Xiaoyu's words, Charizard's pupils widened, as if Xiaoyu's words had opened the door to a new world for it. Compared to Xiaoyu, Charizard felt like a complete novice, and looked at Xiaoyu with admiration in its eyes. Master, I've realized something. While I was still basking in the glory of my successful sneak attack, I realized that I had been stuck in the first level of sneak attacks, while you, Master, have already reached the pinnacle and mastered the ultimate skill. Charizard secretly memorized Xiaoyu's words and took them as its motto. There are only two kinds of people in this world. One is those who don't know I'm going to launch a sneak attack, and the other is the dead. But the master knew I was going to launch a sneak attack. Charizard secretly sized up Xiaoyu. Charizard, your eyes are dangerous. After exchanging tips on sneak attacks for a long time, Xiaoyu finally picked up his phone and opened the post about buying stones, starting to think about his future money-making ambitions. Because Xiaoyu raised the purchase price significantly, many more people have sent messages this week saying they want to sell rare stones. Xiaoyu was surprised to find an evolution key stone and a mega evolution stone. Chapter 163 Xiaoyu's meteoric rise to fame. The next day, the winter sun shines warmly, and plum blossoms reflect the snow. The weather in the capital in January was unbearably cold. Xiaoyu, a southerner, had already wrapped himself in thermal underwear and looked like a thick-clothed bear. Sumuse also changed into an adorable down jacket. Early in the morning during training, she quietly approached Xiaoyu, her bright eyes fixed on him with curiosity. Xiaoyu, I saw the video you posted yesterday. Did you post it yourself? Although Xiaoyu was very reluctant to admit that he had done such a shameful thing, he still nodded. At this moment, he absolutely must not feel awkward. If he doesn't feel awkward, then it's others who will feel awkward. Why did you decide to post that video? Sumuse asked curiously. She couldn't understand Xiaoyu's purpose in posting that video and felt a little ashamed, but she had also watched Xiaoyu's match video yesterday. Xiaoyu's Charizard and Sceptile are both very strong, top tier in their respective levels, especially the Sceptile, whose size of over 3 meters is almost the largest Sceptile she has ever seen. In fact, it wasn't just Sumuse who was curious, many of the students in the training camp were also very curious. They looked at Xiaoyu strangely early in the morning, not realizing that the usually aloof Xiaoyu was actually this kind of person in private, so arrogant. Of course, more importantly, Xiaoyu has become so strong without anyone noticing. Just a few months ago, when Xiaoyu first transferred to the class, everyone was secretly waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Little did they expect that Xiaoyu would catch up now. Aside from not having any Pokémon of the Overlord level or higher, Xiaoyu's other Pokémon are really strong, and his Pokémon potential is also quite good. Given some time, he will definitely become a strong player. I posted that video because of you. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Sumuza, annoyed. Did you secretly meet with Xiang Hanli and have a match with him? Huh, really? Sumuza blinked, looking at Xiaoyu, clearly unwilling to admit it. I don't remember anything like that. While saying this, Sumuza was thinking to herself, you, Xiang Hanli, how dare you tell others? Because of you, not a single expert came to challenge me. Such a battle is not very meaningful. I had no choice but to post that Duyan video. Xiaoyu was full of resentment towards Sumuza. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have posted that embarrassing message. Really? I don't believe it. Sumuza paused suddenly, then quickly changed the subject. By the way, let's have another match sometime when we have time. No, it's no fun. The two were already quite familiar with each other's Pokémon, and their battles were always the same old tricks, so such battles wouldn't be very effective for training. 2 days later, Xiaoyu's video quickly went viral online. The fact that a scientific genius could make such arrogant remarks naturally sparked heated discussions online. The comments under Xiaoyu's video were divided into two camps, one supporting Xiaoyu, with the most upvoted comment being, "Everyone here is trash." The accompanying image was a picture of Xiaoyu's over 3-meter-tall Sceptile looking down at Infernape. The other side angrily denounced Xiaoyu for being arrogant and expressed their desire to challenge him. The most upvoted comment read, "I, Jiang Yaifei, watched this video under my real name and challenged Xiaoyu." It was accompanied by a selfie of a long-haired beauty. Below this comment were all other comments from netizens. "I, XXX, am watching Jiang Yaifei under my real name." Jiang Yaifei, who was far away in Shanghai, was slightly dumbfounded when she saw the comments section. She didn't know who had stolen her photo and posted such a comment in Xiaoyu's comment section, and who had inexplicably become popular. Because of this video, trainers have been coming in droves to challenge Xiaoyu. Wu Qianshan, the Dragon-type gym leader, also saw the huge business opportunity at a glance. After discussing with Xiaoyu, he decided to immediately release the news and arranged 2 battles for Xiaoyu, one in the morning and one in the afternoon on Sunday. He also specially arranged for Xiaoyu's battle to take place at the largest battle arena in the Dragon-type gym, and broadcast the entire event live. At the same time, he started selling tickets online. Page 93. To this end, Wu Qianshan spent a considerable amount of money on online advertising and created a promotional poster for distribution. Thanks to Wu Qianshan's vigorous promotion, the weekend's match activity skyrocketed. With Xiaoyu's sudden rise to fame, a wave of challenges has swept the internet, with many people posting challenge videos and tagging Xiaoyu, hoping to ride on her coattails. After all, winning or losing is not important to them. As long as they can fight Xiaoyu, they can become famous, and fame can make money. It's not shameful to do something like this. Faced with so many challengers, Wu Qianshan spent the night reviewing materials and carefully selecting 2 opponents for Xiaoyu. The challenger in the morning was Kaipan Kaiyu, a popular contestant online. Kaipan Kaiyu is a popular internet celebrity on Douyin, TikTok, whose ID is Kaipan Kaiyu the Insect Catcher, and nickname is the Commoner Insect King. He has millions of followers. Kaipan Kaiyu came from a poor family and could be described as having humble origins. At the beginning, he could only use a Weedle as his starter Pokémon and travel around. Despite his poor family background, Kaipan Kaiyu is quick-wit and willing to try new things, such as shooting short videos. While traveling around, Kaipan Kaiyu filmed his experiences, edited and dubbed them into videos, and then shared them online. Because his videos are very relatable to ordinary trainers, coupled with his humorous and engaging commentary style, they resonated with and were loved by many trainers at the grassroots level. The videos quickly went viral online after their release. As his fan base grew, he successfully monetized his fan traffic and earned his first pot of gold. After making money, Kaipan Kaiyu never forgot his original aspiration and continued to pursue the path of a bug-type trainer. He spent most of his earnings on training Pokémon, which greatly improved his own strength and attracted more and more fans. With success in both arts and sports, Kaipan Kaiyu not only has over 1 million fans, but he has also become a powerful Lord-level bug-type trainer. Among all the challengers, Kaipan Kaiyu was the one who most wanted to fight Xiaoyu. He directly posted 3 videos to challenge Xiaoyu, one of which received hundreds of thousands to millions of likes. Researcher Xiaoyu, first of all, I want to state that I am a fan of your research, but after watching your videos, I feel that you do not respect us ordinary civilian trainers. I am challenging you today to prove to you that there are also strong ordinary bug-type trainers. Researcher Xiaoyu, on behalf of millions of bug-type trainers, I challenge you. Do you dare to fight? Xiaoyu also watched Kaipankaya's video carefully. He had to admit that it was very inflammatory, inciting ordinary trainers to oppose him. Just watching his video, Xiaoyu felt like he had become an evil villain. After turning off the video, Xiaoyu carefully read the information sent by Wu Qianshan. Kaipankaya had 3 main Pokémon, Scizor, Heracross, and Beedrill. All of them need to be low fire. Xiaoyu checked the weather forecast for this Sunday. It's sunny and perfect. Heaven is on my side. If Kaipankaya's first match was meant to grab attention and attract viewers, then the second match in the afternoon was the real highlight. Chang'an vs the Capital. The battle for the strongest dragon-type secret realm. The design for this dragon-type trainer is still undecided, you know what I mean? Chapter 164 Game. The weekend challenge attracted widespread attention, even Long Yaning, who rarely surfs the internet, knew about it. Because it involved 2 secret realms, Long Yaning didn't say anything, but the next day she got Xiaoyu a one-time sword dance learning machine for his Lizard King to learn. Long Yaning did this in the hope that Xiaoyu would not disgrace the Imperial Capital Dragon System's secret realm in the battle. Amidst this tense atmosphere of preparation, Xiaoyu received 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news is that after so many days, the Pokémon Association has finally officially issued a statement, gifting the Bellatrix to Xiaoyu as encouragement for his bravery during the Dawn Society's attack on the Dragon-type secret realm, and will not cancel Xiaoyu's spot in the national selection. This good news made Xiaoyu so excited that he wondered if he was dreaming, because this was the first time the Pokémon Association had been so generous. It was equivalent to directly rewarding him with a Bellatrix, which would have been absolutely impossible in the past. What he didn't know was that at the Pokémon Association meeting, the association's higher-ups originally intended to cancel Xiaoyu's national spot, but due to a series of unforeseen circumstances, Xiaoyu received the Pokémon Dragon for free. Regarding the reward for Xiaoyu, we propose that the hatched baby dragon be given to Xiaoyu as a reward, but it would have to offset Xiaoyu's national selection quota, Jiangheng said. I object. Lin Suiyang stood up, straightened his clothes slightly, and looked at the group of elite 4-level trainers in front of him, pleading for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu successfully protected 2 pseudo-legendary Pokémon in this secret realm and, as a Lord-level trainer, delayed Anthony, making a great contribution. We should reward him handsomely, not deduct his already existing rewards while issuing them. I think Xiaoyu's performance is enough to earn him a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. After listening to Lin Suiyang's words, Jiangheng also stood up and argued, Lin Suiyang, Xiaoyu only stalled Anthony, he did not capture or kill Anthony, and Anthony also took away a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. I think that giving that Bellagio to Xiaoyu and cancelling his national selection quota is already a very generous reward. Jiangheng spoke calmly, glancing at Lin Suiyang. Comrade Lin Suiyang, you need to be mindful of your position. Although Xiaoyu is your nephew, you are the vice president of the Capital Pokémon Association. Jiangheng's words were quite harsh, implying that Lin Suiyang was abusing his power for personal gain. Lin Suiyang and Jiangheng had long been at odds. Hearing his sarcastic words, Lin Suiyang sneered, it's true that Xiaoyu is my nephew, but to disregard kinship and not avoid suspicion is unacceptable. I just want to ask how many people can be as brave as Xiaoyu, standing up to face Anthony with the strength of a lord? Shouldn't such behavior be highly commended? Establishing a heroic image is far more important than the hero himself. Jiangheng, do you really have to make people sweat, bleed, and shed tears, forcing everyone to turn a blind eye to this situation in the future before you're satisfied? Faced with the heavy accusation Lin Suiyang had leveled against him, Jiangheng naturally refused to accept it. I'm not saying we shouldn't give Xiaoyu a reward, but is this reward too much? We must find the right balance. Lin Suiyang, you need to look at this issue from an objective and fair perspective. Really? Lin Suiyang said with a smile, I have been very objective and fair. If Vice President Jiang, your son can be as brave as Xiaoyu, I will also wholeheartedly support rewarding him with a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Lin Suiyang. Enough, stop arguing. A dignified voice interrupted their conversation. Both of you sit down. Anyone else has an opinion, please speak up. Let's vote. Raise your hand if you agree to retain Xiaoyu's national selection quota. As the man finished speaking, only a handful of people in the entire hall raised their hands, and Lin Suiying naturally cast his vote in favor without hesitation. "Let me say a few words." Just then, Sumu suddenly spoke up, attracting everyone's attention. "I have already written it very clearly in the report I submitted. Xiaoyu is very sharp in battles and has a very high level of competence as a trainer. He can even command Pokémon he is not familiar with on the spot very well. At least in my opinion, if it were anyone else in that situation, there would have been absolutely no way they could have held off Anthony. As a hero, he deserves our praise, and his talent as a trainer is also worthy of our high praise, not to mention his even greater talent in scientific research. So I agree to retain Xiaoyu's spot in the national selection." After Sumu finished speaking, he raised his hand in agreement, and several other heavenly kings who were on good terms with Sumu followed suit. Now, the number of people who supported Xiaoyu retaining the national selection quota reached 1/3. With 1/3 in favor, Lin Suiying was already quite satisfied with the result. Although the goal of retaining Xiaoyu's spot in the national selection hadn't been achieved, at least Lin Suiying had seen from this vote who was on the side of the Lin and Long families. Everyone who raised their hand to vote was an ally or potential ally of both families. On the surface, this matter was about deciding whether to retain Xiaoyu's spot in the national selection, but the reality was far more complicated than it seemed. What they cared about was never the spot itself, but rather the stance of everyone present. When Sumu stood up to support Xiaoyu, Lin Suiying no longer cared about the outcome, because gaining such a powerful ally as Sumu was far more important than a spot in the national selection. "I agree too." Just then, a languid and charming voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw Xiao Wanyu, who was wearing a fur coat and a long, tight-fitting skirt. She raised her fair hand, her beautiful face possessing a captivating charm. Her red lips parted slightly. "Heroes emerge from among the young. I really like young talents like Xiaoyu. Moreover, I owe him a debt of gratitude for designing the Z-move's corresponding action last time." As Xiao Wanyu finished speaking, many of the superstars who owed Xiaoyu a favor were forced to raise their hands to vote. If Xiao Wanyu hadn't mentioned it, they could have remained neutral and stayed out of it, but now that she had, they were all obligated to vote. With nearly 2/3 of the votes already cast, a dignified voice rang out. "In that case, the meeting has decided by vote to award the precious dragon to Xiaoyu as encouragement, while also reserving Xiaoyu's spot in the national selection." Now that we've shared the good news, let's move on to the bad news. The bad news is that after months of negotiations, the Chinese Pokémon Association and the European Pokémon Association finally reached an agreement, but China did not get the Duraludon it had been longing for. Instead, they received 4 opportunities to select Pokémon from the European region, along with a series of other compensations, which can be considered a major financial blow to the European Pokémon Association. The Pokémon Association of China has 4 selection opportunities, including some Pokémon unique to Europe, such as Rillaboom, Samoyed, Cinderace, Inteleon, and Crocodile. The association can directly select Pokémon from these European locations. Here are some pictures, guys. There are too many to list. Xiaoyu also received one of the slots and a reward of choosing from the treasure vault. However, for Xiaoyu's safety, he cannot personally go abroad to choose the slot. He can only entrust someone else to choose for him. He will depart tomorrow, this Friday, and return on Sunday. The urgency of the situation made Xiaoyu a little anxious. Who should he send to Europe to help him choose a Pokémon? Chapter 165 Selection of participants for the European trip. Thursday night. Having just received a message from the association, Xiaoyu sat on the training field, pondering who he should ask to help him choose a Pokémon. Xiaoyu currently has 2 candidates in mind, Long Yaning and Xiao Luo. Among them, Long Yaning, who possesses the power of dragon control, is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. The power of dragon control can detect the dragon-type energy of Pokémon, and as long as it is a dragon-type Pokémon, Long Yaning can detect its potential. However, the drawback is also obvious, that is, it can only detect the potential of dragon-type Pokémon. As for his older brother, to be honest, Xiaoyu definitely trusted his brother Xiao Luo more, but he seriously doubted Xiao Luo's ability to select Pokémon eggs. Xiao Luo's method of selecting Pokémon eggs was purely based on luck, without any skill whatsoever. Therefore, after thinking it over and over, Xiaoyu finally realized that he seemed to have no choice but to ask Long Yaning for help. "Come and eat." Just then, Long Yaning's voice rang out from inside the house. "Coming." Xiaoyu responded, recalled his Pokémon, and went inside. Long Yaning was busy bringing out the soup she had just cooked. The two sat at the dining table, which was set with steaming hot dishes, beautifully plated, and emitting a rich aroma. The dishes were a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, clearly the work of a master chef. Xiaoyu noticed that Long Yanning's cooking skills were getting better and better. Moreover, after learning to cook, Long Yanning had become more down-to-earth and less aloof, and had gained a more mature and charming domestic appeal. Teacher Long. Xiaoyu looked at Long Yanning sitting opposite him, his gaze falling on Long Yanning's fair and jade-like face, but he hesitated and didn't know how to speak. He knew that as long as he asked, Long Yanning would definitely not refuse him, but the better Long Yanning treated him, the less Xiaoyu could enjoy her kindness without feeling guilty. Long Yan frowned slightly, raised her head, and looked at Xiaoyu with her bright eyes. She seemed to be wondering why Xiaoyu called her, but she didn't speak. She quickly urged, "If you have something to say, just say it." Looking at Long Yanning's pretty face and seeing her frowning, Xiaoyu couldn't help but recall how kind Teacher Long had been to her in the past, and she felt even less willing to trouble Teacher Long. Even though Long Yanning never said it, Xiaoyu always kept it in mind. From selflessly healing Yi to proactively learning to cook, all to give Xiaoyu more time to train, and even finding a one-time learning machine for sword dance for Xiaoyu after hearing that Xiaoyu was about to have a battle yesterday. This selfless dedication and quiet contribution touched Xiaoyu deeply. Xiaoyu swallowed the words he was about to say, his eyes carefully scrutinizing Long Yanning, his gaze softening. It seems that Teacher Long has always been the one silently giving to him, never asking for anything in return, while Xiaoyu has never taken the initiative to give to Long Yanning. Even the Pokémon egg that Xiaoyu gave Cotton Ball to was only after he discovered that Long Yanning had injured herself while treating Fong Fong. It seems like Teacher Long's birthday is coming up soon, right? What birthday present should I give Teacher Long? Teacher Long has already done enough for him. This time, Xiaoyu didn't want to trouble Long Yanning anymore. He shook his head and said softly, "It's nothing, Teacher Long. I just think you look really beautiful today." Long Yanning's face flushed slightly, but she remained cold. She put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands, crossed her arms, looked at Xiaoyu, and said in a cold tone, "If you need my help, just say so. I'm not a 17 or 18-year-old girl, and I won't fall for your sweet talk." Xiaoyu was about to interject when Long Yanning interrupted him. "Do you want me to go to Europe to pick out a Pokémon egg for you?" Long Yanning looked at Xiaoyu, crossed her arms, and smiled slightly with a hint of smugness on her face. "I guessed it a long time ago. Next time, you can just say what you want directly, don't beat around the bush." Looking at Long Yanning's expression that seemed to say, "I've seen through everything," Xiaoyu found her rather adorable. The emotions he had been building up for so long vanished instantly, and he almost burst out laughing at Long Yanning's antics. Page 94. How could my image be so bad in Long Yanning's eyes? I sincerely praised her, and she interpreted it as having ulterior motives. Seriously? Am I that kind of person? I am a gentleman, acting with integrity and uprightness. Teacher Long is completely judging me by my own petty standards. Just as Xiaoyu was inwardly complaining, Long Yanning saw that Xiaoyu remained silent, which made her even more certain that she had guessed Xiaoyu's true thoughts. Her smile became even brighter. "I had already guessed that you would ask me for help. I deliberately didn't say anything, just to see when you would speak up. Don't worry, I've already bought the tickets. Focus on your matches this weekend, and I want to hear the good news of your victory as soon as I get back. If you lose, I won't let you off the hook when you get back." Xiaoyu listened quietly to Long Yanning speak, his eyes fixed on her bright and beautiful face. At this moment, Long Yanning was like a little woman, her lips curving upwards with pride as she thought she had guessed Xiaoyu's thoughts. Xiaoyu just watched her quietly, watching her smile as bright as a flower, watching her eyes crinkle into crescents. As expected, Teacher Long is still Teacher Long, always thinking of him first and silently contributing as always. Xiaoyu did not interrupt Long Yanning. He rested his chin on one hand, smiled, and quietly admired Long Yanning, his eyes becoming increasingly gentle. Perhaps noticing that Xiaoyu's gaze was fixed on her, Long Yanning slowly turned her gaze to Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Xiaoyu's gentle eyes, she immediately looked away in alarm. Her voice trailed off, and her face flushed. Long Yanning quietly turned her face away, leaving Xiaoyu with only her profile. Because of shyness, and also to hide her face, Long Yanning casually reached out and gently brushed her hair behind her ear. At this moment, Xiaoyu no longer had his usual playful smile, and Long Yanning no longer had her usual aloofness. One had gentle eyes, the other had a flushed face. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous, quiet yet warm. "Teacher Long, you are really beautiful," Xiaoyu said sincerely. This time, Long Yanning did not refute, but unconsciously lowered her head, pretending not to hear Xiaoyu's words. Her face flushed. A gentle gaze in her eyes, amidst the vibrant bloom of flowers. Boom! Just then, a sudden knock on the door broke the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. "Who?" Long Yanning asked. "Xiaoning, it's me." Long Fan's voice came from outside the door. "Dad, why are you back?" This was the first time Long Yanning had shown any anxiety. Long Fan, as shrewd as an old fox, frowned. Usually, Long Yanning would be very happy to see him return from a business trip, so why did she seem less than welcoming today? The door opened, and Long Fan's pupils contracted as he looked at a pair of men's sneakers displayed by the entrance. He walked in, saying, "I'm flying from Beijing Airport to Europe tomorrow. I have a spot to choose a Pokémon, and Xiaoyu has one too. I can help Xiaoyu pick one out this time. Remember to call him later and tell him I'm going to Europe, so he doesn't need to find someone else to help him choose a Pokémon. Also, ask him what Pokémon he wants." "Master, I'm here." There's no need to trouble Teacher Long to make a call. Xiaoyu walked out awkwardly and greeted Long Fan. Long Fan glanced at the slippers on Xiaoyu's feet, his gaze hardening slightly. Then, looking at his daughter's flushed face, a murderous glint unconsciously filled his eyes. Good heavens, what happened while I was gone for the past few months? Why are they even bringing slippers? Chapter 166. The battle begins. Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu with a smile, his face friendly and his tone kind. "Xiaoyu, tell me, what brings you here at this hour?" Although Long Fan had a smile on his face, Xiaoyu could sense a trace of killing intent. He quickly explained, I'm here to help Teacher Long cook and clean." This was indeed Xiaoyu's original intention, but at some point, Xiaoyu's original intention gradually changed. Now, Long Yanning takes the initiative to clean, cook, and wash dishes, while he focuses on training his Pokémon. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's reply, Long Fan's smile widened, but a murderous intent had already formed in his heart. "You little brat, do you think I can't see my daughter's apron or your slippers? You're making my daughter serve you, aren't you? I haven't eaten a meal cooked by my own daughter in over 20 years, and you, kid, have been here for only a few months and you're already enjoying it." Looking at Xiaoyu dressed in slippers, looking so casual at home, and then at his daughter wearing an apron, Long Fan thought the two looked more and more like a married couple. Similarly, the more he looked, the angrier he became. "Dad, you're home so late and haven't eaten yet. Come sit down and eat with us." Long Yanning suddenly spoke up, temporarily extinguishing her father's anger. Xiaoyu was terrified, afraid that Long Fan might suddenly rush over and kill him. Hearing Long Yanning speak, he quickly explained, "Dad, no, Master, please eat first, please eat first." Damn it, I got so nervous I misspoke and called him Dad along with Long Yanning. Long Yanning was amused by Xiaoyu's address of Dad and explained for Xiaoyu with a smile, "Dad, Xiaoyu usually cooks for me. I've been free lately, so I've tried to learn how to cook myself. You should try it too. Xiaoyu, don't be too nervous." Okay. Long Fan smiled and replied to his daughter's gentle words, "I'm hungry too. It smells delicious. Xiaoyu, go get me a bowl." "Okay." Xiaoyu quickly offered his help, running over to serve Long Fan rice. Xiaoyu was on tenterhooks during the meal. After finally finishing, Xiaoyu immediately got up to leave. Long Fan stood up with a smile and said he would personally escort Xiaoyu out of the dormitory. He escorted Xiaoyu all the way to the security booth at the entrance. Long Fan stood beside the booth, watching Xiaoyu walk further and further away, before turning and heading towards the security booth. Dragon King. The old man at the door quickly stood up to greet him as he entered. "Sir, please have a seat," Long Fan said kindly. "I have a question for you. Did you see the young man who left with me just now?" "I see, isn't that your apprentice Xiaoyu?" The old man was shrewd enough to guess what question the Dragon King was going to ask from Long Fan's tone. Young people nowadays. Has Xiaoyu ever stayed overnight in the teacher's dormitory? Long Fan asked the old man. The old man frowned, thought seriously for a moment, and immediately said, "No, Xiaoyu leaves every night. I guarantee he hasn't stayed overnight in the dormitory. Dragon King, don't worry, I'll stand guard. We're rigorously trained, and these outsiders are our key targets. How could we let him stay overnight in the teacher's dormitory so easily?" Hearing the old man's answer, Long Fan nodded in satisfaction. Although the old man said this, he was hesitant in his heart. Although the two of them did not spend the night in the dormitory, they were out all night and did not return until 6 or 7 o'clock the next morning. Should I tell the Dragon King? But the Dragon King didn't ask. The old man remembered the cigarettes Xiaoyu always brought him when he visited, and finally decided it was best not to say anything. Seeing that Xiaoyu was definitely going to be the Dragon King's son-in-law, he decided it was better not to be the bad guy. Only after receiving an affirmative reply from the old man did Long Fan leave satisfied. Fortunately, he didn't have to stay overnight. Back inside, Long Fan looked at Long Yanning with a serious expression and asked, "Yanning, what exactly is going on between you and Xiaoyu?" "What could be wrong? He's my student, my junior brother." Long Yanning said with a smile, "Dad, you're overthinking it. You don't think I like him, do you? We're 8 or 9 years apart." Looking at Long Yanning's smile, Long Fan sighed silently in his heart. As shrewd as he was, how could he not see the ulterior motive between the two? But were the two really suitable for each other? Since his daughter denied it, he didn't press the matter further. Sunday. The largest battle arena in the Dragon-type gym was already packed with spectators, and even the VIP rooms were booked well in advance, all for the chance to witness this highly anticipated battle. Wow, so many people. Look, isn't that Sumu, King Su? He's here to watch the game too? That's Xiaowanyu. The little girl next to her looks just like her. She looks like her daughter. Yu Heiran is here too. He's here to personally oversee the battle. The internal battle within the Dragon-type secret realm this afternoon is going to be exciting. Xiaoyu changed into a custom-made dragon-themed battlesuit, which Long Yanning had ordered for him long ago. The suit was made of a special material with excellent stretch and elasticity, allowing for easy movement. It also had a certain degree of waterproof and fireproof capabilities, and the back of the suit was printed with the unique mark of the Imperial Capital Dragon-themed secret realm. He stood on the platform, quietly waiting to go on stage. Long Yanning stood beside him, straightening his collar and buttoning his shirt. Go for it, you can definitely win. After that night, Long Yanning acted as if nothing had happened, seemingly unaffected. This made Xiaoyu wonder if he had hallucinated that night, or if Long Fan hadn't returned yet. Yes, don't worry, I will definitely win, Xiaoyu said confidently. Dear viewers, welcome to the super battle hosted by the Imperial Capital Dragon-type gym. The host was a professional commentator invited by Wu Qianshan, whose voice was passionate and full of momentum. First, let me introduce the two players in this match. The first one is Kai Pankayu, the commoner king of insects. A photo of Kai Pankayu was projected onto a large electronic screen. Boom! As fireworks burst forth, the platform on the left slowly rose, revealing Kai Pankayu's figure. Kai Pankayu. Many of Kai Pankayu's fans in the audience shouted at the top of their lungs. Must win. Kai Pankayu. Must win. Kai Pankayu is about 1.75 meters tall, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, an earpiece, and a sharp suit. He keeps waving and interacting with the audience. He's already very happy to be able to stand on this stage as an internet celebrity. Now, let's welcome our other protagonist today, Xiaoyu. As fireworks burst forth, the platform slowly rose. Long Yanning walked to the side, waving and cheering for Xiaoyu, silently watching him rise from below the stage to the stage, her eyes sparkling. Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu appeared, the entire audience erupted in cheers. Page 95. This was Xiaoyu's first time standing on such a big stage. The shouts and cheers from the audience made him feel excited. His blood was boiling. Was this the stage of youth? Young people should unleash their passion and sweat to the fullest. Let the battle begin. Chapter 167 Heracross vs Charizard. Kai Pankayu is a Pokémon trainer who specializes in bug-type Pokémon. His signature Pokémon are Scizor, Heracross, and Beedrill. He is quite strong, but there is still a gap between him and Xiaoyu. The only one to watch out for is his ace Pokémon, Beedrill. Although Xiaoyu is nominally a Dragon-type trainer, his ace Pokémon are the Grass-type Sceptile and the Fire-type Charizard, with the Dragon-type Noctua ranking third. The commentators are the famous Pokémon battle commentators Shi and Mumu. They are also regular guests on the commentary desk for the Gym Leader ranking and Elite Four ranking. Wu Qianshan spent a lot of money to invite these two commentators. Shi is around 50 years old this year. He has a square face, a slightly plump figure, and a deep, resonant voice. Mumu is around 24 or 25 years old, young and beautiful, 165 centimeters tall and 95 kilograms. She has a great figure and good looks, which is the standard configuration for the commentary booth during the game. One person is good-looking and responsible for attracting attention, while the other is professional and calm and responsible for the commentary. Shi chuckled and teased, "We usually call Xiaoyu a pseudo-dragon-type trainer, or a flying-type trainer. That's because Charizard and Nombat both have the flying type. He's more like a flying-type trainer than a dragon-type trainer." Actually, Xiaoyu seems to have other dragon-type Pokémon, but he's only just started training them and hasn't reached the Lord level yet. By the way, Teacher Shi, who do you think will win this match? The young and beautiful Mumu, wearing black stockings, sat with her legs together on the commentary platform and asked. Xiaoyu will definitely win this match, Shi said decisively. With years of commentary experience and being a gym leader level trainer himself, he had a good eye for talent. Xiaoyu's Charizard alone will be difficult for Kai Pankayu to deal with, and with today's sunny weather, it's very likely that he will be able to defeat all three of them in one go. 1 against 3. Mumu smiled sweetly at the camera. Teacher Shi really made a bold prediction. Let's turn the camera to the competition scene. A proper battlefield like this covers a huge area, with hard rocks, grass, and a large pool. The pool is extremely large, taking up almost half of the area, and there are also many stone pillars protruding from the water, providing a place for Pokémon to land. The competition rules are 3v3 singles. The match begins. Go, Charizard. Go, Heracross. Xiaoyu naturally sent out his Charizard without any doubt. The fire and flying dual-type Charizard had a type advantage against Kaipankai's 3 Pokémon. In addition, with the sunny weather, Charizard was undoubtedly the best choice for the starting lineup. Kaipankai sent out Heracross. Beedrill was his ace, and he didn't want to send it out immediately. As for Scizor, with its fourfold weakness to fire, it has absolutely no chance of winning against Xiaoyu's Charizard. Here it comes, Xiaoyu's shiny Charizard. Every time I see it, I think it's so beautiful. If I had a Charizard like that, I would definitely ride it around 3 times a day. Shi looked at Xiaoyu's shiny Charizard, couldn't help but tease it a bit before he officially began to introduce Xiaoyu's Charizard. Xiaoyu's shiny Charizard has the extremely rare solar power ability and is also a special attack type. What's rare is that while it has trained its special attack to be extremely strong, its physical attributes are also better than those of a typical physical attack Charizard. Charizard will win this match, Shi said decisively. Heracross, Rock Blast. Kaipankaiu had made ample preparations before the match, and specifically had Heracross learn the rock-type move Rock Blast to counter Xiaoyu's Charizard. Heracross used its strong arms to lift the rock from the ground, spun its body around, and used the power from its waist to throw it at the Charizard. Whoosh! Charizard, use Flamethrower. The huge rock flew at high speed, like a cannonball, towards Charizard. However, Charizard was extremely agile in the air and easily dodged Heracross's Rock Blast attack. Then it opened its mouth, which was filled with raging flames. The flames burned fiercely, like a long dragon flying towards Heracross. Fly, Heracross, dodge the flamethrower. Although it is said to fly, it is actually more like jumping and gliding. Although Heracross does not look like a Pokémon that can fly, it actually has a pair of wings on its back, which are only revealed when it is flying. After leaping into the air, Heracross spread its wings and glided lightly, narrowly avoiding the fire-breathing dragon's flames. Despite missing his target, Xiaoyu was not discouraged. Instead, he immediately gave the order, Charizard, fly over there and use Flamethrower. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon roared, flapped its wings, and flew towards Heracross. When it got close enough, it spewed out the flames that had been building up in its mouth. Hold on, Heracross. Normal-type energy surged from Heracross, enveloping and filling its body. The flames surged forth, completely engulfing Heracross's body, the raging fire continuing to burn. This is the Endure skill, explained Shi from the commentary booth. This skill, combined with Resurrection, is one of Heracross's signature combo skills. Kaipankaiu will definitely have Heracross use Resurrection next. The key is whether Xiaoyu's Charizard can dodge it. However, under normal circumstances, only a Heracross level user can learn the Resurrection skill. This Heracross is able to learn it with the strength of a Lord level user, so its aptitude is quite good. Kaipankaiu did not disappoint Shi. With a wave of his hand, he instructed Heracross to use the Resurrection skill. Heracross, use Resurrection. Charizard, take off and create distance. Heracross unleashed a ferocious fighting-type energy. The massive injuries on its body amplified the energy within Heracross, and then the fighting-type energy within its body slammed towards Charizard like a giant fist. The most powerful aspect of the Resurrection skill is that the lower the health, the greater the power. For example, when Heracross uses Endure to preserve the last bit of health, it can definitely cause the greatest damage. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Charizard had already taken to the air, creating a significant distance between itself and Heracross. Even so, the energy blast from the fighting-type attack still hurtled towards Charizard in the air. Despite Charizard's attempts to dodge and weave, it was ultimately grazed by the fighting-type energy and sustained minor injuries. Heracross, unable to fight, Charizard wins round 1. The gap in raw power is still too big, Shiryui commented. Add to that the difference in attributes, and Heracross definitely can't beat Charizard. I'm curious, which Pokémon will Kaipankaiu send out for the second time? Should we send out Scizor or Beedrill? If we send out Scizor, it would be a success if Scizor, which is 4 times weak to fire, could land a bullet punch on Charizard. Shi joked with a smile. Kaipankaiu's strength might be considered good among ordinary people, but there is still a certain gap between him and Xiaoyu's carefully trained Charizard. Please send out a second Pokémon, Kaipankaiu. Kaipankaiu hadn't expected Xiaoyu's Charizard to be so strong. After thinking for a moment, he took out a Beedrill Pokeball. Go for it, Beedrill. As Shi said, Caesar has zero chance of winning against Charizard. In that case, it would be better to send Beedrill to fight Xiaoyu's Charizard directly. Chapter 168 Big Needle Bee. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Kaipankaya's giant bee. Kaipankaya's beetle is quite well developed, but it still falls short of being a top-tier beetle. Its size is almost the same as that of a regular beetle, and it doesn't seem to have anything special about it. Most importantly, Kaipankaya's Beedrill only has the aptitude of Lord level. This means that under normal growth conditions, the limit of this Beedrill is Lord level. If it wants to continue to improve, it must find treasures to improve its aptitude, or train slowly in the bug or poison-type secret realm for a long time. The fact that this Beedrill has a Lord level potential means that it's not very valuable to train, but it is Kaipankaya's starter Pokémon. So even though this Beedrill only has a Lord level potential, Kaipankaya is still doing his best to train it, constantly improving its move pool to make up for its lack of potential. This also resulted in this Beedrill having an extremely rich skill set, having learned a large number of moves. Kaipankaya's gaze fell on Beedrill. He didn't care about winning or losing now. His goal had always been to stand on such a stage one day and fight alongside Beedrill. Just do your best. Having a clear conscience is more important than winning or losing the game. Beedrill, charge. Kaipankaya waved his hand, his whole body suddenly becoming excited. Sword dance. Charizard, don't give it a chance to boost, just use Flamethrower. Since it was the opponent's trump card, Xiaoyu naturally took it seriously and directly had Charizard use the Flamethrower skill, spewing out a large ball of flame as it roared towards them. At this moment, Kaipankaya's large needle bee raised its two needles high, brought them together, and made a crisp sound. Then it spun its body at high speed like a top. The flames surged toward Beedrill, but Beedrill blocked them all with its rapidly spinning body. Apart from a few faint sparks sticking to its body, only its two needles glowed red and were heated to a bright red by the flames, but it was not seriously injured. This Beedrill has such a high level of skill proficiency. Commentator Shi exclaimed in surprise. Although this Beedrill's aptitude isn't high, its mastery of skills is quite impressive. Just now, it used Sword's Dance to spin its body at high speed, creating an airflow barrier to block Flamethrower. This match is going to be exciting. Kaipankaya smiled confidently and directed Beedrill, our turn. Beedrill, use your straight-through drill. A ground-based direct impact drill? While it might sound ridiculous to use ground-type moves to attack Charizard, since flying-type Pokémon are completely immune to ground-type moves in the games, in reality, flying-type Pokémon are only immune to moves like Earthquake. They are not immune to attacks that rely on sharp points, such as Drill Rush. Furthermore, if they land on the ground, they will still be hit by ground-type moves. Ground-type moves converged on Drill's two needles. Beedrill brought its needles together again, spun around, and thrust at Charizard like a silver flash, its momentum astonishing. What a fast Beedrill. Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised by Beedrill's astonishing speed, but quickly recovered. This Beedrill is about the same size as a regular Beedrill, which is likely to maintain its extreme speed. Charizard, Hot Wind. Xiaoyu calmly commanded Charizard. Facing Drill's powerful attack, Charizard absolutely could not dodge at this moment. Because his Charizard's greatest strength was its outstanding special attack ability, not its evasion ability. Similarly, Drill's greatest strength lies in its physical attack capabilities. Both are fast attackers, so in this situation, it's a battle of wits where only the brave will prevail, and neither can back down. Whoever retreats first will lose. Roar. The Charizard roared, gathering scorching heat in its mouth, and then suddenly spewed it out. A wave of heat rolled in, enveloping the area in front of us. Boom. Like a silver flash, Beedrill passed through the heatwave area. Its cicada-like wings were sparkling with fire, and its body was charred black. It was clear that the heatwave attack had damaged Beedrill. However, at the same time, Beedrill Twin Needle Spinner, after passing through the heatwave area, crashed into Charizard's body, instantly hitting Charizard and knocking it away. Page 96. Beautiful. She in the commentary booth couldn't help but exclaim, both Xiaoyu's choice and Drill's performance were quite brilliant. Similarly, audiences love this kind of direct confrontation. Beedrill, use your deadly sting. After the first strike was effective, Kaipankaya pressed his advantage and continued to give the order. Fatal Sting is one of the bug type's ultimate moves. Although its power isn't particularly impressive, it has an extremely strong effect. After defeating an enemy with Fatal Sting, it absorbs the enemy's power, greatly increasing the user's attack power for a period of time. Kaipankaya was greedy. He wanted Beedrill to defeat Charizard while greatly increasing its attack power to make it easier to deal with Xiaoyu's next Pokémon. But how could Xiaoyu let it have its way? Charizard, Hot Wind. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Charizard once again unleashed a scorching breath, directly covering the entire area in front of it and blocking Drill's path. But Beedrill was not afraid at all. It charged through the area covered by hot air and headed straight for Charizard. After the Beedrill burst out of the area covered by the hot air, flames were already rising from its body, indicating that it had suffered some more damage. Charizard, tail. Xiaoyu suddenly gave the order, and the moment Beedrill burst out of the heat wave, Charizard, which had been waiting for a long time, twisted its body and swung its tail. The tail was covered with dragon-type energy, and with a dragon tail, it successfully hit Beedrill. The moment the dragon tail hit Beedrill, the enveloping dragon-type energy directly blasted Beedrill away, sending it back into its Pokeball. At the same time, it forcibly pulled out Kaipankaya's backup Pokémon, Scizor. The sudden change of tactics caught everyone present off guard. The Charizard on the special attack side suddenly used a dragon tail attack that was aimed at physical damage, catching Kaipankaya completely off guard. Charizard, Hot Wind. After the dragon's tail, Xiaoyu did not hesitate to have Charizard use the Heat Wave skill again, aiming at the Scizor that had just appeared. Scyther, use High Speed. Only then did Kaipankaya realize what was happening and quickly ordered Scyther to use High Speed to try and avoid the hot air. However, Charizard's speed in unleashing its heat was simply too fast. As the sixth member of the family, it and Xiaoyu were completely in sync. Charizard was preparing a hot air attack while using its tail, giving Scizor no chance to react. The scorching heat instantly engulfed Scizor, scorching its red body and causing the newly arrived Scizor immense pain. With a fourfold weakness to fire, it was no match for the heat wave move, especially one with Sunny Day, its stab, and the solar power ability. The heat wave subsided, and the Scyther lay motionless on the ground, clearly having lost all its strength. This is so sudden. She couldn't help but exclaim. Xiaoyu's on-the-spot judgment was really too good. Even ordinary gym leader-level trainers could not do such a brilliant command. If I were in this situation, it would be absolutely impossible for me not to think of using Dragon Tail to break the deadlock in such a short time. I was still marveling at how fast this Beedrill was, when Xiaoyu suddenly pulled such a turn of events. With this, Kaipankaya only has one heavily injured Beedrill left, while Xiaoyu still has two Pokémon that haven't been used yet. Judging from the current situation, Xiaoyu really has a good chance of defeating three of them at once. I feel that Xiaoyu's Charizard can definitely be selected as one of the top 10 highlights of the week for the Lord-level trainers with this Dragon Tail move. She is still amazed by Xiaoyu's command and reaction abilities. Chapter 169 Euharan. Beedrill makes another appearance, facing Charizard once again. Under the blazing sun, Drill's crystal-clear wings vibrated incessantly, emitting a buzzing sound, while its pair of red eyes were locked onto Charizard. Kaipankaya knew his chances of winning were almost zero, but he was still trying his best to think of a way to deal with Charizard. Even if he couldn't beat Xiaoyu, he would give it his all. As long as he could defeat one Charizard, he would consider it a success. Big Needle Bee, Sword Dance. It was the same familiar routine, Swords Dance as the starting move. This time, Xiaoyu didn't let Charizard use Flamethrower instead, he chose to use Heat Wave. That said, Xiaoyu discovered that the hot air skill was surprisingly useful in reality. Not only was its attack range wide, but its power was also outstanding, making it a wide-range skill with firepower coverage. On the contrary, the fire-type signature move, Flamethrower, is not very effective, and enemies always dodge it in various strange ways. Charizard exhaled scorching breath from its mouth, directly covering a large area in front of it. Any Beedrill that wanted to get close to Charizard would have to endure the scorching heat first. Drill straight. It was the same familiar routine. Beedrill raised its two needles, spun around, and charged straight at Charizard. After quickly passing through the area covered by hot air, Beedrill used its twin stingers to stab Charizard. Charizard, Dragon Claw. Charizard's claws, covered in dragon-type energy, were crossed in front of its chest, blocking Drill's drill rush. Now, Charizard, use Flamethrower. Beedrill, use your stinger to release the straight drill. After Charizard used its claws to block Drill's attack, Xiaoyu and Kaipankaya gave the order almost simultaneously. Flames were brewing in the Charizard's mouth, burning fiercely. It opened its mouth and spewed out flames, instantly engulfing the Beedrill. At the same time, Drill's stinger was also covered with a large amount of ground-type energy, and then it forcefully pierced Charizard's body with its stinger. Roar! Charizard roared in pain. Beedrill, enduring the scorching flames, thrust its stinger deep into Charizard's body. The flames continued to scorch Beedrill, while its stinger unleashed ground-type abilities to damage Charizard. Finally, after several seconds, Drill's fragile body could no longer withstand the high temperature from the flames, and it gradually lost consciousness, falling towards the ground. Charizard was also severely injured at this time. Drill's final drill shot had also dealt a heavy blow to it, but it still had a sliver of strength left. The referee, who was standing by, rushed over immediately. Beedrill is unable to battle. Charizard wins. Xiaoyu wins this match. As the referee's voice rang out, cheers erupted from the crowd. Xiaoyu put away his Charizard and walked to the center of the arena with Kaipankaya to shake hands. "You're very strong, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." Although he was unwilling to accept being defeated by Charizard in a 3-on-1 battle, Kaipankaya still sincerely wished Xiaoyu well. "I hope you can win the match this afternoon." Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Kaipankaya. Although Kaipankaya's Pokemon strength was a bit lacking, he had developed Drill's moves quite well. Whether it was spinning swords dance to dodge moves or using double needle and tail sting simultaneously to unleash Drill Rush, it was much more powerful than most Beedrill. In this respect, he is definitely a genius. Your Pokemon is also very strong, but it suffers from its type and the weather. That's the truth. In the rain, Charizard would never be able to defeat 3 opponents at once, and it would be difficult for it to even defeat 2. But sometimes luck is also a part of strength. At this point, Xiaoyu lowered his voice. "Are you interested in working at the Xinguang City Gym in Zishu Province? I can write my dad a letter of recommendation for you to work at the Bug-type gym. It won't affect your video creation. Here's my contact information. If you're interested, you can call me." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Kaipankaya's eyes lit up, and he nodded. "Okay, thank you. I'll contact you after your competition, and I'll challenge you again next time. My ace Pokemon hasn't grown up yet this time, but I won't lose to you so easily next time." Kaipankaya does indeed have an ace Pokemon, but that Pokemon has only just hatched. Although it has high potential, its strength is only at the ordinary level. If that Pokemon grows up, it will definitely be able to fight against Xiaoyu's Charizard. "Your challenge is always welcome." Xiaoyu showed no fear whatsoever. What if Kaipankaya's strength had increased in the next battle? His own strength was also constantly improving. Of Xiaoyu's 6 Pokemon, only Charizard and Sceptile have reached their final forms. The other 4 Dragon-type Pokemon have not yet evolved into their final forms. This is a common problem for Dragon-type trainers. They are weak in the early stages, but as time goes by, the strength of Dragon-type Pokemon only increases. Of course, whether they can survive the initial phase is another question. Noivern, Haxorus, Salamence, and Dragapult are all powerful Pokemon that become strong once they evolve into their final forms. After the morning's matches concluded, the exhibition matches and rest period began, and Xiaoyu was backstage preparing for the afternoon's matches. His opponent in the afternoon was Li Miao, a member of the Chang'an Dragon System Secret Realm Training Camp and Yu Heiran's prized disciple. Yu Heiran and Xiaoyu had a personal grudge over their previous competition for pseudo-legendary Pokemon. He had gradually forgotten about it, but a few days ago, the Dawn Society sent him a message. The Dragapult Mesia that Xiaoyu obtained was actually a shiny Dragapult Mesia. Upon learning this news, Yu Heiran's anger intensified. He even conceived the idea of killing Xiaoyu and stealing all his Pokemon, but the capital city was not Chang'an, and Chang'an was his territory. Yu Heiran is a native of Chang'an. He was born, grew up, and works in Chang'an. Now, he has been guarding the Dragon System Secret Realm in Chang'an for many years. His strength has long reached the peak of the Elite 4 level trainer, and he is only one step away from the Elite 4. In addition, the Yu family is one of the top families and powerful local families in Chang'an, with extensive influence in the city. With his immense power and powerful background, Yu Heiran was practically a local tyrant in Chang'an. Anything he set his sights on was guaranteed to fall into his hands. Under Yu Heiran's leadership, the Yu family expanded rapidly, and their business scope expanded from the initial construction and tourism to include elf trading, energy cubes, underground black markets, elf poaching, and even human trafficking. As long as it's profitable, there's no business Yu Heiran wouldn't dare to do. Of course, in the process of doing business, there are no shortage of formidable competitors. Those with some connections can lose some money but still leave Chang'an alive. Those without connections, without exception, either mysteriously disappear or die under mysterious circumstances. As for those aggrieved individuals who wanted to report the incident to the Pokémon Association, they were taken away as soon as they stepped out of the door, even though the president of the Chang'an Pokémon Association was his father-in-law. It was precisely because of Yu Heiran's ruthless and vicious ways that he was known to everyone in Chang'an. However, he was also aware of his own limitations, which meant that he only operated within the local area of Chang'an and the entire Shaanxi province, and never expanded outwards indiscriminately. After all, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake, and this was the secret to the Yu family's enduring prosperity. The last time Xiaoyu came to Chang'an, it was like a dragon crossing the river. He not only stole the pseudo-legendary Pokémon, but also slapped him in the face. This time, he naturally wanted to get his revenge. More importantly, ever since he learned about the shiny Dragapult, he had been thinking about it and wanted to find an opportunity to get his hands on that Dragapult. Taking someone's money is like killing their parents. A shiny pseudo-legendary Pokémon has ruined his path to becoming a champion. Chapter 170 First Release Buzzing Bat. Li Miao is 18 years old this year, the same age as Xiaoyu, and is also a senior high school student. Although his strength is not top tier within the Chang'an Dragon System secret realm, he and Xiaoyu are both extremely strong among Lord-level trainers. In particular, his ace Pokémon, Kingdra, has the ability Swift Swim, which greatly increases its speed in the rain. Combined with its powerful special attack and 4 times fire resistance, it is a perfect counter to Xiaoyu's Charizard. Besides Kingdra, Li Miao's other 2 Pokémon are equally powerful. One is the Altaria, known as a traitor to the dragon race, and the other is the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is extremely strong in close combat. Page 97. A pure physical attacker, a pure special attacker, a Kingdra, and a support-oriented Altaria. The combination of these 3 Pokémon is extremely reasonable. Moreover, they are 3 true Dragon-type Pokémon, much more authentic than Xiaoyu, a half-baked Dragon-type trainer. However, Xiaoyu showed no fear whatsoever. Only fake Dragon-type trainers would use Dragon-type Pokémon like Altaria or Kingdra. True Dragon-type trainers use Pokémon like Gyarados, Charizard, and Aerodactyl. In the battle between real and fake Dragon-type trainers, how could my Charizard and Sceptile be afraid of you? Welcome, viewers, to this match. The 2 players facing off are Xiaoyu from the Imperial Capital Dragon Realm and Li Miao from the Chang'an Dragon Realm. Let's welcome our 2 guests to the stage. Accompanied by the host's passionate voice, Xiaoyu and Li Miao appeared on stage at the same time. Li Miao looked tall and thin, with a refined and scholarly air. He wore a trench coat from the Chang'an Dragon Realm and black boots, giving him a cool and slightly roguish look. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. Game start. Go, Kingthorn Dragon. Keep it up, Buzzbat. Li Miao's choice of Pokémon was as expected, Kingdra, an ace-level Pokémon with the potential to dominate the weather with Rain Dance. However, Xiaoyu's choice of Nombat surprised everyone, as they all assumed that Xiaoyu would definitely send out Charizard as his first Pokémon in sunny weather. Xiaoyu didn't field Charizard in the starting lineup, but instead started with Nombat. Commentator Shi said in surprise, "If I hadn't watched the morning's game, I would definitely say that Xiaoyu doesn't understand tactics. However, after watching the morning's match, I believe Xiaoyu must have his own reasons for doing this. Let's continue to watch and see what kind of wonderful performance this buzzing bat will bring." Li Miao frowned slightly. He had the same thought, expecting Xiaoyu to send out Charizard or Sceptile as the first choice, but he didn't expect it to be Noctua. Numbat it is, Li Miao thought. It's 4 times weak to ice, sending it up here is practically suicide. He couldn't help but think that against Kingdra's Ice Beam, the Numbat was nothing more than a helpless baby. Xiaoyu, I'll show you what a true Dragon-type trainer is, and that the Chang'an Dragon-type secret realm is the strongest secret realm. Kingthorn Dragon, use Rain Dance. Buzzing Bat, Provocation. Li Miao naturally instructed Kingdra to use the Rain Dance skill to change the sunny weather into rainy weather. This would not only trigger Kingdra's Swift Swim ability but also effectively increase the damage of water-type moves. However, Xiaoyu was not about to let Li Miao have his way. He sent out Nova Bat as the first opponent, with the aim of making Nova Bat use the taunt skill to lock down Kingdra and prevent it from using attack skills and status skills. Although the 2 gave the orders almost simultaneously, the Buzzbat acted first. The Nompus, possessing telepathic abilities, has established a preliminary mental link with Xiaoyu, enabling simple mental communication and the transmission of basic information. Naturally, it reacts much faster than the Kingdra, which relies on voice commands. This is truly a rudimentary form of telepathy. As their mental connection grows stronger, Xiaoyu and Wengfu will eventually be able to achieve genuine telepathic communication. The Buzzbat flapped its wings and flew through the air, emitting sound waves from its mouth. At the same time, dark-type energy spread outwards layer by layer with the sound waves, rapidly expanding. Almost instantly, it hit Kingdra, which was accumulating water-type energy, and its Rain Dance skill was abruptly interrupted. "Is this using sound waves to taunt?" exclaimed Shi in the commentary booth. As a professional commentator, he immediately recognized that Noibat's method of using taunt was different from that of other Pokémon. Xiaoyu smiled. The way Buzzbat was now using transformation skills was his secret weapon, which he had been researching for a long time. It involved using Buzzbat's ultrasonic abilities to transfer energy, allowing some moves to be executed faster, achieving an effect similar to Mischievous Heart. Of course, achieving this level is not easy and requires meeting the following conditions. First, Noblem's aptitude must be high enough. Xiaoyu estimated it would need to be at least near champion level. This is because Noblem didn't learn this skill even when it was at the Elite 4 level. It only learned it after Xiaoyu caught 6 Dragon-type Pokémon, causing all of their aptitudes to skyrocket. Secondly, it needs to have telepathic properties, because only buzzing bats with this property are more sensitive to energy and can attach energy to sound waves so that it can propagate with the sound waves. These two conditions are indispensable. However, once you learn this ability, the effects are incredibly powerful. First, the taunt skill almost always guarantees the first strike, sealing the opponent's transformation skills with a 100% success rate, which is powerful enough on its own. Secondly, skills such as Dragon Pulse will change in how they are released. They will no longer be simple energy blasts, but will instead incorporate Dragon-type energy into sound waves. This will not only greatly increase the release speed of the skills, but will also turn them into wide-range area of effect attacks. This ability alone can greatly enhance the Buzzbat's combat power. What a brilliant idea. So that's how buzzing bats can use their skills. I guess I should consider training one when I get back. I estimate that after today's competition, many people will choose Nombat as their starter Pokémon. If Xiaoyu's demonstration of Charizard's Dragon Tail skill in the morning was merely eye-catching, then the abilities Nombat displayed at this moment were absolutely astonishing. Yu Heron's face was grim. Even though he and Xiaoyu didn't get along, he had to admit that Xiaoyu, who was able to develop such an ability, truly deserved the title of scientific genius. Sumu's lips curled up slightly. He hadn't misjudged Xiaoyu after all. He had already seen Xiaoyu's talent from the last time Xiaoyu was able to command Roserade and Gallade to hold off Anthony on his own. Sumuza cheered excitedly for Xiaoyu, completely forgetting that the VIP box was soundproof, and no one except Xiao Wanyu beside her could hear her. Xiao Wanyu, meanwhile, wore a thoughtful expression. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 171 King Thorn Dragon vs Charizard. Li Miao hadn't expected that the Buzzbat would use sound waves to unleash a taunt skill, directly interrupting the King Thorn Dragon's rain dance skill. King Thorn, use Ice Beam. However, Li Miao was not bothered by having his variation moves blocked and quickly changed his approach. Since rain dance isn't an option, let's just use Ice Beam to take down Nombat. Li Miao was full of confidence in his Kingdra, and confidence is an essential quality for every trainer. Kingdra, with ice-type energy accumulating in its gun barrel-like mouth, flew towards Nombat in a laser-like motion. Get out of the way, Buzzbat. Use Tailwind. After countless extreme dodging training sessions, the Noctua was completely unfazed by Kingdra's Ice Beam attack. With a light and agile turn, it easily evaded the Ice Beam, handling the situation with ease. At the same time, Nombat opened its mouth again, and flying-type energy, along with sound waves, covered the entire field. Under the influence of flying-type energy, winds blew across the field, and for a period of time afterward, the speed of Xiaoyu's Pokémon would increase along with the energy of the wind. Looking at the agile Nombat, Li Miao felt for the first time that it was a bit tricky. It was obvious that Kingdra, which could only move within the pool, would find it difficult to hit the Nombat flying at a distance using its skills. Kingthorn Dragon, compress your energy and unleash Ice Beam. Li Miao's ability to become the strongest Lord-level trainer in the entire Chang'an Dragon System secret realm is naturally due to his considerable skill. The Kingdra continuously compressed Ice-type energy into its long mouth, accumulating power. When the Ice-type energy was compressed to its limit, it suddenly launched. The compressed Ice Beam traveled at extremely high speed, like a sniper rifle, firing a beam of ice energy straight toward the buzzing bat. Buzzbat, hold the line. Faced with the compressed frozen beam, Xiaoyu didn't dare to gamble on whether the Buzzbat could dodge it. Instead, he chose to play it safe and had the Buzzbat use its guard skill to block the Kingdra's attack. Buzzing Bat, turn back immediately. After securing the move, Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. Nombat's body was enveloped in bug-type energy. Taking advantage of the speed generated by the Tailwind move, it crashed into Kingdra like a flash of light, causing minor damage, and then retreated quickly back into its Pokeball. U-turn is one of the top bug-type moves. Not only is it quite powerful, but it also has the effect of switching Pokémon, and it can be used to switch Pokémon even if it is not affected by rooting, binding, or shadow tag. Of course, because of the power of this skill, its price is also quite high. Noisybat was able to learn this skill last night after Longian Ning brought over the U-turn TM. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but want to look for Long Yanning's graceful figure in the audience, but he was in the middle of a battle and couldn't get distracted. Xiaoyu could only suppress this thought and took out a Pokeball to release Charizard. Roar! After unleashing Taunt and Tailwind to create a perfect opportunity for Charizard to deal damage, Nombat uses U-turn to switch Charizard in. This is exactly Xiaoyu's tactic. Charizard, Dragon Pulse. Xiaoyu chose to have Charizard use the Dragon Pulse move at this time, not only because Kingdra is 4 times more resistant to fire, but more importantly because all of Li Miao's Pokémon are twice as weak to dragons. Charizard with the Solar Power ability can definitely cripple Kingdra when it uses Dragon Pulse. Kingthorn Dragon, hide in the water. Li Miao reacted quickly, choosing to have Kingdra shrink into the water to cushion the power of Dragon Pulse. Kingdra quickly dived into the water, completely dodging Charizard's Dragon Pulse attack. Looking at the King Spikes hiding underwater, Xiaoyu also felt that it was quite troublesome. To deal with the King Spikes, he had to force it to the surface first. Charizard, use Heat Wave on the water. As Xiaoyu gave the order, he exhaled scorching breath that covered the entire water surface, continuously heating it up. This is still because Charizard's strength is insufficient. If there were a gym leader or Elite Four member, a single fire-type move could evaporate the water on the surface, not just heat it up. Seeing Charizard's actions, Li Miao knew that Kingdra had to retaliate. Kingdra, compress your water-type energy and unleash Water Cannon. As the water temperature rose, and with Li Miao's command, Kingdra suddenly poked its head out, enduring the scorching heat, and aimed at Charizard from its gun-like mouth, unleashing a water cannon. A beam of azure light, like a laser, flew straight toward Charizard. Charizard, Dragon Pulse. The compressed water cannon fired at an extremely high speed, colliding with the dragon-type energy emitted from Charizard's mouth, creating an explosion and splashing water droplets all around like rain. Charizard, Dragon Pulse at full power. Xiaoyu couldn't care less about anything else at the moment. He couldn't think of any other good methods. In addition, the duration of the taunt skill used by Nombat was not long. Therefore, he could only let Charizard use Dragon Pulse to cover the area with firepower. Roar! Kingthorn Dragon, unleash your most powerful water cannon. Similarly, Li Miao had no other choice. If it weren't for the Nompus's taunt skill, he could have made Kingdra use the Rain Dance skill, but now he could only make Kingdra use the Water Cannon skill. Page 98. 2 Pokémon, one a Rain-type attacker and the other a Sun-type attacker, are engaged in the simplest of battles, a clash of turrets. The Water Cannon skill collides with Dragon Pulse, the energy intertwines, forming the purest energy collision, a contest of sheer strength. Appeared. It's a pure energy contest, there's no skill involved, it's entirely about whose Pokémon has the better control over energy. Li Miao and Xiaoyu were truly evenly matched. The very first match of the game was already so exciting. Xiaoyu and Li Miao were both completely focused on the competition in front of them. They knew this move might be the key to deciding the outcome of the first game. Both Charizard and Kingdra unleashed their full power, the clash of energies gradually becoming frenzied. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and the collision of energy created a massive cloud of smoke and splashes of water. As the smoke cleared, the Charizard lying on the ground and Kingdra floating above were revealed. Both Charizard and Kingdra were incapacitated, making the first round a draw. A tie! Mumu exclaimed in surprise from the commentary booth. Nobody expected the first round to be a tie, Shi said with a smile. But to be honest, Xiaoyu's Charizard was actually a step ahead. Why? Mumu asked in surprise. Although Xiaoyu's Charizard triggered the Solar Power ability, it used Dragon Pulse, which is neither a stab move nor as powerful as Hydro Pump. Furthermore, Xiaoyu's Charizard only evolved last week and is still some distance from the Overlord level, while Li Miao's Kingdra is about to break through to the Overlord level. Considering all factors, I think if Charizard were given more time to grow, Xiaoyu's Charizard would definitely be stronger. But the first game alone was so exciting, which makes me even more excited for the rest of the match. After losing their ace Charizard, Xiaoyu is left with only a Sceptile and an unevolved Nombat. Li Miao, on the other hand, still has Altaria with 4 times the grass resistance and Tyranitar with extremely strong melee capabilities, so the situation is much more favorable for him, Shi analyzed seriously. So, Teacher Shi means Xiaoyu will lose? Mumu asked. I didn't say that. Shi naturally wouldn't make a judgment so easily. Attached image, Duramboluto. Chapter 172 The Lizard King and the Tanabata. After Charizard and Kingdra fought to a draw, Li Miao took out a Pokeball from his waist and released his second Pokémon, Altaria. Li Miao's decision to send out Altaria was made after careful consideration. Xiaoyu now only has 2 Pokémon left. One Nompud is not a threat, and only one Sceptile is slightly dangerous. Altaria has a fourfold resistance to grass, and with the advantage of flying-type moves, it is enough to deal with Sceptile. The Kixie Bluebird was more than enough to take on 2 opponents at once. Li Miao couldn't help but think to himself that today was the day he, Li Miao, would make a name for himself. What scientific genius! What bullshit dragon-type trainer! They're nothing in front of me, Li Miao. Go, Tanabata Bluebird. Up, Buzzing Bat. Xiaoyu followed the same strategy, sending out the Buzzbat again. The reason was simple, the Altaria had a lot of annoying skills. The skill includes Cotton Defense, which greatly increases defense Feather Dance, which significantly reduces enemy attack Dragon Dance, which increases attack and speed Singing, which hypnotizes enemies, and the ultimate skill, Song of the End. Upgrade Level 1, Significant Upgrade Level 2, Huge Upgrade Level 3. The vast skill pool was quite annoying, so Xiaoyu could only send out the Buzzbat to provoke it first and seal its transformation skills. It has to be said that having a Pokémon that has learned the taunt move is really awesome. Xiaoyu now wishes that all Pokémon could learn this move. Provocation, Eternal God, Buzzing Bat, Provocation. The Bluebird of the 7th Night, Dragon Claw. Upon seeing the Buzzing Bat, Li Miao decisively abandoned using his transformation skill. Considering the Buzzing Bat's powerful long-range evasion ability, he directly chose to have the Albirex use its Dragon Claw skill to get close and kill the Buzzing Bat. Upon hearing Li Miao's order, Xiaoyu's heart sank. The unevolved Buzzbat had absolutely no way of fighting the Albirex head-on. Buzzbat, U-turn. After using the taunt skill, Xiaoyu had Buzzbat use the U-turn skill again, wanting to switch to Lizard King. Bug-type energy enveloped Nombat and Altaria, causing them to collide and then immediately return to their Pokeballs. Tanabata, Breathe Fire. Taking advantage of Xiaoyu's substitution, Li Miao immediately had the Azure Bird use its Flamethrower skill. It's your turn, Lizard King. As the Lizard King appears, its enormous body is simultaneously unleashed, and the Altaria spews flames from its mouth, flying towards the Lizard King and inflicting damage. It has appeared, Xiaoyu's Giant Lizard King. Last time, Xiaoyu Sceptile only made a brief appearance and instantly defeated Xia Tianming's Infernape. Today, we can finally take a closer look at this Sceptile. However, the Lizard King is at a significant disadvantage in terms of attributes, and it's uncertain whether it can defeat the Altaria. As Xiaoyu's ace, Sceptile has hardly ever battled since evolving into its final form. This is its first real battle against other Pokémon. With its champion potential fully developed and strength approaching the peak of the Lord level, Xiaoyu had absolute confidence in his Lizard King, believing it to be virtually unbeatable at the Lord level. Even if it exists, it couldn't possibly be Li Miao's Kixie Bluebird. The flames scorched the Lizard King, but despite the elemental advantage, the Lizard King endured it without making a sound, its eyes fixed on the Altaria. Lizard King, show everyone your strength. Use your sword dance. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. This battle will be the stage for the Lizard King to put on a show. Altair, keep using Flamethrower. Li Miao couldn't help but feel a little anxious after seeing the Lizard King appear. The pressure from this Lizard King was immense, especially after it used its sword dance skill. The Lizard King's sword dance skills were not proficient, and it could not rotate its body like Kaipankai's Beedrill to dodge skills. It could only achieve the most basic ability to greatly increase its attack, but even so, it still made Li Miao start to panic. The flames struck the Lizard King again, but it remained motionless, enduring the flame damage as it used its sword dance skill. It is clear that its enormous size not only makes the Lizard King's strength terrifying, but also its physical resilience and energy resistance are quite formidable. If it were any other small-armed, weak-legged Sceptile, it might have been seriously injured after taking 2 fire breaths. But Xiaoyu Sceptile was different. After being hit by 2 fire breaths from the Altaria, it seemed like nothing had happened. Lizard King, continue your sword dance. Hearing Xiaoyu's order, Li Miao panicked. If the Lizard King continued to strengthen itself like this, neither Altaria nor Tyranitar would be able to defeat it. Twin Bluebird, unleash a fierce attack with the brave bird. Seeing the Lizard King complete its sword dance enhancement once again, Li Miao was truly panicked. This is like a petite and cute girl meeting her online boyfriend, only to find out that the man on the other end is a muscular man who is 1.8 meters tall and keeps eating aphrodisiac foods like oysters and chives. Would you panic if you were in that situation? Anyway, Li Miao is very panicked now. The pressure from the Lizard King was already immense, and now, after the 2 sword dances, he is extremely anxious. Therefore, he chose to let Altaria use its powerful stab move Brave Bird, and with the flying type's advantage over grass type, Li Miao thought Altaria should be able to severely injure Sceptile. Upon hearing Li Miao's order, Altaria, enveloped in a large amount of flying-type energy, folded its wings and bombarded Altaria like a cannonball. A white light flashed across the sky. The Altaria, after unleashing its brave bird attack, was incredibly fast, hurtling towards the Lizard King like a meteor. Boom! Impossible! Li Miao exclaimed in surprise as he watched what was happening before his eyes. With a loud bang, everyone's eyes were drawn to the Lizard King, who had blocked the Altaria's attack with just one hand without moving an inch, standing there in place. Although Li Miao knew that the Altaria was definitely weaker than the Lizard King in terms of strength, he didn't expect the difference to be so great. Dragon Claw, Lizard King. Fly up, Tanabata Bluebird. Li Miao was really getting anxious. With the Lizard King's physique and the fact that it had already used its sword dance twice, the consequences of being hit by the Dragon Claw would be unimaginable. The bluebird suddenly flapped its wings, trying to take off, but it only felt a huge force coming at it. Its feet were dragged, and then its body was uncontrollably dragged to the ground. The Lizard King pinned Altaria to the ground with one hand, while the other hand, with a giant dragon claw formed from dragon-type energy, landed directly on Altaria's body. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. The mournful cry of the Kixie Bluebird echoed throughout the entire battlefield. The referee stopped the match at the right time. The match had completely lost its technical aspects and had simply become a brutal and one-sided massacre. The Tanabata has lost its ability to fight. The entire venue fell silent, an eerie stillness descending upon it. When everyone finally came to their senses, they discovered a truly horrifying scene. The Tanabata had lost many of its feathers and lay unconscious on the ground. Chapter 173 Monster Jaw Dragon. Li Miao now only has one Pokémon left, and he is backed up to the brink of despair. This was the first time he had felt nervous, and his palms were slightly sweaty. Could he really lose to Xiaoyu? Once this thought appeared, it took root in his mind and wouldn't leave. Li Miao believed that his 3 Pokémon had high potential and were also very strong, and that their types were even superior to Xiaoyu's Pokémon. Unexpectedly, first, the Ace Kingdra and Charizard traded kills in a 1-for-1 battle, and then Altaria was completely unilaterally slaughtered by Xiaoyu Septal. For the first time, his belief in his inevitable victory wavered. Can my own Tyranitar really defeat Xiaoyu's Lizard King? Page 99. Li Miao had doubts in his heart, and with this in mind, he released his last Pokémon, the Ragnarok. A normal Tyrannosaurus Rex is 2.5 meters tall, but Li Miao's Tyrannosaurus Rex is extremely well developed, standing over 3 meters tall, almost the same size as Xiaoyu's Lizard King. The 2 giant Pokémon locked eyes, both burning with a desire to fight. This was the first time Tyrantrum had encountered a Pokémon of similar size to itself. Roar. Like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, the monster Jaw Dragon roared, proclaiming its majesty. Then, it used its powerful hind legs to propel itself into a run, each step echoing with a thump on the ground. Flame Fong, Monster Jaw Dragon. The monstrous Jaw Dragon accelerated continuously, using its momentum to charge towards the Lizard King, and then suddenly crashed into it. Its enormous teeth were coated with fire energy, burning fiercely as it opened its blood-red maw and bit down hard on Xiaoyu. Lizard King, Dragon Claw. Chemo. The Lizard King responded to Xiaoyu's command, its claws radiating dragon-type energy as it faced the monster Jaw Dragon. Boom. With its claws crossed and held horizontally in front of it, the Lizard King used its own strength to block the attack of the monster Jaw Dragon. The Lizard King can actually go head-to-head with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is known for its strength. Commentator Shi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This is the first time I've encountered such a situation in my decades-long commentary career." The Tyrantrum was quite surprised, as few Pokémon could match its strength. It kept biting down, trying to crush the Septal with its giant jaws, but it did not expect the Septal in front of it to have such great strength, and it withstood its bite. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Just then, Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rang out, "Lizard King, Dragon Pulse." "Oh no, get out of the way, Tyrannosaurus Rex." Li Miao reacted to Xiaoyu's command and tried to get Tyrannosaurus Rex to get out of the way, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex's huge size and weight limited its speed. Dragon-type energy gathered in the Lizard King's mouth, and then a dragon pulse was spewed out. The dragon-shaped energy shockwave hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex directly, causing it high damage. Tyranitar is known for its immense attack power, strong defense, and stamina, but it is not fast, and its special attack and special defense are very weak. Because its forelimbs are extremely small, it rarely uses skills such as Dragon Claws, and even when it does, their power is very limited. This resulted in the Tyrannosaurus Rex having an extremely simple attack method, accelerating and ramming into enemies, and tearing them apart with its powerful jaws. The attack method is simple, but its power is not. As the saying goes, brute force can overcome any technique, and the greatest truths are the simplest. As long as you train your strength to the extreme, no Pokémon can withstand its 3 powerful attacks. Unfortunately, although this monstrous dinosaur was well developed, it was not exaggerated and remained within a reasonable range. The truly top-tier Tyranitar must be at least 5 meters tall to possess that terrifying power. It doesn't even need any special moves, a single charge is enough to crush most Pokémon. Li Miao's Tyranitar had no other means of countering it after encountering a Pokémon like Sceptile that could directly clash with it. Its greatest pride is its own strength, and when its strength is insufficient to defeat its enemy, it has no other way to win. Roar! Monta Jaw Dragon, keep using Flame Fang. Li Miao gritted his teeth. Although he could foresee his defeat, he couldn't accept it for the moment and continued to order the Monster Jaw Dragon to attack. The wounded Tyrannosaurus Rex became even more ferocious, its eyes gleaming with malice, and it let out a huge roar. Then, it used its powerful hind legs to propel itself at full speed toward the Lizard King, like a heavy truck. Lizard King, Dragon Claw. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the Lizard King remained remarkably calm as it watched the Tyranitar charging straight at it. It stood motionless, its hands gently waving, instantly enveloped in Dragon-type energy, forming Dragon-type energy claws. Just as the Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to crash into the Lizard King suddenly leaped high into the air and landed on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's back. Strength is not the Lizard King's forte, its greatest strength lies in speed. Despite its enormous size, the Lizard King remains incredibly fast. Perched on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Lizard King's claws pierced directly into the Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck from both sides, instantly inflicting severe damage. After 2 rounds of fighting, the Monster Jaw Dragon was severely injured, while the Lizard King was completely unharmed. Lizard King, the final Dragon Pulse. Riding on Tyranitar's back, the Sceptile King gathered Dragon-type energy in its mouth. The Dragon Pulse shot out from its mouth, hitting Tyranitar's head squarely and successfully defeating it. The referee, who had been preparing for some time, immediately raised his flag and loudly announced, "The Tyrannosaurus Rex is unable to fight, and Xiaoyu wins this match." As the referee's voice rang out, cheers erupted from the stands. Li Miao stared blankly at Xiaoyu, who was enjoying the cheers and praise, and even forgot to retract the Monster Jaw Dragon that was lying on the ground. Xiaoyu's Pokémon is definitely a king Pokémon. At least so far, it is the best Sceptile I have ever seen. Its strength and speed are almost perfect. Amidst applause, Xiaoyu walked backstage and immediately saw Long Yaning waiting at the exit, looking at him with a slight smile on her lips. Xiaoyu quickly went up to her and asked, "How was it, Teacher Long? Did I embarrass you?" "It's all right." Although Long Yaning tried her best to appear serious, the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her pleasant mood. "It's just that I didn't manage to defeat 3 opponents at once. I'm still a bit short. I need to practice more when I get back." As the two were talking, they met Xiao Wanyu and her daughter walking towards them. Xiao Wanyu was still dressed fashionably, and her delicate and beautiful skin made it impossible to guess her age. "Xiaoyu, do you have time? Let's talk." "It is good." Xiaoyu glanced at Long Yaning beside him, then nodded. With so many people around, Xiao Wanyu wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Chapter 174 Rich Brother. Xiao Wanyu is truly beautiful. She has a full and rounded figure, and fair and delicate skin. She doesn't look like a woman who has given birth at all. Instead, she looks like a woman in her 20s. The charm she exudes unintentionally can make Xiaoyu's heart flutter. "Xiaoyu." Xiao Wanyu's red lips parted slightly, her voice carrying a charming quality. "I'm not here for anything else, just to tell you some news. Don't you still have a national selection spot? I suggest you go to the Ghost-type secret realm and pick a Pokémon. A special party will be held in Shanghai in a few months. Here are the admission tickets. Remember to prepare enough money in advance." Boom. Xiao Wanyu flicked a glittering gold coin from her hand, then tightened her coat, turned and left, leaving behind only a graceful and voluptuous figure. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu's gaze was fixed on the gold coin, and he did not notice her figure. The gold coin traced an arc through the air and landed in Xiaoyu's hand. The Money Grubber's coins. Collecting 999 of the Money Grubber's coins will allow the Money Grubber to evolve into the rich man. Xiaoyu looked at the gold coins in his hand, lost in thought. Spellweaver is already an extremely rare ghost-type Pokémon, but Cyclops is many times rarer than Spellweaver. This is because the evolution conditions for the Money Grubber are extremely demanding, requiring the collection of 999 Money Grubber coins. Such stringent conditions mean that only a very small number of money-gathering spirits can evolve into rich men. However, this doesn't deter the wealthy people of this world. In order for a money-gathering spirit to evolve, they will buy money-gathering spirit coins at high prices, collecting 999 coins to allow it to evolve. This has made the price of suokaling coins extremely high, and they are still very difficult to obtain. As Xiaoyu knew, a single suokailing coin on the black market could fetch hundreds of thousands of yuan, and even then, it was often unavailable. In this world, everyone who can evolve a money-seeking spirit into a rich man is a true tycoon. There's a saying circulating online: when you encounter a trainer who owns a saifu, a powerful trainer, don't hesitate, that person is your benefactor in this life. What does Xiaowanyu mean by this? What is her purpose in giving herself this gold coin from the money-gathering spirit and hinting at her choice of the money-gathering spirit's egg? With a heavy heart, Xiaoyu declined Wu Qinshan's kind invitation and rode back to the Dragon Realm in Long Yaning's sports car. As the sun sets, its afterglow bathes the entire capital in a golden hue. Bathed in the sunset, Long Yanning exuded an ethereal aura, captivating Xiaoyu, who stood beside her. "My dad just called, he's already off the plane." Long Yanning noticed that Xiaoyu had been frowning and deep in thought ever since he finished talking with Xiaowanyu, and couldn't help but say softly, "He'll probably be back in the secret realm soon." Xiaoyu nodded absent-mindedly, then suddenly asked Long Yanning, "By the way, do you know about the ghost-type secret realm?" "I know." Long Yanning thought for a moment and said softly, "There are two ghost-type secret realms in China. One is in Daong City, Hunan Province, and the other is in Jinling City, Suzhou Province." "What's wrong?" "Xiao Tianwang gave me a money-attracting coin," Xiaoyu said to Long Yanning, taking out the money-attracting coin that Xiaowanyu had given him. "Coins from the money-gathering spirit?" Long Yanning asked in surprise, causing the car to shake. "Hey, Teacher Long, drive carefully." Xiaoyu was startled and quickly reminded Long Yanning, "Don't get excited, safety first." "Don't worry, I know." Long Yanning blushed with embarrassment and slowed down the car. "Why would she give you something like this?" "I don't know either." Xiaoyu shook his head. He really couldn't figure out the situation. "Xiao Tianwang asked me to go to the ghost-type secret realm to take a look, saying that I still have one more spot in the national selection." Was she implying that I should choose the Pokémon egg of the money grubber? "She even gave me a money grubber coin before I left." After listening to Xiaoyu's words, Long Yanning fell into thought. "Is she also asking you to attend a party a few months from now?" "How did you know?" Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Long Yanning looked as if she had known all along. "Do you know what that party was called?" "How could I know?" "The Golden Gambling Game." Long Yanning was obviously familiar with this gathering as well, and explained to Xiaoyu in detail. "It takes 999 coins for a money-gathering spirit to evolve into a rich man. It's very difficult for one person to collect 999 coins. In order to evolve the money-seeking spirit into the rich man, Xiaowanyu specially organized a golden gambling game. Anyone who has money-seeking spirit coins can sign up. Once the total number of money-seeking spirit coins held by the sign-ups reaches 999, this gathering will be held. Under normal circumstances, this gathering will only be held once every 3 years. Furthermore, in this betting game, once you've lost all of the lucky coins, you can choose to leave the game or use money to replace the lucky coins and continue participating. Every 100 million can be used to replace one lucky coin. 100 million? Xiaoyu was somewhat taken aback. 999 suokaling coins are worth 999 million renminbi. It really is a gathering of the rich. That's right. Long Yanning seemed to recall something. "I went there once with my dad and witnessed the scene inside. There are always appraisers and bank staff in the gambling room to make it convenient for participants to withdraw money. Some people take this opportunity to win a few coins from the money-gathering spirit and leave rich, while others lose everything as a result." Xiaoyu pondered Long Yanning's words. Page 100. The gathering is held only once every 3 years, which means that only one Cyclops will appear in the entire country of China every 3 years. This makes Cyclops even rarer than pseudo-legendary Pokémon. No wonder Xiaoyu has never seen a Cyclops in this world. So what was Xiaowanyu's purpose in doing this? Xiaoyu couldn't figure it out. Actually, the best thing he could do right now was to pretend he didn't know anything about this and just take the money-attracting coin to exchange for 1 million, making a net profit of 1 million. That would be so awesome. Xiaowanyu truly lives up to her title as the richest woman in Shanghai. Although Xiaoyu had this impulse, to be honest, he would rather catch a Pokémon like Cygnus. Cygnus is ridiculously strong, practically the official favorite, and its Pokédex number is 1000. First, let's look at the attributes of the Saifuhao. It is a noble ghost and steel type, with double resistance to 8 types, quadruple resistance to 1 type, immunity to 3 types, and only 4 double weaknesses. Next, let's look at Saifuhao's strength. Since Xiaoyu has never seen Saifuhao in this world, he can only judge based on Saifuhao's base stats in the game. Saifuru is a special attack type Pokémon with a special attack of 133 and a useless attack of only 60. Its average stats, HP and defense, are over 90, which is quite excellent. At the same time, its speed of 84 is also not low. Then let's look at the ability, Golden Body. A unique ability in all Pokémon, its effect is to ignore the effects of other Pokémon's status moves. This ability is absolutely outrageous, ridiculously overpowered. Toxic, Taunt, Will-O-Wisp, Spore, Haze, and many other moves are all nullified. Of course, the only downside is that it also negates the effects of support moves from teammates. Finally, let's look at its move pool. As a special attacker, it not only has top-tier boosting moves like Nasty Plot, but it also has the only AoE Steel-type move in all Pokémon, Gold Rush, which is an exclusive move. Xiaoyu remembered that in the game, the Gold Rush involved directly throwing money at the enemy. He wondered what it would be like in real life. So, does Saifuhao have any drawbacks? Of course it does. Its biggest drawback is that the unevolved Treasure Hunter is too weak. It only has 2 skills, Fright and Collision, and it doesn't learn any new skills as it levels up. It's practically the weakest of the weak. This puts Xiaoyu in a dilemma. If he chose the Pokémon Dewdrop, it would be like embarking on a path of no return. It either evolves into a rare, exceptionally wealthy individual, or it becomes a useless weakling. Attached image, Saifuhao. Chapter 175 Team 2 Pokémon. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning discussed all the way and finally decided to wait 2 days to go to the Ghost-type secret realm to check on the Pokémon eggs before making a decision. At worst, they could sell the Pokémon's gold coin and make $1 million in profit. Back in the Dragon-type secret realm, Xiaoyu revised his training plan for his Pokémon, especially Charizard. The biggest problem Charizard currently faces is its low skill accuracy, which must be addressed. The other Pokémon were the same as before, so they could stay the same. The only thing that surprised Xiaoyu was that Dragapult had actually broken through to the Overlord level, which was also the fastest Pokémon Xiaoyu had ever had to break through to the Overlord level. The A-grade Dragon Scales, combined with the core energy of the Punishment Jar, allowed Dracomesha to grow almost at an alarming rate, but Dracomesha has yet to evolve. In comparison, the baby dragon's growth rate is normal even with A-grade Dragon Scales. It's still at the ordinary level. Xiaoyu returned to the house, where Long Yaning was cooking while wearing an apron. He was on his phone, returning calls one after another. His family and friends had been following his match today and had sent him their congratulations after his victory. Mom and Dad, brother and sister-in-law. I'm doing very well here. Teacher Long is taking good care of me, so you don't need to worry about me. I miss you all too. Grandma, Grandpa, I'll come back to see you next weekend. Fatty Wu, what? You've broken up with your boyfriend. At 7:30 p.m., Long Fen finally returned with 2 elf eggs. You two can choose your own Pokémon eggs. Long Fen placed the 2 Pokémon eggs on the table. At his level, all of his Pokémon were already champion level. He no longer cared about ordinary Pokémon. He was looking for Pokémon with champion or near champion potential. These 2 Pokémon should have decent potential. One of the 2 Pokémon eggs is for Xiaoyu, and the other is naturally prepared for Long Yaning. Xiaoyu's gaze swept over the 2 Pokémon eggs. One of them was Scorbunna's Pokémon egg, and the other was Nuleaf Meowth's Pokémon egg. Elf egg, Flame Rabbit. Gender, female. Attribute, fire. Taging attribute, fire. Qualification, king level. Features, Freeman. Skill, elf egg. New leaf cat. Gender, female. Property, grass. Taging attribute, grass. Qualification, king level. Features, changeable. Skill, both Pokémon are native to the European region. Although Scorbunny and Meowth have been introduced to China in recent years, Scorbunny and Meowth with champion-level potential have not yet appeared. Long Yanning's gaze fell on the 2 Pokémon eggs on the table, then she turned to Xiaoyu and said, "You choose first, I'm fine with either." Seeing his daughter's humble demeanor, Long Fen felt inexplicably heartbroken and sat down to play the mobile version of Legend in a sullen mood. Both of these Pokémon are actually quite good. Mr. Long, you can choose first. I'm fine with either. Xiaoyu looked at Long Fen sitting to the side. He definitely couldn't choose first at this point. However, it's true that both of these Pokémon are very strong. Both Scorbunny with the Freedom ability and Neoleaf with the Transform ability are very powerful in battle. Although these 2 characteristics have different names, they have the same effect. They allow the user to change their own attributes when using moves. For example, the Fire-type Scorbunny changes its type to Fighting when using a Fighting-type move and to Flying when using a Flying-type move. It can not only enjoy the type bonus of its own type, but also change its type to deal with the enemy. Since these 2 characteristics are the same, it doesn't matter which Pokémon you choose. The only difference is that the final evolution of no-leaf cat, masked cat, is grass/dark, and the extra dark type will help Xiaoyu complete the mission. Just as Xiaoyu was about to speak, he suddenly heard Long Yanning's voice. How about this? Long Yanning thought for a moment, as if she had suddenly made a decision. You choose Scorbunny, and I'll choose Meowth. Your team only has one fire-type Pokémon, a special attacker Charizard, and Scorbunny, which is a physical attacker, doesn't conflict with Charizard. Meowth and your Sceptile have basically the same role, so there's not much point in training it. Therefore, Scorbunny is more suitable for your team. Either is fine, then I'll choose Flame Rabbit. Xiaoyu nodded. Ahem. Long Fan, listening to Long Yanning's words and seeing how considerate she was of Xiaoyu, felt increasingly distressed. He quickly pretended to cough twice, silently picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, then put the teacup back on the table, crossed his legs, and started playing on his phone. Even if Xiaoyu had no sense of propriety, he knew what to do at this moment. He silently got up, picked up the kettle, and poured tea and water for Long Fan. Time flies, and it's already the end of the 12th lunar month. The snow is falling heavier and heavier, the weather is getting colder and colder, and the festive atmosphere of the new year is getting stronger and stronger. Every household is decorated with lanterns and couplets, and the festive atmosphere is getting stronger and stronger. The training camp in the secret realm also had a rare 10-day break, but Xiaoyu did not choose to go home because the college cup was about to start in just 1 month, and Xiaoyu had to seize every opportunity to improve his strength. The Long family father and daughter did not return to their hometown for the new year, because Long Fan had to guard the Dragon System secret realm, and even the new year was no exception, so Long Yanning did not return to her hometown either. As for Long Yanning's mother, she had passed away many years ago, leaving only her father and daughter to depend on each other. Long Yanning had long been accustomed to spending the new year in the Dragon System secret realm of the imperial capital. 3 days before the Lunar New Year, Xiaoyu and Long Yanning went to the Ghost-type secret realm in Jinling City, Suzhou Province. In the Ghost-type secret realm of Jinling, Xiaoyu saw several Pokémon with considerable potential, including a Clefable with champion-level potential and a Ghastly with champion-level potential, but Xiaoyu was not very satisfied with either of them. The national selection slots are too precious, and Xiaoyu doesn't plan to use them lightly. His idea is that he must select at least a Pokémon with near-champion potential, and of course, a champion-level Pokémon would be even better. Including Scorbunny, he now has 7 Pokémon. What he needs to do now is to be selective and strictly control the quality of his Pokémon. Don't catch Pokémon lightly. Once you do, you must be fully responsible for them. This is also Xiaoyu's attitude towards women. After leaving Jinling City, Xiaoyu took advantage of the fact that there were fewer people during the Chinese New Year period and went to the Ghost-type secret realm in Dayong City with Long Yanning. In the Ghost-type secret realm of Dayong City, Xiaoyu discovered a near-champion-level Misdreavus. He secretly noted down the egg of this near-champion, but did not rush to choose it. Instead, he went to the secret realms of several nearby provinces. Flying-type secret realm, Water-type secret realm. Neither of these 2 Pokémons possessed champion-level potential, which made Xiaoyu realize just how precious champion-level Pokémon truly are. So far, the only Pokémon he has discovered with natural champion-level potential is Dragapult. On the last day before the Lunar New Year, Xiaoyu and Long Yanning arrived at the Psychic-type secret realm in Linen City, Yuhang Province, the last stop of their trip. If they did not find a suitable Pokémon here, he would return to the Ghost-type secret realm in Dayong City to choose the Misdreavus. After exploring the entire Psychic-type secret realm, Xiaoyu finally found the Pokémon he wanted. I'll take this Pokémon egg. I'll use my national selection slot to exchange for it. Okay.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.